Welcome to part 4 of the Water Magician audiobook. Another great adventure with Ryo and Abel is about to begin. Please subscribe to support the channel. Damn it, a betrayal. Which noble has betrayed us? Your Excellency, it's everyone, all the northern nobles. That's impossible. He certainly hadn't anticipated that much. Minister of Military Affairs Elliot was by no means incompetent. He knew that the Imperial army was trying to entice the northern nobles to their side. He had also considered that betrayal from the northern nobles might occur once they joined the battle. However, the betrayal of all the northern nobles was something he could not have foreseen. In fact, even Arthur, the advisor who had been listening beside him, was left momentarily frozen in shock. This was not just a trivial matter of the battle's outcome. The betrayal of all the northern nobles could have an immense impact on the fate of the kingdom, which he realized in an instant. But, first of all, we need to escape this place. Indeed, both Minister of Military Affairs Elliot and Advisor Arthur decided to focus on what was necessary now. All members of the Magical Association, those with Earth attribute magic, use mud techniques. Fire attribute users create fire walls and wind attribute users use wind pressure. In any case, strive to delay the combat. Stop the enemy's advance, Advisor Arthur shouted with all his might. Hurry, the enemy isn't just the nobles, the Imperial army is charging from the front as well. Both he and Elliot, who was also a high-ranking noble, shouted. Deputy, shouldn't we conduct a charge? Deputy Jurgen asked. Not necessary, that's for the knights to do, we will advance slowly. There was no hesitation in Oscar's instructions. The enemy had begun to falter, but their formation had not completely collapsed. From a distance, they could see units engaged in delay combat. If they got caught up in that and lost valuable subordinates, he wouldn't be able to face Fiona. Listen, don't get too far ahead. We are magicians. Leave close combat to the others. In times like these, it was best to utilize their status as magicians. Of course, this unit had no trouble handling close combat, but the fact remained that they were magicians. The Imperial Mage Brigade began to advance slowly. Royal Knights Zack and Scotty, despite the chaos, were fighting against the approaching noble army. The rearguard has the highest probability of death, it seems. Even so, in this situation, the Knight Orders have no choice but to take the rear guard. In reality, the Court Magic Guild, which was responsible for delay combat, and the Royal Knight Order, the strongest in close combat, were serving as the rear guard. Hey Zack, that kid over there? Scotty pointed to a rather short magician. Using a staff much larger than her height, she froze the ground and made the enemies slip. From the perspective of delay combat, she was quite effective. However, there were still soldiers from the noble army trying to get close, and every time they approached, she sent out ice spears to take them down while freezing the ground again. All right, Scotty, let's go support that magician. When Zack said this, Scotty nodded and the two ran over. Before long, they stood alongside the water attribute magician. I'll take care of the enemies approaching us. You focus on freezing the ground. As Zack and Scotty said this, the magician nodded while still facing forward. What they didn't know was that this magician's name was Natalie Schwarzkopf. She was a master of water attribute magic in the kingdom, the daughter of the Schwarzkopf family, and had served as a messenger between Alalian and Abel. Having just returned from the city of Run, her first mission was to participate in this battle. Truly, things were not going well. The three of them were engaged in delay combat. Looks like our allies have retreated significantly. Really, the very last of the rear guard. All that's left is that pair. The three spotted a pair of a magician and a knight who were also serving as the rear guard. Is that Lord Arthur Velasquez, and could it be our captain, Lord Danton? Indeed. As expected of the squad captain, Zack and Scotty were genuinely impressed without any sarcasm because of Natalie's potential due to her lineage, because of Advisor Arthur's experience. These two were the only magicians who could continue delay combat without exhausting their magical power. At that moment, the gazes of the five intersected. Natalie and Advisor Arthur nodded and simultaneously unleashed larger spells. Ice floor, capture those who traverse the land, deprive them of their freedom. Quagmire, the ground froze to an even wider area, and next to it became a muddy expanse, stopping the noble army's advance over a broad area. Confirming this, the three knights took off running with the other two. The five of them fled the battlefield like rabbits, after running for more than half a day from the disparate plains. The remnants of the main force of the royal army were finally able to take a proper break. Hey, thanks for your hard work back there. Knight Zack, along with Knight Scotty, greeted a girl magician who was sitting and drinking water. Oh, thank you. The girl simply said that and gave a slight bow. I'm Zack Cooler from the Royal Knight Order. This is Scotty Kabuk. I'm Natalie Schwarzkopf from the Magical Association. They exchanged greetings. The one to react to Natalie's self-introduction was Scotty. Schwarzkopf, that's the famous family of water attribute magicians from the royal capital, right? Yes, that's correct. Natalie nodded in response to Scotty's question. No wonder you were able to keep casting spells for so long. Scotty nodded repeatedly. Natalie felt a bit shy and her cheeks flushed red. Natalie, are you all right? You aren't scared being surrounded by these rugged men, are you? Oh, Lord Velasquez. Joining the three's conversation in such a manner was advisor Arthur Velasquez. No, rugged men, Zack interjected. What? You aren't interested in Natalie, are you? Natalie, be cautious. Nights like this can suddenly turn into beasts. I see. The one to react to advisor Arthur's warning was, for some reason, Knight Scotty. Hey, Scotty, don't betray us. You're a knight too. Of course, it was Zack who got angry. Well, Zack is just indiscriminate. Seriously, cut it out. I'm devoted to Miss Sierra. Zack somehow came out with a revelation in response to Scotty's joke. Hearing that surprised Natalie. Miss Sierra, could it be from the city of Run? Huh, Natalie, you know Miss Sierra? Zack was shocked into silence, and it was Scotty who asked Natalie. Ah, yes. I spent quite a long time in the city of Run. I see. Natalie was the messenger between Abel and... Abel, Zack and Scotty shouted in unison. It seems the world is small. By the way, Natalie, you were casting spells without incantation earlier. You've leveled up. Advisor Arthur Velasquez praised her happily. Thank you very much. Natalie replied, her face the reddest it had ever been. Lord Velasquez, is casting spells without incantation really that difficult? Scotty asked out of curiosity. Rather difficult. It's nearly impossible. Both Zack and Scotty were left speechless. Of course, I can't do it, nor can Alalian. In our generation, we just barely manage to chant quickly. That's our limit. Saying this, Arthur smiled. The fact that Natalie can do what even Lord Alalian cannot. The two looked at Natalie with awe-filled eyes. And no, I only managed to do water magic without incantation because I saw it being done. Ryo, huh? Arthur nodded while saying that. Yes, and Natalie nodded as well. That water attribute magician. Your rival is quite a formidable wall, Zack. Zack and Scotty each recalled the image of Ryo in their minds. The defeat at Dispra Plains and the betrayal of the northern nobles were reported to the royal castle on the same day. Due to a very strict gag order, the citizens of the royal capital were not informed. While it sounds good to say it was an information blackout to suppress panic, what the kingdom's government officials were truly thinking at that time remains unclear. However, actions had already been taken by the late Crown Prince, and it was still unknown to anyone that these actions would have a significant impact on subsequent developments. Could it be that all the northern nobles have rebelled? In the office of the Minister of Finance, Fuka groaned, the owner of the room. The one at the center must be Duke Flitwick, replied his subordinate Matthew calmly. Your Highness, or does he want the throne even at the cost of dividing the country? If we invite the Empire in, we won't just divide the country, we'll perish. Why can't he understand that? Compared to Matthew's calm demeanor, Fuka was angry. Unlike the flustered ministers and bureaucrats, it might be said that his anger was characteristic of him. Although he had some problems, and his methods were both praised and criticized, Fuka had been collecting taxes and allocating budgets with thought for the good of the nation in his own way. However, this reckless act, which seemed to nullify all of that, it was only natural for him to be angry. The enemy forces seem to be heading south toward the royal capital. Almost all of the north has turned against us, so there are hardly any obstacles. Their arrival is in 7 days. It seems their numbers have swollen, causing a decrease in speed. While going through a report, Matthew informed him. In the meantime, we are trying to gather as many soldiers as possible from the surrounding towns. It seems the Ministry of Military Affairs is taking action, but will it be in time? Fuka took a deep breath and continued speaking. Well, with the high walls of the royal capital, we should hold them off for a while. Our strategy seems to be to fend off the enemy with the walls while waiting for reinforcements from various areas. I believe something like this has happened before? Yes, but that was several hundred years ago. No matter what, the sight of the enemy forces approaching the royal capital will surely shock the citizens. Fuka sighed deeply once again and shook his head multiple times. Deputy Chief, the advancing speed is unbelievably slow, Deputy Jurgen remarked, swaying gently on horseback. This time we need to advance slowly. Oscar, who had been informed of almost all the details of the operation by Emperor Rupert, responded. But if we proceed slowly, won't that allow for obstacles to the defenses of the royal capital, as well as delays in reaching it? First of all, now that the northern nobles have turned to our side, the only obstacles to the royal capital will be the garrison troops at various locations. That won't be a problem. Oscar replied to Jurgen's question, appearing somewhat disinterested. I see, and what about the defenses of the royal capital? Surely, the forces that fought at the plains won't need to capture the royal capital as well. There's no rule stating that the same unit must engage in both field and siege warfare. At Oscar's words, something flashed in Jurgen's mind. Could it be that the siege corps has already advanced ahead? The garrison troops that the kingdom had deployed in the north were gathered at Dispra Plains, and the northern nobles were turned against us in order to allow a different unit to invade the kingdom through a different route. The slow progression of the battle at Dispra was all part of that plan. While the people of the royal capital are focused on our movements, that unit is, well, that's how it is. That night, there were shadows lurking in the darkness of the royal capital. Strangely, those shadows were clad in the equipment of the Ministry of Internal Affairs Royal Capital Guard. It was not unusual for the guard to patrol the royal capital at night. In fact, it was quite common. There were many people, including adventurers, making noise in the entertainment district even late into the night, and those causing excessive disturbances might be thrown into jail by the guards until morning. Those troublemakers knew the faces of many guards, but there wasn't a single familiar face among the guard members that night. The royal capital has dozens of gates, large and small. Of course, the 4 largest gates to the east, west, south, and north were all guarded by the Royal Guard and the reserve troops of the Royal Kingdom's Second Army. Given the current situation with enemy forces approaching the royal capital, this was to be expected. In such a scenario, the 4 massive gates suddenly opened simultaneously. Although this was something that should be impossible given the approaching enemy forces. Many corpses lay sprawled at each gate, and anyone who came here would have no choice but to understand what had transpired. Then, through the opened gates, a cavalry of soldiers rode in unison. Their numbers totaled 10,000. For some reason, the guards and members of the Royal Kingdom's Second Army, who should have been at their posts, did not come out to intercept them. It would be a long time before anyone understood that the meals served at the guard stations had been laced with a powerful, slow-acting sleeping drug. Thus, without much resistance, the royal capital Crystal Palace fell. On that day, a direct communication was sent from the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild headquarters to the Run Adventurers Guild. This was done using alchemy tools that connected the headquarters and each branch one-to-one. Due to their extremely short lifespan and the high cost of materials, they were only used for truly important communications. Furthermore, since the possibility of eavesdropping could not be completely eliminated, their usage was quite limited. However, on this day, it was utilized. From the Grand Master to the Guild Master of Run. Yes, this is McGrath. This is Finley Forsyth. Hugh, listen calmly and save your questions for later. The royal capital has fallen. Hugh nearly gasped at the shocking news but remained silent, given that he had been specifically told to save his questions for later. Suddenly, the castle gates were opened, and thousands of Imperial army soldiers invaded. The royal castle has already fallen. Keen adventurers and merchants are escaping the royal capital. I managed to get Elsie to safety. Fortunately, she was with me until just now. It must be God's blessing. Hugh knew that Finley's faith was extremely weak. However, he said nothing. It was clearly not the right moment to interject. Elsie, Finley's daughter, had safely left the royal capital. The most important thing Finley wanted to convey was likely that. I instructed Elsie to take the guild carriage directly to Run without stopping. This is the first and last mix of public and private matters. The first and last, even Hugh couldn't remain silent at this. Last, could it be? I told you to save your questions for later. Surely the Grand Master of the royal capital cannot escape responsibility. That's why I will remain here. The system has been disconnected. Each guild will manage the surplus funds deposited by the adventurers. Yes, Hugh could do nothing but respond. Hugh McGrath, I'm counting on you to take care of Elsie. With those words, the communication was cut off. Left behind was Master McGrath, unable to say anything and standing frozen in place. It took Hugh McGrath 2 minutes to regain his composure. First, he needed to communicate with the Adventurers Guild in Acre, the largest city in the southern region. Guildmaster Landenvia of Acre was still unaware of the fall of the royal capital. As expected, Finley was the first and the only one to contact Hugh. The royal capital was indeed being ravaged. It was uncertain when the Imperial army would arrive at the Adventurers Guild headquarters. In such a situation, it was not feasible to leisurely contact various places. Outside the royal capital, Hugh might be the only one with information about the fall of the royal capital. Then, they needed to act based on that premise. The initial contact was with Landenvia in Acre. Acre was the largest city in the southern region, and excluding the Grand Master, the most capable guild master Hugh knew, someone he could trust completely. Furthermore, Acre was also the capital of the Marquisate of Heinlein. Perhaps the Marquis Heinlein, with his incredible network of information, might know about the fall of the royal capital. If that were the case, it would be fine. For now, he would have Landenvia inform the Marquis. Then they could discuss contingency plans. Hugh would do what only he could do at this moment. After contacting Acre, Hugh's next destination was the Golden Wave Pavilion. He entered through the entrance and looked towards the dining hall. As expected, there was a swordsman reading a book. Cursing his own bad luck for having to deliver such news to Abel, who had only just begun to recover from the death of his beloved brother, Hugh took a seat directly across from Abel. Guild Master, what's wrong? Abel listened carefully. We just received word from the Grand Master that the royal capital has fallen. At those words, Abel's eyes widened greatly. Slowly, he brought his clenched left hand to his mouth as if trying to prevent any words from escaping. He then closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. Finally, he was able to ask, "What about my father?" Unknown. However, it seems the royal castle has already fallen. The safety of his father, King Stafford IV of the Natore Kingdom, was extremely important information for Abel. But Hugh admitted honestly that he did not have that information. How far has that information spread? Still, I'm the only one in the city of Run. I informed Landenvia in Acre. From there, he will relay it to Marquis Heinlein. I will head to the Lord's Manor now and inform the Baron of the Borderlands. What will you do? Hugh's gaze and expression seemed to pose that question. I understand. I will go with you. The two were led to the Lord's bedroom. Hugh was accustomed to it, but it had been several years since Abel had entered this place. An elderly man sat on the bed, looking just as he remembered. With long white hair, a white beard, and thin hands peeking from his sleeves, the rumors that he could hardly stand were likely true. However, his expression conveyed a firm will, sufficient to make anyone believe he could make any decision and overcome any hardship. What was particularly noteworthy were his eyes. This is what strength looks like. Just by the intensity of his gaze, one felt that way. Anyone could understand why he was said to be one of the kingdom's leading lords. And occasionally there was a sharp glint in his eyes. No one could lie before this man. That was the common sentiment. Hugh, you've brought a rare guest. Abel, it has been a while. Lord Carmelo, it has been too long. Ho, 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 it's been a while since anyone has called me that. It brings back memories. Abel referred to the Baron of Run as Lord Carmelo, which pleased the Baron. So what does this unusual pairing signify? Yes, I have an announcement. Just now I received a communication from the Grand Master in the royal capital stating that it is about to fall. At that report, the Baron of the Borderlands frowned slightly, but that was all. I understand. There will be more information. The royal castle has already fallen by that point. The safety of His Majesty the King and the royal family is unknown. As previously reported, according to Abel, the Crown Prince has already passed away. At this information, the Baron's gaze merely shifted downwards slightly. He might have anticipated it when he heard about the fall of the royal capital. I see. So the fact that Lord Abel has come along means... The Baron turned to Abel. Depending on the safety of His Majesty, I will stand as king and reclaim the royal capital. At Abel's declaration, the Baron nodded once with great emphasis, then continued speaking. Of course, I will mobilize all the resources of the Barony of the Borderlands to support you. However, there is someone I must inform before that. May I call for them? Of course, that's fine. The Baron rang a bell on the table to summon the butler and announced, Bring Sira to me. At this hour she should be having dinner. Today she was unusually eating with Ryo in this manner, so bring Ryo as well. Sira and Ryo? Abel tilted his head slightly in confusion at the Baron's words. It seems that tonight they are tasting the chef's new dishes together. This afternoon, they were just like usual, engaged in mock battles, and the knights have given fantastic reviews of it. The morale of the entire knight order has significantly improved. I wish I could have seen it myself, but with my legs like this... The Baron spoke with a hint of regret, shaking his head. It was Ryo's first time meeting the Baron of the Borderlands, a sturdy old man who had lived a fulfilling life. He was someone Ryo aspired to be like someday. Sira, I have summoned you. Yes, thank you for your trouble. There is something I must convey to Sira. I knew she would be relaxing after dinner, but I had her come anyway. And you must be Ryo. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Carmelo Spinazzola, Baron of Run. Nice to meet you. I am Ryo Mihara, a C-rank adventurer. Ryo's self-introduction surprised both Abel and Hugh slightly. Has he got a surname? Ryo noticed Abel's mouth move. Now that he thought about it, he had never mentioned his surname, Mihara, to Abel. What I am about to discuss has not been made public yet. Ensure it does not leave this room. The Baron emphasized, and Sira and Ryo nodded. Just now, the royal capital has fallen. The Baron announced the fall of the royal capital as confirmed information. This news struck Sira and Ryo with great shock, their eyes widening and their expressions stiffening. Sira, act according to our agreement. The Baron declared, his eyes filled with sorrow, yet he managed a slight smile. Yes, Sira's reply was so small that it was hardly audible, even to Ryo. Then Sira turned to Ryo and said, "I'm sorry, Ryo, I must go." Sira, tears that she could no longer hold back spilled from Sira's eyes. However, she seemed unable to continue her words. Sira buried her face in Ryo's chest and cried quietly. "Ryo, the elves have made a pact with the kingdom. When danger approaches the forest of the west, the kingdom must nullify all contracts and assist the elves in returning to the forest. All elves must take action to save the forest of the west. The Empire targets the elves of the forest of the west, who are a powerful force for the kingdom, as their top priority." The Baron of the Borderlands spoke with certainty based on historical precedents. "I'm sorry, Ryo." Sira's voice was incredibly weak, but Ryo held Sira tightly. Then he said, "Go ahead, Sira." At those words, Sira involuntarily looked up. Ryo smiled at her. "The Empire will enslave elves as subhumans. We have to prevent that, right? You just need to save the forest. You can do it, Sira." "Ryo, while you protect the forest, I'll wipe out the Imperial army. Once everything is over, I'll come to meet you in the forest of the west," Ryo said with a smile. Having heard that, a smile finally appeared on Sira's face, a tearful smile. "Yeah, come to the forest to meet me." Sira said that and closed her eyes. Ryo also shut his eyes. Their lips met. For some reason, both Abel and Hugh were blushing. Both of them were older now, but perhaps they lacked experience with women. Only the Baron of the Borderlands smiled and nodded repeatedly. As their lips parted, they both smiled at each other. "Ahem." The Baron cleared his throat theatrically, causing the two to hastily pull their hands apart. "Sira, take the horses Gekka and Chunri from the manor. With two, you can ride without rest and should reach the forest in 3 days." "Yes, my lord, thank you very much. Then I shall take my leave." Sira said that and shared one last kiss with Ryo before exiting the room. What does this mean? Was it not a strict order to ensure the king and the crown prince alive? In the Natore Kingdom's royal capital, the audience chamber echoed with the furious voice of Linus, the chief vice-commander of the expeditionary army. "I apologize. However, when we secured the royal castle, the crown prince was already deceased. It appears he died several days ago." "Several days ago?" "Yes, it was due to illness." General Alispel, who led the Imperial army as a separate unit in a surprise attack on the royal capital under the cover of night, reported calmly, unfazed by Linus's anger. There were reports that the crown prince had been weak and ill since childhood. Mel, the captain of Linus's guard, added, "Ah, that is true." With this, Linus calmed down slightly and further questioned the general. "You have secured the king, correct?" "Yes, we have placed him under guard and confined him in his office." "Good, then bring him to the treasure vault." And Mel summoned Vice-Captain Oscar and Lord Hashford, the chief advisor. Before the treasure vault, Oscar followed Captain Mel, where they found Supreme Commander Marquis Musil, Chief Vice-Commander Linus, and Count Hashford, the chief advisor of the Imperial Alchemy Association, gathered together. "Oscar, this is it at last," Marquis Musil said to Oscar with an expression of fulfillment, as if his long-held wish had finally come true. "I see. It is a great honor to witness that moment." Oscar lightly lowered his head, and seeing this, Marquis Musil nodded repeatedly. Even so, the Marquis himself was certainly not a bad person, Oscar thought, but then there was his son. Oscar glanced at Linus, the chief vice-commander, who was the son of the Marquis. Linus was staring at the door deep inside the treasure vault with an ecstatic expression. Was he imagining what was beyond that door, or was he reflecting on the achievements he would gain when it was brought to the Empire? It was true that all the plans had been prepared by Emperor Rupert VI, but the merit of being the executor was also significant. After all, it could be said that this was the Empire's long-held ambition for several hundred years. The king, Stafford IV, was brought in by General Alispel and his soldiers. His hands were bound behind him. Though it was highly disrespectful to treat a member of royalty, let alone a king, in this manner, it was a necessary measure to prevent any resistance during the upcoming operations. "Now then, Count Hashford, please proceed." "Understood." When Marquis Musil spoke, Count Hashford nodded once, moved in front of the innermost door of the treasure vault, and placed his hand before the door, chanting something. That door was the entrance to the Chamber of Heroes. The Chamber of Heroes, a place that could be described as the true treasure vault of the royal castle, created by King Richard, the restorer of the Natore Kingdom. Inside were treasures said to disrupt the balance of the world, and according to King Richard's dying wish, it was forbidden to bestow any of the treasures contained within. Such was the abnormality of the treasures within. The expeditionary army was attempting to unlock it. This was the highest priority objective of the expedition, and securing the king and the crown prince who held the key was essential. "Now bring His Majesty Stafford here." Count Hashford instructed General Alispel to bring Stafford to the door of the Chamber of Heroes. Stafford, whether resigned to his fate or unable to resist, was led by Alispel to stand before the door. At that moment, a green light emitted from the door, shining on Stafford's face. However, the door did not open. Count Hashford murmured quietly and fiddled with the door again. Then he said, "Let's try once more." This time, placing Stafford in front of the door, he recited the initial words he had said. Once again, a green light radiated from the door, illuminating Stafford's face, and just like before, nothing happened. Marquis Musil, regrettably, it seems this person does not possess the key. What? Count Hashford stated calmly, but the voice of Marquis Musil, who had repeated the question, was strained. It seems that either this person is not the real His Majesty Stafford, or even if he is, he has lost the key to the Chamber of Heroes for some reason. This is absurd, Count Hashford explained coolly. In response, Chief Vice Commander Linus muttered involuntarily, "Could such a thing happen? Linus, even if you say that, facts are facts. It is certain that this person does not have the key." At that moment, Oscar was the only one to see Stafford's mouth curve into a smile as he knelt, his head bowed. The smile lasted only an instant, so brief that one might think it was a trick of the light. However, Oscar had been closely observing Stafford's expression since he was brought in, and he noticed that smile. According to His Majesty, the Emperor, Stafford IV had been drugged for the past 2 years, leading to a decline in various judgment abilities and motivation. Perhaps there were moments when he returned to his original state. After witnessing that fleeting smile, Oscar thought this. In any case, the seizure of the Expeditionary Army's highest priority objective had been thwarted. While Marquis Musil panicked and Chief Vice Commander Linus's eyes gleamed with anger, Oscar left the treasure vault. Once outside the treasure vault, Oscar walked a short distance down the hallway and pulled a small box from his pocket. Then, chanting something, the box began to glow. Confirming this, he continued to chant words. After about 2 minutes of chanting, the light from the box faded. "Is it a report to the Imperial capital?" When Oscar turned around at the sound of this voice, he saw Count Hashford approaching. "No, my apologies. I was just seeing the alchemy tools I improved long ago." "I see." Count Hashford smiled slightly as he said this, and Oscar accepted that the Count understood the reason. "Nevertheless, it is unfortunate. I too would have loved to see the Chamber of Heroes created by King Richard," Count Hashford said with a smile. "More than the treasures inside, you mean the box itself?" "Naturally. I am, after all, an alchemist." With a robust physique exceeding 180 centimeters, white hair flowing, and the mantle of the Imperial Alchemy Association billowing behind him, he appeared to be a man far younger than the 70 years he was said to be. It would be more fitting to describe him as a general who once strode across the battlefield. "I see. I would like to ask such a Count a question." "Oh, to be asked by the Blazing Flame Mage, how intriguing. Please, go ahead." "I have heard that the key to the Chamber of Heroes is held only by the King and the Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince is dead and the King does not possess the key. Does this mean the Chamber of Heroes will never be opened again?" In response to Oscar's question, Count Hashford nodded several times softly. He was likely already contemplating that question himself. "Of course, I haven't analyzed the Chamber of Heroes in detail. However, I believe there must have been instances in the past where both of them died simultaneously, and I think it is something that King Richard would have anticipated." Here, Count Hashford paused for a moment. After taking a breath, he continued speaking. "If it is indeed the case that no one who holds the key remains, I believe some form of emergency mechanism is incorporated into it." "An emergency mechanism?" "Yes, for example, the key might transfer to the third registered person. Or there could be a method to open it without the key. However, to be frank, the most likely possibility is that there is still one more person who holds the key." Count Hashford said this with a frown on his face. In his mind, he might already have an image of who that other person could be. "I see." Oscar intentionally did not pursue the matter further. As they parted ways, Count Hashford said, "I would like to offer a word of advice to the Blazing Flame Mage." "What is it?" "Never consider destroying the Chamber of Heroes with your magic in order to enter." At that remark, Oscar's eyebrows moved just slightly, to the extent that a normal person would not have noticed, but Count Hashford must have caught it, as he smiled and continued speaking. "The Chamber of Heroes was created by King Richard, who can be called an unparalleled alchemist. A top-notch alchemist is also a top-notch mage. It is likely that powerful magical defensive mechanisms are embedded within the chamber. For instance, if you were to launch the true heaven and earth collapse, it would come right back at you, as if the chamber reflected it back at you." At those words, even Oscar could not maintain his expressionless face. "That is terrifying." "Yes, it is indeed terrifying." Count Hashford nodded sincerely in response to Oscar's words. "King Richard was such an extraordinary alchemist." "Yes. Is he greater than the best in the Empire than a count?" To this question from Oscar, Count Hashford laughed heartily and answered, "Oscar, you overestimate me. I am nowhere near his level. For example, in the Central Nations, there are two alchemists representing this generation, Baron Kenneth Hayward and Count Frank de Verde. Even combined, they cannot compare to King Richard. Is he truly that remarkable? Oscar was genuinely astonished. Those who have delved into the abyss of anything are not something that mere mortals can reach. Vice Commander, the failures in securing the priority targets are prominently these two. Upon returning to the lodging assigned for the Imperial Mage Brigade, Jurgen, the Vice Commander, reported. The Royal Alchemy Workshop and the Elf Autonomous Bureau, were they already abandoned at the time of the incursion? Yes, it appears evacuation orders were issued 3 days ago. The Crown Prince's orders. The first prince who died of illness. He must have anticipated the fall of the royal capital when issuing the orders. Oscar sighed as he read the report. These two locations were designated by Emperor Rupert VI as the most important places among the priority targets. The highest priority target was only the royal castle. This meant that these two were the locations instructed for priority securing after the royal castle within the royal capital, but if no one was there, it wouldn't count as secured. The Crown Prince seems to have been quite a sharp thinker. Even in death, he saves the kingdom. Perhaps it was for the best that he passed away. His latter remark was so quiet that it didn't even reach Jurgen's ears. Failing to secure the alchemy workshop and Baron Kenneth Hayward's research results was unexpected, but more importantly, the Bureau is a problem. Is it about that forest? Yes. It might impact our campaign in the Forest of the West. More than 200 kilometers west of the royal capital lies a vast forest. That area is called the Forest of the West and is recognized as an autonomous territory of the Elf tribe, even though it is within the kingdom. The history of its autonomy began during the reign of King Richard, regarded as the restorer of the kingdom. For hundreds of years, the Forest of the West has been a symbol of peace and tranquility for the Elf tribe. However, that peace was shattered 2 days ago. The southeastern watchtower has burned down. Receiving this report with a bitter expression was a woman known as the Great Elder, commonly referred to as Lady Granny. During the turmoil in the royal capital, she had taken command of the defense at the Autonomous Bureau with Sira. After the turmoil in the royal capital, she had returned to the Forest of the West and resumed her usual life. But then, 2 days ago, they suddenly came under attack. This was right after the report of the royal army's defeat on the Dispara Plains, and the opponent was, to think the elves would lose in the forest. Is the Imperial army an abomination? Lady Granny pressed her forehead in despair. Then more bad news struck. Great Elder Gorin has died in battle. Wah! The report of Gorin's death, one of the great elders who had been commanding at the front lines, shocked even Lady Granny. I told you so, that fool Gorin. A great elder should have been more cautious, yet he charges into battle. While her words were harsh, her expression was graver than ever. The surrounding elves understood Lady Granny's sorrow, and no one spoke, wearing expressions of profound sadness. Lady Granny and the other great elders had been developing the Forest of the West for a long time. Among the 3 great elders, including Lady Granny, Gunn had died early in the battle. Now Gorin had also fallen. Both had died protecting other elves, and although the total number of casualties was around 20, it was undoubtedly a serious blow for the elf tribe, which had a low population and growth rate. Lady Granny made a decision. It can't be helped. We will abandon the eastern region of the forest and retreat to the central fortress. Recall everyone. As the last remaining great elder, her pained expression did not return to normal. In the Forest of the West, on the eastern outskirts, there lay a base of the Imperial army that had attacked the forest. Indeed, the elves are abominations. The words were muttered by General Lanches, who led the attacking forces. The number of casualties is unprecedented. This was said by Amber, Lanches' deputy. How can the death toll exceed 200? We are the Shadows, after all, General Lanches shouted. He commanded the 20th Imperial Army, commonly known as the Shadow Army. Specializing in close combat in terrains filled with obstacles like urban areas, buildings, mountainous regions, or forests, they were a group of specialists. Compared to other Imperial armies, they had accumulated an overwhelming number of actual combat experiences and were feared even by other nations. However, their true nature rarely surfaced, leading even some nobles of the Empire to be unaware of the existence of the Shadow Army. Nonetheless, their strength was overwhelming. If the Empire's frontline trump card was the Imperial Mage Brigade led by Fiona and Oscar, then the hidden trump card was this Shadow Army led by Lanches. However, this Shadow was experiencing unprecedented losses. Until now, a unit that had only seen a maximum of 12 deaths in a single battle had suffered over 200 casualties in just over 2 days of fighting. It was only natural for Lanches to shout, "Is this really possible?" I can understand why His Majesty the Emperor wishes to eliminate the elves as a top priority. The thought of hundreds of such abominations existing is nothing short of a nightmare. Lanches spat that out. At that moment, a report from the front lines arrived. Report. The elf tribe has abandoned the eastern fortress and is beginning their retreat into the depths of the forest. Good work. Your Excellency, we will transition the operation to the second phase. In response to the report, Deputy Amber suggested moving to the second phase. Very well, I permit the transition to the second phase. We will eradicate the elves at once. Having lost 200 subordinates he had nurtured with care, General Lanches glared into the depths of the forest, his eyes filled with hatred, as if the bitter enemy who had killed his subordinates stood there. Commissioner Carson, it seems the Imperial Army's invasion has indeed begun. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding the forest's outer edge, Commissioner Carson ordered a reconnaissance team led by Locksley to investigate and gather information. Damn it, they prioritized the devastation of the Forest of the West over the royal capital. That Emperor, Carson muttered under his breath. The Elf Autonomous Bureau stationed in the royal capital had already evacuated at the command of the Crown Prince of the Natore Kingdom. The group that withdrew consisted of 50 elves led by Commissioner Carson. This included all the elves within the royal capital, even those enrolled in the magical university. Thanks to this, they avoided being caught up in the fall of the royal capital, but even the Forest of the West they had fled to had already fallen under the Imperial Army's wicked grasp. Quickly gather information. If we play our cards right, we can trap the enemy between the forest and ourselves. Carson swiftly issued his orders. With the invasion already underway, it was clear that time was of the essence. It seems the main force has abandoned the eastern region of the forest. The watchtowers to the southeast and northeast have been burned down. The eastern fortress has been occupied by the Imperial Army. Both watchtowers are destroyed, yet the eastern fortress remains intact. Yes. In response to Carson's confirmation, Locksley nodded as he led the reconnaissance team. I see, Carson said, lowering his gaze as he began to contemplate. Muttering to himself, he remarked, the central fortress will be our defense line. A trap. The Imperial Army excels in combat within the forest. With the vanguard, the fortress, and a rear base at the outer edge. The old lady is probably in command. Locksley remained silent, waiting for further instructions. Once he had been defeated by Sira, but now he had grown to become the commander of the advance team, serving as Commissioner Carson's right-hand man. 2 minutes passed. I see, I've understood the old lady's strategy. Carson nodded once and murmured. Though Locksley had no idea what it meant, it was said that among the elves of the kingdom, both the old lady and Carson possessed exceptional skills in reading the situation. However, the figure that Locksley held in awe, Lady Sira, was not among them. She was in a different league. That was how Locksley regarded her. In any case, it seemed that Carson had settled on a course of action. We will wait here. Carson announced this, leaving Locksley speechless. Wasn't this a race against time? Shouldn't they hurry? We will act in accordance with the old lady's timing. Do not miss the moment when the enemy's vanguard strikes the central fortress. That fortress, huh? The captain of the vanguard, Nias, leading the Shadow Army, confirmed with his subordinates standing beside him. Yes, those who seem to be the main forces of the elves are holed up in that fortress. The area around that fortress is clear of trees, making stealthy approaches impossible. I see they thought we would struggle in the forest, so they've chosen to fight in the open, Captain Nias said while nodding. Of course, he wasn't underestimating them. The Shadows had suffered over 200 casualties, which was abnormal. The opponent they were currently facing was capable of such abnormalities. However, they were overwhelmingly superior in numbers. The elves numbered at most 300. The Shadows, on the other hand, had 1,800 deployed in the forest alone, roughly 6 times their number. When outnumbered, the most effective strategy is a frontal assault, a direct attack that leaves no chance for the enemy to blend in and reveals everything in front of them. Of course, there would undoubtedly be casualties on their side. Casualties were inevitable, but it was also a historical fact that such an approach allowed for the least chance of a reversal. Captain Nias obtained permission from General Lanches, commanding from the eastern fortress, and commenced the attack. A frontal assault on the fortress. A full-scale attack mobilizing the 1,000 shadows deployed in the vanguard. That said, they were shadows. Even when charging, they did not scream unnecessarily. They approached in silence, shrouded by the night. As the vanguard reached the point where the forest was cut off and halfway to the fortress, countless fire arrows shot out from the fortress. Of course, no member of the Shadow Army would be hit by such arrows. Even if the elves' arrows were known to be sound, fire arrows that were easily recognizable were practically inviting them to avoid them. However, these arrows were not meant to slay the Imperial Army. Instead, they precisely struck the ground at equal intervals. Captain Nias found this sight suspicious, but he had already investigated and confirmed that there were no traps like oil on the ground. They were shadows. They weren't a foolish enough unit to fall for such traps. Indeed, the fire arrows that remained embedded in the ground continued to burn, making the shadows visible as they moved through the terrain. But what did that matter? With their mobility and combat prowess, even elven arrows couldn't hit them. In theory, they shouldn't have been able to hit them. The change was sudden. As if an enormous gravitational force had been applied, the shadows found themselves unable to move. What is this? The entire vanguard of 1,000, including Captain Nias, was paralyzed in their actions. Wind! It was a powerful downburst from above. Moreover, it occurred across an impossibly wide area right in front of the fortress. The intense gale from above completely halted the shadows in their tracks, and towards those who had come to a stop, countless arrows flew from the fortress. For some reason, despite the powerful winds, the fire arrows that remained embedded in the ground illuminated the surroundings. Aiming at the arrows was easy. Besides, the archers were elves. They couldn't miss. However, those targeted were not ordinary opponents. Even if their movement was hindered, their arms could still move. They deflected the arrows aimed at them with the bracers fitted to their hands. Even the old lady watching from the fortress was astonished at that sight. What in the world? They truly are not ordinary beings. Aim for their knees where they can't reach while standing. The old lady's instructions were quite ruthless. When standing, the range within reach was limited to the knees at best, which meant they couldn't defend against anything below that. Moreover, the old lady had realized that the shadows did not wear leg armor to maintain their silent movement. Of course, if they sat down and bent their knees, they could protect their entire body with their bracers. But that would mean completely abandoning their mobility, equating to being shot dead here. The arrows coming toward them were not just one. The archers were elves. It was common for them to unleash 2 or 3 arrows with a single shot. Furthermore, with rapid-fire capabilities. A skilled archer could fire 30 arrows in 10 seconds, all without missing their target. The situation of the vanguard was quickly relayed to General Lanches, commanding from the eastern fortress. It seems they indeed set a trap. It was expected that some kind of trap would be laid before the fortress, forcing them to bleed. Though the foot-dragging due to the downburst had not been anticipated, it didn't matter what it was. They would crush them from the front. That was their overwhelming number. All right, as planned, I will take 400 men and launch a flank attack on their fortress. Amber, I leave this fortress to you. Understood. With his deputy Amber tasked with the eastern fortress, General Lanches led 400 soldiers towards the northwest. Avoiding the open ground in front of the central fortress, where the vanguard was pinned down, they would circle around to the north and execute a surprise attack from the northern side. The elven forces, not abundant in combat strength, would have allocated almost all their forces to battle the vanguard of the shadows, so this strategy should succeed. They would have a 6-fold advantage over the enemy. If executed correctly, they were unlikely to lose. However, just 1 minute after General Lanches had departed the eastern fortress, screams erupted from the entire fortress. There were dying gasps, cries of anguish, and even muffled screams that failed to escape, all coming from the eastern fortress. After those cries, silence fell. Completely, silence enveloped the area. The eastern fortress was utterly silent. All that remained were the corpses of the 400 soldiers, including Deputy Amber, who remained at the fortress. Or rather, the bodies riddled with countless holes. If Lin, wielder of the red sword, saw this, he would probably have said, "It looks like they were caught in a bullet rain. Damn it, was the activation just slightly delayed?" It was Commissioner Carson who lamented this. The trap of the eastern fortress took time to activate. If only it could have been triggered just a bit earlier, the 400 troops that had set out could have been buried as well. That was the source of his frustration. However, the reality was that they had achieved results. The old lady had abandoned the eastern fortress without suffering any damage, deliberately allowing the Imperial army to occupy it. And it was within the old lady's calculations that the group retreating from the royal capital would arrive, and she had intended to activate the trap against that unit. It was a precarious gamble, but what would have happened if the retreating group from the royal capital had not arrived? Probably nothing at all. They would have merely shifted to activating the trap after pushing the enemy back in front of the central fortress. However, to do that, they had to undoubtedly repel the enemy in front of the central fortress. That was something even the old lady could not have predicted with certainty. That was why Commissioner Carson and his team's movement ended up being beneficial. All they had to do was push from the east and surround the pinned enemy vanguard in front of the central fortress. Afterward, it would depend on the movements of the 400 enemies that had circled to the north. General Lanches sensed the changes occurring in the eastern fortress after they had departed. "Stop!" he called out deliberately, bringing the troops to a halt. "Bring the heartbeat of life and presence to me." Detection General Lanches, who could use wind attribute magic, unhesitatingly employed detection to investigate the eastern fortress. As a result, impossible did the 400 we left behind perish. His murmurs were heard by the subordinate next to him in the unusually quiet forest. What happened? I don't know, but there were reactions from 50 elves approaching a short distance away. They must have done something. In response to his subordinate's question, Lanches replied, "A separate unit, most likely. The elves from the royal capital." After saying this, Lanches quietly cursed with bitterness. Damn those incompetent fools from Linus! The fact that the elves from the royal capital had appeared in the Forest of the West at this timing meant that the royal capital's invasion team had failed to subdue the Autonomous Bureau. If that were the case, it was the responsibility of Chief Deputy Linus, who was in charge of the operation, General Lanches concluded. Of course, from the standpoint of those who knew everything, that was a misunderstanding, and it could have been attributed to the incredible foresight of the late Crown Prince Cain. But that was beyond their hopes. Linus was unfortunate. "General, what should we do?" "We will flank the fortress as planned. If we do not free the vanguard pinned in the center, we have no chance of victory." Understood. There was still one more trump card left. But when it could be utilized was uncertain even for General Lanches. Given the uncertainty, he could not rely on it in this desperate situation. Would the vanguard stuck in the center be crushed first, or would they manage to free them by flanking the fortress first? Or would the enemy's magical power run out first? The elven army holed up in the fortress noticed the approaching Lanches unit. Of course, this was according to General Lanches' plans. It was necessary to distract the elves, focusing on restraining and attacking the vanguard for as long as possible to buy time before the vanguard was crushed. This was a troublesome situation for the old lady and the elves holed up in the fortress. The approaching forces numbered 400. That alone exceeded the number of elves holed up in the fortress. We couldn't crush them with just the trap of the eastern fortress. Including the old lady, those skilled in detection-type magic sensed that the trap of the eastern fortress had been activated. Among them, they inferred that a considerable number had been defeated. If that were the case, it was reasonable to assume that those who had retreated from the royal capital were nearing the vicinity of the eastern fortress. If possible, they would have liked to annihilate those remaining at the eastern fortress, but no strategy is perfect. Archers, continue the frontal assault from the 1st to 3rd teams. 4th and 5th teams, do not let the new enemy cling to the fortress. The old lady sharply issued her commands. However, her heart was filled with anguish. They were suppressing with downburst, but their magical power was finite. Even in the environment of the Forest of the West, where elves could fully exert their abilities, their remaining magical power was nearing its limits. If that were the case, they should have defeated the frontline enemy, who was hunkering down in a defensive posture, as quickly as possible. Dividing their forces was a decision she was frankly unsure was the right one. Nevertheless, she couldn't show hesitation. A commander's uncertainty could tilt the course of battle in an instant. Here, it was best to maintain the stance of "I am right." Everyone follow without faltering. The old lady's anguish ran deep. "All right, the enemy has also divided their forces here." General Lanches grinned. "This would extend the time before the vanguard was crushed. However, General, we have enemy separate units behind our lines. Damn it, have the Autonomous Bureau's people come this way?" The 50 elves who had retreated from the royal capital after activating the trap at the eastern fortress did not head towards the central fortress, but instead approached the rear of the 400 soldiers led by General Lanches' flanking unit. They should have headed to the center. The center can't handle close combat given the winds blowing, only ranged attacks, but since the Autonomous Bureau's people are in the process of retreating from the royal capital, they probably don't have many arrows left, right? Then they won't come in for close combat. Muttering quietly to himself to gather his thoughts, General Lanches issued his orders. "Cease the attack on the fortress. We will all strike the approaching Autonomous Bureau personnel from behind. They will come in for close combat all of a sudden. After that, we will resume the attack on the fortress." Thus, the battle commenced between the 400 shadows led by General Lanches and the 50 elves led by Commissioner Carson near the northern side of the central fortress. As expected, the old lady's retreat from the east to the central fortress was warranted. "Is this Imperial army really human?" Commissioner Carson couldn't help but murmur. Elves are, after all, the people of the forest. The forest is their greatest home. Struggling in combat within that forest was a first experience for him. Do not think of them as mere humans. Approach them as if they possess combat techniques on par with elves. Make encirclement and defeat them your fundamental strategy. With this close combat, both sides engaged in significantly high-speed combat. They couldn't use the arrows the elves excelled at. Using wind magic was also difficult in this situation. In other words, it would be a close combat with swords, which did not necessarily mean it favored the elves. Of course, it didn't mean the Imperial Shadow Army had an overwhelming advantage either. Damn it, are they stronger than those holed up in the forest? Even General Lanches himself was amidst the combat with swords. Though he held the position of general, he was still the strongest among the shadows in close combat. From Lanches' perspective, the enemy reinforcements were indeed a troublesome opponent. For some reason, they seemed unusually well trained for close combat. Until now, the forest dwellers had indeed been annoying and strong, as expected of the elves, but they were not seasoned fighters accustomed to close-quarters combat. However, this new batch from the royal capital gave the impression of being quite familiar with close combat. Undoubtedly, they had undergone specialized training for it. They even felt like they were trading blows with top-tier Night Order members. Had they been trained by some Night Order instructor in the royal capital? That was the correct assumption. General Lanches thought the situation was more severe than he had anticipated, but destruction on a larger scale than that was occurring. The location was the central fortress. Old Lady, at the shout of his subordinate, the old lady turned around. Before her were the falling elves. Mana depletion. Finally, the thing she had feared had happened. Those elves, who had excelled in magical power and had been suppressing with downburst, began to fall one after another. The archers among them started to take over casting magic instead. However, that was merely a facade concealing the complete breakdown of the situation. Compared to those solely dedicated to magic, they possessed less magical power, and more importantly, the archers were now absent. Even if their movement was halted, if the number of those who could deliver the finishing blow decreased, they couldn't reduce the enemy's numbers. Further compounding their predicament, glowing magic soared in the eastern sky. 3 yellows and 1 green. They've arrived. At the report from his subordinate, General Lanches' expression finally brightened. The long-awaited reinforcements. The last line of the Imperial Shadow Army, numbering 1,000. The very last remnants of the shadows that had been diverted to assist the conquest of the royal capital. Long-awaited. Elves, this is the end for you. With that declaration, Lanches grinned ominously. The glow of the Imperial army was, of course, visible to the elves as well. While they did not understand the finer details, they recognized that reinforcements had arrived for the enemy. This realization was synonymous with despair. Not yet, it's not over yet. Facing down and on the verge of losing their fighting spirit, the Lady Granny shouted at her subordinates. In the north, those from the Autonomous Bureau who returned from the royal capital are fighting. If we endure, they will defeat the enemy and finish off those in front of us. Fight! There are times when a commander must speak loudly even about things they do not believe themselves. For the Lady Granny, this was that moment. The Autonomous Bureau's forces would not be easily defeated. Having seen the recent use of light magic, the enemy would undoubtedly transition to a strategy of, as long as we don't get defeated before reinforcements arrive. A quick resolution was unlikely. Without a doubt, their own limits would be reached before the Autonomous Bureau forces arrived. Though she understood this, she felt she had no choice but to speak. However, it was also a fact that the Lady Granny's exhortation managed to keep the elves, whose spirits were nearly broken, somehow holding on. They had not lost yet. Those sealing the enemy's movements with downbursts, those shooting through the enemy. Everyone began to fight desperately, putting forth all their remaining strength. 20 minutes had passed since the light magic was cast. On the northern side of the central fortress, the battle continued between the 400 members of the Imperial Army's Shadow Army, led by General Lanches, and the 50 returnees from the royal capital, led by Commissioner Carson of the Autonomous Bureau. How many have we lost? 5, including Yuri? Damn it! Among the elves, there were those skilled in recovery magic. Their magical system differed fundamentally from that of the Central Nations, as they borrowed the power of spirits to speed up recovery and heal injuries. Therefore, they could not repair lost limbs like the high-ranking priests could. Still, they were considered valuable personnel among the elves, and a few would always be included in a combat group. Yuri, who had died this time, was an elf exceptionally skilled in recovery within the Autonomous Bureau, meaning that their combat team had sustained damage exceeding their numbers. Carson understood this as a commander. The strength was balanced. In a forest battle, it was fundamentally unusual for the elves and the Imperial army to be evenly matched. But here it was happening right before his eyes. If the numbers continued to dwindle, they would be gradually worn down. Commissioner Carson was feeling considerable mental pressure. It wasn't enough just to defeat this opponent. After that, they would have to strike at the 1,000 enemies held back at the central fortress, if they hoped to win. But is it only possible to struggle against this opponent? Frustration made him tremble. How many have we lost? About 40. What the hell? On the other hand, General Lanches also frowned at the heavy losses of his forces. Despite having given the order to not push themselves until reinforcements arrive, due to the rise of light magic, this was the situation they found themselves in. If they fought head-on, they might not be able to defeat the returnees from the royal capital. He honestly felt that way. Don't be overly anxious. We just need to stall until reinforcements arrive. Just as Lanches said this to a nearby subordinate. I found you, a slash from directly behind. However, Lanches easily dodged the attack. You are the commander, then? Despite having his attack evaded, the opponent remained calm. What will you do if that's the case? I will have you die. General Lanches posed the question, and Commissioner Carson asserted it, as if it were the most natural thing. Do you think you can? Shut up, Lanches provoked while Carson attacked. While instructing his subordinates to stall, he himself was engaging in a sword fight head-on. Perhaps Lanches was more a pure warrior than a general. His sword showed no interest in buying time and was fully committed to defeating the enemy in front of him. Yet Commissioner Carson was not an elf who could be easily dealt with. He willingly underwent special training from the younger Sira to hone his individual skills. Since Sira had returned to run, he had never once rested from training. The sword does not betray effort. The two sword fight continued endlessly, and finally, the Imperial army's reinforcements appeared at the front of the fortress. The moment the reinforcements emerged from the forest, even the Lady Granny felt as though she might collapse to her knees. It was clear they had lost. However, she still summoned her mental strength and stood firm, but many were left hanging their heads in despair. Only those casting downbursts continued with their magic. They were nearing depletion of their magical power to the point where they could no longer grasp the surrounding situation. In the Lady Granny's ears, voices began to surface. Help me, stop it. I surrender. I can't take this anymore. The voices coming from the Imperial Army's reinforcements faded as soon as they exited the forest. The ones who had spoken fell one after another. Eventually, no voices could be heard at all. In the next moment, a beam of platinum light surged through the Imperial Army's Shadow Army frontline, which was unable to move due to the downburst. The light continued to move without stopping. Where the light passed, blood mist swirled. Blood gushed from the slashed Imperial soldiers, fire arrows stuck in the ground, and the platinum light that ran through. It was a somewhat fantastical sight. A dream of one night fed by 1,000 Imperial soldiers. Will it be in time? The Lady Granny murmured that, and feeling relieved after exhausting all her energy, she knelt down. At that moment, the dream of one night came to an end. Left behind were the 1,000 Imperial soldiers, who could not move due to massive blood loss, but somehow still had their lives, and a single elf with flowing platinum blonde hair. Sira, I'm sorry, but please help in the north as well. The Lady Granny's voice was not loud. However, Sira nodded once and disappeared. It took a few seconds for those remaining to realize that they had moved. What an incredible elf she has become. The Lady Granny said this with a wry smile. The sword fight between General Lanches and Commissioner Carson continued. Both were exerting their utmost in the duel. If they did not, they would lose immediately. The gap between the two was negligible. Because of that, they were slow to notice changes around them. After taking a moment to catch their breath at a distance, both men simultaneously sensed something amiss. Sound, isn't it too quiet? Both Lanches and Carson murmured softly. At that moment, platinum light flowed into Lanches' space. Impossible! Lanches was struck in the abdomen and lost consciousness. Just before losing it, he thought he heard the voice of his sword fight opponent, Sira. When Lanches woke up, it was already morning. Finally awake, are we? When Lanches looked to the side, he saw an elf there. The man from last night, Lanches said. The person there was the one he had engaged in a sword fight with. I'm Commissioner Carson of the Autonomous Bureau. I assume you're General Lanches of the 20th Imperial Army. I can't believe you know about me. Lanches chuckled self-deprecatingly. Many even among the Imperial nobility did not know about the 20th Army, commonly known as the Shadow Army. That the elf knew this precisely was unexpected. Gathering such information is part of the Autonomous Bureau's duties. Carson said this, then presented a water bottle in front of Lanches. I know it's quite rude to bind the hands and feet of a general, but you're too dangerous. Sorry, but I can't release you. If you want a drink, now's your chance. What will you do? I'll drink. As Lanches said this, Carson brought the water bottle to Lanches' mouth and let him drink. Thank you, you're welcome. Just to let you know, don't even think about escaping. The girl who took you down in one hit last night has been keeping an eye on you. Sira. Lanches' murmuring surprised Carson this time. Where did you hear that? Oh, I just said it myself. Carson scratched his head and continued speaking. That's right, it's Sira. Even you can't defeat her. Or rather, if all of us banded together, we wouldn't last an hour. As he said this, Commissioner Carson gave a wry smile. What kind of training could lead to such strength? Well, don't think of anything bad. With that, Carson left Lanches' side. Of course, there were 4 guards standing around Lanches. Next to appear before Lanches was a woman who looked to be in her mid-30s and an extraordinarily beautiful platinum blonde-haired elf. You are General Lanches of the 20th Imperial Army, correct? I am the Great Elder currently overseeing the forest. I'm Lanches. Neither bowed their heads, and it was a straightforward self-introduction. You are captured by us. There are 5 of your subordinates. They are locked up. Only 5? Yes. The others are mostly incapacitated. We've used healing magic to ensure they don't die, but they haven't fully recovered and remain asleep. Even excluding the Eastern Fortress, there should have been over 1,000. Counting reinforcements, that makes it over 2,000. All incapacitated? Lanches confirmed in a small voice following the Great Elder's explanation. Yes, it seems they all lost a significant amount of blood in battle. Even after being somewhat healed, the blood they lost hasn't returned, so they remain down. Soldiers from Marquis Hope's territory will arrive soon, and when they do, I promise you'll be treated properly as a prisoner. 2,000 incapacitated. Is that even possible? I was the one who rendered your subordinates incapacitated and knocked you out. Responding to Lanches' murmur was the platinum blonde beauty, Sira. What did you say? What do you mean? No need for confusion. I defeated about 2,300 of them. Sira stated this with a refreshing, almost cool demeanor. There was no expression on her face. She had simply eliminated those who had come to harm the elves. That was it. If I had wanted, I could have killed them all, but keeping them as prisoners can serve as a bargaining chip for future negotiations with the Empire, right? Well, killing them and incapacitating them didn't take much more effort. Then, pausing, she continued as if recalling something. Still, it took quite a while to finish them off. I thought I could have done it faster. My apologies for the delay, Lady Granny. No, I think it was plenty fast. Sira apologized, and the Great Elder, unsure how to respond, uttered a conventional reply. To think that such a number of shadows could be annihilated in about 20 minutes. Is that even possible? Did it really take 20 minutes? That was indeed too long. A mage I know could wipe them out in 30 seconds, and that would include decapitating them all. What? What Sira envisioned was the scene during the royal capital turmoil when Ryo used a water jet to swiftly behead the devils. The mage said, "While Sira protects the forest, I will annihilate the Imperial army. The Imperial army, which even I cannot stop, is destined for ruin." In Sira's eyes, Lanches saw absolute conviction. From the depths of her heart, she had no doubt that it would come to pass. Lanches understood that this had already become a certainty in Sira's mind. "Those abominations," Lanches couldn't help but murmur. At that murmur, for the first time, Sira smiled. "Abominations? At last I've reached a level where I can be called that. Surprisingly, it feels good." "Why are you happy about that?" Sira beamed with joy, and upon seeing this, the Great Elder shook her head and murmured. "Now then, General Lanches," gathering herself, the Great Elder called out, "we intend to send you as a messenger to the Imperial army occupying the royal capital." "What?" Lanches couldn't comprehend the meaning. Not to execute him as a warning or outlet for resentment, nor to use him as a bargaining chip, but to send him as a messenger. "You mean you'll release me unharmed?" "Well, that's how it will be. You'll be taking a document with you. After that, you can do as you please." After thinking for a moment, Lanches spoke. "You want me to convey what happened here to serve as a deterrent. By sending Lanches, they would make clear the strength that the Forest of the West had to completely annihilate the 20th Imperial Army. If they dared to challenge them, they would face similar fates. After annihilating my subordinates, what face will I show them? Even so, you must report back, right?" In response to Lanches' pained words, the Great Elder offered a sensible reply. "I know that. I know, but most likely, he would not be forgiven by His Majesty the Emperor. However, if he fled the battlefield, the safety of his family remaining in the Empire would be at risk. Yet if he offered his life, that sin would not extend to his family. Emperor Rupert VI was that kind of person, using his subordinates in such a way to have his children redeem the family name through even greater achievements, guiding them toward growth and contributing to the Empire's development. There was no other choice for Lanches. "Fine, I'll accept the role of messenger." Thus, the attack on the Forest of the West by the 20th Imperial Army came to a complete failure. "I'm sorry, but the battle for the defense of the Forest of the West could not be wrapped up in 3 parts. From tomorrow's post, we will return to Ryo and his surroundings." After Sira headed towards the Forest of the West, Ryo was left feeling like an empty shell. He wasn't just sitting around all day, doing nothing. However, if it had been up until now, he would wake up before sunrise, stretch for 30 minutes, then run outside the wall of Run, generating tiny Tokyo towers from ice on his hands, feet, and shoulders. He would eat breakfast and devote himself to alchemy until noon. During that time, Sira might come in and read a book in the living room. For lunch, they often ate together at one of the shops near the East Gate, centered around the feast pavilion. After that, they would usually have mock battles at the Lord's manor. This was how his days flowed, but now, with Sira gone, during that time, Sira might come in and read a book in the living room. For lunch, they often ate together at one of the shops near the East Gate, centered around the feast pavilion. After that, they would usually have mock battles at the Lord's manor. All of this had vanished. He simply didn't know what to do anymore. People who don't know what to do or haven't found what they want to do become annoying presences that interfere with those around them. "I'm sleepy. Why do you come all the way to my room to say that?" This was the former Lord's office in the Lord's manor of Run. Currently, the Lord's office and the adjoining Lord's bedroom had been moved to a separate building, now serving as the office and bedroom for the next Crown Prince. Of course, it wasn't that Abel had forcefully taken over. It was proposed by the Baron of Run. In this office for the next Crown Prince, Abel was diligently working on his writing. These were documents meant for coordinating with the lords of various regions and neighboring countries. There were quite a few things he needed to do before standing as king. Of course, similar documents would still need to be produced after he became king. In this visibly busy office of the next Crown Prince, the water attribute Mage was slouching around. "I'm just recharging my mind. Don't mind me, Your Majesty the Crown Prince. I don't really understand this recharge thing, but I can tell you're slacking off. I don't get why you're doing it in this room, though. Because everyone else in the other rooms is working really seriously, it would be rude to disturb them." Ryo shrugged as if to say it was ridiculous that he had to mention such a thing. It was needless to say that Abel felt irritated. "I'm seriously keeping busy myself, you know. I just thought you should be a strong king who wouldn't be defeated by distractions around you, so I'm regrettably interfering." "You're admitting you're interfering?" And thus, Abel found himself training daily to become a strong king. Of course, he wasn't doing it willingly. "I still think the quickest way would be to head to the royal capital and freeze the entire Imperial army." Ryo muttered in a tone disguised as a suggestion. "Hey Ryo, I've said it multiple times, but absolutely do not do that." The next Crown Prince desperately tried to stop him. It always seemed tough for him. "The stage where we could simply wipe out the enemy's army has long since passed. The fact that every noble in the north has betrayed us is undoubtedly due to Duke Flitwick, my uncle, being behind it all. Eventually, he will likely announce the ascension to the throne in the royal capital. If we don't reclaim the kingdom from his influence while eliminating the empire and its power, there will be no restoration of the nation. Really, losing a kingdom is truly tough, isn't it? It's a terrible inconvenience for us, the citizens of the kingdom." As Ryo said this, he shook his head repeatedly in a small manner. "Ah, yeah, I'm sorry for that." Even though Abel had no responsibility at all, Ryo somehow gave off an air that he should apologize. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." When Abel said that, the door opened and a young man entered. "Lord Abel, excuse me." "Ah, Lord Alfonso, what brings you here?" "Actually, the Lord would like to speak with Ryo. If possible, could you come to the separate building?" The latter half was directed towards Ryo. "Ah, yes, I'm free, I'll go." Saying this, Ryo started walking towards the separate building alongside Lord Alfonso. "I don't think I've had the chance to greet you before. I'm Alfonso Spinazzola." "Ah, I'm Ryo Spinazzola, huh? Yes, I'm the grandson of the current lord." "Oh, the shoulder incident with Sira?" Ryo hurriedly fell silent, realizing how rude that sounded. Alfonso turned bright red, becoming a young man who was visibly embarrassed to have such a past revealed. "Yes, that's quite embarrassing." They walked in silence for a while, but it was Alfonso who broke the silence. "I often watched the mock battles between you and Sira-sensei. They were amazing." "Ah, no. Ryo wasn't used to being complimented directly. "So if possible, could you teach me and the Knight Order some swordsmanship, even if just occasionally?" If you could teach me, and since Sira-sensei, who was one of the swordsmanship instructors, has now gone to the Forest of the West. Furthermore, the afternoon's customary mock battles between you two have ceased. It seems the morale of the Knight Order is declining. I discussed this with Knight Commander Neville Black, and I've received his permission to ask you if it's all right." Alfonso was unexpectedly stepping into Sira's shoes. "However, I haven't properly learned swordsmanship. The basic sword techniques will be taught by the other instructor, Max Doyle. It's the Hume-style swordsmanship from the royal capital. The Knights of Run were trained by Doyle for the basics and applications, with Sira-sensei being the one who would knock them down." "Knock them down," Ryo murmured at Alfonso's explanation. "Of course, it seems Sira-sensei was careful not to inflict serious injuries. The fact that the Knight Order members had someone in front of them who was beyond their reach, even when they gave it their all, was what contributed to their high morale. So what do you think, Ryo? Would you accept this request?" With that, Alfonso stopped and bowed his head. Looking at him this way, he seemed like quite a decent young man. It was hard to believe he had once tried to push Sira down due to his lust, but it was also plausible that he had been thoroughly beaten back during that fierce counterattack. I understand. If it's just occasionally. Thank you very much, Ryo accepted, and Alfonso looked delighted, bowing his head once more. In that moment, Ryo found something he should do, in the separate building, the Lord's bedroom. As Ryo and Alfonso entered, the Baron of Run sat on the bed, writing something, just like the last time they had seen him. Ah, Ryo, I'm sorry for the trouble. No, it's fine. You called for me? Yes. There are a few things I'd like to ask of you. Saying this, the Baron rested his chin on his hand. He seemed to be contemplating the order in which to bring things up. Excuse me for interrupting, Lord, Alfonso called out. It seemed he had to refer to him as Lord rather than grandfather or Gramps. It seemed there were various difficulties within the Lord's family. Yes, earlier I asked Ryo if he could teach me and the Night Order, and he agreed. I see. That's wonderful. The Baron spoke cheerfully at Alfonso's report. It appeared that this was one of the things he wanted to ask about. After nodding several times in approval, the Baron began. Actually, I would like to request Ryo to guard Lord Abel. Guard Abel? Abel, an rank adventurer and top-notch swordsman. While he could be a guard, it seemed unnecessary for him to be guarded. Yes. Lord Abel is the next Crown Prince. Since Crown Prince Cain has passed away, this is now a certainty, but there are those who do not look favorably upon that. Ah, Flitwick, Abel's uncle. It seemed Ryo was still not accustomed to the name Duke Flitwick. Indeed, without a doubt, they will employ various means to take Lord Abel's life. So you want me to prevent that. But is it really all right for me to do this? Isn't this the kind of job for the Imperial Guards? If you ascend to the royal palace, that may be the case, but honestly, until you get used to the position of king, I think having adventurers around will be better for Lord Abel's mental stability. The Baron said this with a smile. He seemed to possess a surprisingly flexible mindset. Don't you think it's somewhat ideal? A king who is loved not just by the common folk and adventurers, but also by knights. A king who is not only feared, but also held in affection. It's precisely because Abel is Adventurer Abel, who has risen to a rank and is popular among the people of the city of Run. I want to see such a king. The Baron's smile was radiant. It made Ryo think that this was how he wanted to grow old. Of course, once the three from the Red Sword return from Kona, they will surround Lord Abel. After all, those three became party members in such a position. Ah, as I thought, Ryo had felt it vaguely too. The priest Rhea, who was once called a saint, Warren, the shield user said to be the best in the kingdom, and Lin, one of the top wind attribute mages in the kingdom. For a group to come together so naturally, they were exceptionally capable. Even if Abel's charisma was abnormally high, it would make more sense to think that various forces worked together to gather such top-tier individuals. But if that's the case, it feels like there's really no need for me to guard him. Ryo tilted his head. Yes, well, how should I put it? I want you to be an equal friend to Lord Abel. An equal friend? A king is a lonely being. In any era or country, that's probably true whether on Earth or in this Phi. Even Ryo knew that much. A relationship of equality cannot last forever, no matter how hard one tries mentally. There will always be a power relationship involved. Violence, which is a form of physical power, money, which is represented by wads of cash, and authority, which is an intangible force, etc. Only those of similar strength can finally stand on an equal level. And the king is the one who possesses the most power in the nation. At least in the Natore kingdom, that's how it is. Therefore, it is self-evident that being an equal, and moreover a friend, is something one cannot aspire to as a king. There's no way the wise Baron of Run wouldn't understand this. First of all, there aren't many who can win against Abel one-on-one. But you, Ryo, are among those who can. The Baron began to elaborate specifically. First was violence. Next, as for money, while kings are thought to possess considerable wealth, the reality is that the amount of money they can freely use is quite limited. Most of it belongs to the nation, and its use is determined by the budget. Next was wads of cash. A king with little personal property, that's a bit sad. The third is power. I will support you, Ryo. If necessary, I wouldn't mind taking over some small country. No, that would be problematic. But I heard you froze a village before. For some reason, the story of Ryo freezing the assassin's village seemed to have spread quite a bit. Moreover, it was accompanied by the confirmed information that Ryo had done it. That was unavoidable. You could potentially take a country like that. Let's just set power aside for now. Well, I'm not sure if I can achieve equality, but I would like to be friends. When Ryo said this, the Baron nodded repeatedly with a smile. Of course, within the Baron's heart, there was a desire for Ryo, who was seen as a powerful asset, to have a relationship with Abel as an individual rather than between the kingdom and him. That was the nature of their friendship. Having returned from the Lord's bedroom to Abel's office, Ryo arrived just in time for his coffee to be served. The level of service from the mansion's butler and maids was apparent. "So what did the Baron say?" Abel asked without raising his face, scribbling something on paper as Ryo re-entered. "He told me to take over a small country." Huh! It seemed that when someone said something that made no sense, they would finally look up. "He told me to take a country to have equal power with Abel." I don't understand what you mean." He said he would fully support you in that. "What exactly have you two been discussing?" Just by cutting a little from the text, the content changed so dramatically, one really needs to be careful about how they handle words. "By the way, I remember Demon Leonor saying she would take over a country for me. But that was about giving me the kingdom. Yes, definitely rejecting that idea." Ryo recalled that dangerous past. "Well, taking over an existing country sounds quite troublesome, so perhaps claiming the Forest of Rondo would be better." With a proud expression, as if it was a brilliant idea, Ryo crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. "No, you're not a noble, so you can't claim territory like that." Ryo turned back to Abel with a dramatic expression of despair. He was reminded of the harsh reality of the class divide. After sinking into despair for a while, Ryo stood up. This was synonymous with recovering. "Actually, I've been asked to serve as Abel's bodyguard." Ryo decided to honestly reveal everything. He had been told, be an equal friend, so it would be easiest to make everything clear. "My bodyguard? Instead of me protecting someone, someone will protect me." "Well, since Abel is technically the next king, I don't think he will be guarding anyone anymore. You've lost the opportunity to have a valuable experience forever. How unfortunate." "That felt like a really unpleasant way of saying it." Abel grimaced and said that. "Well, fine, so Ryo will protect me. Sure, my life will likely be targeted more from now on, but can you do it, Ryo?" "I'm fine. As long as I'm doing it, I won't let anyone else kill Abel," Ryo declared with a renewed sense of determination. Now, Abel, I have an absolutely foolproof method to ensure no one else kills you." "What? Is there really such an amazing method?" Abel was genuinely surprised by this proposal. If such a groundbreaking method existed, he should definitely hear about it. "If I were to kill Abel myself, it would be fine. I thought it would come to that." "No, that's too extreme. Of course it's different." "Is it? I thought that was where you were going." "Phew, Abel, you're still not there yet. Let's rephrase that. There is a way to ensure Abel never dies," Ryo confidently proclaimed. "Oh, that sounds good. So what will it be? If we encase Abel in ice, it would be perfect." "If he's encased in unbreakable ice, he won't die. Since it's transparent ice, everyone can still see his esteemed face." "What do you think about the title King of Ice?" Ryo said with a confident expression, like a consultant who had just made a perfect proposal. "Rejected." "Why?" Again, Ryo sank into the depths of despair. "Because you can't sign documents like that." "I see." Ryo accepted Abel's logical rebuttal. "Then let's make the ice movable around the arms. If we fix the pen, it will solve the problem." "Rejected." The consultant, who was satisfied with his perfect counterproposal, was once again crushed by Abel's words. "Why?" He looked at Abel, tears barely shimmering in his eyes. Not really, but he asked nonetheless. "Because it looks uncool." For Ryo, being cool was a top priority. Abel had experienced this enough to understand the destructive power of the words uncool. "If being encased in ice doesn't work, then let's wrap it in ice instead. There's a perfect water attribute magic for that. It's called ice armor. How about covering your entire body with that? Wrap it in ice, It would be made of thin, transparent ice. From a distance, you might not even realize it's there. Thin ice might break if..." In response to Abel's concern, Ryo smirked and continued. "It's my ice, you know. It won't break with normal attacks." "I see." Abel knew that Ryo's ice was unusually hard. He felt that this might not be a problem. "Can you try it?" "All right, here goes." "Ice armor." A knock came at the office door. "Come in." When Abel said that, the three members of the Red Sword walked in. "Abel, I'm back. It seems like things got hectic." "I'm back. Kona Village was tough." "I heard Ryo is here too." Rhea, Lin, and the usually silent Warren entered the room, looked at Abel from a distance, and then tilted their heads. "Abel, something shining, right?" Rhea and Lin, not knowing the reason, saw that Abel's surface was sparkling. The light coming through the window reflected off the armor of ice that covered Abel's surface, causing it to shimmer. You both figured it out well. Ryo has wrapped an ice armor around me to protect me. With this, no sudden attack will be a problem," Abel explained, and Ryo nodded in agreement. Ryo's ice would indeed be hard, and it seems like moving wouldn't be a problem either, but rejected." Lin nodded in understanding, but Rhea shot it down. "Why?" Abel and Ryo shouted in unison. "Because people who shake hands with Abel won't be moved by his hand anymore." Once again the two exclaimed in unison. "Moved by Abel's hand? What was that about?" "Abel's hand is something that really impresses those who shake it. There's the callus from repeatedly crushing and overlapping swords. It's like a badge of honor for the fame he has earned as an adventurer. But if he's wrapped up in that armor of ice, they won't feel moved when they shake hands, right? So it's rejected. At Ryo's words, Ryo literally crumbled to his knees. "I'm sorry, Ryo," Abel said with an apologetic tone. "No, I never thought I would lose to a callus, but I guess that can't be helped. A callus is a badge of honor for those who live by the sword," Ryo said, his expression unexpectedly bright. "You have them too, right, Ryo?" Abel said, looking at Ryo's tightly clenched hand. Since he had been swinging a bamboo sword since elementary school and was swinging a sword almost every day at Phi, it was only natural. "I do. In my case, the left hand is thicker, though." In the past, it was said that calluses were a sign of immaturity. He had once been told that by the instructor at a dojo he visited for practice. However, Ryo now knew that this was not entirely true. At least, it did not apply to him. If one continued to practice swinging 3,000 to 5,000 times a day, calluses would always remain. Even a champion swordsman in all of Japan would not lose their calluses if they continued that amount of practice. Calluses disappear when the practice amount decreases, of course. That isn't inherently bad, and everyone's practice will decrease after the age of 40, right? Practice isn't everything, and resting is also a part of practice. That is a fact too. With experience, even a smaller amount of practice may yield high results. But in any case, calluses are never a sign of immaturity. Calluses are the badges of those who swing the sword. Ryo looked at Abel and then at his own hand and once again thought this to himself. 3 days after the fall of the royal capital. By this time, most towns in the kingdom were aware of the rebellion by the northern nobles and the fall of the royal capital to the Imperial army. Of course, there had been no announcements from the royal capital, the royal family, or the kingdom's government. Since the fall, all gates of the royal capital had been closed. This was to prevent attacks from the outside, but even more so, or at least as much, it was to prevent anyone from escaping the royal capital. What was it that they were trying to prevent from escaping? Important people, citizens of the royal capital, and saboteurs. They went that way. Don't kill them, capture them. No, that's impossible. They're skilled. That's the order. What had been burned was once the Night Order's barracks. Now it was a supply depot for the Imperial army. 5 shadows were running away. "All right, we succeeded." "Not yet. We won't be successful until we've completely escaped," the mage said happily, while the party leader, the swordsman, admonished him. In fact, this area was dotted with the Imperial army and the army of the northern nobles. If the enemy gathers here, it seems it will make it easier for them to infiltrate. But if we get caught by the incoming enemies, that would be meaningless. The priest reiterated the significance of their operation, while the female scout expressed her concerns. Another person, the spear warrior, held a portable spear and continued running silently. After running for about 10 minutes, the 5 finally caught their breath. "Did we manage to escape somehow?" the swordsman Hector quietly asked, not directing his question at anyone in particular. "Probably," the scout Oriana nodded while searching for signs of danger around them. The mage Kenji and the priest Tarlo were too out of breath to speak. The 5 who had carried out the sabotage were part of the C-rank party Morning Star. They were adventurers who had once attempted to kidnap Abel, and after various twists and turns, had been hired by Marquis Heinlein, recently infiltrating the northern Count Gorder territory. After catching their breath, the 5th member, the spear warrior Izia, was usually quiet. "Who is it?" Uncharacteristically, Izia sharply questioned. At the same time, he extended his foldable spear and got into position. "And no one is here, right?" The scout Oriana, skilled at sensing her surroundings just like Izia, whispered while comparing Izia's stance to the dark passage ahead. "But a rebel?" Muttering this, a man emerged from the shadows of the corridor. His brown skin and sharp features suggested youth, but his hair was strikingly white, giving him an air of calmness that belied his apparent age. "No way," the scout Oriana whispered softly. She had not sensed the presence of the white-haired man at all. In a hurry, she drew her dagger and prepared herself. At that moment, the leader, swordsman Hector, also moved to the front line, standing alongside spear warrior Izia. However, the rear guard was sluggish. Priest Tarlo was still fatigued from running continuously, but the state of Kenji, the earth attribute mage, was clearly off. "Kenji?" Tarlo asked in concern, noticing Kenji's unusual behavior. "And no good." Kenji's whisper was so quiet that it barely reached Tarlo's ears. "Kenji?" Tarlo called out to Kenji again. At that moment, the frontline swordsman Hector moved. "Don't!" the mage Kenji shouted, but it was already too late. Hector rushed towards the white-haired man and swung his sword down from above. However, the sword never reached the white-haired man. With a swift draw from his sheath, the white-haired man had a sword in hand and effortlessly intercepted Hector's full strike. Having failed his strike, Hector backstepped to return to his original position. "Don't, Hector! Let's run!" Though weak, Kenji's voice was heard by the entire party. "What's wrong, Kenji? What do you mean it's not good?" Hector sharply questioned, still watching the white-haired man. The swordsman Hector understood that the white-haired man before him was quite skilled with a sword after easily withstanding his strike. For that reason, he couldn't take his eyes off him. "I can't win against that person." "What did you say?" Kenji spoke weakly while Hector glanced back briefly. There stood Kenji, pale-faced and trembling, and Priest Tarlo, whose face had also lost its color. Humph! A few seconds later, the white-haired man muttered this quietly, sheathed his sword, and began to walk away. With each step, he approached the five. At that moment, Hector finally began to understand. He understood why Kenji and Tarlo had gone pale. It was not a matter of logic. His mind could not comprehend it. But there was no need to understand. Every pore in his body opened, and sweat flowed without restraint. Every part of his body, excluding his head, understood that this was a foe not to be fought. This sensation was shared not only by Hector, but also by spear warrior Izia beside him. As for Scout Oriana, she could no longer bear it and sat down. As the white-haired man brushed past, the five felt as if they were on the brink of death. They could only move again after more than 2 minutes had passed since the man left. "Is everyone all right?" Swordsman Hector asked in a whisper. The four nodded silently. They felt that if they spoke, the man from before might hear them and return. "Let's move for now." The five managed to begin walking again. "What was that white-haired man?" Hector said, directing his question to no one in particular. "Perhaps it was the blazing flame Mage." The answer came from Mage Kenji. "That was him," Scout Oriana muttered, and after that no one could continue the conversation. "Vice Commander, was it all right to let them go?" It was Jurgen, the vice officer, who asked Oscar. He had been watching from a distance as Oscar let Morning Star escape. "Maintaining public order is not our job," Oscar said, continuing to walk. "Well, that's true." Jurgen could only respond like this. They were the Imperial Mage Brigade. This meant they were directly under the Emperor. And although they were part of the Expeditionary Army, strictly speaking, even Marquis Musil did not have command authority over them. However, Oscar also did not wish for this expedition to fail, so he generally followed the Expeditionary Army's policies. But he had come to the conclusion that maintaining public order was not within their duties. This was not the Imperial mainland, but merely the stronghold of an enemy nation. "Jurgen, tomorrow we will leave the royal capital and head towards the surrounding cities. If we stay, things will get quite troublesome." "Understood." Jurgen also understood what Oscar was concerned about, thus he agreed with the plan. As seen, rebels had already begun to emerge. And tomorrow another troublesome element would arrive. Just 3 days after the fall and rebels are attacking the supply depot. It's too soon. Now then, who is giving the orders? Oscar's murmurs were too quiet to reach Jurgen's ears. The next day, as Oscar led the Imperial Mage Brigade out of the royal capital, a lavish group arrived at the North Gate. It was the Prince Duke Flitwick Raymond, along with his Royal Guard Knights. On that day, the 4th day after the fall of the royal capital, the North Gate finally opened. However, due to martial law being enforced within the royal capital and the prohibition of unnecessary outings, there was no one in the streets besides patrolling soldiers. The Imperial soldiers are swaggering around like they own the place. Raymond muttered inside the carriage while looking at the royal capital, which was devoid of anyone except Imperial soldiers. Indeed, agreeing with the words of Prince Raymond, Count Park Fletcher, who managed the Duchy of Flitwick as his right-hand man, nodded vigorously. However, it is also true that the Imperial Army is powerful. Their cooperation likely isn't solely for advantageous commercial interests. We must not let our guard down. "I understand. You're worrying too much, Parker." Though frowning with a nervous expression, he wasn't agitated. For those who knew Prince Raymond from his days in the royal palace, this was a remarkable change. Raymond, who was certainly not incompetent, had struggled to gather support from the nobility due to his volatile nature. He had even been given the infamous title of Prince of Tantrums behind his back, so his temperament was well known. However, after stepping down from royalty and establishing the House of Duke Flitwick, Raymond had gained various experiences. Many of these were due to the management of his right-hand man, Parker. Though Raymond lost several privileges by no longer being royalty, he gained mental stability and opportunities for growth. "Your Highness, we have been waiting for you." Marquis Musil, congratulations on the success of this operation. No one knew what they truly thought in their hearts, but on the surface, the two exchanged smiles and shook hands. They were in the king's office. Conversations flowed between the Marquis and the Duke. Aside from the two of them, the only ones present were Viscount Linus Warner Kruger, the chief vice officer and eldest son of Marquis Musil, and Count Park Fletcher, Raymond's right-hand man. The Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount. If only we had a baron, we would have all 5 ranks present. It was a scene that might have been remarked upon by the cool-headed. Ending the social pleasantries, it was Prince Raymond who initiated the practical matters. By the way, Marquis Musil, I am considering ascending to the throne as soon as possible. At this, Marquis Musil reacted with surprise. He glanced briefly at his chief vice officer Linus behind him. In response, Linus opened his mouth. Regarding that matter, the security within the royal capital is still unstable. Last night, rebels carried out arson attacks. Would it not be better to wait until the sentiments of the royal capital citizens settle for a while? Viscount Kruger, that is precisely why. It is not just the citizens of the royal capital who are anxious about what is happening. Therefore, I need to ascend to the throne and show the direction for the future of the kingdom. My elder brother is unable to fulfill the duties of king, but I must step in to reassure them. Prince Raymond's argument, which even carried a hint of composure, took Linus by surprise. They probably thought it would be easy to have this prince ascend to the throne. But is it really all right? Reports indicated he was volatile and more easily manipulated than King Stafford. Is that truly? What do you think, Viscount Kruger? No, my apologies. I have understood your highness's intentions. I will earnestly prepare for the throne ceremony, so please wait a while longer. I appreciate it. Linus did his utmost to avoid extracting a clear commitment from Prince Raymond. After handing over the king's office to Prince Raymond, Marquis Musil and Linus exited the room. I must delay the ascension as much as possible. There are many things I must do in the meantime. Your highness is likely aware of certain aspects. Yesterday's allies may be tomorrow's enemies. I will do my best to buy time. Frowning, Linus promised to plot. However, the movements would come from places the Imperial Expeditionary Army had not anticipated. The next day, urgent news arrived at the royal castle. The Alliance is invading the kingdom. Truly, Lord Aubrey is swift in his actions, unlike the Imperial Expeditionary Army. With a bitter tone, Raymond, the younger brother of the Crown Prince, spoke without changing his expression. The area for invasion is probably the Lance region. It is likely the territory that the kingdom took from the Alliance in the recent Great War. In response to the words of Count Park Fletcher of Kirkhouse, Raymond continued. The Alliance must have realized the governance of Lance is left unguarded. The Imperial Army has occupied the royal capital, and the king is missing. The kingdom's government is non-functional. If that's the case, now is the time when no one will retaliate. The Imperial Army certainly won't go out of their way to retrieve Lance for the kingdom. Truly, this is why I wanted to ascend the throne sooner. Having said that, Raymond sipped the coffee that was placed in front of him. The Lance region is already... there's nothing we can do, let's accept it. Both Raymond and Park had concluded that it was inevitable for the Alliance to reclaim the Lance region. Hey, Park. The procedure necessary for the king's ascension is to wear the crown and declare the ascension before the high priest at the central sanctuary, correct? Yes. At that time, the crown, royal scepter, and imperial seal must be present, but if they are, the high priest cannot refuse. While pressing his left temple with his middle finger, Raymond began to ponder, considering Park's explanation. After a moment of thought, Raymond asked Park, if we were to force the ascension, how would Marquis Musil and the others react? It seems that you were thinking about that too. Park shook his head slightly while looking at Raymond. Unfortunately, I believe they will not openly voice their opinions. That is true. However, I am honestly unsure what actions they might take behind the scenes. Once again, Raymond sank into a sea of thoughts. Your Highness, we have completed the deployment to Kashunin and the town of Goz at the center of the Lance region. I see. Good work. In response to the report from his aide, Lumber, Regent Lord Aubrey nodded in acknowledgement. While the Imperial Army will likely not move, do you think the Royal Army will eventually make an appearance? Well, if I were the king, I would leave things be until I solidified control within the country. But who knows? As Aubrey said this, he picked up the coffee cup in front of him. To Lumber's eyes, seeing Lord Aubrey, who had been drowning in a murderous workload of paperwork since the annexation of Inverly and barely finding time to sleep, slowly sipping coffee was quite refreshing. He had finally reached a stage where he could take a breath just a few minutes ago. It was a secret that Lumber nearly burst into applause at that moment. The busyness of their master, Lord Aubrey, naturally meant that Lumber, his right-hand man, was busy as well. However, while I thought there might be an invasion of the kingdom by the Empire, I was surprised that all the northern nobility betrayed us. Is it because they supported Your Highness Raymond? No, that's not it. Your Highness is not incompetent, and reports stated he has matured quite a bit since entering the Duchy of Flitwick. So I understood there would be those who would follow him. He took another sip of coffee before continuing. But it's not to the extent of receiving support from all the northern nobility. Yet, in reality, all the northern nobility are on his side. That's it, Lumber. How many of them actually sided with Your Highness Raymond? How many? Are there nobles who did not support him but betrayed instead? What then did they side with? Common sense would suggest they sided with the Empire. At this point, Lumber grimaced. Traitors. Even if it concerns another country, it doesn't feel good. Well, nobles near the border are unstable creatures. At that moment, Lord Aubrey suddenly deep in thought, but quickly raised his head. This is quite bad. Lumber, the Emperor's political power cannot be underestimated. We must quickly prepare a permanent force in the Lance region we have deployed to. Your Highness, the eastern part of the kingdom will also fall into the Empire's hands. 3 days later, in the royal castle's audience chamber. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you summoned me? Thank you for coming, Marquis Musel. The Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Army, Marquis Musel, entered the audience chamber accompanied by his chief aide, Linus. There, aside from Raymond, were several dozen nobles. All of them were nobles with territories in the northern part of the kingdom. What is the meaning of this? Marquis Musel, it is sudden, but we will now conduct the King's Ascension ceremony. Please proceed to the guest seats. The one who responded was Parker, Raymond's right-hand man. Wah, what? A gasp of surprise escaped Linus's mouth. Of course, it wasn't that Raymond hadn't considered forcing his ascension. However, given that the southern and western parts of the kingdom were still inactive, and that the Imperial army was conquering the central cities, taking actions that clearly opposed the Empire's will seemed far too reckless. Even though the northern nobility was compliant, and they had placed over 10,000 troops in the royal capital. Your Highness, please wait. Stand down, Viscount Kruger. The ascension ceremony has already begun. Parker sharply rebuked Linus again. In fact, the northern nobility were lined up, and Prince Raymond stood before the throne, flanked by the 3 sacred treasures that symbolized the authority of the king, the crown, the royal scepter, and the imperial seal. At this point, both Linus and Marquis Musel found themselves in an inescapable predicament. Then, the final piece of the puzzle entered through the front door. High Priest Gabriel of the Central Sanctuary, please enter. As that voice echoed, High Priest Gabriel entered and stood before Raymond. Following the proceedings, High Priest Gabriel confirmed the crown, royal scepter, and imperial seal. After confirming, he said only one thing. They are all present. Since entering, Gabriel's expression showed no signs of movement. He carried out the task assigned to him without mixing personal feelings. Such was the expression he wore. There are people who refer to that as professional, but it is a testament to how many cannot grasp the essence of things. Without changing his expression, Gabriel proceeded with the Ascension ceremony. Raymond, the Central Sanctuary acknowledges you as king. At that moment, there was a slight tremor in Gabriel's expression. However, it was a fluctuation that one might only notice up close, and those watching from a distance would not detect it at all. Moreover, Prince Raymond, having his head bowed, was unaware as well. Regardless of Gabriel's feelings, Raymond's ascension to the throne was set. Wow! Cheers erupted from the northern nobles lined up in the audience chamber. For them, it was also the moment they became close aides to the new king, which was indeed a joyous occasion. However, if one were to look closely, they would notice that among them there were those genuinely rejoicing, those appearing pleased, and those who were merely pretending. King Raymond, seated upon the throne, called out to Marquis Musel, who was seated among the guests. Now, Marquis Musel, as you can see, I have ascended. Your Majesty, congratulations. Marquis Musel stood and offered his congratulatory remarks. Even if it were another country, and even if it were the capital they had conquered, they had to show proper respect when addressing the king of a nation. With this, the chaos in the royal capital should settle. However, with foreign troops in the capital, it won't truly calm down. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Marquis Musel faltered in his words. I am grateful to the Imperial Army. You did well. However, I believe that your role is now complete. Although it may not be immediate, I will give you 1 week. Please withdraw your troops within that week. That's absurd. The one who unexpectedly shouted and stood up was Chief Aide Linus. Marquis Musel could not speak due to the shocking turn of events. Viscount Kruger, mind your words. Once again, Parker admonished Linus. However, this time he did not remain silent. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think such a thing is permissible? Stop it. The one who halted Linus's outburst was Marquis Musel next to him. Look around. His words were not loud, but they calmed Linus down. Those around them looked on with cold eyes. Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize. This Viscount Kruger seems to be tired from the intense workload of recent days. Please grant your forgiveness. I will permit it. In response to Marquis Musel's plea for forgiveness, the new King Raymond nodded and spoke. That day, the ascension of King Raymond was proclaimed across various cities within the kingdom. Today, at noon, I hereby declare that Raymond has ascended to the throne. The one who reported this to Abel in the office of Run was Marquis Heinlein, Alexis Heinlein. Once serving as the commander of the Royal Knight Order, he was known for his ferocity, earning him the nickname Demon. However, his skills in espionage are said to be exceptional, with an information network that extends throughout the kingdom. The capital city of Acre boasts the largest scale in the southern region, and he can be regarded as one of the great nobles representing the South both in name and fact. Additionally, his son, Phelps A. Heinlein, is a B-rank adventurer based in the city of Run. I understand. Then let's proceed with the Ascension as scheduled 2 days from now, Abel replied. He intentionally chose to wait 2 days instead of ascending immediately. During that time, he wanted to ensure that the news of Raymond's ascension would reach every city. Afterward, he would ascend in an overlapping manner. Abel's ascension was already arranged to reach every town in the country on the same day. Ryo was watching the top-level meeting, not from his usual sofa, but sitting obediently in a chair in the corner of the room. Seeing Ryo, Alexis smiled and said, "Still, it's reassuring to have Ryo, the rumored water attribute magician, as Lord Abel's guard." "And no, it's not that great." Ryo blushed at being complimented directly by the Marquis and the famous former knight commander. "He usually doesn't do anything, though," Abel added. "You really should have a guardian around you. I understand. Let's encase you in ice for protection. That way you won't be affected by any attacks," Ryo said, nodding emphatically. "Hey, idiot, stop that," Abel quickly refused. "Abel, don't hold back," Alexis encouraged. "Ryo, absolutely do not do that," Abel exclaimed. Watching the two, Alexis burst into laughter and said, "So this ice encasement is the same as the one where you declared to encase Princess Fiona in ice to the blazing flame mage, isn't it?" "You know quite well." Abel was impressed with Alexis' information network, while Ryo could only flap his mouth open in silence. At that moment, Lynn and Warren entered. "Abel, I'm back, Marquis Heinlein. It's been a while," Lynn greeted in surprise, and Warren bowed deeply in greeting. "Ah, you're the daughter of Shuk. Warren, well, it's been a while," Abel acknowledged. Warren smiled, a rare sight for him. However, the storm of the day arrived shortly after. Bang, the door swung open. "Abel, Ryo is here." An old magician with wild white hair and beard entered without knocking. "Old man, at least knock," Abel sighed. "Well, it's typical of Elalian," Abel remarked with exasperation while Alexis laughed wryly. "Ah, so the demon has come. No, more importantly, Ryo, run away," Lynn called out, but it was futile. Ryo had already come into Elalian's view. "You must be Ryo," Elalian confirmed. "Yes, that's me, Lord Elalian," Ryo replied, nodding and waiting for Elalian to approach without fleeing. This was because Ryo had a lot he wanted to discuss with Elalian. "Ryo, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Is that all right?" Elalian asked. "I also have questions and confirmations regarding magic for you, Lord Elalian," Ryo replied. "What is it?" Elalian asked, a little surprised by Ryo's answer. He then smiled happily. Elalian was a seeker of magic. If that's the case, he had no objection to discussing magic. "Of course, let's talk a lot." "Abel, order us some drinks," Elalian commanded. "Abel, I'd like coffee," Ryo added. "It seems this is going to take a while," Abel grumbled while Alexis chuckled. Watching them, Lynn trembled a bit, hiding behind Warren. "Ryo is a sacrifice for the master," she murmured those words. "Ryo, you said you had questions and things you wanted to confirm?" Elalian asked. "Yes, Lord Elalian, regarding the magic of demons," Ryo started, then remembered that this information needed to be kept secret. He had been firmly instructed on this by Hugh at the guild, but looking at the members, he thought it was too late for that. The future King Abel, the information collector Marquis Heinlein, and the companions Lynn and Warren who accompanied him for the investigation. It seems there is no need to hide this," Elalian seemed to understand. He smiled and said, "Indeed, so regarding the magic of demons, she floated in the air," Ryo continued. "Indeed, I used the residual magical power detector to investigate," Elalian added. This was one of the alchemy tools used to investigate the great tsunami in the city of Run. The magical power used did not have a wind attribute. "Right, it was not a wind attribute. It's attributeless, isn't it?" Ryo concluded. Elalian was surprised by Ryo's assertion. None of the companions had pointed that out, and only Elalian had been observant enough to notice. "That's correct, it was attributeless." "Ryo, do you have any thoughts about this?" Elalian inquired with a serious gaze. Ryo didn't intend to hide anything, but explaining it was difficult. "Anti-gravity and such. First of all, most people wouldn't even think of the concept of gravity. They wouldn't think, just because they saw an apple drop, that there is such a thing as gravity. It's difficult to explain, but yes, it's a force that acts on everything in this world, a magic related to that," Ryo replied. "A force that acts on everything in this world, you say?" Elalian pondered. "Gravity is a force that acts on everything on this planet. That's not incorrect." Ryo formed a ball of ice and dropped it to demonstrate. "Everything in this world falls down." That's because there is a force that pulls it down. Moreover, it's a force that acts on all objects. A force that pulls it down." Alalian said that and fell silent for a while. Abel and Alexis, who were listening beside him, tilted their heads, clearly not understanding. "I see," Alalian mumbled softly. "I see a force that pulls things down. Indeed, everything falls. Everything that wasn't generated by magic," he continued. "Everything that wasn't generated by magic?" After Alalian grasped something, a thought crossed Ryo's mind. It was the ice spears he had generated when he first came to this phi, which would fall but now flew as he wished, or perhaps the water jets that generated in midair and moved in random trajectories, or the ice wall that was generated high in the air and then fell freely. Ah, that! The two sank into their thoughts. With several things put on hold, and after discussing many topics, it was no wonder that it turned to midnight while they continued exchanging information. Lynn was already sleeping in Warren's arms, and Marquis Heinlein had left some time ago. Meanwhile, Abel was diligently working on paperwork as usual. "Abel, about the Ascension ceremony, is it true that it will be held in the Southern Plaza?" "Yeah, since the 3 sacred treasures necessary for the Ascension aren't here, as Uncle Raymond has secured them. Therefore, there's no need to be confined indoors. I thought it would be good for the townspeople to see it too." "I see. Lord Alalian, is there a way to use wind attribute magic to carry a voice to far away?" There is. It would be difficult to use in a chaotic place like a battlefield. But, yes, it can be used to carry voices from the plaza to the corners of the city, Alalian replied, understanding what Ryo desired with a grin. Abel also nodded. "Indeed, that would be good. Not everyone can gather in the plaza." Also, Abel's face. "How about reflecting that face in the sky?" "No, Abel, would it be possible for you to float in the air? You could wave to the distant people from a platform floating in the sky." "Is that even possible for someone who isn't a wind attribute magician?" Alalian was surprised and questioned. "The demon floated, but compared to that, floating is much easier than a person floating." On the day of Abel's Ascension ceremony, it was set to take place in the plaza of the city of Run as planned. The one presiding as the priest was Rhea, clad in the formal attire of a saint. Her modest beauty drew gasps of awe from the townspeople in the plaza. The 3 D-rank adventurers who were nearby were also spellbound by her appearance. In particular, it was reported that a priest named Ito repeatedly exclaimed, "Beautiful, beautiful goddess." As the Ascension ceremony reached its climax, Rhea declared, "Prince Albert, I acknowledge you as King Abel I under the name of the saint." At that moment, cheers erupted from the crowd in the plaza. The roar of cheers converged into one phrase, "Abel, Abel, Abel, Abel." In the city of Run, the name Abel is beloved by everyone, a name that both men and women admire in the adventuring community. This popular figure turned out to be the second prince of the kingdom and was about to ascend to the throne to oppose the usurpation by the younger brother of the king. Moreover, he would stand against the usurping younger brother and the invading empire. There was no one in Run who wouldn't be fired up by this. Abel gazed at the enthusiastic crowd from the platform. He quietly waited for the cheers to die down. Eventually, the crowd noticed Abel and their cheers began to lessen until it finally became silent. Abel spread his arms and called out to the crowd, "O people of Run, I ask for just a moment of your attention." With those words, Abel looked from right to left before continuing. "Now the kingdom is in peril. That calamity will surely approach this city of Run. However, I promise you this, I will not allow this city to be engulfed by calamity. I became king to prevent that. I became king to unite everyone's strength. Knights, adventurers, and all citizens, I ask for your support. Soon a battle that will wager everything will come. At that time, I need everyone to stake everything. To reclaim all that has been taken and to restore the lost peace, lend me your strength." A brief silence. Whoa, the roar of cheers that surpassed before erupted, not just from the plaza, from the corners of the city as well. It was in response to Abel's words that reached every corner of the city of Run through Alalian's wind attribute magic voice transmission. As Abel raised his hand to respond to the cheers, the platform he stood on began to float. It slowly moved horizontally about 5 meters above the ground. The sight of it drew even more cheers from the crowd. In response, Abel's platform ascended even higher. This scene became the subject of many paintings and would be remembered in later generations as the speech of King Abel. Chapter, Natore Kingdom's Western Region, Marquis Hope's territory at the Lord's Manor in the Jewel capital. A negotiating officer on vacation was passionately making his case. "Father, elder brother, we must immediately issue a statement supporting King Abel." The negotiating officer Ignis, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was trying to persuade his father, Marquis Hope, and his elder brother, the next Marquis. "I understand what Ignis is saying, but—" With that, Marquis Hope frowned and scratched his head. He continued speaking. "I do not know Abel, nor do I know what kind of person King Abel is. If we make our stance clear and it turns out he is a terrible person, it would be very troublesome for the Marquisate. That's exactly why I know Abel, or rather King Abel, very well. While he is indeed an adventurer, he is also a person of exceptional character. There is no doubt he will be a wonderful king compared to the past sovereigns. A few months ago, Ignis had spent a considerable amount of time with then A-rank adventurer Abel during a delegation to Twilight Land. He was sharing that experience to gain the support of his father and brother. Father, if what Ignis says is true, then King Abel is certainly worth supporting. He must be far better than Duke Flitwick. That might be true. The Ascension declaration of King Abel was issued at noon today. Currently, it was 12:30. Many nobles within the kingdom were hesitant right now. If they declared their support, it would significantly enhance the visibility of Marquis Hope's territory. In the upcoming reign of King Abel, the prestige of the Marquis house would rise even higher than before. Of course, even in the current situation, the House of Marquis Hope is the largest noble house in the West. The current Marquis Hope has little interest in central politics. However, considering that future descendants will inherit the territory and the name Hope, it is prudent to maintain a degree of strength. They should possess enough power not to be looked down upon from the center. Very well. My House of Marquis Hope will support King Abel. Wow! Hearing that declaration from their father, both the elder brother and younger brother exclaimed in unison. 30 minutes later, the great noble Marquis Hope of the West officially declared his support for King Abel. Almost simultaneously, the southern Marquis Heinlein and Baron of Run also declared their support for King Abel. Furthermore, the elves from the Forest of the West issued a statement supporting King Abel as well. Thus, a clear opposition structure emerged between King Raymond, who held the north and the central, and King Abel, who secured the support of the south and the west. The kingdom, now divided, was in turmoil, excluding the eastern region where lordships were changing in rapid succession. After making various adjustments, it ended up being quite short. So today I will post 2 chapters. I will post the next chapter 231 at 9 p.m. October 11th, the update has failed. I sincerely apologize. So although it's such a late hour, I will update. What a situation! In the Eastern Kingdom, the largest city, Wingston. On the plains near the 2nd Avenue to the west, the army was in a standoff. The kingdom's side consisted of 500 members of the Wingston garrison, 1,000 from the Eastern Kingdom stationed army, and 5,500 other conscripts, totaling 7,000 troops. In contrast, the Imperial army had only 90 members of the Imperial Mage Brigade. That was all. The day before yesterday, Stone Lake surrendered without resistance. But I suppose it's not going to be that easy for the largest city in the East, the Vice-Captain Jurgen asked his superior beside him. It can't be helped. Wingston is the capital of the Duchy of Shrewsbury. Being a prestigious family connected to the royal family, they can't easily bow to the Imperial army, he replied. However, speaking of Duke Shrewsbury, I heard that the one who recently became a duke during this Eastern Civil War has passed away. Jurgen inquired as he looked thoughtfully upwards. It seems the current heir is not even 10 years old. The Guardians are probably making various judgments, came the response from the Vice-Captain Oscar, who clearly didn't think it was that difficult. Your Excellency, are we really going to fight? The one who asked was Narasone, the commander of the Eastern stationed army, and the one he asked, "Are you still hesitating at this point? Enough already, Narasone. Make up your mind." This was shouted by Count Gaspar Hayes, the grandfather of the current Duke of Shrewsbury and a guardian. The ongoing turmoil had thrown much of the East into chaos. Duke Shrewsbury, a great noble connected to the royal family, was one of the 5 most powerful nobles in the kingdom, but many heirs of his house were losing their lives in this Eastern Civil War. At the age of 9, Erwin succeeded to the duke's title, being the last remaining direct descendant. There were no others, male or female. If they were to submit to the Imperial army and lose their lives, the Duke of Shrewsbury's house would be extinguished. Of course, there were collateral branches. However, if a collateral branch were to be made duke, which noble would support the ducal house? The world of nobility is not that kind. For Erwin's sake, we cannot back down here. Gaspar's expression was filled with anguish. He knew very well who the opponent was. He also knew that Stone Lake had surrendered without a fight the day before yesterday. He had no intention of condemning Stone Lake's judgment. If Erwin's life and the extinction of the Duke of Shrewsbury's house were not at stake, Gaspar too would probably have surrendered without a fight. The Blazing Flame Mage. That name was so grand and heavy. 30 minutes after both armies faced each other, a voice flowed from the Imperial army, that is, the Imperial Mage Brigade. Surrender. If you surrender, the lives of the Duke of Shrewsbury and the citizens will be guaranteed. How can we accept that? A ducal house that surrendered without a fight will receive no support from anyone. Clenching his teeth, Gaspar spat out. Commander Narasone understood Gaspar's anguish. He understood, but it's reckless to issue a charge order against an opponent we absolutely can't win against. However, deep down, there was a small part of him that wanted to see how the rumored Imperial Mage Brigade and the Blazing Flame Mage would fight. But ideally, he would prefer to see it as an audience without risking their own lives to witness it. While Narasone was lost in such thoughts, part of his army suddenly murmured. "What's happening?" Narasone asked without specifying anyone. "Commander, the enemy is moving." When Narasone looked at the Imperial army, he saw a single man walking toward them. "What in the world?" He continued to approach without stopping even upon reaching the midpoint between the two armies. "Approach any closer and we will attack," one of the members of the Wingston garrison shouted loudly. Yet the man did not stop. He was now close enough that his appearance could be recognized. With short white hair and tanned skin, he seemed to be a commander walking while swirling a cape. Could it be? Narasone had heard the rumors, and he recognized the most distinctive part of his appearance, the commander with white hair from the Imperial Mage Brigade. While Narasone was bewildered, Gaspar's voice rang out. Attack! Under his command, dozens of arrows flew toward the single man. However, all of them were deflected by an invisible wall in front of him. What nonsense! Who had said that? Use magic to attack? In response to that order, numerous spells flew toward the man. But, once again, all of them were deflected by the invisible wall in front of him. A physical barrier and a magic barrier, murmured the head of the magic unit of the Eastern Stationed Army. Such a hard barrier is impossible. That murmur came from the deputy head of the magic unit. At that moment, the man finally approached right in front of the kingdom's army. Even after reaching that point, no one could move. No, except for one. Count Gaspar Hayes had moved. Shar, with a spirit shout, he thrust out the spear he held. As a spear warrior, his thrust was so magnificent that it was considered by most to be nearly invisible. However, clang, it too was deflected by the invisible wall. What is that? Despair shrouded Gaspar's face. Literally none of their attacks were effective. Arrows, magic, and even close combat. There was no way they could defeat such an opponent. That emblem, I assume you're Count Gaspar Hayes, the guardian of the Duke of Shrewsbury, the white-haired man said, placing his hand on his chest and slightly bowing for self-introduction. I have been appointed as the vice-commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade by His Majesty the Emperor, Baron Oscar Lusk. I humbly urge you to accept our recommendation for surrender. On that day, without a single casualty on either side, the largest city in the east, Wingston, fell under the command of the Empire. As the news of Wingston's fall arrived, the Lord's Manor in Run became even more bustling than before. Within its grounds lies a vast development workshop, something not widely known to the public. While there are alchemy workshops in the city of Run, they have been closed for the past few years. The reason is that all those who worked in the alchemy workshop have been engrossed in the development workshop of this Lord's Manor. There was a man, dressed in a robe, sneaking around the building. He was peeking through the windows and attempting to open doors, clearly displaying suspicious behavior. A few days ago, he had escaped from the royal capital and had finally started to get used to this place. It was only natural for Radin, from the Royal Alchemy Workshop, to question such a strange man. Hey there, what are you doing? The man being questioned turned with a start and gently looked toward Radin. Ah, is that you, Ryo-san? Hey, Radin. The man was none other than Ryo, a water attribute mage caught in mischief and trying to figure out how to cover it up. What are you doing, Ryo-san? I'm curious about what they are making inside. Ryo chose to answer honestly, as he was inherently bad at deception. Ah, Ryo-san, you don't have an entry permit, do you? Even for you, it's not possible to enter. This is different from when we were in the royal capital. Under the command of the Crown Prince, Baron Kenneth Hayward led a group from the Royal Alchemy Workshop that had escaped before the fall of the royal capital and headed south to the city of Run. Originally, Kenneth was from the city of Run, but there was another reason for their journey. That reason was the strict entry regulations and a certain alchemy tool that had been continuously developed in this workshop for decades. The desire to combine that tool with Kenneth's Vedra. Kenneth thought this way and chose the city of Run as their refuge instead of Acre, the largest in the south. Of course, Ryo knew nothing of this, and even Radin did not fully understand it. What are you guys doing? Just as Ryo was trembling with sadness, a short figure approached from a distance and spoke. With his short height and deep voice, it was clearly a dwarf. Oh, Master Doran, it's been a while. Ryo greeted the familiar dwarf, the blacksmith, Master Doran, who had a shop in the city. He remembered being taken there by Sira before. You're Ryo, right? You came with Sira-chan. Master Doran also remembered Ryo. Yes, the one with the dagger. Master Doran's words were so quiet that they seemed not to reach the saddened Ryo. Master Doran subtly glanced at Ryo's belt area, but the robe completely covered him, making it impossible to see from the outside. By the way, Sira mentioned that you are a skilled blacksmith and also part of the development workshop. Stop it! When Ryo said that, Doran's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Ryo, and you are the alchemist from the Baron's place. What do you two know each other? Doran looked at Radin and asked. Yes, in the royal capital, Ryo-san helped me a lot, Radin explained. So what are you two doing in a place like this? Well, I'm just curious about what they are making inside, Ryo honestly answered Doran's question. Ah, Doran's expression turned into one that was hard to read. I'd love to show you, but this is something I can't do anything about. Yes, there's nothing we can do. Both Doran and Radin had expressions of apology as they declined. Right, Ryo looked downcast. What can we do to see inside? He asked, just in case. Well, there's no choice but to get permission. But this is a direct project from the Lord, so you'll need to get permission directly from the Baron. However, that's quite difficult, Master Doran said. Even for those working in the Lord's manor, meeting with the Baron of the Borderlands is not an easy task. After all, the Baron is busy. Moreover, obtaining entry permission is... But, I understand. I'll go meet the Baron. Once he figured out how, all that was left was to try. Ryo shook off his gloomy expression, lifted his head, and said this to the two. Then he ran toward the annex where the Baron was. He just left. He did, didn't he? Both Radin and Master Doran wore expressions that were hard to read and murmured. After that, while the two remained talking, Ryo returned. He then thrust a piece of paper in front of them. I got the entry permit. On the paper Ryo held out was written, Ryo is permitted to enter the development workshop. And at the end, there was a signature. However, Radin, while feeling quite apologetic, thought it was likely a forgery. He had heard that getting an audience with the Baron of the Borderlands was no simple task, and on top of that, this entry permit was, Ryo-san, this is what an entry permit looks like. Radin then showed his own small card-sized entry permit. It had a name and some stamped seal from Alchemy that seemed to prevent forgery. Well, they told me it would take time to issue that, so I had them write it on paper, Ryo said, pouting as he showed his handwritten entry permit. Radin and Master Doran took it and studied it carefully. After a while they murmured, Master, Radin asked the Master, indeed this is the Lord's handwriting. Master Doran muttered, and Radin gasped in surprise upon hearing him. Then Ryo puffed out his chest with a sense of pride. While the three were engaged in this discussion, a man approached from the direction of the Lord's manor. Ryo, and isn't that the Master and Radin? What are you doing in front of the door? The one who said this was none other than Abel, the newly crowned king. Why, your Majesty, Radin was the first to kneel in a hurry. Oh, King Abel. Master Doran, being an old acquaintance from his adventurer days, did not kneel as hastily as Radin, but still did so before the person who had become king. Why is Abel here? Ryo didn't even bother with greetings. What is being made inside contributes not only to this battle, but also to the future development of the kingdom, so I keep an eye on it. That's why I sometimes come to check. Stop saying that and focus on working seriously. You're the last one I want to hear that from. Abel explained his reasons. Ryo scolded him, and then Abel responded in anger. Ryo is supposed to be my guard, yet he's always wandering around. I need to know every corner of the Lord's manor as a guard. Clearly, that's just curiosity. Ryo was at a loss for words due to Abel's accurate observation. WL? Ah, right, Abel, take a look at this, Ryo said as he showed Abel the entry permit. A handwritten document from the Baron of the Borderlands. What's this about? If I show this, I should be allowed to enter this building, right? Seems all right. The Baron wrote it for you, right? I bet Ryo insisted. That doesn't matter. This proves I can enter. Since Abel accurately pointed out the situation, Ryo, though flustered, decided to cover it up. At the same time, permission to enter the building was granted. Well, if that entry permit is real, there shouldn't be any problem. Yes, both Master Doran and Radin nodded. Thus, Ryo was officially allowed to enter the development workshop. Inside the building, which bore the large emblem of the Baron of Run, a vast space unfolded. When he first saw the South Library in Run, he had been surprised, but this was even larger. In other words, there was a space larger than a dome stadium from Earth. Ryo had felt that it was quite spacious while sneaking around outside, but his impressions after entering completely exceeded his expectations. Isn't it spacious? And there's even more of this space underground. Really? Ryo found it hard to continue speaking in response to Abel's explanation. Creating a vast space without pillars is quite challenging in architecture. Of course, if one does not consider risks like earthquakes, it is not that difficult. But it was likely that this place was not built that way. All conceivable risks must have been taken into account. In the center of that vast space sat a huge object. He could see two figures working on that object. One was clearly Baron Kenneth Hayward from a distance. The other was evidently a strikingly beautiful woman. Ah, that beauty is the daughter of the Grand Master who escaped from the royal capital. Is she Hugh's former fiancée? Elsie Forsyth. While belonging to the Royal Magic Guild, she also attended the Magical University due to her exceptional talent. Thanks to her father, Grand Master Finley Forsyth, she escaped when the royal capital fell and came to the city of Run seeking Hugh. After considering such matters, Ryo's gaze finally fell upon the entire massive object to which the two were attached. A ship! No, could it be an airplane? Ryo couldn't help but mutter. The shape resembled a boat floating on water, a rather elongated trimaran. But upon closer inspection, it was not a ship. There were many vessels in the world that perfectly fit the description of seemingly ready to fly. And even in this world, the trimaran he had seen in Whitnash had been elegant. Wait, was that also a trimaran? Elegant trimarans might captivate the hearts of men. That is. Going to fly, isn't it? Ryo spoke with a certain conviction. The ones surprised by his words were Master Doran and Radin. Abel showed no surprise at all. Somehow he had expected Ryo to understand it the moment he saw it. I see, it's ideal to load Vedra onto that, since Vedra has no recoil. If there's no recoil, controlling its posture in the air won't be difficult. This statement further amazed Master Doran and Radin. And this also surprised Abel. You even foresee that Vedra will be loaded onto that? Impressive, Ryo. Abel sincerely praised him. Flying it with wind magic stones and firing Vedra with wind magic stones. The compatibility seems good. Ryo crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly while saying this. Then he continued speaking. I definitely want one after the war ends. That's not allowed. Why not? I'm saying I'll endure until we win with the spirit of, I won't want it until we win. Abel immediately rejected him, and Ryo, with a face full of despair, tried to explain something. I know nothing of that spirit, but anyway, that ship belongs to the Baron of Run. Vedra is the kingdom's asset, so it belongs to the kingdom. But that ship is merely being borrowed from the Baron for this war. The drawbacks of a divided administration, Ryo muttered, lamenting alone. Watching this scene were Master Doran and Radin, who remained expressionless and indifferent. Finally, I was able to wrap up the foreshadowing of the closed alchemy workshop in the city of Run. Well, thanks to it being closed, the three in room 10 were able to receive the request for magic copper ore from Ryo and enjoyed a lot of food in Whitnash. The water attribute Mage has many such foreshadowings. Please make sure to find them all. The southern and western regions belong to King Abel. The northern and central regions belong to Raymond. This much was expected, but the eastern region. The blazing flame Mage has started advancing into the east. Marquis Alexis Heinlein and King Abel were exchanging such conversations in front of a map of the kingdom. Since the usual sofa was occupied by the meeting, Ryo sat perched on a chair in the corner of the room, reading a book related to alchemy that he had brought from the library. Not only Stone Lake but also Wingston has fallen in such a short period, Abel said, and Ryo looked up from his book to glance at the two. He wasn't having any epiphany. He was just a bit curious since he recognized some place names. Standing up, he set the book on the chair and approached the two to peek at the map. From eastern border town Redpost to Basham, Wingston, Stone Lake, and the royal capital. The 2nd Avenue connected these towns. It was the road where Ryo had escorted Prince Willie of the Jew Kingdom, a path full of memories. Along the way, he had frozen a village of the assassination cult and had encounters and farewells with Hassan. It was quite an adventurous tale. As Ryo looked at the map, he reminisced about those memories. That was all he was doing. He wasn't lost in thoughts about serious national issues. Ryo, what's wrong? Abel called out, not expecting anything in particular. He thought that Ryo had simply come to look at the map upon hearing the names of familiar towns. He was right. Do you have any particular ideas? Marquis Heinlein asked, harboring a misunderstanding and valuing Ryo more highly than he should. Misunderstandings can be terrifying. That said, Ryo had a brain. Sometimes he would have an inspiration. I think the Empire would want to advance to Slansui, which is south of the 2nd Avenue. Wah? Abel and Marquis Heinlein were at a loss for words. Slansui was located south of the 2nd Avenue, along the road connecting the eastern and southern regions. Ryo, why do you think that? Eastern means the target is gunpowder. Was it called black powder? That's the goal, right? If it becomes practical, it could change the course of war. Or maybe not, since there's magic, I can't be sure. Anyway, if that's the case, I remember Gecko mentioning that the accumulation point for that in the east is Slansui. And this seems to be confidential information. How do you know such confidential information? Even merchants from other countries and you, Ryo? Abel muttered in exasperation. I suspected it, but the goal really is black powder. Marquis Heinlein seemed to have considered that possibility as well. You know, Abel, the first attack by that Shafi was on Slansui, the assassination cult. If they are operating on the Empire's request, then the Empire's goal from the start was the Eastern Kingdom and black powder. Securing the East alone wouldn't mean much. The place connected to it, that is, part of the North, would ultimately ally with the Empire rather than Raymond. At Marquis Heinlein's murmured words, Abel reacted sharply. That would be bad. The northern part of the kingdom bordered the Empire. If such movements were happening, they needed to act quickly, but they had no information at hand. No, more accurately, Phelps's men are over there. It seems they sent in the top elite of the party, so let's get in touch with them, Marquis Heinlein said and nodded slightly. As expected, Ryo felt a genuine admiration for both Marquis Heinlein and his son Phelps. How many moves ahead were they planning? He watched them with a respectful gaze. By the way, Arthur Velasquez from the Magical Association has joined Acre and is training the Magical Association over there. I see. That's reassuring. Speaking of which, where is Phelps now? Since I'm here in Run, I've entrusted Acre to Phelps. The Marquis said this casually. Phelps had been trained to the extent that he could be entrusted with the territory. As a B-rank adventurer and also the successor of the Marquis, he was more than capable. Ryo, impressed by this, heard Abel's very quiet murmur. Awesome. Hey, this isn't good. At this rate, we're going to die, Blair said. Normally, Wyatt, the Earth attribute mage, would retort back, but he remained silent, building an earthen wall to defend against the enemy's attacks. It was truly a rain of magic and arrows, and Wyatt's earthen wall was their last line of defense. Younger brother of the Crown Prince Raymond, in the capital of the Duchy of Flitwick, Carlo, in a corner of the city, the four were cornered. Blair, Wyatt, Gideon, and Lorenzo. These four were the executives of the adventurer party, White Brigade, from the city of Run. At the command of their leader, Phelps A. Heinlein, they had infiltrated the Duchy of Flitwick and had been sending various information to Acre until yesterday. But today, damn it, those abominations, why are they here? The opponent is way too strong, the dual wielder Blair spat out, and the priest Gideon nodded in agreement. All four of them were B-rank adventurers. Of course, with the leader Phelps and vice-leader Sheena together, they would form a complete party, but it was common for them to act without both of them. Especially, they had infiltrated cities several times before. Sometimes they would be chased by city guards or militia, but since they were generally stronger, they had never faced a pinch that could be called a real pinch. After all, they were B-rank adventurers. However, this time the enemy was on a different level. I never thought the 5 dragons would be here, the priest Gideon murmured. Hey, Zako-chan, come out! From across the street, mocking words reached their ears. Damn it, it's definitely that swordsman from earlier. It's the leader, San. The 5 dragons were an A-rank party that the kingdom prided itself on, with all 5 members being a rank. Their leader, the swordsman San, he had a reputation that wasn't very good. The dual wielder Blair spat out, and the priest Gideon grimaced as he spoke the name. I hate to admit it, but I can't compete with him. He might be even more troublesome than Abel, Blair said regretfully. He seemed blunt, and his appearance did not seem particularly intelligent, but he was skilled at accurately measuring the difference in strength between the enemy and himself. That said, with walls on both sides and behind them, and knowing that soldiers were waiting on the other side of those walls, they had to decide whether to take down the 5 dragons in front of them. Fly away? Or, all right, it worked. While maintaining the earthen wall with his right hand, Wyatt quietly said something while placing his left hand on the ground. Everyone, brace for the impact of the fall. Before they could react, the ground gave way. The ground they passed through quickly filled back in. The 4 were falling underground. I'm going! With that, San charged into the earthen wall and sliced through it in one go. He expected some sort of counterattack, but nothing happened. In fact, there was no one on the other side of the wall. Well, looking at the ground, it was still solidifying. Following San, the spear warrior Connor and the mage Bruno rushed in, and they confirmed the empty space with no one around. They escaped, the spear warrior Connor muttered, furrowing his brow. Under the ground, Bruno, can you do something about it? I can't do anything, I'm a fire attribute. The opponent had earth attribute, right? Below this is the sewer. Calvin, the archer and scout who had walked over last, muttered just one word. That's too bad. With a tone that clearly indicated he was not disappointed at all, the swordsman San said. Then he changed his tone slightly, turned around and shouted loudly. Captain of the guards, the enemy has escaped into the underground sewer. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, sir. The captain of the guards, upon hearing that, hurriedly split the party and moved to secure the ground exits to the sewer. I just got contacted from the royal capital. Scout Calvin handed a piece of paper to San. What's this? Oh, finally we can return to the royal capital, San said happily. With those words, both Mage Bruno and Spear Warrior Connor smiled. They were originally adventurers affiliated with the royal capital. For various reasons, they had been hiding in the north, but the royal capital was still the best. Their expressions told that story. Inside the Carlisle sewer, "It stinks, it smells, but I'm glad we escaped. This time I really appreciate Wyatt." "That's rare." Wyatt the mage looked at Blair, surprised by the unusual gratitude. "I need you to dig many horizontal holes from here to get out of the city walls. I'm counting on you, Earth Attribute Mage Wyatt." "Huh." After this, the guard team searched every corner of the city, but the whereabouts of the four remained unknown. They just had to insert this at this timing. The 5 dragons, sudden D don't mind it. 5 dragons has gone to Carlisle. In the office of the Run Adventurers Guild, the guild master, Hugh McGrath, groaned. The information had come from Marquis Heinlein, who was assisting Abel. Previously, communication with the 5 dragons had been lost, and the Grand Master himself had come to request the Red Sword to search for them. At that time, since the location where contact was lost was near the border with the Empire, it was deemed too dangerous to dispatch Prince Abel. Hence, it was decided that Abel would head to Twilight Land, while B-rank and C-rank adventurers from the royal capital would be sent to search for the 5 dragons. In the end, no updates about the situation had made their way to the city of Run, and since Hugh had been extremely busy, it had completely slipped from his mind. Now it turned out that the 5 dragons were in the Duchy of Flitwick to the north and were likely on the enemy's side. Whether the enemy was King Raymond or the Empire was still uncertain. Either way, they would be a troublesome force if they turn against us. Hugh literally buried his head in his hands. If they were to hit the battlefield, they would likely slaughter common soldiers. The combat power of A-rank adventurers is exceptionally high. To contain them, one would either need to prepare adventurers of the same rank or execute a saturation attack using B-rank adventurers. It was a very troubling situation. However, what was even more troubling was the possibility that they could be sent in as an assassination unit. Whether it was King Raymond or King Abel, the current stage relied heavily on the individual monarchs for the organization's stability. There wasn't a powerful bureaucratic system in place where succession was automated, nor were there individuals readily available to take over immediately upon death. If the king dies, it's all over. It was a precarious situation reminiscent of a board game. If a powerful piece were to burst in and aim for their lives, it would be akin to having a shogi dragon or a chess queen infiltrating the formation. The king's life would be a flickering flame. Even if they managed to defend successfully, the toll on those protecting him would be immense. They would be taken down one by one, impairing the continuation of the front lines. How to utilize such strong pieces effectively, it required perspectives of both strategy and tactics. 4 confirmed: the swordsman, spear warrior, fire attribute mage, and scout 4. Shouldn't it be 5 since they are the 5 dragons? The last one is Priest Henning. Why is he not here? Hugh McGrath muttered, such while troubled. 4 people except Priest Henning. Abel was also reviewing the same documents that had been passed to Hugh McGrath. Having all of them as A-rank is impressive. Listening to Abel's murmurs, Ryo sat properly on his usual sofa and expressed his thoughts. The reason he was seated was to drink coffee. Yeah, they are adventurers at the top of the kingdom, both in achievements and strength. They were the only A-rank party in the kingdom until Abel rose to A-rank. The fact that they have become enemies is, Abel explained, and Ryo shook his head slightly, lamenting the situation. "I hope it's all just a mistake." Abel also shook his head slightly and uttered those words. "Do you think you could take on those 5, no 4? Can you defeat them?" "No, that's impossible. To put it bluntly, even just the swordsman, Lord San, would be hard to handle alone. Are they really that strong?" As Abel denied it while shaking his head again, Ryo furrowed his brows in concern. "What would you do if they stormed this manor? If something happened to you, it would be a problem. I think there would be a fair number of people who would be troubled by it." "Yeah, they would only show troubled faces. Please don't sulk over such things. I just wanted to rephrase it, considering the possibility of there being no one who would be troubled. By the way, Abel, even if you turn out to be like that king, you still practice swordsmanship properly every day, right? That's wonderful, so please keep it up." "Why, yeah. Sometimes I give training to the Knight Order, and it seems that seeing you wielding your sword raises their morale. You're doing a great job as a king." Is that so? Here's another good way to raise King Abel's reputation. No, I can pretty much guess what it is just by hearing it. If you were to treat me to a meal..." I thought it might be something like that." Of course, as long as he was at the Lord's Manor, Ryo had his 3 meals a day covered. Well, there wasn't any nap, but he was assured of 3 meals plus nighttime sleep. There was absolutely no need for Abel to treat him to food. "Hey, Ryo, yes, again, it's not about money. I was preempted." Having been anticipated, Ryo slumped in defeat. In the corner of the room, an ice tower has been appearing and disappearing for a while now. You noticed that well, Abel replied while looking at the corner of the room, and Ryo nodded in agreement. In that corner of the room, an ice sculpture resembling a human-sized Tokyo tower was appearing and disappearing. That's just a larger version of what you sometimes make in your palm or on your shoulder or above your head. The one you called Tokyo Tower. Yeah, you remembered well. Previously, Ryo had been practicing his magical control by generating tiny Tokyo towers made of ice in places where no one could see him, but since taking on the role of Abel's guard, he had been practicing in this room. Of course, only when Abel was present. One could say that he had given up on hiding it from Abel. No, I was just impressed that Ryo takes those aspects seriously. Serious? Well, there are many strong opponents out there. I can't afford to let my guard down for my own life, you know. Why, yeah, that's certainly true. As Ryo tilted his head and spoke with an expression that suggested it was a given, Abel scratched his head in response. From Abel's perspective, he was impressed that Ryo continued to put in the effort even after becoming that strong, while from Ryo's perspective, considering the possibility of fighting against someone like Demon Leonor, he felt that his efforts were still insufficient. Magical control, though I say that, the ability to manipulate magic precisely and create it instantly improves the more you practice. It's similar to handling a sword. So I practice diligently whenever I get the chance. For someone who says that, you seem to be lounging around on the sofa. Abel, there's also the possibility that I may be making a tower about 100 meters away in a place that's not visible to you. Ah, that is a possibility. It is possible, but Ryo wouldn't do that. Because making it in such a place wouldn't count as showing effort. Ugh, Ryo was struck at a sensitive point and collapsed. Royal Castle Palace, King's office. Why are they still entrenched there? He did not shout. A small but sharp voice filled with annoyance was uttered. The speaker was King Raymond. The reason is quite. The one responding was King Raymond's right-hand man, Count Park Fletcher of Kirkhouse. Moreover, the blazing flame mage is capturing cities in the east one after another. Yes. King Raymond continued to voice his frustration, while Parker could only nod in agreement. Oscar and the Imperial Mage Brigade's advance speed was far beyond expectations. Who could have predicted that a magical unit of barely 100 would take a city every 2 days? And yet, their own losses were almost zero. Is that even possible? King Raymond had shouted that in his mind countless times. However, the biggest issue lay elsewhere. Why are they capturing cities in the east? The treaty with the Empire clearly states no territorial or city cessions. The cities they capture will belong to us. Why are they capturing them? Indeed, the treaty established with the Empire before the war stated that the cities and territories captured through war would be transferred to King Raymond. The royal capital was strategically vital, which necessitated the Empire's army to sacrifice in order to capture it. And they had succeeded. Subsequent investigations reported that there were other reasons for wanting to capture the royal capital, but ultimately, those attempts hadn't gone well. In any case, the royal capital made sense. However, as for the other cities, even if the Empire's army struggled to capture them, they would eventually be ceded to King Raymond. There was no reason to capture them. And how far do they intend to advance? The area around the royal capital remained loyal to Raymond, so the Imperial Mage Brigade passed through unhindered, capturing Stone Lake and Wingston along the 2nd Avenue. Both were crucial cities in the east, with Wingston being the largest city in that region. Reports also indicated that they had forced the surrender of Duke Arwen of Shrewsbury, a great noble and a member of the royal family. How far would they go, even to subjugate such a great noble? Neither King Raymond nor Parker could grasp the intentions of the blazing flame mage, Oscar. While the two remained clueless about Oscar's motives, a new report came in. I report that the Imperial Army's Mage Brigade has captured the city of Slanzui in the Eastern Kingdom. Slanzui? King Raymond grimaced at the report. Until now, they had been advancing eastward along the 2nd Avenue, capturing Stone Lake and Wingston. Now suddenly they had moved south to Slanzui. Indeed, Slanzui was the 2nd largest city in the east after Wingston. Moreover, when the Rho Bridge was still standing, the eastern highway connecting Slanzui, the Rho Bridge, and Run boasted significant trade volume throughout the kingdom. However, since the collapse of the Rho Bridge and the deterioration of security in the east, Slanzui's status had considerably declined. After all, it was the fire at the Lord's Manor and Armory in Slanzui that had ignited the Eastern Civil War, leading to the replacement of the Lord, the death of the Knight Commander, and the power grab by the Vice Commander. Consequently, Slanzui's name now held a very negative image among the kingdom's nobility. In any case, the two could not understand why the Imperial Army would want to capture such a Slanzui. While they were aware of the existence of the black powder, they did not know that it was only produced in the east and stored in Slanzui. Ignorance is a sin. This holds true for those in positions of responsibility. After leaving King Raymond's office, Parker was approached by a subordinate. "Your Excellency, just now the Night Order's garrison was attacked. Rebels, they attacked before, but now isn't the Imperial Army's main base located there? Do the rebels have enough strength to assault the main base?" The Night Order's garrison was once the location of the Royal Night Order's base, where the former Knight Commander Bacala was killed during the upheaval in the royal capital. Currently, the main base of the Imperial Army stationed in the royal capital was situated there, and Marquis Musil, who had become uncomfortable in the castle following King Raymond's ascension, was often present at the Night Order's garrison. It seems many Imperial soldiers were dispatched for the investigation of several incidents where Imperial knights were killed last night. They were attacked while they were weakened. The Imperial Army is foolish to fall for that, and the rebels are cunning, but it's too brilliant. There must be someone clever among the rebels, but who could it be? In the past, the Crown Prince would have been the prime suspect, or perhaps the Marquis Heinlein from the southern region. But from the south, it would be impossible to orchestrate such a meticulous operation. It requires quick decisions and actions locally. Whoever it is, that person is within the royal capital. Parker, who was sinking into a well of thoughts, remembered that he was not in a position to do so. "I'll head to the Night Order's garrison immediately. Prepare my horse." The Night Order's garrison was not that far from the royal castle. When Parker arrived, the confusion had not yet fully settled. "I am Count Park Fletcher, the King's Regent. Is Marquis Musil safe?" Outside the garrison, many knights and squires were passing by, still in a state of confusion, but inside the garrison was relatively calm. Parker asked a guard near the entrance. "Yes, he is in the fourth-floor office." Receiving that reply, Parker ascended the stairs. Upon entering the office, he found Marquis Musil receiving treatment from a priest. It seemed he had just been commanding from the front lines moments ago. "Count Park Fletcher, I was caught off guard." Saying this, Marquis Musil smiled wryly. Although the Imperial Army and King Raymond were not completely allies, neither were they outright enemies. At least not for now, especially since Marquis Musil was not someone one would wish to avoid. Parker couldn't help but respond with a wry smile. The enemy was remnants of adventurers and the Royal Night Order. After completing his treatment, Marquis Musil began to explain. The adventurers and knights were indeed the expected enemies. Following the capture of the royal capital by the Imperial Army, all guilds in the royal capital, particularly the Adventurers Guild, had ceased activities. Moreover, the Royal Night Order had fiercely resisted during the capture but had been annihilated. Yet, they were not completely wiped out. Additionally, there were unconfirmed reports that some knights deployed to the Dispra Plains had somehow infiltrated the royal capital. If Ryo had heard this, he would have shouted, "Resistance!" There was undoubtedly a resistance within the royal capital, and their targets were not King Raymond or the noblemen loyal to him, but the Imperial Army. They had clearly been attacking only the Imperial Army and its surroundings. Fires set to Imperial Army supplies, assaults on various garrison locations, and the assassination of Imperial soldiers under the cover of night. Since the attacks were carried out by those familiar with the royal capital, the outsiders, the Imperial Army could only remain on the defensive. "I thought it best to inform you first, Count Park Fletcher, but we plan to leave the royal capital by next week." That is. King Raymond has likely been fretting over this too, hasn't he?" With that, Marquis Musil laughed heartily. "However, considering the increasingly fierce attacks, I would prefer to leave as soon as possible, not just by next week." That must be their aim, Parker thought to himself. The rebels' target was thoroughly the Imperial Army. As far as Parker knew, neither King Raymond's forces nor any northern nobles had been attacked. The reason being to compel the Imperial Army to leave the royal capital as quickly as possible. The person planning these attacks understood perfectly well that the Imperial Army had no need to remain in the royal capital. If someone could read it that far, what would happen once the Imperial Army left? Would we become the next target? Parker grimaced internally. He understood that King Raymond was not supported by the people, adventurers, or knights. Traitor! That word would follow King Raymond for his entire life, and it would extend to those who assisted him, including Parker. However, King Raymond had his own reasons. The abnormality of King Stafford IV. If things continued as they were, there was even a possibility that the entire kingdom would become the property of another nation alongside Stafford IV. That was why Raymond had to become king after deposing him. Of course, it wouldn't be accurate to say that Raymond had no obsession with the throne. Truthfully, he likely had quite a strong one. However, Raymond's motives were not the issue here. The problem lay in Stafford's loss of governing ability, and the Crown Prince's frailty. Both were issues, and the worst fears were realized. With the death of the Crown Prince, the kingdom had been unable to take effective action against the Empire's invasion. Raymond's actions could even be argued as the right course of action for the preservation of the kingdom, at least for those who understood the entire situation. But the people did not know of Stafford IV's abnormality. Neither the adventurers nor the knights, nor even those within the castle, realized the extent of it. Moreover, the Prince Albert, who was thought to be training in some knight order, had declared his own ascension to the throne. And as an A-rank adventurer, he would undoubtedly receive tremendous support from the people. Adventurers would flock to support him. Knights would surely want a strong leader at the top. What a situation. Parker recalled the circumstances when Stafford ascended to the throne with overwhelming support while Raymond departed to the north in despair. It was so similar. Beloved by all, supported by many, and able to meet those expectations. Just as Stafford had once been, Prince Albert seemed to inherit those traits now. A ruler who cannot gain the people's favor is doomed to failure. For a while, the people might endure. As long as they have the power to suppress, they would not rebel. But ultimately, they would not succeed. Parker knew this. That was why he had ensured that Raymond learned not only the necessary knowledge for a ruler, but also how to interact with the people as Duke Flitwick governed his domain. And Raymond, who had proven above average in those areas, had learned it well. But now, Prince Albert was seemingly about to surpass what Raymond had achieved through his efforts. No, King Abel. Was that talent, or had someone around him honed it? Either way, it was not something that could be easily obtained. Parker understood this. That was why, honestly, he felt envy towards King Abel. Shaking his head slightly, Parker greeted and exited the room. He understood. In any case, they could no longer turn back. The Imperial army is leaving the royal capital, Abel murmured as he read the report. Are they heading to the eastern region, I wonder? Ryo was lazily sprawled on his usual sofa, reading a book while giving a nonchalant reply. However, he suddenly closed the book and stood up. Well, what's wrong? Even Abel was surprised by Ryo's unusual behavior. Abel, I have a suggestion. If it's about sending Ryo to the eastern region, it's rejected. How did you know? Abel was initially taken aback by Ryo's sudden stand, but quickly regained his composure. He mostly had a clear understanding of Ryo's proposals. You're probably just itching to mess with that blazing flame mage or something like that. Messing with? How rude. I just want to end his life. Rejected. The tyranny of King Abel has reached its peak. Stop saying random things. Ryo succumbed to the oppression of the powerful, and Abel hung his head tiredly. Ryo understood the situation as well. It was for the same reason that his solo infiltration into the royal capital and the plan to freeze the Imperial army had been rejected. While it might be impossible to rally the entire populace, it was necessary to make many citizens aware that we took back our country with our own hands in order to liberate the country. If the plan were to invade and conquer an enemy nation, then sending a strong force like Ryo to freeze the entire enemy army, and subsequently invade to claim victory would be, in a sense, ideal. This approach would minimize the wear and tear on military strength, and it would also allow for the acquisition of the defensive structures such as castle walls and royal castle without damage. However, for a war of liberation or independence, that simply wouldn't do. The war of liberation itself carries symbolic significance, and that's the reason. What does that mean? To be precise, it is not for the sake of waging war, but rather to smoothly rally the citizens when recovering or gaining independence for the nation after the war. That it is necessary to make the citizens recognize that they also participated in taking back the country. By fostering that recognition, the integration of citizens following the War of Liberation, as well as the governance of the nation, will proceed smoothly. This becomes a discussion not of tactics or strategies, but of a larger political strategy. If one is a unit commander, they need only solve tactical-level issues. If one is a general, they need only solve strategic-level issues. But when it comes to political strategy, it requires a capable politician to resolve. Abel was already capable of thinking like a politician who governs the nation as a king. That's how it is. On that morning, Ryo's tranquility was suddenly shattered. The one who broke it was Neville Black, the commander of the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. Lord Ryo, the formation for the outdoor drills has finally been completed. Entering the office, Neville told Ryo. Upon hearing this, Ryo visibly panicked. W8, Commander, I have an important job as Abel's bodyguard. Of course that's true. But it will be boring while His Majesty is in the manor, right? As you said before, please train the knights during the outdoor drills. W8, training should happen in the training grounds. We need something more practical. Ryo looked to Abel for help. Sometimes such things are necessary. Yes, go stretch your legs outside. Abel, you traitor, it seems there are traitors in various places throughout the kingdom. Curiously, both are claiming to be kings. After that, Ryo would find himself going out for outdoor drills once a week, on the same afternoon in Abel's office. "Phew, I'm tired. I need something sweet and coffee." A new mage had occupied the sofa where Ryo usually lazed around. She was a wind attribute mage, accompanied by a remarkably strong shield user. "I thought Ryo had gone to work, but now it's Lin." After glancing at her, Abel returned his focus to the documents, muttering, "Huh. By the way, where's Ryo?" After sitting on the sofa, which was usually occupied by the lounging Ryo, Lin seemed to realize it was rare for Ryo to be absent. "He went for the night order's outdoor drills." "Oh, so Ryo was leading that? I thought something was up since the knights seemed so happy. Ryo has it tough, huh?" Lin nibbled on some pastries that had been brought out, praying for the unfortunate mage. "Well, as long as he's in the manor, he won't have any bodyguard work to do. He will be worked hard in other ways. Ryo is popular among the knights. Speaking of which, I've heard he occasionally practices mock battles with them." "That's right." Misira returned to the forest, and Ryo seems to have officially stepped in to fill the vacant instructor position. A mage as a swordsmanship instructor for the Night Order. Abel felt that something was off, but reconsidered that it might be okay since it was Ryo. After all, the previous instructor, Sira, was also an elf known for her proficiency with a bow. Really, I wonder what Ryo is aiming for. Lin enjoyed her pastries and coffee deliciously. Beside her, Warren silently sipped his coffee, appearing equally content. Aside from the water attribute mage, the Lord's manor was peaceful. In contrast, the royal capital was far from peaceful. However, it was also true that some results were beginning to emerge from that turmoil. It seems certain that the Imperial army is leaving the royal capital. "Yeah, it's said to be next week." Hector, the leader of the C-rank party, Morning Star, stated, supplementing the information he had obtained from the scout, Oriana. The two were currently at the hideout of the rebels. Among the various hideouts within the royal capital, it was the largest, known as the Southern Hideout. "Is that true, Hector?" "Yeah, Zack, it's certain." The one asking Hector this was Zack Cooler, formerly a member of the Royal Knight Order. Of course, Scotty Kabuk, also from the Knight Order, was beside him. They had also become rebels, engaging in resistance activities within the royal capital. "It's about time." "Well, it seems like the Imperial army is going to leave, as the planner said. Finally, the first stage will be completed, but the problem lies in the second stage." Zack and Scotty sighed softly. The opponents for the second stage were Raymond's faction and the northern nobles, along with the nobles surrounding the royal capital who were recently joining forces. It was certain they would be desperate to secure the royal capital. Driving them out like the Empire would likely be difficult. For the rebels, it seemed to be a crucial moment. "The second stage has no end in sight. We'll keep going until King Abel wins." Hector's feelings were quite complex. Once, albeit unknowingly, he had attempted to abduct Abel. Of course, he now knew that the B-rank adventurer Abel had become King Abel, and that their employer, Count Heinlein, was supporting King Abel. Hector thought it would be better for King Abel to rule rather than King Raymond and his faction. However, it did leave him feeling somewhat conflicted due to past events. "Isn't it all quite strange?" Scout Oriana seemed to have similar thoughts, saying with a wry smile. The following week. On that day, the last unit of the Imperial army, which had long occupied the royal capital, departed. The newly formed royal guard under King Raymond and the armies of the northern and central nobles all gathered to see off the Imperial army. Some of the rebels watched from their hidden positions. "So, where is that Imperial army heading next?" According to information from inside the royal castle, it seems to be headed to Wingston, the largest city in the eastern region. In response to Hector's question, Scout Oriana provided her answer. "So in the end, they're not leaving the kingdom? Well, they sent a decent number of troops and incurred considerable losses, so they probably won't leave without getting something in return from Raymond. If they were to hand over the eastern part of the kingdom to the Empire, that wouldn't be funny." Hector grimaced as he said this. Oriana nodded in agreement. The royal guard and the noble armies that sent off the Imperial army closed the gates of the royal capital. It was said that nowadays, the gates of the royal capital only opened when supplies were being brought in. In reality, no one came from outside to do business in the current royal capital, and the lives of the royal capital citizens were steadily deteriorating. However, the movements of the royal guard and noble armies today seemed different from usual. Where are the royal guard and noble armies heading? They're not going towards the royal castle or the encampment, are they? Yeah. Something seems off. Hector raised his concern, and Oriana agreed. The royal guard was heading south of the royal capital, while the noble armies were moving towards the east and west gates. By the way, the location where the two were standing was the tip of a watchtower provided by a collaborator among the rebels. From there, they could overlook a considerable portion of the royal capital. As they watched for a while, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps climbing up from below. From the footsteps, they could tell it was their party member, the Mage Kenji and the priest Tarlo. "Hector, Oriana, this is bad. The Royal Guard is heading towards the southern hideout." "What?" The southern hideout was one of the hiding places of the rebels scattered throughout the royal capital, and it was the largest in scale. Being the largest meant they had the highest number of individuals hiding there as well. "I've heard that the Royal Guard stationed at the south gate is also heading that way," Priest Tarlo added to the information. "Just as the Imperial army leaves, they're already on the move." At last, the hunt for the rebels had begun. "Damn it, they have a lot of numbers. Hurry up and escape through the third secret passage." "It's the third one. The first and second have been compromised. It's got to be the third." Knight Zack and Scotty were holding off the enemy while constructing a defensive line at the southern hideout to buy time for their allies to escape through the secret passage. Still, this guard squad is quite efficient. It seems some of the guards that were protecting the royal capital are part of it. Well, they have to make a living too. They might not have a problem serving the betrayer king. While exchanging such conversations, the two fought against the incoming guard squad, resolutely defending the entrance corridor of the hideout. To prepare for such attacks, a long, narrow corridor was built for easy defense at the entrance. There wasn't just one entrance. As a hideout, there were two direct entrances, one to the north and one to the south. However, both entrances were under simultaneous attack from the guard squad, with the southern entrance facing particularly fierce resistance. The defense was led by C-rank adventurer Shauken. Shauken was one of the seasoned adventurers who had navigated numerous dangerous situations, including overseeing the protection of a delegation to Twilight Land. At the moment the delegation returned to the royal capital, his party disbanded, and the other party members moved on to a leisurely life with the gold they had saved. Although Shauken had saved a decent amount of money, he had no hometown to return to, so he remained in the Adventurers Guild of the royal capital, settling into a semi-staff lifestyle. However, the fall of the royal capital changed everything, and before he knew it, he had thrown himself into being a rebel. Defending the southern entrance under Shauken's command were former D-rank and E-rank adventurers. They were definitely not ones to be called elite, but still, they put their bodies on the line to ensure the escape of rebel members who were not suited for combat. They're not that strong, but there are so many of them. We don't need to defeat them. Just buy time. We have to hold on until those scattered in the royal capital can come back. As they encouraged one another, the rebels desperately defended the entrance. But they were clearly outnumbered. If there wasn't a significant difference in strength, the side with greater numbers would inevitably have the advantage. "This is bad, they're breaking through." They had managed to hold on until now, but the collapse of the southern entrance was imminent. And as expected, the guard squad charged in to ensure a breakthrough. The rebels, centered around Shauken, braced for a breakthrough and for death. At that moment, fire arrows shot from the side, piercing through the charging guard squad. A single arrow of flame split into 5, launching a wide-area attack that could pierce through multiple enemies if aimed well. And the fire arrows that unfolded before them, whether due to skilled technique or sheer luck, incapacitated over 10 members of the guard squad. At that moment, 3 women surged in. A spear warrior swept through the ranks, a scout plunged throwing knives into the enemy's necks, and a swordswoman ensured the defeat of the guards. Truly, the maidens racing across the battlefield, or perhaps the warrior women bringing death, the Valkyries have arrived. Shauken recognized them immediately, having fought alongside them during the delegation. There was no mistake. The unusual C-rank party consisting of 5 women, led by swordswoman Imogen, known as the Valkyries. What a reassuring ally to have at this moment. "Let's go, let's push them back." At Shauken's command, the rebels stood up. They successfully coordinated with the Valkyries to push back the guard squad that had surged from the south. In this way, they managed to re-establish the southern entrance of the hideout. Meanwhile, the pressure from the guard squad at the northern entrance was increasing. "Hey, that commander flickering in the back? Yeah, that must be the rumored one. Even though he became the chancellor to be hunting rebels on the front lines, maybe it would have been better if he stayed as the Minister of Internal Affairs." Zack cast a fleeting glance filled with a bit of sympathy. The figure he was looking at was none other than Count Harold Lawrence, who had been responsible for the security of the royal capital during the reign of Stafford IV as the Minister of Internal Affairs. The two knights had heard the rumors that Harold Lawrence was extremely competent among the ministers. Stafford IV was a king who did not appoint a chancellor, but it was even said that Harold Lawrence would eventually be appointed as chancellor. That future seemed bright, even from the perspective of the Knight Order members. But that guy betrayed the kingdom, colluded with Raymond, and on the day of the royal capital's fall, invited the Imperial army, right? Yeah, that seems to be the case. He supposedly gained the Chancellor position through that, but Raymond didn't grant him any authority as Chancellor, and his popularity has plummeted. When it gets to that point, it's a miserable sight. I wonder where he went wrong. Zack quietly accused him with a gaze that was more pitying than fierce, while Scotty replied with a look of sympathy that surpassed pity, almost as if it had come full circle. Damn it, why do I have to be in a place like this? A small but sharp murmur escaped from Count Harold Lawrence's lips. He was undoubtedly in a position of Chancellor under King Raymond. The Chancellor is the top of the administration, unifying the ministers, precisely the pinnacle of positions. Depending on the state of the nation, he could even have power exceeding that of the king, such is the position. However, what Harold Lawrence was doing was commanding the hunt for rebels, of course. It was a direct order from King Raymond, essentially an imperial decree, so there was no option to defy it. But still, this was not the sort of work a chancellor should be doing. Wipe them out quickly. It was only natural that he would issue such an order, as he had completely lost his composure. The atmosphere he had once possessed, the terms big shot, capable, and sharp no longer applied to him at all. He even felt as if the gazes from the guard squad were filled with mockery. Just after the guard squad led by Harold Lawrence made yet another charge, a spear of earth shot through from behind, passing right by him. The moment Harold Lawrence turned around, several of the rear guard members fell. "What is going on?" he shouted, but no one answered him. They had been ambushed from behind. There was no one with the leisure to respond, and it was clear to everyone that they were under attack. However, Harold Lawrence, lacking ample field experience, did not understand. He did not sense the death that was creeping so close to him, nor did he realize that the enemy was targeting him, the commander. By the time he noticed, swordsman Hector was already upon him. On this day, Count Harold Lawrence, once acclaimed as a talented minister of internal affairs, met his end. The ones who defeated him were the adventurer party known as the Morning Star. To have such skill as a C-rank adventurer is incredible. Yeah, that's a sword honed in actual combat. It's different from the swordsmanship of knights. Scotty and Zack watched as Hector cleaved Harold Lawrence in two. At the same time, the rebels from the hideout pushed out, breaking through the guard squad gathered at the northern entrance. The guard squad, which had surrounded the rebel hideout with 1,000 troops, retreated after their commander's death and suffering over hundreds of casualties. "All right, let's escape through the third passage." Although they had repelled the guard squad, the hideout was no longer usable. Those who remained in the hideout until the end to fend off the attack set fire to the place and collapsed the passage while escaping, erasing all evidence before their withdrawal. Their destination was a large workshop ruin near the east gate. The underground passage connected to the third passage led to a workshop that had fallen out of use after the owner passed away and the apprentices became independent. Of course, they would not linger here. They could finally rest once they moved to the adjacent building. That adjacent building was an embassy from a foreign country. "Ah, please, this way. We have food and drinks prepared. It would be good for you to rest for a while." "Thank you, Lord Rodrigo." Zack said this to the butler who welcomed him, and after that he headed into the back room, finally able to take a breath. This was the basement of the Jew Kingdom embassy, one of the supporters secretly aiding the rebels. Of course, if this fact were to be discovered by King Raymond, it would lead to serious trouble. However, conversely, if King Abel were to seize control over the entire kingdom, this act as a supporter would become a favor owed. Weighing these two outcomes, Prince Willie, the 8th Prince of the Jew Kingdom, chose to become a supporter. In the back room, there were those who had escaped from the southern hideout earlier. Only one person was different from the rest. "Prince Willie, Your Highness," Zack and Scotty hurriedly knelt. This area was filled with members of the Royal Knight Order who were obviously different from other adventurers. "Ah no, both of you, this is a refuge. Please do not mind your status," Prince Willie said with a wry smile. "There is food and drink, so please fill your stomachs first." Prince Willie said this while inviting the two and calling out to the others who entered behind them. "The Morning Star and the Valkyries are here, right? Come on, everyone, please join us." The rebels, now able to take a breath, started exchanging information while eating. "Did you really defeat Harold Lawrence?" "Yes, Hector from the Morning Star cut him down in one blow," the Valkyrie swordswoman Imogen asked, and Zack recounted what he had witnessed. "I see, that's why the guard squad retreated. Hector impressive." "Well, it's not that great." Hector, praised by the beautiful swordswoman Imogen, who was also known at the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, wore a grin on his face. Oriana the scout watched him with narrowed eyes. Noticing her gaze, Hector hurriedly tightened his expression, though it was a bit late for that. "It's okay, Oriana. No one in the Valkyries would lay a hand on Hector." Seeing Oriana like that, Abigail, the scout of the Valkyries, smirked and said, "That's not true at all." Oriana waved her hands in front of her face in a fluster. Seeing this, Abigail continued her words, Imogen's true target is King Abel. What? Many rebels present gasped in surprise. Among them was Prince Willie, who, being underage, was drinking grape juice. Imogen's son is aiming for the position of Queen, that is, Her Majesty. Prince Willie's words carried a deeper meaning than he intended, and it circulated around the room. Imogen, an ambitious one. No, wait. That's not it. Imogen, perhaps flustered by the murmurs of the C-rank adventurer Shaukin, hurriedly denied it. However, the bond between women is strong, regardless of the circumstances. Imogen is a viscount's daughter, so it would be difficult for her to be the first queen, but I think she could aim for the second queen. This was said by Mew, a mage of the Valkyries, whose father was Marquis Westwing. I see, that's not right. The Valkyries collectively agreed, and Imogen denied it again. Abel really is popular. He's the rising star of the Second Son Association. Listening to such glamorous talk, Zack and Scotty toasted to Abel's rise. You two know King Abel, don't you? Prince Willie approached the two who were toasting. Yes, we've known each other closely since he was young. It seems especially that Zack was up to no good with him. Zack answered seriously, while Scotty chimed in. Oh, so you were schoolmates? Prince Willie nodded several times in understanding. I hear you were studying at the Unified Royal Capital Academy, Your Highness. Due to the turmoil in the royal capital, many noble and wealthy families suffered casualties, leading to the consolidation of several schools for those of the middle class and above within the royal capital. One of them was the Royal Capital Academy, a school that students attended until they turned 18 and became adults. After that, institutions like Central University or the Magical University, known as universities, were available. I had just begun to get used to the Royal Capital Academy, but now that the war led to the fall of the royal capital. Of course, it is currently closed, but I'm worried about how everyone is doing. As a prince of the Jew Kingdom, even if it is a small nation, Prince Willie was inside the embassy, which enjoys extraterritorial rights, so outwardly, King Raymond and his faction wouldn't act against him. However, he's still worried about the situation of his school friends. I hope King Abel can govern the entire kingdom as soon as possible. Willie murmured this. Zack and Scotty nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. By the way, do you happen to know what happened to the Schwarzkopf family, Your Highness? Scotty asked this out of concern for Natalie Schwarzkopf, who fought alongside them on the Disper Plains, rather than the family as a whole. She had infiltrated the royal capital with Zack and Scotty and should have contacted her own clan. Yes, I've heard. The head of the family, Lord Rise, passed away during the fall of the royal capital, and his daughter, Lady Natalie, succeeded to the head of the family. It seems she led the clan and fled west. Natalie, so that's what happened, Zack murmured. I believe during that time the Fuca family, the treasurer's family, was also under house arrest. They escaped in cooperation with them. The Fuca family and the Schwarzkopf family are both nobles who own lands in the west, right? It seems there are quite a few nobles, like those two families, whose lords are still under house arrest in the royal capital. Prince Willie explained about Treasurer Fuca, Scotty added details, and Zack offered his speculation. As long as the lord remains captured in the royal capital, they can't publicly express support for King Abel. Prince Willie nodded in agreement. As more lords are liberated like this, Abel will gain more supporters. King Raymond will surely take some action. Scotty murmured this, and both Prince Willie and Zack nodded in agreement. In the royal capital, in the newly granted residence of Count Park Fletcher of Kirkhouse. In the reception room sat Parker, King Raymond's right-hand man, and 4 adventurers. So for you to personally summon us, it must be an important request. The leader, the swordsman San, initiated the conversation. Normally, it would be polite to remain silent until Parker, a count and an important aide to King Raymond, started speaking. But it seemed that didn't matter to this man. The 4 members of the A-rank party, 5 dragons, were seated there. Yes, it is an extremely important request. There is someone I'd like you to eliminate. The payment is 500 million florins each for you. Oh, San whispered in surprise, and the other 3 couldn't hide their astonishment. Even as A-rank adventurers, they had never taken on a request of such a high amount. 500 million for one person means 2 billion florins for 4. An initial payment of 50 million, and if successful, 450 million. Parker said this calmly, without changing his expression. That's a rare split. Normally it's half up front and half later, so it must be a troublesome job. Who do we need to assassinate? Oh, do you understand? Of course. Is there any other request like this? Who is it? Given how difficult it is to eliminate, is it the Blazing Flame Mage? No, we won't touch him. What we are requesting is the assassination of King Abel. Parker stated this without any hesitation. I see. Assassinating a king and an A-rank adventurer. Indeed, that's something only we can do. The swordsman San grinned. The other 3 wore faint smirks as well. The method doesn't matter. The deadline is within 1 month. King Abel is at the Lord's Manor in the city of Run. He seems to be inside the manor except when he appears in the square for the Ascension ceremony, so the defenses are thick, but that doesn't matter. We'll kill anyone who gets in our way. That's not a problem, right? Yes, no problem. I'll leave it to you. Parker nodded, and the swordsman San confirmed this with a sinister smile, nodding repeatedly. Finally, we are about to move. That day, the rain that fell in the afternoon had completely stopped by the time the stars came out. By a combination of coincidences and some deliberate reasons, the 4 members of the Red Sword had gathered in Abel's office, which was quite a rare occurrence. They were conducting the final adjustments for the troops they had each trained and organized. The forces of the Barony of Run and the Marquisate of Heinlein will serve as the core of the Southern Army, Abel explained to Warren, Rhea, and Lynn while pointing at a map of the kingdom. The so-called Imperial Guards will be led by Phelps, along with his White Brigade and the adventurers from Run. I've never heard of a king making adventurers into his guards before. That's a feat that only Abel could manage. Both Lynn and Rhea understood, albeit surprised by Abel's explanation. Phelps was the son of Marquis Alexis Heinlein, and at the same time a B-rank adventurer from the city of Run. The White Brigade he leads consists of 40 members, which, while not quite enough to be called a brigade, is still a force comparable to a battalion. Additionally, all the adventurers from Run were familiar to Abel and were worthy of entrusting their lives to. Among them, Abel's popularity was unmatched. If they were swallowed by the Empire, the surplus funds they had accumulated and stored in the guild could be confiscated. In other words, there were adventurers who wanted Abel to restore the kingdom from both emotional and rational perspectives. The adjustments in that area have been entirely handled by the guild master, who has been holed up in the guild. Lynn, how about the mages in the army? Yeah, they were trained quite well from the start, especially since they have a lot of magical power. Their sustained combat ability is high. They can cast plenty of magic. Right now, they're doing a lot of mock battles to gain experience in combat against people. They are ready at any time. Lynn responded while snacking on some sweets. The 4 of them had been talking for a while and were snacking on sweets instead of having dinner, and the supply had dwindled significantly. The Night Order has even begun outdoor exercises, so it seems almost all preparations are complete. Organizing an army takes more time than one might imagine. Furthermore, if they were to fight against a different mission and opponent than before, it was wise to enhance their proficiency as much as possible before they stepped onto the battlefield. Failure would mean death, and those preparations were made through the efforts of individuals whose names would not be remembered in history. Not only those whose names were recorded in history books had exerted themselves. While the 4 were discussing such matters, when all their words fell silent, Abel suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. At first, he didn't understand the reason, but soon he realized, it's too quiet. Indeed, it was already night. However, there were still quite a few people working in the mansion, and there were soldiers on patrol. Normally, various sounds such as conversations and footsteps filled the air, sounds that one would not usually be conscious of. Now none of those sounds could be heard at all. That was abnormal. Then, Abel felt a gaze and looked out the window toward the broad balcony. He could see 4 men standing at the back of the balcony at the railing. Moreover, the man in the middle had raised his hand slightly, with a defiant smile on his face. "They've come," Abel muttered as he took his sword in hand. The other 3, having likely imagined who the 4 men on the balcony were, each took hold of their weapons and headed toward the balcony with Abel. The balcony outside the office was spacious, comparable to a school sports field. It connected to a hall, and the size of this balcony was sufficient to host a party. In fact, the Baron had once given orders from this very balcony during a ceremony for the Night Order held in the front yard. On that wide balcony, the 4 men stood lined up. All 4 seemed to be just over 30 years old. There were a swordsman, a mage, a spear warrior, and a scout/archer. They belonged to one of the only 2 rank parties in the kingdom, the 5 Dragons. As Abel and his companions stepped out onto the balcony, the leader and swordsman, San, opened his mouth. "Oh, good, good. I thought you wouldn't notice me for a long time. I was lonely, you know." His tone was one of looking down on the opponent and provoking them. However, he was a man strong enough to back it up. "You are San from the 5 Dragons. Hey, I'm not asking you to add Sama, but at least call me Sandono. After all, we're senior rank adventurers, right?" San replied, pretending to be hurt by Abel's words. "I don't have any respect for traitors. The king of adventurers seems to be quite harsh." As Abel said this, the spear warrior Connor retorted lightly. Though they leaned against the railing and San was even sitting skillfully on the railing, they still showed no openings. The 5 Dragons were completely prepared. Abel was considering striking them down in one swift motion if given the chance, but such an opportunity was nowhere to be found. "In this situation, it's foolish to ask you all here, but it seems I should ask anyway. You came here to kill me, right? Abel questioned, looking at San. It's pointless to hide it. That's exactly right. If we kill you, the rank adventurer who declared himself king will receive 2 billion florin for our trouble. So please die? San acknowledged Abel's question without a shred of remorse, showing no signs of a guilty conscience. 2 billion? I must be undervalued. Not at all, it's not cheap. Connor interrupted Abel's muttering. There aren't any requests with such rewards even for a rank adventurers. Connor spread his arms and shrugged to express the incredibility of it all. Well then, I believe the wise King Abel and his companions understand, but despite the time we've bought, no one is coming, right? Of course, no reinforcements will arrive no matter how long we wait. Tisk, San said, while Abel clicked his tongue softly. The reason Abel had been talking for so long was that he was somewhat hopeful that someone who noticed the commotion would come to help. Yet at the same time, it was also a fact that he didn't believe that a rank adventurers would make such a blunder. What about the people in the mansion? Oh, don't worry, they're just sleeping. I could have killed them, but the only life that has a reward attached is yours, Abel. Isn't that nice of me? Did you put everyone in the mansion to sleep? Abel was genuinely surprised. They must have used drugs, but there should have been more than 100 people. That's not an easy feat. I put them all to sleep, said Calvin, the scout/archer who had not spoken a word until then. I'm an rank scout, you know. I'm not ordinary in that respect, San said with a hint of pride. In fact, throughout the history of adventurers, there had never been many scouts who reached a rank. The other rank party, the Red Sword, does not have a scout. It's not hard to imagine from that fact. However, when Abel heard the words, I put them all to sleep, he felt relieved. That was far better information than I killed them all. Well then, shall we wrap up this information exchange? I think it's time to take your life, Abel. San said this as he stepped down from the railing. I have one question I'd like to ask. What happened to your 5th member, Priest Henning? Abel asked something he had been wondering since the reports from the 5 dragons had circulated. That's something you don't need to know. San said these words with an expressionless face. But Abel could faintly sense a trace of sadness and regret in his tone. Parties have various circumstances. Those are matters that others should not intrude upon. I see, my apologies. Even if the rank adventurers before him had strayed from the righteous path for some reason, there are questions that should not be asked. Abel's question was of that nature. Thus, Abel sincerely apologized, and so the curtain was raised for the battle between the 2 ranked parties in the kingdom, the 5 dragons and the Red Sword. Next time, the clash finally begins. The sword fight between San and Abel suddenly began in the center of the balcony. There was no probing for distance, no reading of each other's breathing. San took the initiative and launched an attack. Thrust, thrust, a rising slash from an unexpected reverse grip, and then a thrust from a close distance with a left-hand dagger that had been drawn out seemingly out of nowhere. Abel was thrown into disarray by the movements of the sword and its flow, which were far from legitimate swordsmanship. In principle, techniques like reverse grip and dual wielding, which could be described as superficial skills, could be easily crushed by a swordsman of Abel's caliber. However, San was not an easy opponent. The reason why San's superficial techniques did not fall into mere superficiality lay in his footwork. With precise steps, he easily encroached upon Abel's distance, and in response, the grip of his sword transformed and switched with fluidity. In the moment of changing grip, if one were to get deflected, the sword would fly away and everything would be over, but San did not allow that to happen. Many adventurers learned to wield swords through their own methods, and while Abel had seen many swords up to this point, San's sword style was unlike any of them. For Abel, it was the first time seeing such a sword. Damn it, this is so difficult. Is it because the distance changes too much? This sword is troublesome once it takes the lead. While Abel pondered such thoughts, he continued to handle the situation carefully. The Hume-style swordsmanship that Abel practiced did involve considerable footwork, but it was not as extreme as San's right in front of him. Conversely, it was likely that the extreme changes in distance made it challenging to fight. Both were rank adventurers, and as each was exceptional with a sword, the sword fight continued, with the outcome uncertain. At the edge of the balcony, Abel's right hand had also fallen into a standoff, but with a completely different appearance. It was Connor, the spear warrior, and Warren, the shield user. Connor attacked with his spear while Warren deflected the blows with his shield. It was always that pattern. If the distance was close enough, Warren also had the option to strike back with a shield bash or a punch with his thick arms. However, since the opponent wielded a spear, the combat distance was farther than with a sword, making both options impossible. In such situations, Warren did not rush. He quietly observed his opponent's movements, timing, and habits. Yet Connor was an A-rank spear warrior. Naturally, he understood that Warren was watching him. Understanding that, he continued his attacks. Truly, you are the shield user among shield users. It's no wonder that shield users throughout the kingdom look up to you as a model. Connor's tone was bitter, yet there was a hint of admiration in it. Continuously attacking and parrying, it was more mentally exhausting than he had imagined. Connor had experienced such situations many times before. Thus, he understood the mental fatigue that accumulated from such exchanges. That was why he felt admiration for the shield user in front of him, who continued to absorb and parry everything like a rock. The battle between Bruno, the fire attribute mage, and Lin, the wind attribute mage, began with a clash of magic. Not with flashy large-scale techniques, but rather, wind, by your will become the blade that slashes the enemy. Air slash. Fire, you are the form that destroys all. Firebolt, focusing on speed, the attack magic aimed at the enemy's throat. Crushing the throat to prevent casting was a common tactic in battles between mages. However, what was rare was the speed of their incantations and the uninterrupted stream of magic being cast. Even those with keen ears would find it difficult to catch the rapid incantations, which represented the highest level of combat techniques sought by mages of the Central Nations. And if there was no difference in speed, it would naturally become a contest of the number of spells cast. But, as expected, he's fast. His magic generation speed matches that of my master. Lin was taken aback by Bruno's casting speed and the sheer number of spells he unleashed. Of course, her opponent was an A-rank mage, and undoubtedly one of the top fire attribute mages in the kingdom. She knew he wouldn't be an easy opponent. She understood that, but he was stronger than she had anticipated. Even in a long-range magical exchange, there were moments when both sides could catch their breath to regroup. As expected from one of the kingdom's top wind attribute mages, "You really are called Elalian's prized disciple for a reason," Bruno murmured as he caught his breath. "Same goes for you," Lin replied. She recalled the time when she was trained by her master, Elalian. Elalian boasted an unmatched casting speed in the kingdom, but the man before her was more than a match. This means the one who runs out of magical power first will lose, Lin thought. I need to conserve magical power. This is bad. Bruno thought the same. The magical battle between the two had turned into an unpredictable struggle. The previous three pairs could be categorized as battles that made sense in a way. However, the final fourth pair, fighting at the far end of the balcony opposite Warren's group, was different. The battle between Calvin, the archer and scout, and Rhea, the priest. Since they were not at a distance where Calvin could effectively use his bow, he had drawn a dagger as a scout. In contrast, Priest Rhea was, after all, a rear guard and healer. The light attribute magic she could use for attacks was limited to something like a light javelin, which consumed a considerable amount of magical power, yet had low offensive power, resulting in damage that couldn't be considered high against humans or monsters. However, since the other three were engaged with unyielding opponents, Rhea had also been forced into close combat. Although Calvin was an archer, being an A-rank adventurer meant that he had close combat capabilities far superior to those of a typical C-rank swordsman. In front of such an opponent, Rhea fought with her staff. "I'm surprised," Calvin murmured, his expression unchanged, making it clear he was not truly astonished. Honestly, he did not like combat. Still, having lived this long, he never slacked off in combat training. As a result, he matched the speed of close combat against swordsman San, and if he focused on defense, he wouldn't be easily defeated even by San. Given that Calvin had honed his close combat skills, he was more than capable of appreciating Rhea's staff techniques. Saint Rhea was a well-known figure in the royal capital, and Calvin had heard her name since he was young. He also knew that she was active as an adventurer in the southern region. However, he had never heard rumors about the saint being capable of close combat. That made him admire Rhea, who was performing splendid staff techniques right in front of him. Of course, Calvin knew that there was a frontline group known as monks within the temple. Perhaps Rhea's staff techniques were derived from those monks. He briefly thought that perhaps everyone from the temple mastered staff techniques, but he shook his head, recalling Henning, the priest from the 5 Dragons. Henning had risen to A-rank as an adventurer, yet his combat abilities had been completely zero. Calvin knew all too well that it was he who had protected Henning during chaotic battles. If that were the case, it was clear that Rhea must have worked hard to attain such staff techniques after becoming an adventurer. The 5 Dragons, led by San, was composed mostly of individuals with severe personality issues. Yet they still showed respect for strength. Calvin, who did not have personality issues, was a man who held great respect for strength. That was why, after gauging Rhea's overall abilities, he determined the timing to end the fight and went for it. As Rhea thrust her staff toward him, he rotated his body, invading her distance, and with the motion of his spin, slammed the hilt of his dagger into her abdomen. Rhea lost consciousness and crumpled down. "Tomorrow, surely tomorrow." Abel, who was fighting in the center of the balcony, noticed that Ryo had been defeated. "I knocked her out." Though the voice came from the scout Calvin, who was not particularly loud, Abel heard it clearly. It reached the ears of San, who was engaged in a sword fight with Abel. "Hey, that's too soft," San spat those words. She still had the potential to get stronger. She was strong enough to be spared. Only King Abel would benefit from killing her. Calvin's unusual long statement made not just San, but also Connor, the spear warrior fighting Warren, murmur in surprise. "I haven't heard Calvin speak so much in about 5 years. Ignoring such voices from the sidelines, Calvin laid Ryo down in a corner of the balcony and decided to watch the other battles while leaning on the railing instead of joining the fight. "Calvin, do you have any intention of helping me take down the shield user?" "No," Calvin responded indifferently to Connor's words. "I thought so." Despite saying that, Connor unleashed dozens of spear attacks, thrusts, sweeps, and strikes, but Warren's shield remained unyielding. The battle between swordsmen and the battle between spear warriors and shield users remained in a state where no clear advantage was visible to anyone. However, the fight between mages was starting to show signs of conclusion. This was due to the element known as remaining magical power, unique to mages. Perhaps in response to that, the battles between swordsmen and between spear warriors and shield users intensified, to prevent anyone from going to help the mages. The original amount of magical power possessed by Bruno of the 5 dragons and Lin of the Red Sword was likely not that different. For the C-rank adventurers nearby, and even the few B-rank adventurers, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth when compared to these two. They were on a high level as mages. Yet the slight losses from each spell activation, refinement, or degree of optimization were starting to create a gap that would ultimately decide the outcome between the two. Ugh! Finally, Lin knelt on one knee. Her remaining magical power was almost depleted. She was barely hanging on to consciousness. Her vision was blurry, and she could hardly see anything. As expected of the kingdom's #1 wind attribute mage, I acknowledge that reputation to be true, but at that point Bruno smirked. "You were not my match." Then he pointed his staff at Lin. "Surrender. If you do, I will spare your life. If you do not surrender, I will kill you. I am not like the soft Calvin." Hearing Bruno's words, Lin raised her face, and with a glare she replied defiantly, "No, I am still an apprentice of Elalian Baraha. I have no intention of bowing to those who stray from the path and attempt to assassinate the king." "How you really do talk big. I will kill you, and eventually I will kill Elalian as well. Then I will be the kingdom's #1 mage by both name and deed. Along the way, I will also kill the man who falsely claims to be king." Against Lin, who refused to surrender, Bruno declared with a sinister grin that he would eventually kill Elalian too. However, at that moment, Lin burst into laughter. It was a laugh that could only be described as raucous, a laugh that was anything but ordinary. "What's so funny?" Such a question would not arise against this uproariously laughing female mage. But even so, Bruno could not comprehend Lin's answer. "The kingdom's #1? Did you just say you're the kingdom's #1 mage? Ahahaha, that's hilarious. No, you must be out of your mind." "Yes, of course, if you don't know, that's how it is." "Let me enlighten you, ignorant fire attribute mage. The kingdom's #1 mage is not Elalian, nor is it me. The kingdom's #1 mage is the water attribute mage of Run." Saying this, Lin laughed raucously once more. It was a laugh that came from the depths of her heart, a laugh that was truly filled with joy. "A water attribute mage? What are you talking about? Have you gone mad facing death, or are you trying to bluff your way out of this? Fool, it's pointless. The one who's foolish is you. If you kill us, you will be hunted forever. You will be pursued until you die. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be followed. By whom, you ask? That water attribute mage." After saying this, Lin glared at Bruno one last time. "How interesting. Let them chase after me, that water attribute mage and all. I would love to meet them." Bruno declared with a sinister grin. In that instant, the atmosphere changed. The change was felt even by Abel and San, who were engaged in intense sword fighting. Both of them simultaneously leaped backward, scanning their surroundings to see what was happening. After being drenched by cold rain during a drill, only to return to the manor and find no warm meals. The 7 of them felt a sensation, as if the air around them had frozen. "If that's the case, I thought at least I could take a bath and sleep comfortably, only to find there's a battle on the balcony of the office." An instinctual fear. Some of them experienced it for the first time at that moment. "Are you trying to make me angry? Is that what you want? Do you know what happens next? Do you realize what you're doing? Well then, I suppose I should make sure you never do something so foolish again in a grand way." "Ryo is pissed." Abel's small murmur fortunately went unheard by anyone. In sync with that voice, the window of the office opened, and the angry water attribute mage stepped out onto the balcony. Floating magic circle, with Ryo's words, 16 magic circles floated into existence around him. While everyone else was completely immobilized, a single person attempted to move. No, someone tried to move. That was Calvin, the scout who had a magic circle directed at him. However, Calvin could not move. His feet had already frozen solid and were stuck in place. Icicle lance shower against an opponent who could not escape. That phrase was deliberately spoken slowly, resulting in dozens, no, hundreds of thin ice spears being launched from each of the 16 magic circles, piercing Calvin's body. Even with his legs immobilized, Calvin managed to evade a considerable number of ice spears using only the dagger in his hand and his body movements, demonstrating why he was a rank adventurer. However, he could not avoid all of them, and the sight of him being pierced by dozens of ice spears was gruesome. Moreover, all of the spears were deliberately aimed away from his vital points. Ice Coffin, the scout, pierced by dozens of ice spears, was then encased in ice. Next, Ryo turned to Bruno, who was frozen in shock, still pointing his staff at Lin. From the charred surroundings, it seemed Bruno had realized he was dealing with a fire attribute mage. A fire attribute mage is more than enough for this. Layered ice wall layer 10 package. In that moment, ice walls enveloped Bruno from all sides, completely enclosing him. The thickness of the ice walls increased toward the center. Once Ryo had used this spell against Demon Leonor. At that time, Leonor had shattered it from the inside with a technique called Flame Tornado. But what in the world is this? Those were the last words Bruno spoke before he froze. He could not put up any resistance whatsoever. The third target Ryo turned to was Connor, the spear warrior. Avatar, as Ryo chanted, duplicates of him appeared to his left and right. Ryo then readied Murakumo. What is that? Connor's whisper went unheard by anyone. Icicle Lance Shower Water Jet Thruster. Countless ice spears were shot toward Connor from the 3 Ryos, including the main body, while simultaneously a fine mist sprayed from behind the 3 Ryos, propelling forward at the same speed as the ice spears. The impact of the ice spears, the slashes from the 3 Ryos, occurred in an instant, converging all at once. What remained was the sight of Connor, impaled by countless ice spears with his arms and legs severed. Igia. Silence. Ice Coffin. Ryo encased Connor, who was screaming in panic, mercilessly in ice. What are you? San's words trembled and faltered. First, it's polite to introduce yourself. Ryo replied seriously, but it seemed San did not hear him. Instead, Abel answered, I am San, the swordsman of the rank Party 5 Dragons. Ah, you mentioned that before. Well, for a human, you're quite strong. Ryo's tone returned to sounding a bit more normal, and Abel felt a sense of relief inside. To be honest, given the level of anger displayed upon his arrival, Abel had thought the entire city of Run might freeze. Now, Abel, what will you do? That San over there is also plotting against the king, right? Should I take care of him? Or no, let me handle it. Abel said this as he readied his sword once more and faced San. If Abel says so, I will leave it to you. I have a grasp of the situation, so you can take your time and go at your own pace. Ryo said this, handing a magical power potion to Lin, who was on the verge of magical power depletion, and walked toward Rhea, who was laid at the edge of the balcony. What on earth is that guy? San, who had still not regained his composure, muttered. That is Ryo, a C-rank adventurer from Run, Abel kindly explained. C-rank. No way, yeah, San yelled, and Abel nodded as if it was natural. But it's the truth. When Abel said this, San opened his eyes wide and glanced once at Ryo, then he quickly returned his gaze to Abel. There are those in this world who cannot be measured just by adventurer rank, quite a few in fact, Abel stated. San blinked once. Then, taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes and readied his sword again. The previous state of panic had completely vanished. In this area, as expected from an A-rank adventurer. Abel was honestly impressed, seeing a man like Ryo, who shatters common sense, suddenly appear, and while having all of his companions encased in ice, regaining his composure with a single deep breath. Incredible, however, he had no intention of losing, of course. Well then, here I go. With that, Abel charged in with his attack. Once again, the sword fight between Abel and San began. From Ryo's perspective, there seemed to be almost no difference between Abel and San. Their speed and power were nearly equal. In terms of technique, San appeared to have a slight edge, but when it came to mental superiority, there seemed to be a significant difference. This could be attributed to the fact that all of San's companions were frozen in ice, while Abel's companions were all watching over him. Realistically speaking, even if San were to win, he wouldn't think he could escape safely from this situation. He had seen his 3 companions defeated so easily and turned into ice. He was still witnessing them being frozen. No matter how optimistic a person might be, they wouldn't be able to hope for a safe escape from this situation. If that was the case, then he would struggle to have the fighting spirit of, I must win no matter what. In situations where life and death are at stake, the so-called mental strength plays a surprisingly large role. Speed, power, and technique, whether one can fully exhibit those abilities is largely dependent on mental strength. Sometimes, people who have no understanding of human nature say things like, "This is a professional job," while only aiming for rationality. Don't bring emotions into work. I'm not inclined, but as a professional, I'll do my job properly. You can't do professional work with just camaraderie. Every time Ryo heard such things, his father would give a pitying look. Half of a person is made up of emotions. You cannot control emotions with rationality. What you can do is suppress emotions, which only results in a half-hearted exertion of effort without utilizing the power of emotion. It's obvious, but the state of being able to exert both rational power and emotional power is the state in which a person can exhibit their greatest strength. This is a logic that even high school students can understand. For example, when a team needs to accomplish something, it's common knowledge that the team members being on good terms yields better results. This is because they create a situation where they can utilize not only rational power, but also emotional power. That is the true work of a professional. Taking this into account, it became evident even to an amateur that the balance of power in the sword fight between San and Abel was beginning to shift. The difference in mental strength, which can be seen as a difference in emotion, was beginning to surpass the slight difference in technique. The two fighters were the ones who understood this best. They had no choice but to understand it the most. "Damn it," San muttered quietly. Once such words start to come out, the end is near. At the moment San switched his grip from reverse to forward, Abel's sword thrust at San's sword. Clang! The sword flew from San's right hand. However, at that very moment when everyone's gaze turned towards that direction, San pulled out a dagger with his left hand from behind his body. Then, he thrust it directly at Abel in front of him. Just before the dagger pierced Abel's body, San's left arm danced. Abel cut upwards from below with his sword. "Gah!" A muffled voice escaped from San's mouth. Abel then changed the upward cut into a horizontal slash. And next came, San's head and blood missed. As blood spurted out, Abel remained unmoving in the aftermath. "Impressive," Ryo murmured quietly, and hearing that voice, Abel finally released the aftermath and nodded once towards Ryo. Thus the attack on King Abel by the 5 dragons was completely thwarted. The ensuing commotion was quite the affair. As Scout Calvin had said, everyone in the mansion had fallen asleep. Sleeping pills had been added to the dinner, and additionally, in several rooms, sleeping incense had been burnt. It seemed that only the 4 who were in Abel's office had escaped this fate, as they were having a meeting without having dinner. The Night Order members who returned from the outdoor training with Ryo awakened them, and eventually, everyone came to, marking the beginning of the commotion. When the awakened guards came to the office to check on the king's safety, they discovered a blood-soaked king, exhausted members of the Red Sword, and a water attribute magician mindlessly nibbling on leftover snacks. Furthermore, on the balcony, there were 3 coffins of ice and the body of a headless swordsman. Soon, a messenger was sent to the Adventurers Guild, and the guild master, Hugh McGrath, arrived, further fueling the commotion. However, by that time, Abel had managed to take a bath and was no longer covered in blood. Additionally, the other 3 members of the Red Sword had been sent to their beds by Abel. For some reason, only Ryo was made to sit on the sofa, and in front of him was a plate of reheated food. "I need you to be my guard." When directly instructed like that by the attacked king, refusing was not an option. No matter how much Ryo wanted to take a bath, no matter how much he wanted to bury himself in bed. "Your Majesty, I am deeply sorry." After a series of explanations and mutual updates on the situation, Knight Commander Neville Black suddenly knelt down and began to apologize to Abel. "What is it, Knight Commander?" Abel asked, not understanding the meaning of the apology. Those present, including Ryo, Hugh, and Count Heinlein, also didn't fully comprehend. Just earlier, King Abel had clearly stated that no one would blame them for not being able to prevent the invasion by the thieves. "It was because I asked Lord Ryo to conduct the Night Order's outdoor training that this happened." "Ah," Ryo involuntarily murmured in response to Neville's explanation. "I truly apologize to you, Lord Ryo. You were directly requested by the Lord to guard His Majesty. Had I not asked for the outdoor training, you would have been protecting His Majesty, and this situation could have been resolved before it endangered His Majesty. My deepest apologies." "No, I've taken on the outdoor training and mock battles as the swordsmanship instructor, so how should I put it?" When it was decided that they would go for outdoor training, Ryo had shouted traitor at Abel for giving permission, but now being publicly apologized to made him feel uncomfortable. Perhaps this is what it means to be Japanese. "Knight Commander, as Ryo just mentioned, while Ryo is my guard, he is also the swordsmanship instructor for the Run Night Order. Considering that outdoor training is part of the instructor's duties, I don't believe the responsibility lies with you." Abel said this and dismissed the responsibility. However, he instructed that future outdoor training for the Night Order would proceed without Ryo. At this, Ryo made a small fist pump. Abel's eyes caught that fist pump, and he discreetly shook his head. The participants who had gathered in the office left for their respective places after it passed 3 in the morning. "Another peaceful night? Huh!" Ryo absent-mindedly murmured with a cup of coffee in hand, prompting Abel, who was usually busy with paperwork, to look up and ask. Well, there was an attack event, but since it was humans who came, it wasn't a problem. If it had been dragons or a group of demons, it would have been a serious issue. Yeah, what Ryo says sometimes really makes no sense. Dragons are legendary creatures, after all. If they existed, the continent would be destroyed before the country could recover. Abel sighed as he said this. Seeing Abel's attitude, Ryo felt a bit irritated. So he decided to enlighten him with the truth. "Abel, this is just between us, so don't tell anyone else. Dragons exist in reality." To the east of the forest of Rondo, there is a high mountain, and at its peak there are dragons. In fact, I communicated with them. Or rather, I spoke to them through telepathy. "I just want to warn you, Abel, don't think about becoming a great king and planning an expedition to Rondo, because dragons are indeed real." Abel repeated Ryo's words in his mind, ruminating over them again and again until he finally understood. Dragons exist, and they're in the forest of Rondo. "That's right, so it's better not to mess with the southern side of the Mountain of Demons, okay?" "Ah, I see. I'll make sure to leave a will so that my successors won't go there." Though King Abel has not yet married, he has decided to leave a will, which gives Ryo some peace of mind. Ryo smiled and nodded several times in satisfaction. "Vice Commander, it seems that King Raymond's attack on King Abel has failed." This was in the northern part of the kingdom, the capital of Count Gorder territory, Catlo. Count Gorder was one of the prominent nobles among those following King Raymond in the northern region. His territory lay on the northeastern edge of the kingdom, bordering the empire. Thus, for generations, it had maintained a powerful Night Order and magical association. On the map, the east of the Count's territory connected to the Alliance, but between them lay a massive canyon known only as the Rift. This rift narrows somewhat toward the south, where a few bridges have been constructed, but the canyon near Count Gorder's territory was not wide enough for any bridges to be built. Moreover, the river flowing at the bottom of the canyon was swift, making it impossible to cross by boat, and in the past, there had never been a military invasion across this rift. Nevertheless, it remained a crucial point for the kingdom, and Count Gorder had already chosen to leave the kingdom and side with the empire. When you mentioned the attack on King Abel, that was the top-secret mission where they dispatched the 5 dragons, right? King Abel himself is indeed an A-rank adventurer, so he must be strong, but to fail with all 5 dragons, or at least 4 of them present. Have there been any reports of injuries inflicted on him? No, the swordsman San was said to have been cut down by King Abel in a duel. The other 3 were captured. The vice commander, Jurgen, reported this. He did report it, but there was something discontent in his expression. Oscar, who had known him for quite some time, noticed that expression. "Jurgen, is there something else you should add to your report?" "Ah, I apologize. The 3 were said to have been frozen solid when captured." The moment Jurgen reported this, Oscar's demeanor changed. It was an atmosphere that made even Jurgen feel a chill run down his spine. Honestly, it was a feeling he would rather not experience. "That magician, huh?" After saying just that, it was clear to Jurgen that Oscar was gritting his teeth. Honestly, Jurgen had not wanted to understand. He would never forgive the water attribute magician who said he would freeze his beloved Princess Fiona. Jurgen had no choice but to understand that. After about a minute of such tension, suddenly, Oscar's atmosphere changed. It was as if he had returned to his usual state. "Since in Whitnash, King Abel has mentioned the adventurers of the city of Run, it means they are surrounding King Abel." The content was related to the water attribute magician, but his way of speaking was the same as usual. "I believe his name was Ryo." "Ah," Jurgen asked, and Oscar simply replied. However, he continued speaking afterward. "Jurgen, as it stands, King Abel is an enemy. We will likely have to fight him at some point. If that magician appears on the battlefield, withdraw everyone." "Yes. Make sure to withdraw them. You won't stand a chance against him." "I will fight alone. I don't even think I can guarantee a victory, but at the very least, I'll make it a mutual kill." "Vice Commander." Jurgen was at a loss for words due to Oscar's overwhelming determination. "Is he really such a formidable opponent?" "Yes, it's disgusting, but he is that formidable. However, I will definitely kill him." The last words were very faint and low, just barely audible to Jurgen. But because of that, Jurgen could feel the intent behind them. A water attribute magician who can even defeat A-rank adventurers, truly an abomination. But then again, so is the vice commander. Failed, did you say? In the royal castle's office, King Raymond was squeezing those words out. Assassination mission involving 4 A-rank adventurers, and it failed. A-rank adventurers are at the pinnacle of humanity. In some cases, one could even say they are non-human. The thought that 4 such individuals, even if the king was involved, and even if he was an A-rank swordsman, could fail at the assassination of just one person was unbelievable to Raymond. Did they betray and abandon the mission? King Raymond looked at Parker with a suspicious gaze. No, the swordsman Sand's decapitated corpse has been made public, and the other 3 are currently frozen solid and displayed in the city square. Is that even possible? Raymond muttered, pacing back and forth in the room multiple times. Parker remained silent as he watched. Years of experience had taught him that speaking to Raymond during such moments would only provoke his wrath. It was best to remain quietly and wait. After a full 5 minutes, Raymond finally looked at Parker and opened his mouth. Parker, it seems we have no choice but to crush them head-on. Understood. But the problem is the Imperial army. What are they doing? Raymond's concern was that while King Abel's army and King Raymond's army faced each other, the Imperial army might attack from behind. Logically, it would be impossible for the Imperial army to side with King Abel. But at this moment, Raymond's heart was filled with negativity. The failure of the 5 dragons was undoubtedly the reason. The Imperial army is currently stationed with Marquis Musil and the main force at Wingston, while a defense unit of several hundred is positioned at Stone Lake and Slansui. Those fools, what are they really thinking? In the pre-war agreement Raymond made with Emperor Rupert VI, there was a clause stating that any city captured by the Imperial army would be entirely surrendered to King Raymond after the war. Raymond found it hard to believe that the subordinates and retainers of a sovereign emperor would disregard such an agreement. He could not comprehend the current actions of the Imperial army at all. The biggest issue is how the Empire will respond, Abel muttered. In the office, it was just Abel and Ryo. Ryo was lying lazily on the usual sofa, reading a book related to alchemy that he had borrowed from the library. Abel, you really don't need to show off your work. That's not what I'm doing. Ryo shrugged, seemingly exasperated, and Abel shouted back. Saying it out loud helps to organize my thoughts. In fact, Abel was working. He had perfectly countered the attack from the 5 dragons and personally dealt with their leader, the swordsman San, announcing it to the Central Nations. While there had been no public reactions from nations or domestic nobles to the announcement, it was a hot topic among the people, widely known. The 3 frozen individuals were still being displayed in Run Square, alive. As for San's head or corpse, it was deemed too much, so it wasn't currently on display. I truly appreciate Ryo. This time not just my life, but the lives of my companions were saved as well. You're making me blush, but if you really appreciate it, grant me a privilege, a privilege. A privilege. Like noble privileges? Ryo, unusually asking for something other than a meal, and moreover making a request for privilege, made Abel suspicious. I would like a privilege where I can have cake at least once a week during coffee time. Cake? Well, if that's too difficult once every 2 weeks, no, perhaps, I guess I'll settle for once a month. Ryo seemed to propose this after much deliberation, with a face full of compromise as he requested coffee with cake once a month. Once a month, that's as far as I'm willing to compromise. I firmly demand the once-a-month cake privilege. All right, fine. Yay, Ryo literally jumped up and did a victory pose, again and again. After all, Ryo was still Ryo. Abel felt relieved. Abel's office was peaceful once again. However, into this peaceful office, news far removed from peace came in. It was brought by Marquis Heinlein. Your Majesty, an urgent message has arrived from the north. Saying this, Marquis Alexis Heinlein handed a piece of paper to King Abel. A noble rebellion in the Empire. The mastermind is said to be Duke Morgrund. Duke Morgrund? At Abel's involuntary murmuring, Ryo tilted his head, asking. Answering him was Marquis Heinlein. Duke Morgrund is from a prestigious family with territory in the southeastern part of the Empire. Since the ascension of the current Emperor Rupert VI, many nobles have been purged, yet he is even referred to as the last big shot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he is the Empire's greatest noble, equal to Marquis Musil, who is currently the supreme commander of the expeditionary force against the kingdom. Sounds like a big deal. For Ryo, who was not well versed in noble society, that was the extent of his impression. I see, so this was anticipated from the very beginning, Abel muttered quietly enough for Ryo to hear. It seemed Marquis Heinlein heard as well, as he responded to it. Indeed, it seems that the occurrence of a rebellion and the subsequent suppression of it was within Emperor Rupert's expectations. What do you mean? The person known as Rupert VI leads his army into battle whenever he conquers foreign lands. This is known as a personal expedition. The same was true during his campaigns against the smaller northern and western countries, But this expedition against the kingdom is different, even though it is an expedition against such a large nation as the kingdom. This means he never intended to completely conquer the kingdom from the very start. He intends to draw out Marquis Musil, divert the power of the Empire's nobles, and then eliminate Duke Morgrund, who had been a thorn in his side, as someone who planned a rebellion. And should Marquis Musil fail in the expedition, he would hold him accountable and eliminate him as well. Thus, the last troublesome great noble remaining in the Empire would be eradicated. Impressive, truly a web of intrigue and stratagem. Listening to Abel's explanation, Ryo genuinely felt it was remarkable. Of course, even if the expedition to the kingdom succeeded and the kingdom fell under their control, that would still be beneficial. The Empire likely calculated that it would not result in any drawbacks. The relationship between the Emperor and nobles is complicated, isn't it? I wonder if the kingdom will be all right. At Ryo's mumbling, Abel and Marquis Heinlein couldn't help but exchange glances. After all, these two were the embodiment of the relationship between the king and the nobles. "Oh, don't worry, Abel. I'm on your side," Ryo said firmly, turning to Abel and nodded vigorously. "What if Marquis Heinlein were to say he would provide cake with coffee every week? Then I would have no choice. I'm terribly sorry, Abel, but I would side with the nobles." "Yeah, I had a feeling that would happen. Alas, the king sold out for cake. Such is the harsh reality of the world. If we're going to mobilize the troops, I think now is the perfect time." "Yes, I agree. If we act now, there won't be any reinforcements from the Empire's mainland, not even by chance." Abel asked Count Heinlein, and the Count agreed. Ryo was nodding along beside them. For some reason, Abel could see through Ryo's nodding due to the atmosphere of the moment. Then Ryo made a suggestion. "We will hold the departure ceremony in the square, right? Are we going to fly again? Or, no, this time we won't be flying. It would be nice to give a speech from a slightly elevated position, but perhaps we can have a platform set up in the square. In that case, shall we make an altar of ice?" "Ah, that sounds good." The image of the departure ceremony venue was being formed between Abel and Ryo. Count Heinlein did not interject at all. His initial skepticism toward Ryo had already transformed into complete trust. There was a hint of resignation in that trust. Ryo could kill anyone at any time if he wanted to. There's no one who could stop him. That was the sense of resignation. On top of that, Abel was managing to solidly secure Ryo as an ally through genuine feelings, which brought him some comfort. Even if he were to become an enemy, it would mean despair. As an ally, he represented hope. "I'll talk to Alalian about it. We'll need to use the voice transmission magic to deliver my voice far and wide." It seemed that the discussion about setting up the venue was coming to an end. "This is going to be busy. We'll have to change our monthly cakes to weekly ones, or else it won't be worth it." Ryo said this and glanced at Abel. "No, Ryo will just create the altar on site on the day of the event, right? That's easy, isn't it?" "Wah!" Ryo was left speechless by Abel's calm remark. It was a speechlessness caused by the truth being pointed out. "If I don't prepare the image from now, it could collapse on the day also, you know. It takes a lot of magical power, so we need to save on magical power consumption starting now." After being rejected for the cake increase, Ryo was flustered. "The cake privilege is for once a month." So this is what a tyrant is. The tyranny of the powerful reaches its peak here." Ryo was frustrated after having his request for more cake officially rejected, while Abel remained completely unfazed. Observing the two, Count Heinlein smiled wryly. "On the day of the Liberation Army's departure ceremony, there are so many people. Did we arrive too late? Not only from Run, but also from Acre, Witnash, and Kairati. Adventurers have come from everywhere." The three D-rank adventurers were amazed at the sheer number of people, regretting that they couldn't secure a spot in the front row. Of course, it was Ammon, Nils, and Ito from room 10. Over on the other side of the front row, a beautiful ice fence has been set up. Probably made of ice, it must be Ryo's. The ice fence sparkled under the sun, showing no signs of melting. But there's also the possibility that it's Ryo-san's apprentice. At Ammon's suggestion, Nils recalled the scene he had witnessed. After completing a request from the Gecko Merchant Association, he had gone to report back, where he saw children who had not yet reached adulthood playing with ice walls and icicle lances in the backyard. It wasn't bloodthirsty enough to be called a mock battle. Rather, it was a heartwarming scene of small children swinging sticks and pretending to be knights or swordsmen. Yes, it would be seen as a heartwarming sight by those who did not know the truth. However, the three knew that the ice wall could repel most attacks and that the icicle lance possessed unmatched penetrating power when its tip was sharp. This was because it was the magic of the water attribute magician they knew all too well. "Have you noticed?" Suddenly, the head of the Gecko Merchant Association, Gecko, spoke from behind the three, smiling. "Their teacher is Ryo-san." "I knew it!" the three exclaimed in unison at Gecko's revelation. Well, while we can't deny the possibility of them being Ryo's apprentices, that ice fence is probably Ryo's work after all. That's right. The craftsmanship is detailed. Ryo sometimes focuses on those kinds of things. Nils offered a hypothesis, Ammon affirmed it, and Ito described Ryo's characteristics. Just then, they heard voices from right behind room 10. Look, that must be it, right? It's frozen in ice. Ah, there's a plate with a name engraved on it. 5 dragons, Connor means spear warrior Connor, huh? For real, Connor, Bruno, and Calvin are all frozen in ice. San was defeated by King Abel in a duel. It means he's indeed at the peak of this country's adventurers. What an amazing king. It seemed that these adventurers were not from Run, but from other cities. Well, it's only natural that Mr. Abel, no, His Majesty the King is strong, but freezing the other 3 is impressive, Nils whispered to Ito and Ammon. The story of Ryo stepping in as reinforcements for Rhea during the battle against the 5 dragons has become quite famous. Ryo, good job, Ammon mentioned the story, which had been slightly distorted, while Ito praised Ryo for fighting in Rhea's place. It was evident that Ito was not usually this way, especially since it was related to Rhea. Right behind the 3, it seemed that adventurers from other cities finally arrived. Thank goodness we made it in time. Oh no. Ben kept saying just one more request, and we barely made it. I'm sorry, Ash, but thanks to that, our accommodation costs in Run are well covered. Me and my sister have been saving up for a while. The last voice belonged to a woman who sounded like the youngest sister. Hearing such a conversation from behind, the 3 from room 10 tilted their heads. They had a feeling they had heard that voice before, so all 3 turned around. Raka, they exclaimed in unison. Oh, from room 10, it's been a while, Bandash, Raka's leader, said joyfully, and the 9 rejoiced at their reunion. Previously, room 10 and Raka had taken down a wyvern together. Not as official participants in a wyvern subjugation, but as a result of a chance encounter while a village was under attack. The tale of their 9-person wyvern subjugation is still a story told in many towns to this day. It elevated the names of both room 10 and Raka. As proof of this, they could hear nearby adventurers whispering as they watched the joyful reunion. Did I just hear room 10 and Raka? Yeah, I heard it. Those guys took down that wyvern with just 9 people. I thought it was just a tall tale. No, they definitely seem strong. It could be true. Ryo had indeed become famous, but it seemed that the 3 from room 10 had also gained quite a bit of notoriety. As the 9 warmed up their old friendship, the departure ceremony finally began. The orchestra of the city of Run played a heroic tune, introducing each captain and various other things. However, the sight that everyone really wanted to see, or rather the one person they wanted to see, was just one. They had gathered in this square to see that person and hear that person's voice. Here we go. Whoever murmured this, it was likely that many in attendance echoed the sentiment in their hearts. Then that person, King Abel, made his appearance and ascended the altar of ice. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the cheers exploded. It was a cheer that could only be described as a burst. The sound, without a doubt, carried pressure with it, and just like during the Ascension ceremony, the explosive cheer converged into a single word. Abel, 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 Abel. Everyone in the square, regardless of age, gender, status, or occupation, all united as one. King Abel alone received that cheer from atop the platform. It was a truly divine sight. The light shining down and the reflected shimmering light, within that stood the king, unwavering. That figure stirred the hearts of the gathered people even more. The fervor seemed as if it would last forever. However, Abel lightly raised his right hand in a gesture for silence, and then the cheers of the gathered crowd quieted down. Once he confirmed that they were completely settled, Abel opened his mouth. First, I would like to thank everyone for gathering here today. I would also like to apologize for the fact that until now I have been unable to take action, and that our kingdom, including the royal capital, has been ravaged. Abel took a breath here. Then he continued, You must have worried as well. When would Abel rise? Am I still unable to fight? Is our kingdom going to split apart like this? But there is no need to worry. Now all preparations have been completed. We shall rise up to reclaim our stolen kingdom. As Abel raised his right hand and declared this, the cheers erupted once more. And it wasn't just in the square. Thanks to Alalian's voice transmission magic, Abel's speech was delivered throughout the city, even reaching the farthest corners of Run. 2 days later, the forces of the barony of Run, the forces of the Marquisate of Heinlein, and the southern army centered around the adventurers departed toward the royal capital. Along the way, they gathered the troops of the various southern lords and adventurers as they headed north. Thus, the curtain was raised on the liberation war of the Natore Kingdom. List of Southern Army Leadership Supreme Commander: King Abel the First Aide, Ryo Imperial Guard Captain, Phelps A. Heinlein. The Imperial Guards are mainly composed of the Red Sword and the White Brigade, along with adventurers from the city of Run. commander of the Heinlein Marquisate Army, Marquis Alexis Heinlein Aide, Danton, commander of the Barony of Run's Army, Alfonso Spinazzola Aide, Neville Black, commander of the Southern Army Magical Association, Elalian Baraja, deputy commander, Arthur Velasi's Adventurer Unit commander, Hugh McGrath, deputy commander. Landenvia. Each army includes volunteer militia, totaling over 20,000 at this point. Ryo is the only aide assigned to King Abel. He always follows slightly behind Abel, protecting him. His role is more akin to a bodyguard than that of a typical aide. Originally, the Imperial Guard captain and the guards should handle that role, but they are strictly the Imperial Guards on the battlefield. Their duty is to protect Abel in the field, but everyone understands. Although Abel is a king, he is also an adventurer and, moreover, a swordsman. It is likely that if a charge is ordered, he would be the first to dash forward. At that moment, it would be the Imperial Guards and the adventurers from Run charging alongside him. Thus, until they reach the battlefield, Ryo is the sole protector of Abel. This is Abel's wish, and the other leaders understood it as well. Hey, that's him, right? The one? Yeah, the one with the water attribute. He doesn't look that strong, does he? Well, he's a mage. But he's quite abnormal, isn't he? Freezing someone solid is impossible, yet he manages to do it. More importantly, he's pretty cute, isn't he? In the camp, Abel walks around quite a bit. Not just among familiar adventurers and Night Order members, but also actively engaging with those who have come from other towns. During this, Ryo always walks closely behind him. Essentially, there are no suspected spies among the enemy. Despite the gathering of more than 20,000 people, the assurance that there are none is solely thanks to Phelps and Alexis, the Heinlein clan. However, since anything can happen, Ryo always follows closely. As a result, he overhears conversations like the ones mentioned earlier. Ryo has become quite famous, hasn't he? I wonder if I'll be okay after the war. Ryo's worry is that he might get caught up in the power struggles among the nobles or be forcibly detained, a concern he had previously. You'll be fine. I have some strategies prepared for that. Leave it to me. Despite the words coming directly from His Majesty the King, Ryo's gaze at Abel was still filled with distrust. Hey, what kind of look is that? Why do you have a distrustful look even after I said it's okay? Because, if you think about what the past Abel has done, you'll understand, right? Past. The good-natured Abel puts his hand on his chest and thinks, but nothing particular comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. At the 40th floor of the dungeon, he promised to treat me to food for a week and then didn't. He said I had the privilege of cake once a month, but if we're on a march, I can't enjoy that privilege, can I? At this point, Abel began scratching his cheek with his right hand. Abel, taking away even the monthly cake is terrible. Ryo knelt down, letting out a heartfelt cry. Well, I didn't expect to be deployed this quickly back then. Saying this, Abel smiled wryly. However, a woman's voice suddenly interjected. Who decided that one cannot eat cake on the battlefield? Along with that voice appeared Lynn and Warren. Lynn was holding something in her right hand, while Warren was offering a box. Rubbing her teary eyes, Ryo looked at what Lynn was holding. Could it be cream puffs? That small whisper went unheard by anyone else. As Lynn approached, she opened her mouth. This is the final form of the portable cake that has finally been developed recently, cream puffs. Saying this, she took a bite out of the cream puff she was holding. One bite, and then another. The cream puff quickly disappeared from her hand. Her expression was filled with sheer bliss, perfectly embodying the word ecstasy. Staring in astonishment at Lynn, Ryo noticed Warren crouching down and showing the contents of the box he was holding. Inside were neatly arranged cream puffs. Oh, can I take one? When Ryo asked Warren, he smiled warmly and nodded. Ryo, with trembling hands, reached into the box and grabbed one. Then, with a glance, she quickly brought it to her mouth. It's delicious! The words escaped Ryo's lips when she took her first bite. Ecstasy, supreme, truly a treasure. Sweets are the best. In no time, Ryo finished eating and murmured that, and in that moment she forgave everything. Even Abel's terrible actions became trivial in the face of something delicious. Once the great King Solomon said, "Everything is vanity." But that means everything feels empty when compared to the supreme. Compared to this supreme cream puff. Indeed, the trifles of this world are all vanity. Ryo felt as though she had touched the wisdom of Solomon. When Abel walks around the camp, Ryo can just walk after him. However, that is not possible during the march. Abel and the Southern Army leadership, along with the Night Order, march on horseback. While adventurers and volunteer militia walk, the speed of the march is the same as walking, but it remains on horseback. Naturally, Ryo, who is standing next to Abel, must also ride along. Ryo has really gotten used to it. I've been trained a lot since I was at the manor. With remarkable ease, Ryo rode on horseback. Since Sira left the manor to defend the Forest of the West, Ryo had been practicing to be Abel's bodyguard. At that time, she hadn't explicitly imagined being beside Abel on horseback. However, it seems that many in the Run Knight Order regarded it as a matter of course that Ryo would also ride to the battlefield. As a result, they became her teachers, and Ryo's riding training took place. She wasn't always just lounging on the sofa in Abel's office. Although Ryo had no riding experience back when she was on Earth, she had thought it would be fun if she could ride a horse. Now that it had been realized in Phi, she loved riding training. Of course, getting used to it, her behind would hurt, but that would be a problem that went away with familiarity. Essentially, relying on the horse for movement is far easier than driving a car on Earth. There's even a catchphrase, is the ideal of self-driving riding? But in modern Earth, there likely aren't that many people with actual riding experience. In the first place, Ryo was entrusted with the outdoor exercises of the Knight Order, because she had been judged by Knight Commander Neville Black to be sufficiently accustomed after her riding training. Naturally, as she moved on horseback like the Knight Order members, even though they are called knights, most combat is done dismounted. While charges are made mounted, usually after the initial clash, the fighting occurs dismounted. Even when mounted, enemies can pull you off. This isn't just a story unique to Phi, as history on Earth reflected the same. Therefore, on Earth, aside from the era of mounted knight duel culture, battles later often used mounted charges to secure victory. In Phi, since saddles and stirrups already exist, mounted combat is possible, but it seems almost impossible in the Central Nations. The sword can't reach the enemy. The mounted position is much higher off the ground than one might imagine, making effective attacks quite difficult. Thus, if mounted combat occurs, it must be done with a lance. However, handling a lance with one hand is challenging, because it's long. In Earth's history, there were mounted jousting matches where knights on horseback would thrust their lances against each other, but those were merely matches. As can be understood from the fact that it is nearly impossible to move the lance itself, using a lance while mounted requires considerable skill. The best one can do is charge in with the lance tucked under the arm. For these various reasons, it became the norm for knights to dismount and fight as dismounted knights. Indeed, the battlefield will be Gold Hill during one of the breaks in the camp. An emergency meeting was being held in Abel's tent. Within it, reports from the intelligence network spread throughout the country held by Marquis Heinlein revealed the predicted meeting point of both armies. However, for a battle of this scale, the battlefield is typically determined by the unspoken agreement of both sides, in a location that is just right near the predicted meeting point. South of the royal capital is the most open land. If we're deploying a large army, this is the most optimal place. At Abel's muttering, Marquis Heinlein nodded in agreement. Gentle plains stretch out, with nothing to hinder the movement of a large army. If the main camp is set up on one of the hills, it becomes easier to observe both armies' movements and command them. As they advanced northward, gathering the armies of the southern territories, the southern army exceeded 30,000. In contrast, Raymond's army departing from the royal capital is estimated to be 40,000. 2 days later, both armies would complete their formations and charge into the Battle of Gold Hill. The morning mist was finally beginning to dissipate on the battlefield. Both armies had already completed their formations and were raising their fighting spirit. Everyone present understood that today would mark the battle that would decide the fate of the nation. Normally, both sides would assert the righteousness of their cause and condemn the unlawful actions of the other. But this time seemed different. After several messengers had come and gone, King Abel and King Raymond met in the center of the battlefield, each accompanied by one subordinate. Of course, this scene was visible to both armies, and while the soldiers heightened their fighting spirit, they were also intrigued by the unfolding events. "It's been a while, Uncle." "Ah, it's been a long time, Albert." From Abel's perspective, Raymond, who was his father's younger brother, was an uncle. Due to the strained relationship between his father and himself, Abel had never had a friendly conversation with Raymond, even when he was in the royal castle. Moreover, before Abel was born, Raymond had already become the Duke of Flitwick and withdrawn from the royal castle. "Could you relinquish the throne, Uncle?" Raymond, upon hearing Abel's direct request, simply smiled wryly rather than getting angry. "You know that such a demand cannot be fulfilled. If you relinquish the throne, I will overlook the incident involving the 5 dragons sent to assassinate me, and I will continue to recognize the Duchy of Flitwick as your territory." "So it seems you were attacked by an Arank adventurer. That must have been unfortunate." Raymond spoke as if it were completely detached from his own concerns. "If it were a duel between you and me, I would have had no chance of winning. However, in a battle between armies, we can expect a fight that is at least even. If you surrender now, I'd be willing to grant you some territory." "I decline, Uncle." Naturally, Abel rejected Raymond's proposal. "You understand, Uncle, that the true enemy is the Empire. They have already taken control of the eastern region, and Count Goda and others in the north have aligned themselves with the Empire. Upon hearing this, Raymond slightly raised his eyebrows. Perhaps he wasn't aware that Count Goda had joined the Empire. The Empire's target is the black powder produced in the Eastern Kingdom. This is something that could change the course of future battles. It must not fall into the hands of the Empire. I see. I understand what you're trying to say. Of course, I don't intend to let the Empire take control of the East. However, for now, we will utilize the Empire's military power. Uncle, Abel spoke with a sorrowful expression. It truly saddened him. He thought Raymond's understanding of the Empire was naive. However, at the same time, he realized that no matter what he said, it wouldn't get through. Then, Albert, let us show each other's strength. Yes. Leaving behind their disjointed conversation, the two parted ways. Raymond returned to his army and swiftly raised his right hand before bringing it down. In response, Raymond's army, consisting of 10,000 in the vanguard, began to walk forward slowly. This consisted of units of militia, adventurers, and archers. Following them, 20,000 in the middle infantry also began to move. A combined pressure of 30,000 in a horizontal formation was quite significant. They're coming. The central part of the Southern Army was primarily composed of adventurers specializing in close combat. The volunteer militia formed groups of 5 and fought. Leading the central unit, which would face the enemy the longest, was none other than Master McGrath, who had popularity that even rivaled that of King Abel among adventurers and militia. As a hero from the past, Great War, and the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in the city of Run, he was undoubtedly the best person to lead this central unit. However, even Master McGrath felt the considerable pressure of the approaching 30,000. The battle was opened by an attack of arrows. Countless arrows from the vanguard of Raymond's army flew toward the Southern Army. Throughout history, from the development of bows or crossbows until the appearance of gunpowder on the battlefield, arrows have claimed more lives than any other weapon, according to some researchers. The part played by bows in the history of warfare on Earth is significant. However, this did not hold true in Phi. Wind, blow fiercely, wind pressure. The wind attribute mages stationed throughout the Southern Army began to chant wind pressure. The effect was simply to create a gust of wind, but this wind pressure magic rendered most arrow attacks meaningless. Of course, arrows shot by top-tier archers would pierce through the wind pressure, but among an army of 10,000, there might not be even 10 such archers. While they could be a serious threat as snipers targeting the commander, they were far from a rain of arrows that could achieve area suppression. Thus, what had long been a leading weapon on the battlefield in Earth, the bow, had become a mere supporting role in Phi. "Let's go, men! Scatter them!" At Master McGrath's command, the adventurers in the center of the Southern Army charged toward the approaching Raymond's army. Leading the charge was a pair consisting of a swordsman and a shield-bearer. The swordsman Ban and the shield user Goriki of Raqqa. Goriki smashed through the enemy ranks with a shield bash, opening a hole from which Ban cut through the enemies from 3 directions. If the enemy's attention was even momentarily diverted, it would be over. They would be sliced to bits by the adventurers following behind. Additionally, inspired by them, the volunteer militia also fought in groups of 5, achieving successes in battle. However, the Raymond army was not simply sitting idle. The morale of the cavalry and drafted militia was far from low. If they lost, they would have nowhere to go. But if they won this battle, their lives would be secured. The militia had families in each town. If they were threatened with what could happen to their families if they lost, they would fight with the resolve to die. Inhumane? Isn't war itself fundamentally inhumane? Fire, the simultaneous attack from the Magical Association deployed in the middle of Raymond's army, struck the central unit of the Southern Army. Overall, attack magic has a shorter range than arrows. However, it has the advantage of being easier to aim. It is often possible to hit the target accurately. In response to that magical association, the Southern Army fired arrows. Naturally, as previously mentioned, if wind pressure was activated, the arrows would become powerless. However, during that time, the momentum of the attack magic would weaken. Moreover, forcing the use of wind pressure would deplete their magical power reserves. Such subtle strategies were being played out between the two armies. Ryo, who was unaccustomed to such things, couldn't comprehend this. "I should definitely go to the front lines and deliver a decisive blow." "No, Ryo, sit down." Abel dismissed him with a single word. "As I said yesterday, the entire Southern Army must win. If we don't, it will hinder not only the recapture of the royal capital and the pursuit of the Imperial army, but also the governance of the kingdom after we have reclaimed all its territory. We need the fact that we all retook it together. I understand, but the time for you to go into action will be right before the final stage. For now, stay seated." "Yes." Normally, Ryo would whine about such things, but this was a battlefield. And Abel was the Supreme Commander. The orders of the Supreme Commander are absolute. If not, the organization wouldn't function. Even Ryo understood that much. Yet still, yes, still. If only he could go out, the number of dead right in front of him would decrease. Understanding this made it hard to bear, even though he knew it in his head. The heart ached. The battlefield was such a place. The battle that began around 9 in the morning continued into midday, and there was still no clear advantage for either side. A sort of stalemate persisted. While skillfully dodging the advancing horizontal formation of Raymond's army, the Southern army retreated, chipping away at it with artillery fire from the sides, absorbing the attack, and pushing back once again. This tactical deployment proved that Master McGrath was not only an A-rank in personal abilities, but also an A-rank adventurer in terms of command capabilities. Of course, this was only possible because of the flawless artillery command by Acre, the guild master leading the adventurer mages. Among the adventurer mages participating in the Southern Army, those proficient in fire and earth magic were under Landenvia's command. The wind attribute mages were stationed throughout for wind pressure, while the priests were running around providing healing. Master McGrath, who had been commanding tirelessly at the front lines for nearly 3 hours, sometimes even engaging the enemy himself, was finally beginning to show signs of fatigue. Ah, damn it. I've gotten soft with all the paperwork. I guess I'm no longer in my prime. At that moment, a ceramic container was presented right in front of Master McGrath. Master McGrath, a special fatigue recovery potion. Here you go. Oh, thank you, I'll take it. The one presenting it was Landenvia, leading the mages. Without hesitation, Master McGrath took it and drank it down in one gulp. Wow, this is quite tasty. You must have made this specifically for this battle, right? I hope you can keep producing it. It's refreshing. It seems to take more effort than regular healing potions. I think it's only feasible during wartime. Landenvia replied with a wry smile to Master McGrath's serious request. For Master McGrath, who was exhausted from daily paperwork, this fatigue recovery was something he desperately desired. Even as he wore a dissatisfied expression, he kept his eyes on the front lines. He knew from long experience that if something was going to happen, it would be soon. That's why he continued to command from the front. At that moment, bang, several barrels were launched from the middle or rear guard of Raymond's army. The barrels landed slightly behind the Southern Army's front lines and suddenly exploded. Yes, they exploded. With a roaring sound, they blew away both the humans and the earth at the landing site in a chaotic mix. What the? This sight astonished Master McGrath and left Landenvia speechless. Neither of them had known about the black powder, one of the kingdom's top secrets. So they already had some in their possession. Ilalian Baraha, who was at the central command post on the hill, said with an expression that looked like he had bitten into a bitter fruit as he witnessed the explosion of the barrels. In the confusion that arose before the turmoil in the royal capital, there were conversations that Abel had about the black powder that had been diverted from the royal capital to the city of Carlisle in the Duchy of Flitwick. He had heard stories of how the brothers of Treasurer Fuca had been involved, swapping out the contents of the diverted black powder to prevent it from reaching Carlisle, but it seemed they hadn't managed to halt everything. Even so, at that time Raymond had allied with Lord Aubrey of the Coalition, and now he was teaming up with the Empire. Whatever the circumstances, he was acting in a manner that could rightly be called treasonous. Ilalian let out a small sigh. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He activated the voice transmission magic. I command all mages of the Southern Army to fire on the flying barrels. Through voice transmission, Ilalian could issue commands to the entire army while remaining in this central command post. This could be considered an extraordinary capability for an army forced to rely on signal flags or expensive alchemy tools to issue commands. Normally, under the chaotic conditions of a battlefield, voice transmission could not be used. However, it was due to Ilalian's expertise and the special tuning designed for battlefield use that made it feasible. Fire attribute attack magic flew from Ilalian as well, heading toward the new barrels. The deputy commander of the Southern Army's Magical Association, Arthur Velasquez, was behind it. All mages other than adventurers were under the command of Ilalian and Arthur. When Arthur's magic struck the barrel, it exploded on the spot. Even if we destroy it in midair, what a loud noise, Arthur grumbled. Surely it's far better than having it explode on the ground and involve allies. That's certainly true. While Ilalian agreed with a light-hearted remark, Arthur nodded along. Both of them, having seen many deaths, may have reached a sort of detachment in some respects. To live long is to witness many deaths. In the end, the desperate counterattack with the black powder did not shake the Southern Army. Is it about time? Abel checked the battlefield from the central command post on the hill and looked at his pocket watch. Ilalian, Ryo, do it. Understood. As Abel said this, Elalian responded, and Ryo nodded once before leaving the central command post and heading toward the front lines. Elalian's voice transmission reached the entire Southern Army. Water magic is ready, all personnel retreat. Repeat, water magic is ready, all personnel retreat. Upon hearing Elalian's voice, Master McGrath, who had been engaged in battle at the front lines, raised his head as if shocked. Is Ryo coming? He looked around and shouted. Everyone fall back! Even as he said this, he knew it wouldn't be easy to retreat while engaged with the enemy. For the moment, he utilized throwing knives to keep the enemy at bay and break away from his allies. Then somehow he managed to regroup and pull back. Of course, there were enemies pursuing them, but more than that, the enemy looked confused about what was happening. If the opponent, who had been fighting evenly, suddenly began to retreat, confusion would ensue. The frontline commanders would likely consider it a trap. Taking advantage of that confusion, the Southern Army's front line succeeded in retreating to a certain extent. At the rear of the withdrawal from the front lines was Master McGrath. As he moved forward, he saw Ryo standing alone in the direction he was heading. Come to think of it, this is my first time seeing Ryo's magic. While muttering this, he continued running without stopping. Then their eyes met. Ryo nodded slightly and began to chant, "Floating magic circle." In that instant, Master McGrath saw Ryo's sheath briefly glow. It was just a faint light, a soft glow that leaked out when alchemy was activated, but it was truly just for a moment. And around Ryo, 16 magic circles floated into the air. What is that? Master McGrath muttered while running. The others who were running alongside him involuntarily halted, and he urged them to keep moving. Everyone was equally surprised. They were hurrying, but they still found themselves in the line of fire of Ryo's magic. Master McGrath felt this keenly, and he looked at Ryo. Ryo seemed to understand as well. He smiled slightly and then floated into the air. With the 16 magic circles floating around him, Ryo himself rose into the sky. Once he was suspended in midair, they heard Ryo's voice chanting, "Icicle Lance Shower Fan!" At that moment, hundreds, thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of ice spears were launched from Ryo and the magic circles. From above, countless ice spears could be seen spreading out in a fan shape, centered around Ryo. They reflected the sunlight pouring down, sparkling beautifully. Many of Raymond's frontline commanders were puzzled at the sudden retreat of the Southern Army. Most recognized it as a trap. However, the problem lay ahead. If it was a trap, how should they move? The answer they reached was do not move. To be precise, it was cannot move, but at this point, either would suffice. From the perspective of the Southern Army, or more specifically Ryo, they were static targets. The ice spears, surpassing the speed of sound, penetrated the ranks of Raymond's army, completely shattering their formation. The fan-shaped barrage of spears was not merely one simultaneous shot. With each volley, Ryo raised his altitude slightly, targeting farther away objects. From above, in the course of time, the ice fan expanded its area. Abel's order is to incapacitate the enemy. While it would be easier to kill them, they are also citizens of the kingdom. They will be valuable forces to incorporate into the royal army after the war. So it's just about weapon destruction and immobilization. Tens of thousands of ice spears destroyed the weapons held by Raymond's soldiers and knocked down their horses, robbing them of their fighting spirit. King Abel, drawing his sword, brought his right hand down and commanded through Elalian's voice transmission to the entire Southern Army. "All units, charge!" It was exactly the long-awaited command. The army of the Barony of Run, positioned on the far right of the Southern Army, began to charge toward the front line of Raymond's army under the command of the next lord, Alfonso Spinazzola. The army of the Marquisate of Heinlein, positioned on the far left, led by Marquis Alexis Heinlein, began to charge toward the front line of Raymond's army with their knights. And in the center, as the adventurers who had pulled back met new adventurers charging forward, adventurers from Run. The front line consisted of a swordsman and a shield-bearer. Behind them were a spear warrior, a female magic swordsman, a dual wielder, and a scout. Then 2 swordsmen followed. The swordsman leading the charge was King Abel, along with shield-bearer Warren. Running ahead of the charge he'd ordered, it was clear that he was indeed an adventurer before he was a king, a true swordsman. Following those 2 were Phelps, the captain of the White Brigade, and his deputy Sheena, alongside dual-wielder Blair and scout Lorenz. Some D-rank swordsmen from Room 10, Nils and Ammon, struggled to keep up with this A-rank and B-rank group. Though they were D-rank, the pair known as Wyvern Slayers had already earned respect from adventurers in the city of Run as well as those from other cities. However, behind them, hundreds of adventurers followed. All of the close combat adventurers from Run charged as King Abel's Imperial guards. As the Southern Army charged ahead, the command structure of Raymond's army had already been shattered. Ryo's ice spears were destroying their weapons. Resistance was impossible. Knights, mages, adventurers, and drafted militia alike. What would happen when the strong knights from Run and the Heinlein knights charged in? There would be no choice but to flee in haste. However, the aim of both knight orders was not merely to chase down the Raymond army. Once both knight orders broke through the entire vanguard and middle guard of the Raymond army, they began to cut diagonally toward the rear guard, toward the central command. From above, it took a trajectory like closing the mouth of a bag. While blocking the rear and surrounding it, they were on a direct course towards King Raymond, who was at the central command. But, damn it, he's not here. Has he already fled? Did he throw his allies away as decoys? The highest command post where both knight orders struck was already empty. It was unclear at what point he had made his escape, but the capture of King Raymond had failed. However, on this day, the battle between King Abel and King Raymond ended in King Abel's victory. Thus, in the battlefield scene, it exceeded 8,000 words. Apologies for the length. 3 days after the Battle of Gold Hill, the Southern Army was surrounding the royal capital. Due to the annihilation battle at Gold Hill, the main forces of Raymond's army were ultimately besieged, and most of them surrendered. As a result, the fighting force that managed to return to the royal capital was minimal, and the original defensive strength was by no means abundant. Or rather, it wasn't. Taking the royal capital won't be easy. In the command tent of the Southern Army, the leadership gathered to discuss the strategy for conquering the royal capital. Amidst this, Abel stated once again. Nodding in agreement were Marquis Heinlein, Elalian Baraha, Arthur Velaces, Landenvia, Lin, and Rhea. Except for Marquis Heinlein, everyone present was a representative mage of the current era. However, Ryo, a mage who gained fame from the Battle of Gold Hill, tilted his head in confusion due to his lack of knowledge about the royal capital. The walls and gates of the royal capital repel all magic attacks. What? Ryo was genuinely shocked by Abel's explanation. Is that even possible? If the walls and gates do that, it must be due to alchemy. He desperately wanted to know the mechanism behind it. Whether he could understand it or not was another story, but Ryo's curiosity was bubbling up. Ryo, just so you know, no one really understands the intricate details of that mechanism. Huh, you definitely wanted to know why it works that way, didn't you? How did you know? Ryo knelt on the floor, clutching his head as Abel made a sharp observation. Previously, 2 alchemists, Kenneth and Frank de Verde, who currently represent the Central Nations, analyzed it but apparently couldn't figure it out. Kenneth and Frank de Verde, the one who created the artificial golem. Even those 2 couldn't figure it out. As far as Ryo knew, those 2 were among the top 5 alchemists. Other candidates included Hassan and Lord Ancestor. In any case, if even those 2 couldn't understand it, could it be that the mechanism was created by the restorer of the kingdom? Yes, King Richard, the restorer of the Natore kingdom, said to have mastered all attributes of magic and reached the pinnacle of alchemy. He left behind a creation that far surpassed modern alchemists concerning the royal capital's walls and gates. Can we at least try shooting a test shot? Absolutely not. Ryo's hope was immediately dismissed by Abel. Ryo, I understand your feelings, but it's best not to. Elalian Baraha was the one who understood Ryo's sentiments. Elalian Sama, you mean? Yes, I've naturally tried it in the past. Hey, responding to Ryo's question, Elalian's revelation was met with an unexpected retort from Abel. The air slash came bouncing back beautifully and cut off my left arm. Elalian said, laughing heartily. I moved right after I shot it, but it came bouncing back to where I moved. That was terrifying. Elalian Sama, losing a left arm must be painful, right? What? Ryo, have you lost an arm too? Yes, I had no choice but to sacrifice my left arm to protect my neck. Somehow, the conversation that started about the wall's defense mechanism shifted to the topic of lost left arms. The other leaders observed in a daze. Clap, clap. Abel clapped his hands and changed the atmosphere. The discussion about their left arms came to an end, and the dazed leaders returned to attention. Now let's return to the subject of conquering the royal capital. Sorry about that. Ryo bowed his head honestly. Magic is repelled, and physical attacks like arrows are also blocked. It feels like a membrane is stretched over the wall, preventing any contact with the walls themselves. For that reason, taking the royal capital head-on is impossible. That's why the Imperial army had to open the gates from the inside. Correct, by betraying Harold Lawrence. Lin spoke, and Elalian Baraha responded with a bitter expression. The slight doubts he had before turned out to be correct. But for Elalian, it was nothing more than a bitter memory. In reality, there have been several underground passages created from outside the royal capital, so it was possible to use them in the past. Well, if it's an underground passage related to the royal family, Duke Flitwick knows all about it and has sealed it off since he's the younger brother of the previous crown prince, Abel said, and Marquis Heinlein nodded in agreement while adding. The underground passages that run beneath the walls, connecting the inside and outside of the royal capital, collapse automatically after a certain period. Could it be that was also King Richard's? That's right. What an incredible mechanism. Ryo was astounded. Just the fact that it continues to function even after several hundred years is impressive enough, but to automatically detect and collapse new underground passages is. However, underground passages related to the royal family are not collapsed. That's because the magic formula is embedded using special alchemy. Aside from the king and the crown prince, only the elves from the Forest of the West, who are said to have developed alchemy alongside King Richard, know this magic formula. The elves of the Forest of the West. Ryo couldn't help but mumble at Abel's explanation. Of course, in his mind, the figure of Sira, who had gone to save the Forest of the West, floated up. A few days ago, I received a letter from the Forest of the West. To put it simply, there are underground passages that won't be collapsed by the walls. What? The ones who exclaimed in surprise were Marquis Heinlein and Alalian Baraha, but the others also had expressions of astonishment. They are suggesting we use that, but to be honest, it's not very reassuring. While Marquis Heinlein acknowledged the usefulness of that underground passage at present, he pointed out that it was problematic to have an underground passage connecting the inside and outside of the royal capital that the royal family was unaware of. Abel nodded once and handed the letter from the Forest of the West to Marquis Heinlein. Receiving the letter, Marquis Heinlein quickly skimmed through it. This is... Yes, it's an underground passage that was used by the elves of the Autonomous Bureau to withdraw from the royal capital before its fall. However, it is now sealed, and no one can pass through from either side, not even elves, except for one person. With that, Abel took out a silver key from his pocket. That one person can only pass by using this key. Truly, elves have advanced alchemy. They possess technologies that are still ahead of us. Having presumably seen elven alchemy, Alalian Baraha and Arthur Velasquez nodded repeatedly. Ryo, who had learned alchemy from Sira, nodded in agreement as well. Seeing Ryo nodding, Abel said, "Only Ryo can use this key." "Wait, what?" With Abel's statement, all eyes turned to Ryo, who, not understanding the meaning, let out a bewildered sound. Only Ryo, who can activate the fairy factor, can activate this key. Oh, one of the most enigmatic phrases surrounding Ryo, fairy factor. It was something he still had no understanding of. It doesn't benefit humans or even myself at all. You did say that? Ryo said with a slight sense of depression, which Abel echoed with a supportive vibe. From the atmosphere between the two, the surrounding Southern Army leaders judged that it might not be a good thing. Well, for now, give it a try. With that, Abel handed the key to Ryo. Once in Ryo's hand, it began to emit a faint light. Ryo, did you do something? No, I haven't done anything. Is this what it looks like when it's activated? Ryo answered, shaking his head at Alalian's question. That's why for this invasion, we need Ryo to participate as well. Abel's decision was one Ryo couldn't refuse. Understood. As the key activated and softly glowed, it was inserted into the keyhole, and with a click, the door before them opened. At the same time, multiple clicking sounds could be heard from the depths of the corridor, suggesting that other locks had also been opened somewhere out of sight. All right, let's go. With Master McGrath's words, the infiltration team, led by adventurers, began to advance through the elf's underground passage. Under the command of Master McGrath, elite adventurers passed through the underground passage to enter the royal capital and open the castle gate. However, there was information that during the last attack, the Empire disguised themselves as the defense force and seized the castle gate. So a considerable amount of military strength had been assigned to defend each castle gate to avoid repeating the same mistake. This was precisely why the elite adventurer team was organized. They planned to carry out this attack in cooperation with the rebels within the royal capital. The royal capital has enormous castle gates in all 4 directions, but there are also several smaller gates. This time, because the Southern Army was advancing from the south, the maximum defense was allocated to the south gate. And next was the north gate, which was closer to the royal castle. Thus, the infiltration team's target was the west gate, avoiding both the north and south gates. The exit of the elf's underground passage within the royal capital, of course, was at the Autonomous Bureau. Since the Autonomous Bureau is located in the northwest part of the royal capital, the west gate was not far away. In the royal capital, where martial law had been declared, and especially at night, a group of adventurers moving around would inevitably draw attention. It was natural to want to keep the movement from the Autonomous Bureau as brief as possible. While Master McGrath led the infiltration team, there were others assigned a different mission. The infiltration team toward the royal castle was led by Daunthan, a former Royal Knight squad captain who is now the aide to Marquis Heinlein. Their objective was to secure the safety of Stafford IV, Abel's father. Information had already reached Abel that he was captured during the fall of the royal capital and was being used by the Imperial army to open the Chamber of Heroes. It seemed there had been some failure in the plan. However, there had been no information about what happened afterward. In the worst case, he might have died, but either way, he was one of the most effective hostages to use, along with the other members of the royalty. The difference between him and the others was that if it were declared by Stafford IV's orders, troublesome things would arise. Although Abel indeed ascended to the throne, it was not based on the intent of handing over Stafford IV's throne. Moreover, the three sacred treasures were not by his side. Depending on the situation, it could be said to be usurpation. If Stafford IV were to declare that he does not recognize the Ascension, it could lead to various troublesome situations. Abel, King Raymond, and Stafford IV. With three kings in a standoff, the authority of the king would surely plummet. For the sake of preventing such a foolish situation, it was necessary to secure Stafford IV's safety. Moreover, Ryo, who would become unnecessary after opening the underground passage, was also incorporated into the infiltration team. This was also a wish from Abel. "Is that you, Zack and Scotty? Are you our guides?" "Oh." Captain Daunthan, the infiltration team, having passed through the elf's underground passage, encountered the rebels of the royal capital outside the autonomous bureau. Daunthan, leading the infiltration team, was surprised to see the faces of the rebels who would infiltrate the royal castle with him. It was a familiar face, Zack and Scotty, members of the Royal Knight Order who had fought together during the escort of the delegation to Twilight Land. For Zack and Scotty, it was surprising that their former captain, Daunthan, was leading a seemingly reckless infiltration team into the royal castle. And they were even more astonished when they saw the last person joining the infiltration team. "You are that water mage from back then. It was Ryo, right?" Zack voiced his surprise mixed with jealousy, and Scotty mentioned the name he remembered. Ryo was specifically chosen by His Majesty Abel. Daunthan simply explained to the surprised two, "Nice to meet you." Ryo, not quite understanding why he was being surprised, bowed his head in greeting. This was a social tactic of someone who had been Japanese. The infiltration team was now joined by the rebels known as Morning Star and Valkyrie. "Well then, Daunthan, I'll see you later. Master McGrath, good luck." The respective leaders of the infiltration team and the attack team exchanged firm handshakes, and the two teams parted ways. 30 minutes later, for some reason, Ryo found himself wandering alone within the royal castle. "I got separated." According to Ryo's memory, they had split into groups of 3 and were moving with Zack and Scotty surrounding him. "That's right, I was definitely surrounded. What in the world happened?" Ryo tried to trace his memories, but he could not recall. Could it be that there was some alchemy mechanism that distorts time and space? No, there wasn't. Or perhaps is there dark attribute magic that interferes with memory? No, there wasn't. The reason was unclear, but Ryo was wandering alone inside the royal castle. Occasionally, he encountered soldiers, whom he froze with the ice coffin and placed at the edge of the corridor as he moved. He thought that doing such things would expose his infiltration, but he couldn't think of a better method, so it couldn't be helped. Eventually, he would be found out anyway, so he thought, well, whatever. After wandering for a while, Ryo stepped into a corner that was particularly quiet compared to where he had been before. This is definitely not where the former king is imprisoned. When thinking of a place where a captive king would be, the underground prison or the top of a tower came to mind. There was no way someone of high status would be confined in such a solemn atmosphere. Just as he thought to leave, "You there?" In an unusual turn of events, it seemed a mage had noticed Ryo. "Wind! It was likely a wind attribute mage who, at the start of his incantation, was instantly frozen by Ryo. Additionally, the 2 guards at the door where the mage was also ended up frozen. Up until now, there had been no guards in front of the doors Ryo had passed. This door was the first. He understood in his mind that it could lead to trouble. He recognized that he shouldn't open that door and go inside. Yet, curiosity. Indeed, curiosity kills the cat. Schrödinger would surely agree. Thinking it was too late to knock, he opened the door without saying anything. But somehow he ended up saying something as he entered the room. "Excuse me." Being polite is a virtue, ordinarily. Ryo gathered 4 pairs of eyes upon him. Among them were 2 men. One appeared to be over 60 years old. He had neatly cut white hair and was quietly sitting on one side of the sofa. The other appeared to be in his mid-40s. His tanned hair was well groomed, but he exuded an overall sense of fatigue and languor from his face and body. Wearing extravagant clothes and jewelry left a strong impression on Ryo. "Have you come to kill me?" The man in his 40s opened his mouth and said so. In that instant, Ryo remembered. This was the man he had spoken to before the Battle of Gold Hill, Abel's uncle, Raymond, the man who had usurped the throne. "I didn't plan to kill you, though." Ryo answered honestly. Good. It would be for the kingdom if I were to die here. As soon as Raymond said that, a loud explosion was heard from outside. The man in his 60s stood up and looked out the window to check, then said, "Smoke is rising from the west gate. It must have been breached." His tone did not contain any bitterness or regret, merely stating the fact matter-of-factly. "There's no choice. Is it like Nobunaga?" Ryo couldn't help but mentally interject at Raymond's words. For Ryo, phrases like "there's no choice" and "is that so" were part of his Nobunaga terminology. But Raymond's words quickly brought Ryo back to the present. "Assassin, take my head and gain merit." "I'm not really feeling that way," Ryo replied honestly to Raymond's words. His infiltration into the royal castle was not to kill Raymond, but to secure Stafford IV's safety. "I see. Then I shall drink this poison. It is the custom for a noble to end his own life without spilling his blood." The man in his 60s, whose name Ryo did not know, turned to Ryo and said so. Ryo, having heard similar tales throughout Earth's history, nodded in agreement. However, upon considering this, he decided to ask directly, "Lastly, I would like to ask you one thing." I will grant that wish. What is it?" Raymond nodded generously and prompted him to continue. "I would like to know where the former king, Stafford IV, is located." Upon hearing this, both Raymond and the man in the parka seemed somewhat surprised. "What? Did you think my brother was here?" Stafford IV was Raymond's older brother. "My brother is not in this royal castle. His condition is extremely poor, and he is being closely attended to by priests at the central sanctuary. However, it seems he cannot be cured even by cure." Raymond's expression, while saying this, clearly showed sadness. There was surely some friction between the brothers, but it seemed he didn't actively harbor hatred. "The central sanctuary?" Ryo was at a loss for words at the shocking news. Then it meant Donthan and the infiltration team had made a wasted trip. He should inform them as soon as possible, but before him stood a man who had usurped the throne and was about to take his own life. It would surely be bad to leave him unattended. Raymond tilted a small crystal vial he had pulled from somewhere, pouring a tiny amount of red liquid into the wine at hand. Then he muttered a single word. "Parkar, I forbid you to follow me in death." "Your Majesty," Parkar was astonished and flustered. "Understood, I command you strictly. That's too much." Even under Raymond's command, Parkar did not nod. "With all due respect, I would like to advise King Raymond." "Permission granted. Speak." Ryo suddenly made the offer, and Raymond nodded, encouraging him to continue. "I would like to ask Parkar to give something that represents King Raymond, a keepsake, and to hand it over to King Abel." "I see. If I entrust that duty to him, Parkar will not die." "Wah." Raymond seemed satisfied with Ryo's proposal and nodded, leaving Parkar speechless. Raymond handed the necklace he had been wearing around his neck to Parkar. "Parkar, I assign you the duty of delivering this to Albert. Understood?" "Yes, my lord." Parkar knelt down to receive the necklace. After swirling the poisoned wine in his hand for a while, Raymond murmured softly, "May glory be upon the Natore kingdom." And then he drank the wine. Abel, leading the members of the Red Sword and the White Brigade, arrived at the entrance of the royal castle an hour after the west gate was breached. The surrender of the Raymond army within the royal capital spread under the name of Count Park Fletcher of Kirkhouse, and since there was little resistance, things ended up this way. Waiting for Abel at the entrance of the royal castle were Ryo and Parker. "Ryo and Count Kirkhouse, I see, my uncle." Just their presence seemed to give Abel an understanding. Those in high positions have stricter ways of taking responsibility. The higher the rank, the stricter it becomes. This has not changed in any world or era. For someone representing the nation, it might even come to risking their life. Perhaps that is how it is. "This is the relic of King Raymond." Parker said this and handed Raymond's necklace to Phelps. Then Phelps passed it to Abel. "Ah, I know this. It is the necklace that my father and uncle had as a pair. So my uncle was still wearing this." As Abel said this, he briefly closed his eyes. He might have been mourning the deceased Raymond. When Abel opened his eyes, he looked at Ryo. Ryo nodded once and opened his mouth. "His Majesty King Stafford IV is at the central sanctuary. Captain Danton has led a unit to secure the temple." Since Parker was present as well, he explained in a polite tone. "I see." Abel smiled slightly. "However," Ryo said that much before glancing at Parker. Parker nodded and began to speak. "I will explain the rest. His Majesty Stafford has been poisoned by agents of the Empire for the past few years. It seems he has not taken poison since the Empire captured the royal capital, but due to the prolonged effects of the poison, it appears that recovery will be difficult even with the full efforts of the temple. Even using the light magic. Cure, is that impossible too?" When Abel asked, Parker nodded with a bitter expression. "Cure is a magic that recovers from poison and disease, but the longer the time passes, the less effective it becomes. If he has been under its effects for years, Priest Rhea added supplementary information about cure. Her face also bore a sad expression. "I see," Abel murmured that much. After confirming Raymond's death in the office, Abel moved to the central sanctuary. Accompanying him were the Red Sword, the White Brigade, and Ryo. Although Abel maintained a heavy atmosphere throughout, he smiled slightly when he was welcomed by High Priest Gabriel at the central sanctuary. They were comrades who fought together in the underground tomb during the turmoil of the royal capital. In the room where King Stafford IV lay, 4 members of the Red Sword and Ryo entered. The White Brigade remained outside the door as guards. The thought of exposing the image of a fallen king to many was Baron Phelps's reasoning. Since the members of the Red Sword had originally been in a protective role for Abel, they entered. Ryo entered as Abel's guard. King Stafford IV's eyes were slightly open. When Abel stood by the bedside, he nodded once. "Father," Abel's words were small and weak, even if he had prepared himself upon hearing that his father was poisoned. Seeing him like this still twisted his heart. After that, Abel unilaterally explained the current situation. It was unclear whether King Stafford IV was listening, as he kept his eyes closed. Finally, Abel said, "I will become king and drive out the Empire. Is that all right?" Upon hearing this, King Stafford IV opened his eyes and looked at Abel, smiling slightly. Then he nodded. Thus, the throne of the Natore Kingdom was officially passed from King Stafford IV to King Abel I. The day after King Abel entered the royal capital, the Liberation Festival was held in the royal capital. Even though it was called a festival, there were no particular performances or attractions. Simply, the gates of the royal capital, which had been closed since the Empire's invasion, were opened, and food brought in from outside was distributed for free. These provisions were transported from the south, arranged by Merchant Gecko, who negotiated with other merchant associations in Run and the Baron of Run to bring them over. Of course, the costs had already been covered by the Baron of Run and Marquis Heinlein. Abel's calculation was that he could give some of the assets to the barons and marquises, which he planned to confiscate from the nobles who would be stripped of their titles due to this disturbance. Even though the Imperial army was still occupying the east and north, he needed to allow the southern army under his command some rest. Moreover, it was necessary to show the oppressed citizens of the royal capital that King Abel is different from Raymond. The way to resolve these issues was through the Liberation Festival. Initially, Hugh McGrath and others frowned upon safety concerns, but ultimately they accepted the idea. Ryo's quiet mutterings of "don't work so hard you get tired," and "mistakes happen when you're tired," likely had an effect. Or perhaps not, but they accepted it regardless. The Liberation Festival, for the citizens of the royal capital, was being advanced spontaneously by Gecko and the merchants of the royal capital. This was because Abel had instructed it. The problem lay with the Liberation Festival at the royal castle. The Liberation Festival at the royal castle was an event to demonstrate that King Abel was the master of the royal castle. At the same time, it served to show that the royal government was capable of governing without issues. After this, additional supplies and forces would be needed for the decisive battle against the Imperial army. This also had the implication of having each noble provide resources. The new king was signaling, "I already have considerable power, it would be wise to side with the winner." Nobles across the kingdom would surely respond to this call, nobles who had not clarified their stance until now. Nobles who were confined within the royal capital, or perhaps nobles who followed King Abel and fought alongside him. Nobles from various positions understood that missing this opportunity to build a new relationship with the new king would be a bad move. On the third day of the royal capital's Liberation Festival, it was announced that a Liberation Festival party for nobles would be held within the royal castle, prompting nobles who were not yet in the royal capital to hurriedly make their way there. Royal Castle Liberation Festival Party. During King Abel's greeting, it was officially explained that he had inherited the throne from the former King Stafford IV. Of course, it was declared by High Priest Gabriel that Raymond was merely a usurper and had not formally taken the throne. On top of that, the gathered nobles began to greet King Abel. King Abel spoke to each one individually. Surrounded by Rhea and Lynn on either side, with Warren behind him, Ryo thought deeply, being a king is not something one should aspire to. By the way, Ryo himself was standing just behind Abel, and even that simple act was extremely painful, but it couldn't be helped since it was Abel's request. Starting with Marquis Heinlein, the representative of the Baron of Run Alfonso Spinazzola, followed by Marquis Hope, the greetings continued. Each of them were great nobles who had supported Abel's ascension from the very beginning. Naturally, they would receive the highest evaluation from King Abel. "Lord Ignes, I am grateful for your convincing of your father. Your Majesty, such kind words are unnecessary." My father and brother both recognized that King Abel is the rightful king without my persuasion. The second son of Marquis Hope, Ignes Hagrid, also gathered with his father and offered greetings. The support from Marquis Hope's house, a great noble from the west, along with Marquis Heinlein and the Baron of Run from the south, significantly impacted the overall trend within the kingdom. Abel conveyed his high appreciation for that support. Next appeared Marquis Westwing, another great noble from the west, along with his daughter, and then Viscount Comrie from the neighboring territory with his daughter. It has been a while, Mew and Imogen. It has been since the delegation to Twilight Land. Why, yes. After finishing greetings with the Marquises and Viscounts, Abel addressed each of their daughters. They were not strangers. Mew and Imogen, members of the C-rank party, Valkyrie, within the royal capital. Both of them had been active as rebels within the royal capital, obstructing the Imperial army and Raymond's forces, so their families had declared support for King Abel quite early on. Mew responded to Abel's inquiry without issue, while Imogen turned bright red from admiration and could barely say anything. Viscount Comrie was quite surprised to see this side of his daughter, who had always been a tomboy. Marquis Westwing, standing nearby, seemed to have realized something, nodding slightly several times. Lynn's family, the Schauk family, and Warren's family, the Halome family, also came to greet him. Both owned territories near the royal capital and had been under house arrest since the fall of the royal capital to the Imperial army. Lynn, being the second daughter of Count Schauk, had almost no chance of inheriting the Count's title, while Warren was the legitimate son of Baron Halome, with no other sons, so barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would inherit the barony. The Halome family had been known throughout generations for their role in protecting the king and produced many shield-bearers of the royal family. The current Baron Halome had served the royal family as a shield for King Stafford IV during his days as Crown Prince. "Your Majesty, is my unworthy son of any help to you?" Baron Halome, with his imposing stature alongside Warren, had a personality that was gentle to the point of being weak. This was reflected in his speech. "Baron, no problem at all. Warren has saved my life multiple times. He has undoubtedly grown into the best shield-bearer in the kingdom." "Oh, what a grateful word. The name Halome will shine bright." As Baron Halome said this, he started to cry, while Warren, standing behind Abel, remained silent with a red face. Ryo, standing next to them, nodded several times while alternating his gaze between Warren and Baron Halome and murmured with a knowing smile. In any world, parents are happy when their children are praised. After that, greetings from various nobles, large and small, continued, and it finally ended 2 hours later. However, at that point, 2 knights knelt before Abel. "What is it, Zack Scotty?" "Your Majesty, we have someone we would like to introduce to you. He is from the Jew Kingdom who supported us rebels from the very early stages." During Zack's introduction, Ryo couldn't help but mutter, "Prince Willie, Ryo-sensei." Prince Willie smiled happily at Ryo, who was standing behind Abel. "Sensei," Abel murmured quietly, "I see you supported Abel early on." "Yes. There was also the option to maintain neutrality, but being a small country, if we don't take a strong step forward, our position within the kingdom remains weak," Prince Willie answered shyly. "That was a wise decision. In a book from my homeland, it stated, 'Remaining neutral will turn you into an enemy for the victor and also be viewed as an enemy for not helping the vanquished.' In many cases, adhering to neutrality makes one's position very difficult afterward. You made the correct judgment and acted accordingly. King Abel will surely appreciate this." Ryo said this and turned to Abel. "Why, yeah, of course, Prince Willie, the kingdom expresses deep respect and gratitude for your actions. Your Majesty, such words are too much." As Abel showed his gratitude, Prince Willie was visibly pleased. "Still, I can't believe Ryo is being called Sensei by the Prince of the Jew Kingdom." With that earlier comment, does Ryo also have knowledge of the study of Imperial governance? Abel looked towards Ryo. "The study of Imperial governance? I don't think it's exactly the name of a study." That earlier comment was from Machiavelli. "Ah, from the perspective of the prince's insight, I suppose it could be said so. The book is called The Prince, after all. However, it's a very common book that can be found in any library in my hometown." "A book on Imperial governance in a town library? What kind of hometown do you have, Ryo?" Lynn exclaimed in disbelief at Ryo's explanation. "But more importantly, the most important thing I wanted to convey to Prince Willie is that cuisine is a royal indulgence." "Yes, that's right. The hamburger we ate that time. I was quite impressed with the cuisine of such a great nation." "Your Highness, there are delicious hamburger restaurants in the royal capital as well. Plus, I would love for you to try curry rice. Once the Imperial army is dealt with, let's go eat some." "Yes, definitely." Ryo and Prince Willie were getting excited about food while Abel watched from the side. Abel's small murmurs were only heard by Rhea and Lynn beside him. Once the Imperial army is dealt with, when Ryo says it, it sounds like an easy task. But it shouldn't be. Professor, is that all right? Yes, weren't you the planner? The reason the rebels were able to move effectively within the royal capital was because of your plans and instructions. If you told King Abel, he would surely appreciate it greatly. Your Highness. It's difficult to know how to respond when you say that directly. The professor smiled wryly and said, I do not seek worldly advancement. I just want to conduct my research here without interference from anyone. For that, I wish to become the head of the university. That's all. I don't know much about the instructions to the rebels. With that said, he lightly bowed his head and tried to enter his research room. But he stopped and opened his mouth again. Moreover, it is not over yet. Huh, what do you mean by that? Well, there are still towns in the Eastern Kingdom that remain occupied, right? Our magical university has an Eastern Research Institute as well, and there are students who happen to return home and were captured by the Empire. Saying this, the professor entered his research room. The Eastern Kingdom. I think especially without doing anything, just based on the merits of Run's dungeon alone, the position of head of the magical university should be yours. But you're not the type to take advantage of that. How far can I trust this? Prince Willie smiled wryly and looked towards the door to the research room that the professor had entered. Chief Professor Christopher Bratt. Finally, Chief Professor Christopher Bratt made his reappearance. Huh. Who's that? Remember the investigation team for the Great Tsunami in Run? There were 3 executives. Magical Association Advisor Arthur, the head Clive Staples who died at the 40th level, and Chief Professor Christopher Bratt from the Magical University. That's him. He will surely play an active role in the 2nd and 3rd parts. No, before that, it would be nice to tie it into the original episodes of the book. He is a character with quite detailed settings. His appearance resembles British actor Tom Hiddleston. The largest city in the Eastern Kingdom, Wingston. Once the capital of the Duchy of Shrewsbury, it is now home to the main force of the Imperial Expeditionary Army. Of course, the Supreme Commander Marquis Musel and Chief Vice Officer Viscount Linus Warner were also present there. Linus, what is the status of the rebellion led by Duke Morgrund? It seems to be in the process of being suppressed. It is said that Emperor himself has gone to quell it, accompanied by the Imperial Mage Brigade led by Princess Fiona. Is that so? So the Blazing Flame Mage who was in Count Gorder territory has headed to the Empire's mainland. Most likely from the south, intercepting the Duke Morgrund's territory. Marquis Musel's expression was complex. As an Imperial noble, Duke Morgrund was his greatest rival. Having him removed was not necessarily a bad thing. However, from the perspective of opposing the Emperor, the reduction in the noble faction's strength was significant. It was only natural that he could not feel completely pleased. Marquis Musel himself harbored no particular rebellion against the Emperor. Indeed, he was a great noble representing the Empire, but to be honest, he was satisfied with the current situation. However, he knew that his son felt differently. He feared that his son had an unhealthy attachment to the throne. For this reason, when he was appointed the supreme commander of this expedition, he requested the Emperor to allow his son Linus to accompany him as chief vice officer. Leaving him behind in the Empire could lead to unforeseen consequences. One could not predict what he might get involved in. Though he did not consider himself foolish, he was fully aware that his son lacked the experience to survive in the court. This was something he knew as a father. Linus, what about the transportation we discussed? The black powder, you mean? The last transport unit should have crossed the Empire's borders by now. We have confirmed the arrival of all previous units to the mainland. I see. At least the minimum role has been fulfilled. Now it's up to King Abel. Marquis Musel nodded and said, Our army, including reinforcements from the Marquisate, has a total strength of 28,000. The Southern Army led by King Abel is also a little under 30,000, so our numbers are roughly equal. If the enemy has the same numbers, no one can defeat our Imperial army, Linus declared. This was by no means an exaggeration. Compared to the armies of the Central Nations, which inflate their numbers with militias, the Imperial army was different. While noble armies like the Marquisates included militias, the main Imperial forces were all composed of professional soldiers. Excluding the Imperial Guards, the Knight Orders were separate entities. The magical associations were also distinct. In addition to those, there was a group of professional soldiers known as the Imperial Army. This time, under Marquis Musel's command, the 8th Imperial Army, totaling 15,000 men, was also incorporated. Although it was just a fraction of the rumored total of 500,000 troops in the Empire, it was still a considerable fighting force when compared to the Royal Army. Along with Marquis Musel's forces, the core of the new expedition army was the Imperial 7th Magical Army. Even though the Blazing Flame Mage Oscar had returned to the Empire's mainland, the Imperial 7th Magical Army, composed of 2,000 mages capable of offensive magic, was a formidable force. Moreover, the commander of this 7th Magical Army was Count Guter Ostrelman, who had a good relationship with Marquis Musel, which bolstered Musel's confidence. Oscar was certainly a powerful mage, and the Imperial Mage Brigade trained by him was also a formidable group of mages. But they were, after all, a unit directly under the Emperor. Officially, Marquis Musel had no command authority over them, and it was undeniable that he felt some discomfort regarding that. However, Count Ostrelman of the 7th Magical Army was different. To be honest, Marquis Musel was looking forward to the decisive battle with King Abel. Is it true that the Blazing Flame Mage is not present? Yes, Your Majesty. Baron Oscar Lusk and the Imperial Mage Brigade have returned to the Empire's mainland and are participating in the campaign against Duke Morgrund, which has been confirmed. That's unfortunate. The last words were murmured by the water attribute mage guarding Abel, and those who heard it decided to pretend they did not. It was best to avoid entanglements. This was the former Crown Prince's office within the royal castle. Abel avoided establishing his residence there due to King Raymond's suicide and the fact that Abel's father, Stafford IV, was still alive. In that Crown Prince's office, the Southern Army's leadership had gathered to discuss the march plan. Thanks to reports from Phelps and Marquis Heinlein, they had nearly accurate knowledge of the deployment of the Imperial Army in Wingston and the Kingdom. Currently, Marquis Heinlein was also serving as the Minister of Military Affairs for the Kingdom. After being defeated on the Dispra Plains and subsequently placed under house arrest within the royal capital, the former Minister of Military Affairs, Marquis Winston Elliot Austin, had handed over his duties to Heinlein. Elliot himself had expressed a desire to join the battle against the Imperial Army with his own knights, but he said he could not endure the responsibilities of the Minister of Military Affairs and wished to pass it on to Heinlein, who had entered the royal capital. It was a secret that Marquis Heinlein was left speechless upon hearing that. It seemed that holding such a high position was quite difficult. There are no Blazing Flame mages, but the Imperial 7th Magical Army with its 2,000 mages is troublesome. 2,000 magic cannon fire? That's quite extravagant. Since they will interfere with each other, they won't fly exactly as intended, but still, 2,000 is quite a troublesome number. In response to Marquis Heinlein's statement, Advisor Arthur nodded and agreed. Indeed, even Ryo would have trouble intercepting 2,000 attacking spells. No, wait. If it's an arrow type, one would split into 5, so that would be 10,000 projectiles. Precision fire against 10,000 fast-moving targets. That's definitely impossible. Ryo shook his head softly in response, but then stopped shaking his head midway. Perhaps there might be a water attribute spell that is just right for this. Really? Abel couldn't help but interject at Ryo's correction. I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure, but I'll test it a bit later. With that, Ryo began to mutter to himself. Watching with interest were Alalian and Advisor Arthur, the elderly mage duo. Looking at the three of them as if they were something terrifying was Lynn. Phelps watched with amusement. Abel, on the other hand, had given up on various things and decided to stop watching. This time, the enemy's main force consists of the Imperial 8th Army and the 7th Magical Army. Therefore, it is assumed that they will push forward with the Empire's signature tactics. They will likely decimate the ranks with an all-out magical bombardment, followed by a charge from the main force in a phalanx formation. In response to Marquis Heinlein's words, Abel nodded and replied. Seeing Abel's smooth response, Ryo was surprised. Noticing Ryo's reaction, Abel gave him a displeased look and said, "You must have thought, how does Abel know such things?" "And no, I wouldn't think such disrespectful things. I was just wondering if that was in the Crown Prince's homework," Ryo stammered. "That's not the case. There wasn't anything like that in Elder Brother's homework." "Then why do you know such things as Abel? You see, you are thinking it again." "Oops. I fell into your trap." The adults, including Marquis Heinlein, Elalian, and Advisor Arthur, watched the exchange between the two with smiles. Normally, they should be reproaching Ryo for his disrespect, but they understood. At its core, being the king is a lonely position. That is why having even just a little bit of connection with someone who can share their heart is immensely joyful. For Abel, Ryo was one of those rare existences, possessing unparalleled abilities, and the fact that such a person was close to him and could communicate with him was indeed miraculous. Therefore, a little bit of disrespect was not a significant issue at all. King Abel's southern army left the royal capital 4 days after the conclusion of the Liberation Festival. The number and composition of combatants remained almost unchanged since the Battle of Gold Hill. In fact, the only addition was Marquis Winston Elliot Austin leading 300 knights from his territory, alongside adventurers affiliated with the royal capital joining the ranks. This choice to advance as the Southern Army without taking time for reorganization was made because there was no time to spare. After liberating the royal capital, the nobles who offered support to King Abel were proposed to cooperate not by sending troops, but by supplying various materials and contributing to the defensive forces of the royal capital itself. For the nobles, this was actually a welcome arrangement, and whether it was by design or coincidence, King Abel's reputation soared as a result. As the Southern Army departed from the royal capital, the Imperial Army also set out from Wingston, heading towards the city of Stone Lake in the west. Both armies began to move along the kingdom's Second Avenue, which stretched from the royal capital to Stone Lake, Wingston, and the Eastern Kingdom border at Red Post. They approached from the east and west. The battlefield will likely be in the Bissy Plains, north of Stone Lake, Phelps speculated based on information from the Heinlein family. The journey from the royal capital to Stone Lake would take about 2 days at a relaxed pace. There was no need to rush, and the distance posed no concerns regarding supplies. There seems to be a decline in the rebellion within the Empire, Phelps reported. Here, too, we can't afford to take too much time, Abel replied with a nod to Phelps's report. Even if Duke Morgrun's rebellion within the Empire came to an end, if a large number of Imperial soldiers remained within the kingdom, who could say what those emperors would plan next? That being said, even comparing the current military strength, the Imperial Army still held the advantage. After finishing his report, Phelps left the tent, and Abel let out a small sigh. In the corner of the tent, 4 people were watching Abel. It was the 3 of the Red Sword and Ryo. In their hands, they held portable cakes called chew cream, which they were regularly bringing to their mouths. Being a king seems tough, Ryo commented while eating chew cream and reaching for the coffee placed on the icy table in front of her. The high priest of the central sanctuary sometimes looks incredibly strained. ... It must be difficult for those in high positions, Ryo added, nodding repeatedly while munching on her chew cream. Well, if you don't get a lot of rewards, you can't keep going, Lynn said while holding chew creams in both hands. Beside her, Warren nodded gravely. This abundant supply of chew cream was thanks to the materials transported from the south, which the pastry shops in the royal capital worked hard to produce, though not to full capacity. As part of the Southern Army's welfare, sweets were being supplied. Of course, for those who disliked sweets, it seemed that spicy foods were provided instead. Fortunately, both the 3 of the Red Sword and Ryo loved sweets, so an impromptu chew cream party was being held in Abel's tent. And in the tent, the master was watching the 4 with narrowed eyes. Hey, couldn't we eat somewhere else? Abel asked. Abel is saying something strange again. We who are tirelessly guarding you should at least be appreciated, Ryo replied. Those in high positions are often too busy to remember to thank those around them. The high priest often says we must be careful, Lynn added. I think sweets help relieve stress, so Abel should eat some too, Ryo suggested. In response to Abel's resentful words, Ryo countered, Ryo added, and Lynn invited Abel. Of course, Warren nodded in agreement. Fine, I get it. I'll eat too, Abel said as he sat down on a chair near the 4. But we didn't bring any for you, Ryo said. Hey, poor King Abel. Finally, Abel was able to eat the chew cream that Warren managed to secure while the others were already on their 2nd helping, and Lynn was on her 3rd. Ha, Abel let out a small sigh. Abel, you're definitely going to become an old man soon, Ryo remarked. You're in your mid-20s and sighing so much already, Lynn chimed in, echoing Ryo. Of course, they were speaking at a normal volume, so Abel could hear them perfectly. I can hear you. I'm still not used to everything. It's only natural, Abel replied. But Abel, jokes aside, you need to take care of your health. You're the king after all, Ryo said, concerned for Abel as he grumbled. Ah, right, thank you, Ryo, Abel replied shyly. Seeing the 2, Lynn, Warren, and Ryo exchanged glances and nodded. Then they attempted to sneaky exit the tent. Hey, what are you guys doing? Abel, sitting right next to them, was obviously aware of their intentions. We're just being considerate and leaving, Ryo said. Don't worry, we'll handle the guarding outside the tent, Lynn added, with Warren nodding vigorously in agreement. The 3 of them exited, and then only the 2 with indescribable expressions remained in the tent. Finally, the next chapter will be the battle between the Southern Army and the Imperial Army. In Bissy Plains, there were less than 60,000 troops from both armies combined. It could be described as quite a magnificent sight. The Imperial Army does not assert the legitimacy of its forces before the battle begins. By the way, neither does the Alliance. Among the great nations of the Central Nations, only the Kingdom, which has now become a tradition. That said, Abel, having originally been an adventurer, did not particularly like to make such claims of legitimacy or similar appeals before starting a war. He had personally gone to the Battle of Gold Hill to speak with his uncle, King Raymond, but in the end, he did not appeal for the legitimacy of his own forces. It seems that wars have evolved in various ways. Your Excellency Musil, we shall begin. Understood. Commander Evener, who led the 8th Imperial Army, received permission from the overall commander, Marquis Musil, and the Battle of Bissy commenced. Thus, the Imperial Army moved first. The 8th Army, as the vanguard, and the 7th Magical Brigade, which could carry out magical attacks, began their advance to get closer. However, there was no movement from the Royal Army in response. Humph, as usual, the Royal Army has shown its cowardice. Even with a new king, their cowardly nature seems unchanged, said Count Guter, who led the 7th Magical Brigade. His eyes were filled with contempt for the Royal Army. It could be said that he was confident in his own forces. In reality, the simultaneous bombardment of the Imperial Magical Brigade was extremely powerful. No army could remain unshaken after receiving such bombardment. It was only natural to believe in one's own advantage. Your Excellency, we are within range. Good, I will end this war with a single strike. At his subordinate's report, Guter smirked. Everyone had already completed their incantations. All that remained was to chant the trigger word. Fire! With Guter's command, 2,000 attack spells were unleashed. Centered around fire attribute fire arrows, there were also wind attribute sonic blades and earth attribute stone arrows, which split after being launched, a barrage of area control attack spells. They would split along the way, ultimately becoming 10,000 attack spells. True to his declaration, he intended to devastate the Royal Army in one blow. However, at the moment the magic was about to reach the Royal Army, all of the attack spells vanished. What just happened? That scene was clearly visible even to Guter, who had been anticipating how effective it would be. All of the attack spells disappeared, emitting annihilation lights as if struck by magic of equal power. However, these were attack spells that would number in the thousands after splitting. Annihilating all of them would theoretically be possible with 2,000 mages, but excluding the Empire, there was no nation in the Central Nations that could gather that many mages on the battlefield. What on earth had happened? While Guter could not comprehend it, he decided to try another bombardment. It could be some kind of trap, or perhaps a kind of alchemy he was unfamiliar with. But if it were such powerful alchemy, it would definitely be a one-time use. With that thought, Guter attempted another magical bombardment. The result was exactly the same as before. All of the magic vanished. Impossible! The Imperial Army's signature technique had been thoroughly crushed at its core. It's the dynamic steam mine that previously never saw the light of day. Oh, yes, if a group of unusual monsters or people entered, it would automatically freeze them with magic. Scary, isn't it? Ryo answered about the repelled magic. Abel retrieved the information from memory, and Lynn trembled. Indeed, it was that way during the delegation, but this time, it seems it freezes the enemy's magic. Well, if the opposing magic is of similar power, it will be annihilated together when frozen. Something like that, despite repeated experiments, they had not been able to test against an onslaught of 10,000 magical bombardments, so there was some concern, but it seemed to be functioning without issue. It seems the enemy has given up on bombardment. Ryo, we will take action from here. Disengaged. Please proceed. When Ryo communicated the disengagement to Alalian, Alalian used the magic of voice transmission to instruct the mages of the Southern Army to commence bombardment. The bombardment from the Southern Army inflicted damage on the Imperial Army. However, compared to the Imperial bombardment, it was naturally fewer in number. Thus, it could not create enough chaos to disrupt the Imperial Army. The dynamic steam mine reacts not only to the enemy's magic, but also to our own, so we have to disengage during our bombardments, which is a bit of a hassle. It would be interesting if we could incorporate something like friendly enemy identification into the magic formula and collaborate with alchemy. Yeah, it might turn out to be something outrageous, so for now, isn't it better to keep it as it is? Ryo seemed to be getting lost in thoughts of alchemy, and Abel quickly stopped him. After all, since the battle had just begun, it would be troubling if Ryo was distracted from the battlefield. For now, we've thwarted the Empire's initial move, Advisor Arthur said, nodding significantly. Whether in a group battle or a one-on-one, crushing the enemy's first move allows for an overwhelmingly advantageous progression in battle. In Japan, they might use the term after the first move, while in the West it would be called a counter. The nuances might differ slightly, but it didn't matter. Ryo was thinking about such things. If they took the first move, then they would perfectly crush that first move that was the basic principle of counter-crushing. All the magic vanished, that's impossible, isn't it? Commander Evener of the 8th Imperial Army muttered. Though he said impossible, he could not deny what was happening right before his eyes. Moreover, cough, the magic from the royal side was flying normally. While not fatal, more than 100 people were injured. Transition to close combat. Charge the enemy and do not allow any bombardment. If it were attack magic of the scale of a party of adventurers, a sufficient number of mages would be able to land their spells as intended. However, when hundreds or even thousands of people unleashed magic, the spells would interfere with one another, and the attack spells would not hit their intended targets. Of course, they would still fly to around that area, which made it troublesome for the enemy. Because of this, transitioning to close combat was an effective method of preventing the enemy's magical bombardment. The Imperial main forces retreated to a distance where the Royal Army's magic could not reach, and assault teams of 500 each began to emerge. 30 squads totaling 15,000 troops. These assault teams would form a wedge formation, simply put, a triangle charging into the enemy and breaking their lines. In a battle line that was already in tatters from the bombardment of the magical brigade, they would be unable to withstand such an attack. Under normal circumstances, however, this time the magical bombardment had not been effective. Moreover, the force that received this assault team head-on was made up of the 2 battalions that formed the core of the Southern Army. If we are not broken by magical bombardment, we will not be outdone. Those words were spoken by Marquis Alexis Heinlein. The Heinlein Marquisate's army intentionally did not have the position of Knight Commander filled. That was because the Marquis himself was the Knight Commander. Once the Knight Commander of the Royal Army, he had led the previous Great War to victory and was known as the Demon. The knights he led, along with the volunteer militia, could not possibly be weak. They firmly received multiple assault teams from the Imperial Army. Receiving them, the already lost momentum of the troops was bombarded by magic, followed by a counterattack from the knights. Originally, whether in a wedge formation, a B formation, or a V-shaped formation, once they lost their momentum, they become terribly fragile. Moreover, if they were stopped and then attacked from the sides, they would crumble away. Since perfect formations do not exist in this world, they are strong in some situations and weak in others. It is only natural, so one must utilize them accordingly. However, neither Marquis Musil, the overall commander, nor Chief Vice Commander Linus, nor Commander Evener of the 8th Army understood this. They had never before been able to withstand an assault in a wedge formation. The Heinlein Marquisate's army received the assault, and the other major force of the Southern Army, the army of Baron Run, was equally strong. As the title Baron of the Borderlands suggests, it was expected that this noble rank would have a powerful military force near the borders of the country. This was true on Earth as well, and the position was higher than a typical count, equal to that of a Marquis. Currently the only Baron of the Borderlands in the kingdom, the army of Baron Run did not allow any other force to rival its wealth of combat experience. Many of those enemies were monsters, but the constant training in external drills was always beside death. They had to be trained. Furthermore, within the castle, they had been trained by a swordsmanship instructor who boasted strength far beyond that of humans. They had no fear of anyone they faced. Compared to the swordsmanship instructors of the elves or the mages, it is highly doubtful whether they would ever encounter someone stronger than them in their lifetime. These 2 well-trained armies perfectly received the somewhat half-hearted assault from the Imperial Army. They stopped it in the center. Then what about the flanks? Naturally, the left and right wings of the Royal Army began to advance. More than advancing, they surged forward. This time, adventurers, excluding Run, were stationed at both wings. On the right flank led by Master McGrath, and on the left flank by Landenvia and Raka. The Imperial Army charged in the center, widening the distance between the main force and the central front, thereby exposing a wide side. In response, the adventurers stationed on both wings of the Royal Army attacked from the sides. The Imperial Army, which had been firmly received by the wedge assault, was now being attacked from the side by adventurers. Even the leaders of the Imperial Army recognized the danger of this. "This is bad," the overall commander, Marquis Musil, unconsciously muttered at that moment. In the corner of the tent, Chief Vice Commander Linus was receiving an urgent report from his captain of the guard, Mel. "It has just arrived." Linus sensed the slightest tremor in Mel's normally steady voice. However, upon reading it, he understood the reason. "There's a rebellion in Wingston and Stone Lake. Furthermore, an army believed to be from the Royal Army has invaded, and they've fallen." Wingston was the largest city in the Eastern Kingdom, where the Imperial Army had its base. Additionally, Stone Lake was a town near Bissy Plains. "Our forces can no longer stay in the Eastern Kingdom." Even the self-confident Linus understood the seriousness of what this report implied. The front line was collapsing, and they should retreat. In this situation, they had lost the place to regroup. Of course, they were unaware of the shadow of a figure known as the Professor, or the planner behind the rebellion. Those who invaded Wingston and Stone Lake were remnants of the kingdom's first army, which had been defeated and annihilated at Deathbury, led by Natalie Schwarzkopf and the brothers of former Treasurer Fuka. Facilitating these events was Phelps A. Heinlein. The planner, Phelps, Natalie, and the Fuca family, likely individuals who hardly knew each other, miraculously collaborated to take back Wingston and Stone Lake for the kingdom. Your Majesty, we have successfully taken back Wingston and Stone Lake. Phelps's voice was somewhat strained. This was quite rare. Phelps understood that the method of retaking these two cities did not have a high success rate. However, it had been achieved. They had reclaimed the Eastern Kingdom. You took it back. Well done. Abel must have understood the low success rate as well. His joy was considerable. Thanks to Natalie and the Fuca family as well as the planner. I've heard about the planner from Prince Willie. Well, since they don't want to appear in public, let's leave them alone. Natalie has firmly established her position as the new head of the Schwarzkopf family. As for the Fuca family, while returning to the treasury may be difficult, we can have them take care of their brothers. Abel was thinking about merit-based rewards. If he messed that up, he would fail at the outset of governance. It wasn't just about winning, the difficulty of state governance. However, everything must come after defeating the enemy before us. Abel steeled himself. Watching this from behind with his arms crossed, Ryo nodded with satisfaction. Abel noticed Ryo but chose to say nothing. This was because, behind Ryo, Lin and Ryo were nodding in the same way. The atmosphere in the command tent was, at the very least, a testament to the Southern Army gaining the upper hand. The attacks from the adventurers on both wings were proving effective. Is it time? Abel murmured as he observed the situation, addressing Alalian beside him. Charge the entire army. Understood. Alalian stated this and announced to the whole army via voice transmission. Charge the entire army. With that command, the two armies which had been in defense, as well as the elite adventurers from Run led by Abel himself, began to charge from the center. It was soon after that the Imperial army began to crumble under the pressure. Our army's losses are minimal. We are conducting a pursuit against the Imperial army. While there is sporadic resistance from the Imperial army, the entire army is in a state of annihilation. The main camp where Abel was located followed through with the pursuit and moved north. At that moment, a change occurred suddenly. As if a stone had been thrown into a perfectly still water surface. On the water's surface, there was no warning, and suddenly ripples formed. Ryo sensed this through his passive sonar. This was something he had experienced before. When we went to rescue the Duke of Inberry, the princess and that person appeared like this, and this time, 200 responses appeared, among which were 2 familiar signatures. This is bad, Ryo muttered quietly and darted to the front lines using his water jet thruster. 10 layers of ice wall. As Ryo chanted, 1,000 attack spells struck the Southern Army's front line simultaneously. 200 of the Emperor's magical brigade, Princess Fiona, and the blazing flame Mage Oscar appeared before the Southern Army. In the next chapter, the long-awaited confrontation between Ryo and Oscar will finally take place. It was as if time had stopped. No one moved, no one spoke. The Southern Army's front-line forces had halted in response to the enemy's barrage, with some even collapsing in shock. It was understandable. At the moment they thought it was all over, an invisible wall of ice appeared before them, deflecting all the magic cannon fire. The mages from the Imperial Mage Brigade were also silent, but internally they were shocked. Their attacks had been repelled by a single wall of ice. Of course, there were about 4 individuals who were not surprised. Breaking this stifling silence was the sound of multiple footsteps approaching from behind Ryo. And then, a voice. Is that Baron Hagen Benda's teleportation? Most likely. However, our clan's intelligence network has never reported anything about group teleportation, as expected of the Empire. They had thoroughly concealed their information. It was a conversation between Abel and Phelps. As they were engaged in this conversation, they stood alongside Ryo, Baron Hagen Benda, a rather peculiar individual holding the title of Baron attached to the Imperial Army, the only man in the Central Nations capable of using what is known as time-space magic. The recognized spells are infinite storage and teleportation. Both are extremely useful spells for an army, so he is always acting alongside the Imperial Army. The uniqueness of his time-space magic lies in the circumstances under which he became capable of using it. His father, the previous Baron Benda, was also able to use time-space magic. While the former Baron could use time-space magic, the current Baron Hagen Benda could not. And the moment the previous Baron died, Hagen Benda was able to use time-space magic, as if he had inherited the curse of his clan. As Abel and Phelps discussed this, 2 figures stepped forward from the Imperial Mage Brigade. Of course, they were Princess Fiona, the leader, and Oscar, the vice-leader known as the Blazing Flame Mage. Is that the representative battle? That seems to be the case, Ryo asked, and Abel replied. But dealing with those 2 will be tough. As Abel frowned and said this, Phelps added, The Blazing Flame Mage is said to possess unparalleled strength in close combat. He has left results in the Empire's martial arts tournament. Furthermore, Princess Fiona is reputed to wield the treasure sword Raven better than anyone in history. Are there really that many mages who are strong in close combat? Abel sighed softly, expressing his disbelief. Of course. If you say you can't win once they get close, that's just turning romance into folly. Yeah, I really don't understand what you're saying. Ryo's words were entirely dismissed by Abel. Well, setting jokes aside, before being a mage or anything, as a human, it's necessary to handle close combat as a means of self-defense. That's just what I think. I'd like other mages to hear that. Lynn has Warren and Rhea has Abel, right? They're watching over them well. As for Ryo, it's Sira, isn't it? No, I want to be able to protect Sira. I see. So you want to surpass Sira in close combat? It was a level of conversation that Abel could hardly imagine. Ryo stepped forward and chanted. Avatar, a clone appeared. As expected, the sight surprised even the Imperial duo. Ryo could almost hear the sound of their gasps. Speaking loudly so that the two could hear, he declared, dealing with those two is more than enough for me alone. Wait, Ryo? Abel likely sensed that this was a bad idea and tried to stop Ryo. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to step in? What if you accidentally defeated them? I'm an A-rank swordsman, after all. In this situation, it's inevitable that I will be the one to step in. It's a fitting match, a princess against a new king. His Majesty the King was filled with determination. After all, before being a king, he was an adventurer and a swordsman at the same time. Ryo released the avatar and Abel stood next to him. Please don't die. Same to you. With that, Ryo and Abel bumped their fists together. No words were needed between them. The battle split into two pairs and suddenly began. A sword fight between swordsmen. Abel wielded a sword known as a bastard sword, which could be used as either a two-handed or one-handed sword. Princess Fiona handled the slender, slightly shorter treasure sword Raven. Thanks to the effect of the treasure sword Raven, Fiona entered a pseudo-haste state, allowing her to move with extraordinary speed, which was frankly abnormal, but Abel managed to cope. He didn't swing wildly, but slightly adjusted the angle of his sword to deflect. He moved his feet to dodge and blended in feints with his gaze. By integrating everything organically, he nullified the difference in sword speed. Moreover, rather than solely focusing on defense, Abel's timely attacks thwarted Fiona's activation of offensive magic. In previous mock battles, this close combat magic had proven effective even against hero Roman, but Abel completely shut it down. As expected of an A-rank swordsman, I'm outmatched in every aspect except speed. I've never struggled like this except against my master. Fiona's expression remained unchanged. However, she was surprised internally. She certainly did not underestimate him. But honestly, she thought that as long as she was in the pseudo-haste state granted by the treasure sword Raven, he wouldn't be an unbeatable opponent. But the reality was, I can't seem to defeat him. The rumored swordsmanship is no exaggeration. Abel was astonished. Of course, he had heard that Princess Fiona was skilled with a sword. He had even read documents about her before. However, knowing and experiencing were entirely different matters. He understood very well how troublesome the speed difference could be in a sword fight. But still, he had honestly believed that superior technique could somehow overcome it. However, the reality was, maybe it was a mistake for me to say I would step in. The sword fight between Abel and Fiona progressed into a sort of stalemate. On the other side, both sides drew their swords, but somehow started with magical combat. The cause was, of course, Ryo's remark. He said, indeed, it would be splendid to encase the princess in ice and display her in the royal capital. Disrupting the opponent's composure is the most basic of tactics in a personal battle. You bastard, Oscar shouted and immediately chanted. True heaven and earth collapse, of course, Ryo prepared to intercept. Icicle Lance 256, a barrage of massive ice lances confronted the rain of fiery rocks raining down from the ceiling. They repeatedly annihilated one another in midair, causing all the fiery rocks to vanish. But that was far from the end. Flame Spear, from every direction surrounding Ryo, flame spears emerged and shot towards him. Dynamic Steam Mine, Ryo chose to intercept with a steam mine instead of an ice wall. It was because the light generated during annihilation was blinding. This served as a distraction. When you create a diversion, you're naturally going to strike. Ryo brandished Murakumo and charged in. However, Flame Waterfall, Oscar launched an attack resembling a horizontal wall of fire. He had anticipated Ryo's transition to close combat following the distraction. Layered Ice Wall 10 Layers Water Jet Thruster, judging that a normal ice wall would not withstand the unexpectedly powerful Flame Waterfall, Ryo opted for a layered wall. Moreover, it came with backward movement using the water jet. The power of the flames broke through more than half of the layered ice wall. Ryo was genuinely astonished by the strength, which was incomparable to that of Whitnash. Is it comparable to the infernal flame of the former demon Leonor? I'm surprised that a human can become this strong in such a short time. Ryo muttered in his heart. As the flame waterfall and layered ice wall clashed, dozens upon hundreds of annihilation lights illuminated the surroundings. As if hiding within that light, Oscar quietly chanted. Piercing fire in that moment, hundreds of white flame needles manifested around Ryo and lunged at him. Since the flame spears couldn't break through, he opted for suppression by numbers. Futile. Waterjet 1024 water jets emerged, swirling around Ryo in random trajectories. Then they collided with the white flame needles, and annihilation repeated there as well. Ryo had faced a completely opposite scenario with Hassan and Leonor. Even so, Ryo could see Oscar, who was shocked by the result. The moment an especially large light of annihilation erupted between the two, Ryo charged at Oscar. A straightforward charge devoid of tricks, and the fastest slash. Barrier Oscar set up both a physical barrier and a magic barrier simultaneously to fend it off. But, zush, Ryo's Murakumo sliced through Oscar's barrier as if it were butter. What the? In utter disbelief, Oscar dodged the imminent blade of Murakumo as it closed in on him. That was only natural. It was a barrier that had even repelled hero Roman's holy sword Astaroth. The thought of it being sliced through so easily was unimaginable. Earth flames, with Oscar's mutter, the ground within a 5-meter radius melted away, turning into lava, except for where Oscar stood. Ryo took a back step to create distance. He had been prevented from engaging in close combat. He could have neutralized the lava with Ice Path, but that alone wouldn't suffice. However, Ryo came up with a good idea. What about this? Layered ice wall 10-layer package downpour. In that instant, the rain solidified the lava at his feet while simultaneously enclosing Oscar in ice walls from all directions. A spell that increased the thickness of the ice walls directed toward the center where Oscar was. A technique he had once used against the former demon Leonor and A-rank Bruno. Child's play. Flame spear dance? As Oscar shouted, dozens of flame spears materialized around him, spinning as they began to orbit around him, continuously slashing through the incoming ice walls, ultimately breaking through them. Breaking through was, of course, within Ryo's expectations. Ryo chanted something briefly in his heart, readied Murakumo, and charged back toward Oscar with a water jet thruster. Even right after breaking through the ice walls, Oscar certainly wasn't off guard. He had naturally predicted that Ryo would launch an attack in response. And indeed, Ryo charged in. With the sonic water jet thruster, Oscar was no ordinary opponent. He restructured his drawn sword and braced himself, preparing for anything that might come. A soundless gasp escaped Oscar's lips. His footing, which he had tried to brace against, had frozen. Unable to maintain his balance, Oscar stumbled. At that moment, Ryo charged in, exceeding the speed of sound. With a quick slash of Murakumo, Oscar's left arm was severed. Ryo's intention to aim for his neck was thwarted. Moreover, doggone, Ryo was hit squarely by the explosion. The arm he had severed detonated. Without even a trace of magical power flowing, the left arm suddenly exploded. It was a delayed magic that Oscar had cast on his own body. An outrageous spell that would cause an explosion if any limbs were severed. Even Ryo, in this case, had completely lost his awareness of the severed left arm. The ensuing explosion was completely unexpected. Both retreated, creating distance between them. Silence filled the battlefield. At this moment, the sword fight between Fiona and Abel had also come to a halt. Neither side had won. Each had naturally come to the conclusion that the one who should settle things wasn't themselves, but rather the battle between the greatest mages. Ryo had suffered burns around his right eye and lost vision in one eye. Oscar had lost his left arm to Murakumo. Even so, the fighting spirit of both remained undiminished. Ryo, with a thin layer of ice forming over his right eye, tried to heal his burn. Oscar, burning the severed surface of his arm, attempted to stop the bleeding. Ryo assumed the ready position with Murakumo, and then chanted. Avatar with a faint glow, the sheath of Murakumo lit up and a clone appeared. The techniques from here on were, of course, predetermined. Icicle Lance Shower Water Jet Thruster, countless ice spears shot toward Oscar, while simultaneously fine sprays of water erupted from behind the 3 Ryos, charging in at the same speed as the ice spears. The impact of the ice spears and the slashes from the 3 Ryos happened in an instant, converging upon Oscar. However, Oscar was not there where they converged. Imitating Ryo, he emitted flames and leapt into the air. Naturally, this was not something that could be easily imitated just by watching. However, Oscar jumped. Of course, since it was his first experience, his landing was a failure. He tumbled to the ground. Yet he quickly took a defensive position, kneeling so he could strike back at any moment. The moment he assumed that position, Oscar realized he had made a mistake. There was no one where the clones should have converged. No one was there. The main body was absent. Whether it was coincidence or a result of his unusual experiences from childhood, Oscar raised his right hand. Ryo descended from above. Oscar's raised right arm slightly diverted the blade's path. Instead of cutting into Oscar's head, it severed his right arm and shoulder. The moment Oscar realized his failure, he discarded his right side, amidst the spraying blood. Without thinking, he unleashed magic at Ryo, who had descended before him. Entasis fire, a remarkably thick piercing fire, erupted and pierced Ryo. Ryo was impaled by the column of white flames in his abdomen. With his left arm severed and now losing his right shoulder and beyond, Oscar was in desperate straits. The distance between the two was just a reach away. They could touch each other if they extended their hands. However, neither could move. It was all they could do to just keep their consciousness intact. With just a little movement, they could finish it. Part 1, Central Nations Arc, has only 2 chapters left. Please stay with us a little longer. Ryo and Oscar were unaware that events were beginning to unfold elsewhere. Your Majesty, we have confirmed the appearance of 50,000 enemies in their rear, Elalian reported, almost slipping into an old way of addressing him. A situation arose that even Elalian found alarming, another transference. All troops assemble, a new enemy has arrived. In response to Abel's command, Elalian used voice transmission to call for the entire army to gather. The Southern Army, which had been observing the almost non-human battle between Ryo and Oscar, tightened their focus upon hearing that call. However, the 50,000 troops that had been transferred remained motionless, and only 2 mounted figures stepped forward. Could that be? Even Abel was incredulous at one of the figures that emerged. The Emperor, I presume? Elalian beside him nodded in affirmation. It was Emperor Rupert VI of the Debuhi Empire. I must go, it seems. With those words, Abel stepped forward. If that is the case, I shall accompany you. Also, Rhea, tend to Ryo. With that, Elalian followed Abel while Rhea proceeded to attend to Ryo. Fiona, heal Oscar. Rhea, I leave Ryo in your hands. After giving their instructions, Rupert and Abel faced each other. I am Emperor Rupert VI of the Debuhi Empire. It is an honor to meet you, King Abel. But first, congratulations on your ascension. I appreciate the greeting. I am King Abel I of the Natore Kingdom. I am grateful to you, Your Majesty Rupert, for your assistance in various matters. They exchanged greetings. Now, did I provide any assistance? You lent your strength in Raymond's rebellion, for example. No, it was because I believed the Honorable Raymond to be the rightful heir to the throne that I offered my support, but it seems there have been various misunderstandings. Rupert said this with an air of nonchalance. The fact that you congratulated me on my ascension just now means that you acknowledge such issues will not arise again from now on, correct? Yes, that would be the case. Abel took the opportunity to secure his words. Understanding everything, Rupert gave his word. It was the moment when the Empire officially recognized Abel as the king of the Natore Kingdom. Now, Your Majesty Abel, while I acknowledge your ascension to the throne, there is actually a contract that was signed between the kingdom and the Empire before your ascension. A contract? Indeed. It is a contract to transfer the governing rights of the Eastern Kingdom and part of the Northern Territories to the Empire. That is unacceptable. Abel swiftly rejected Rupert's statement. No matter how foolish Raymond was, he would not cede territory to the Empire. He understood that once lost, it could never be regained. If this were against a coalition, it might be uncertain. But one must never relinquish land to an opponent that is too great, even temporarily. This applies to both nations and individuals. Even if you say it's unacceptable, we are not sending out our army for charity. If you cannot yield it, it will become troublesome. Is this a threat? No, it's merely advice. However, our commanding officers can be quite reckless. With 50,000 soldiers, one never knows what could happen. This was negotiation. The phrase, let's resolve this through discussion, inevitably relies on the backdrop of power. In domestic affairs, resolving issues through discussion is only possible because the power of the judiciary supports it. In discussions between nations, there is no such judicial power. The military strength held by each side becomes crucial. On Earth, economic power backed by military power became that strength, but ultimately, territorial disputes are never resolved. It boils down to demands for cession backed by force or purchasing it. There are no other solutions, and in this situation, Abel had no intention of paying. Elalian, make contact. Understood. Abel instructed Elalian standing right behind him, and Elalian called out using a magic similar to voice transmission. The kingdom possesses the strength to counter our empire's 50,000 troops. It would be best for you to see for yourself. Ah, As soon as Abel finished speaking, surprised voices began to rise from the rear of the royal army. The reason quickly became clear. What appeared was a massive ship floating in the air. "This is our nation's pride, the Golden Hind, an aerial battleship." Even Emperor Rupert was caught off guard by this unexpected sight. It was a trimaran, a ship with 3 hulls floating in the air, a sleek and remarkably beautiful vessel. "This is quite an impressive creation." This was said by Count Hans Kirchhoff, who stood right behind Rupert. Rupert said nothing, but internally he began to feel quite cautious. It was true that the Empire possessed aerial battleships, flying ships. However, those were relics from ancient times, and even if ordered to make another, they could not do so. There were technological issues, but more importantly, there was the problem of the magic stones that served as the power source. The magic stones for the Empire's aerial battleships were of a kind that could never be obtained again. Thus, creating a second vessel was impossible, but the ship before him was made in the present day, meaning it could fly using materials available now. It would be strange not to be cautious about that. However, while I am indeed surprised, does it truly match my army of 50,000? Lord Rupert, look over there on the mountain. With that, Abel pointed to a mountain a little distance away from the battlefield. He then nodded to Alalian. 20 seconds later, a green light shot from the Golden Hind and the summit of the pointed mountain burst. Even Rupert was left speechless at this. Of course, he knew what the green light represented. It was the Vedra. It was Rupert himself who had kept former Minister of Internal Affairs Harold Lawrence from interfering, knowing it would become a threat upon completion. To see it completed, and moreover, loaded onto an aerial battleship was beyond his imagination. Seeing that expression, Abel felt a surge of triumph within. Rupert was aware of the Vedra. He knew its destructive power. If that was the case, negotiations would likely proceed quite favorably. Now, Lord Rupert, what the kingdom desires is only one thing, for the entire Imperial army to return to the Empire's territory. Thus, the war between the kingdom and the Empire came to an end. The formal signing of the treaty would likely occur later. The Imperial army has finally returned. Hugh McGrath, who had rejoined, said exhaustedly, "It is a sufficient outcome for the Empire. During this war we crushed the Duke Morgrun's house, and likely afterward we will dismantle the Marquis Musel's house as well. The black powder stored in the Eastern Kingdom has reportedly been transported to Imperial territory. They never intended to place the eastern and northern regions under their control from the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transported it to Imperial territory." After Phelps's explanation, Abel sighed once before responding. Yet gaining knowledge of the Golden Hind and the Vedra, the kingdom's new secret weapons, could be considered a success for the Empire in this war. Of course, for the kingdom as well, these two would continue to hold deterrent power moving forward, so it wasn't wholly negative. They had shown that they had obtained sufficient resources to make up for the kingdom's diminished national power due to this war. To avoid large-scale wars, it is prudent to display military deterrence. It seems contradictory, yet throughout history, this has been a truth human beings have carved out over thousands of years in every world. "Your Majesty, I apologize." Emperor Rupert VI tilted his head as he looked at Princess Fiona and Oscar, who were kneeling before him. "Why are you apologizing? I was unable to defeat that water attribute mage." It was Oscar who spoke, his body seemingly bubbling with anger. "That is fine. What is more important is that you two are safe. The Empire was able to acquire many things in this battle. Although we lost the 8th Army, we gained something of equal value. No, the 20th Army was also decimated. We must reclaim the captured members of the 20th Army during the post-war negotiations. I ordered to make sure those troublesome elves do not come to the front lines. It seems opening the battle was a mistake." With that, Rupert frowned for the first time. The destruction of the 20th Army in the Elves, Forest of the West, was an unforeseen loss. Yet many had survived and were captured. As long as they were alive, there was a way to manage it. It would require quite a bit to reclaim them, but they were invaluable talents. "Well, that's fine. More importantly, Oscar, in the recent battle, you caused the northern nobles of the kingdom to betray, capturing multiple cities including Wingston. Well done. I am deeply honored to receive your praise." As Rupert complimented him, Oscar bowed even lower. "Rejoice when we return to the Imperial capital. You shall be elevated in rank." "Huh! You shall rise 2 ranks. You will become an Earl." With that, Rupert dismissed the two. Beside him was none other than Count Hans Kirchhoff. "You did not betray expectations, Lord Oscar, and achieved great merit." "Indeed. It was worthwhile to send Oscar into battle while keeping Fiona by my side." Saying that, Rupert chuckled softly. "Once you become an Earl, it should not be a problem for you to become the husband of a female Marquis." "Will I indeed be the husband of Princess Fiona?" "Of course. If I were to try to marry her off to anyone else, I might be burned by Fiona." Rupert laughed heartily, louder than before. After all, there are hardly any significant nobles left in the country, and there's no longer any need to marry her off to a foreigner. Therefore, it would be best to take Oscar as a son-in-law. With blood from such a powerful mage close to the Imperial family, it might lead to a direct line in a few generations, you know. In the next chapter, Ryo's part will conclude Part 1. Central Nations Arc. This time there were various events. It's rare for Ryo to say that line. Abel said this to Ryo, who was beside him. This was the former Crown Prince's office in the royal castle. In the end, Abel decided to make this the new office for the king. While there are many outward reasons, the true reason is that it has convenient escape routes both outside and within the royal capital. In this new king's office, Abel was indeed working on paperwork, with Marquis Heinlein assisting him, while Ryo sat properly on the sofa and spoke. The reason he was sitting properly was, of course, because there was coffee in front of him. Without coffee, he would be slumped over. After all, I got burned around my right eye and I ended up with a huge hole in my stomach. It was a mistake that my robe was open just as I landed. But I did sever both of his arms, and I didn't lose consciousness, so it's a practical victory. All right, Abel affirmed Ryo's appeal for the time being, due to a passive reason that it was pointless to argue against. Moreover, if the enemy's chief appeared due to a teleportation event, then saying there were various events is indeed an accurate statement. I don't really understand what a teleportation event is, but yes, that was indeed surprising, Ryo said, and Abel agreed. At that point, Marquis Heinlein supplemented the information. About that group teleportation, it seems it's not something that can be used frequently, and every time Baron Hagen-Benda uses it, his health deteriorates. It might be a magic that shortens his lifespan. In fact, he teleported the Imperial Mage Brigade and then immediately teleported 50,000 Imperial troops, but he did so while coughing up blood. It seems that he hasn't been able to get back on his feet since returning to the Imperial capital. To think that even healing doesn't work, what a fierce magic. Then, it means that the Emperor made an appearance at that place at such a cost. Both Ryo and Abel felt a bit of pity for Baron Benda's circumstances. Certainly, it was the magic that had put them in danger, but the way the Baron was used was just too pitiful. Well, if it's not something that can be used so easily, then that's a blessing for us. If they suddenly sent a large army to the royal capital with that, it would be a disaster, Abel said, stopping the pen he was using to sign. At that moment, Marquis Heinlein spoke to Abel. Your Majesty, regarding Lord Ryo's case, the groundwork with Baron of Run and Marquis Hope has been completed. I see. Is there no problem? Yes, both of them were pleased. If such a military force were to be taken in by some noble, it would be a serious matter. Eh? Marquis Heinlein looked meaningfully at Ryo, and Ryo tilted his head in inquiry. No, it's a strategy to elevate Ryo to the nobility due to this achievement. Nobility? Abel said, and Ryo asked while furrowing his brows. He didn't have a good image of those words. Palace politics where spirits and demons dwell, days plagued by peasant revolts, harassment by neighboring lords. No, what kind of failed state is that? Abel interjected into Ryo's mutterings. The kingdom is a rule of law, and there are laws that protect the nobility as well. Of course, those laws are more lenient than for commoners, but still, it depends on the current royal family. Or perhaps it should be said that it depends on the strength of the royal family itself. If the royal family is strong, the nobility will obediently follow, and if the royal family is weak, the whims of the nobility will increase. So what about King Abel? It's still to be seen, but he has the support of the great nobles of the south and west, namely Marquis Heinlein, Baron of Run, and Marquis Hope, as well as the support of adventurers across the kingdom, and he is popular among the citizens due to his background. Moreover, the noble territories that sided with Raymond in this war will basically be confiscated and will come under the management of the royal family. From there, it will be decided whether to distribute those lands to existing nobility or to establish new noble houses, or perhaps keep them as royal direct territories. Everything depends on King Abel. In other words, it was clear to anyone that King Abel's power was likely to become quite strong. Let's dissolve the house of Duke Flitwick and establish a new ducal house. Ryo will become the head of that ducal house. Huh! Ryo tilted his head at Abel's explanation. He understood what was being said, but he didn't grasp the meaning. It's something that occasionally happens in a person's mind. How about Rondo Duke? Rondo Duke Ryo Mihara, the territory will be the Forest of Rondo. Since it's a non-human magical realm, no one else can govern it, and there are no people, so there's no need to govern. It's just a name. The House of Rondo will be established by dissolving the House of Duke Flitwick, so it will be the first Duke. In other words, it will also be the first noble. Abel appointed Rondo Duke, and Marquis Heinlein explained the position of Rondo Duke. The first noble? Ryo couldn't keep up with the overwhelming situation. If you're the first noble, then no noble would consider doing something foolish like placing you under their control. I told you before, right? I've thought this through properly. Abel understood that Ryo was reluctant to be entangled with the nobility and mentioned that he had a strategy for that. This was that strategy. It was quite extreme. No. For example, is it really okay for Marquis Heinlein or someone like that? Suddenly, I'm the first noble. Of course, moreover, I recommended this. You are the kingdom's top military force. You will be directly under the king in name and in reality, and no other nobility can interfere with that position. There's no particular expectation for you to do anything in the royal castle. You don't have to come to the castle regularly. There aren't any events where all the nobles from around the kingdom gather. It seems Marquis Hope hasn't come to the royal capital in over 10 years. Well, if a war like this breaks out, we would ask for your assistance, but other than that, you can live freely. You can live in the royal capital, in Run, or spend time in your territory, the Forest of Rondo. Abel said while nodding multiple times. He was giving Ryo an honorary title of First Duke and First Noble, but he wouldn't be placed in a position of actual authority or responsibility in the kingdom. Of course, Ryo didn't desire such a thing even a little, so he was grateful, but this was likely also influenced by Marquis Heinlein's pragmatic thinking. Well, if it's an honorary title, then I'll accept. Really. I'm so glad. I was worried you might say it's a hassle or something. Yeah, I'm relieved. Abel smiled happily and said that. Marquis Heinlein also smiled happily. We will prepare a mansion in the royal capital, so feel free to use it as you like. Oh, if you don't plan to use it regularly, there are also management services available. We'll discuss that later, Abel said cheerfully. It seemed he was very pleased that Ryo accepted becoming Rondo Duke. Oh, right. We will inform the nobility that Ryo is becoming Rondo Duke, but we won't particularly announce it among the general citizens, so you can continue your activities as an adventurer normally. Oh, that's a bit pleasing. Eventually, you will receive a plate that represents your status from the kingdom, so it's best to keep that. It will be useful in various ways, for example, to enter the restricted library of the Royal Capital Library. At those words, Ryo reacted as if he had jumped. The restricted library sounds great. I've seen Prince Willie's plate before. Someone from the patrol team was checking it with some alchemy tools. Ryo recalled an event from his way to the royal capital. Being able to enter the restricted library of the Royal Capital Library was a very high point for Ryo, although the peak of alchemy was still far away. Perhaps, not only the Royal Capital Library, but also the restricted library in the royal castle contained books related to alchemy left by King Richard. Abel, is there a restricted library in the royal castle? Ah, how was it? Abel seemed unsure and asked Marquis Heinlein beside him. There is. The regulations are quite strict, so even Baron Kenneth Hayward, who is the head of the alchemy workshop, probably couldn't enter. Well, if you're the first Duke, you should be able to enter. Yea, Ryo repeatedly did small victory poses at Marquis Heinlein's explanation. Abel watched over him with a wry smile. Finally, the kingdom had regained its peace. Part 1, Central Nations Arc finished. The Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc, has finally concluded. Thank you for reading until now. Please wait a little longer for the start of Part 2. Western Nations Arc. It seems we won't have to make you wait for a year. Once it is decided, we will announce it in the main story's summary and activity report, among others. There is a possibility that we may post interludes along the way, so it's recommended to keep your bookmarks. Part 1, Central Nations Arc, is essentially the prologue to the story of the Water Attribute Mage. We hope you will continue to accompany us as we move forward. On June 19, 2021, Volume 2, The Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc II will be released by Books. If you purchase it from the TO Books online store, you will receive the bonus short story, Port Festival Day 6. If you buy the ebook, you will receive the bonus short story, Magic Copper Ore of Rusei Village. The bonus short stories are available at the 2 locations mentioned above. Chapter Translation. This is an SS featuring the old mage duo. It's a face reveal of characters that will prominently appear in the second part. Or rather, it's a name reveal. This is the Kingdom Magic Research Institute, also known as Elalian Mansion. I'm coming in, Elalian. The one who said this was Arthur Velasquez, a mage with a long white beard, wearing a gray robe and holding a large staff, clearly a mage and advisor to the Royal Magic Guild. What is it, Arthur? At least bring a little gift with you. The owner of the room, Elalian Baraha, lifted his face from the letter he was reading to confirm Arthur's presence. A gift? What is that? It's obvious, isn't it? It's Ryo. Conversations about magic with him are quite enjoyable. Poor Ryo, he's caught the attention of a troublesome person, Arthur replied while shaking his head at Elalian's words. Then he suddenly glanced at the letter that Elalian had been reading. A letter? Yes, it's a letter from Robert Perlo. Saying this, Elalian put away the letter he had finished reading. Robert Perlo, the one from the Alliance. That's rather rare. There's no other Robert Perlo, is there? If only he would quickly pass on that troublesome position to an heir and focus on magic, he could have become a great mage, Elalian said, shaking his head with genuine regret. Seeing this, Arthur let out a wry smile. He knew the position of Robert Perlo and was aware that it wasn't something that could be easily passed on. I agree that he's excellent as a mage. But if he were stronger, we wouldn't be alive here, would we? Well, the position can't be helped. Saying this, both moved to the seating area. Just then, Elalian's secretary, Sula, brought in coffee. However, as soon as they took a sip, the alchemy tools in the corner of the room began to beep. Sula pressed a button to respond. Here is the Kingdom Magic Research Institute. Please inform Elalian-sama urgently. A greater bear has appeared in the eastern forest of the royal capital. Currently, the Knight Order and the Magical Association are conducting drills and are absent from the royal capital. Therefore, they are requesting assistance from the royal guards. Elalian nodded immediately. Seeing this, Sula replied, Elalian-sama will head there immediately. Well then, work has come up. I'll go with you. Elalian stood up, and advisor Arthur also stood up. Eastern Royal Capital. An area with a relatively large forest, but there have been no records of monsters as formidable as a greater bear appearing until now. At the edge of the forest, the royal guards were surrounding the greater bear, holding up shields and keeping their distance. This is the royal capital, isn't it? Why would such a thing appear? Elalian murmured as he looked at the scene. After the War of Kingdom Liberation, and during the post-war period, Imperial soldiers ravaged the forest and fled into it. It seems various balances have been disrupted. It should return to normal after a while, but, Arthur replied, shaking his head slightly, well then, let's finish this quickly. Elalian readied his staff and began to chant. To the wind I command, your form is an infinite blade. Pierce and subdue all that hinders me. Sonic blade. To the wind I command, your form is an infinite blade. Pierce and subdue all that hinders me. Sonic blade. To the wind I command, your form is an infinite blade. Pierce and subdue all that hinders me. Sonic blade. The blades of wind shot forth in succession, splitting into 5 each, ultimately becoming 15 blades that pierced the entire body of the greater bear. It is normally impossible to overwhelm a greater bear, a wind attribute monster, with wind attribute offensive magic. Yet Elalian Baraha was able to do just that. The rapid-fire triple chant. Your chant speed is still as ridiculous as ever, Arthur remarked in disbelief beside him. The previous triple chant was completed in just about 3 seconds. It far exceeded the level of rapid speech. Humph. This is about all I have to boast about. I want to be able to chant incantationless like Ryo, Elalian replied. By the way, I saw Ryo outside the castle walls this morning, Arthur said, recalling. Outside the castle walls. What was he doing there? Well, I only caught a glimpse of him. Speaking of incantationless, I remembered Schwarzkopf's daughter was using magic incantationless. Advisor Arthur recalled the scene from the retreat battle at Dispra Plains. Schwarzkopf's daughter? Was it Natalie? She inherited the Schwarzkopf family due to her achievements in the Liberation War, right? Being young is a good thing. She has all the potential. That's true. However, now that she has inherited the family, Natalie might leave the Magical Association. It's tough to lose such talented individuals. Arthur lamented while shaking his head. However, Arthur, you came along but didn't do anything, since it's fire attribute magic. Fire attribute is hard to use for hunting. It burns everything, so you can't use the materials from the defeated monsters. I won't deny that. But Elalian, since your wind blades pierced the entire body of the greater bear, we can't use the bear's hide, can we? Ah! In any case, the magic stone of the greater bear was safely collected. At another good timing, I will post an SS titled Intermission, so please keep your bookmarks as they are. The next SS is planned to cover what Ryo was doing that morning and some stories from the afternoon. It's Ryo's part. By the way, Ryo's journey to the Forest of the West will be posted in December. Please wait a little longer. Continuing from the previous interlude, this is a face-showing SS featuring the characters from Part 2. Ah, but still, Part 2 will not have a harem development. Phew, the curry rice in the royal capital is quite high level, isn't it? For some reason, Ryo has turned into an amateur curry critic, sounding rather self-important. As promised, after eating curry rice with Prince Willie, he delivered the prince to school and was heading towards the royal castle. That was when he heard a sound. If Ryo's memory was correct, it was the sound of a sword fight. However, this was a place close to the royal castle, within the royal capital. The buildings that lined the streets were all noble residences, and all of them belonged to high-ranking nobles, at least earls or above, as he had heard from Abel. To hide the truth, the residence of Duke Rondo, prepared by Abel, was also in this area. Sword fight sounds in such an ultra-high-end residential area. It would be understandable if it were nighttime, but it was still 1 in the afternoon. At such a time, is it something like sword practice or something? Ryo muttered. Indeed, that seemed plausible. The sounds were coming from the direction he was walking. As he turned the corner, he found himself witnessing a sword fight in the street. It was certainly not a noble sword practice. A blond youth in his late teens was battling a man in his 30s with chestnut hair. A little ways off, a man in his mid-20s was lying on the ground. Was he dead or just unconscious? The two fighters were evenly matched. There was a slight advantage for the blond youth, but the difference was minor enough that any accident could easily turn the tide. Ryo would not mind helping, but he didn't know which one he should assist. What if he ended up helping the bad guy? So he decided to leave it to fate. However, it would be tactless to let any interruptions occur. Passive sonar as expected, he spotted a man lurking around the opposite corner, ready to shoot an arrow. Icicle Lance Guh. His usual rounded ice spear suddenly materialized right next to the man preparing to shoot, hitting him in the stomach. And he writhed in agony. With this, there won't be any interruptions. Ryo muttered and turned his attention back to the sword fight. Almost simultaneously, the chestnut-haired man's sword flew, and without any hesitation, the blond youth's sword pierced his heart. Without a moment's hesitation. "Oh, scary," Ryo whispered. He probably didn't hear that. Most likely he had known since they started fighting. The blond youth pulled out his sword, turned towards Ryo, and pointed his sword at him. Most likely asking, "Are you an enemy too?" Ryo shook his head and said, "I'm just a passing mage." After saying that, he slightly bowed his head and began to walk towards the royal castle. "Oh, right, I need to decide on a souvenir to bring when I visit the Forest of the West next week." Muttering such things, once Ryo was completely out of sight, the blond youth sheathed his sword and walked away. Ignoring the two corpses and the writhing man, it was as if he knew exactly what kind of people they were. The blond youth's silver mantle bore a crest. Of course, Ryo saw that, but since he had no knowledge of the kingdom's noble crests, he didn't pay it any mind. If only there had been someone who understood the kingdom's noble crests, such as Prince Willie who had eaten curry with him, they might have informed him. It's the crest of the house of Duke Silverdale. Furthermore, they might have also informed him about the blond youth. Rather than a young man, it's lady face of the house of Duke Silverdale. In cases of late teenage boys and girls, it can be quite hard to distinguish between a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. The world is complex, and many things are difficult. For Ryo, what was more pressing than that was deciding what souvenir to take to the Forest of the West. Once he entered the royal castle, Ryo headed straight to Abel's office. The room's owner was, as expected, buried in paperwork. Although it had not been long since the War of Kingdom Liberation had ended, it seemed that kings had no time to rest. "It's just like Run's office scene, isn't it?" "Ah, it's Ryo." At Ryo's voice, Abel briefly looked up from his papers before turning back to them. Ryo properly reported to Abel. Hurensu, that is, reporting, notifying, and consulting, is a common sense for working adults. "I just had a little adventure. In the morning, I almost got hit by an icicle lance, had lunch with Prince Willie, and just now I witnessed a sword fight in the road." "I don't understand what that means. By the way, isn't icicle lance your magic, Ryo?" "Yes, it is." "Why would you get hit by it?" Abel asked suspiciously. "Well, when I tried to conduct an experiment, it bounced back at me." Hearing Ryo's words, Abel understood what had happened. "Ryo, you attacked the walls of the royal castle, didn't you?" "How did you know?" "Of course I know. Isn't it the same as that time when Alalion's old man used air slash and got his left arm cut off by his own attack when it bounced back?" Abel remembered that conversation during the strategy meeting before the royal capital's conquest. "Yes, that's it. I thought I could intercept it if I knew it would bounce back, so I cast an ice wall, but it pierced through. In other words, the walls of the royal castle might not only deflect but also amplify the force when bouncing back." "Seriously? King Richard is something else." "Amazing alchemy. So was the icicle lance that pierced okay?" "Yeah, I cut it down with Murakumo. I came up with a good training method using the castle walls. Shoot an icicle lance at the walls and then cut it down with Murakumo when it bounces back. Both magic and sword skills can be honed, killing two birds with one stone." "Yeah, stop that." Ryo looked dissatisfied when told to stop. Muscle-headed individuals are truly terrifying. Abel felt that strongly as he looked at Ryo. Abel decided to change the subject. "So the curry with Prince Willie was all well and good, but what's this sword fight in the road, in the royal capital?" "Yes." "Oh, but you also had a sword fight with Hero Roman on the streets of the royal capital in the past, so I suppose it happens often. In fact, despite fighting in a high-end residential area in broad daylight, no one came to stop them." "Well, mine and Roman's was unavoidable. It was something like a conspiracy. Besides, sword fights in broad daylight in the royal capital are rare. Moreover, In a high-end residential area? Yes, that's right. You prepared the residence of Duke Rondo, didn't you? It's very close to there. In fact, could it be a place with terrible security? Did you try to cut corners by getting cheap land? Ryo cast a suspicious glance at Abel. No way. That area only has residences of high-ranking nobles, at least earls or above. If sword fighting breaks out there, it certainly smells bad. Of course, no one would report it. I understand why no one wants to get involved. It's probably a covert struggle between high-ranking nobles. King Abel, who allows that as the king? Could it be you're making the nobles fight each other? Intrigue and stratagem, what a fearsome Abel. Why would I do that? Well, I'm a little curious, so I'll have it investigated, but... After that, Ryo ended up lying lazily on the sofa in Abel's office, reading an alchemy book that he had borrowed from the royal castle library and had yet to return, which was lying in this office. It was just like when he was in Run. In the end, even after becoming the first duke, Ryo hadn't changed much. Reaching an overall evaluation of 190,000 was thanks to all the readers. Thank you very much. We are also progressing towards publication. It's also written in the activity report. You can access the activity report from the upper author, Chuku, or from the lower author's my page. I will let you know as soon as I can share information, so please wait a little longer. Hey Scotty, don't you think we're working too much? Yeah, I feel that way too. Just when we thought the Liberation War was over, now it's all exercises. Knight Zach Cooler asked, and Knight Scotty Kabuk agreed. In reality, they received a brief vacation after the Kingdom Liberation War. But when the training continues day after day, it's understandable to want to complain. It's all because our new Knight Commander is too fired up. Well, the opposing organization is steadily gathering members, so as the veteran Knight Order, we have to do our best. Zach pointed out the reason, and Scotty pointed out the reason for the reason. In the viewing area, His Majesty the King was watching the exercises while speaking with the newly appointed Knight Commander after the war. Captain Danton has really come into his own. Thank you for your kind words. Yes, Danton had become the commander of the Royal Knight Order. Once, he served as captain of the guard during the escort of the delegation to Twilight Land, assisted the former Knight Commander Marquis Heinlein in the Southern Army, and led an infiltration unit to secure Stafford IV. He was appointed directly by King Abel himself. As a result, Zach and Scotty's positions had also risen slightly. However, that was not the only reason why the Knight Order was a topic of conversation. The Royal Knight Order was completely reorganized as a Knight Order directly under the king. Until now, it had been an all-male Knight Order. There were traditions and various other reasons for that, but there were many women in the royal castle. Some were of noble birth. From their perspective, even if they were Royal Knight members, having male guards could be a bit troublesome. There were situations like that. As a result, there had always been calls for female members. Abel picked up on that voice. He thought that at this timing, when the entire kingdom needed to undergo significant transformation and reconstruction, it would be possible. However, integrating female knights into an all-male Knight Order presents various practical difficulties. Thus, the creation of a female Knight Order was conceived. The official name is undecided. The common name is the Valkyrie Knight Order. In the future, it is planned to become a Knight Order directly under the King and Queen. For now, they are still in the stage of recruiting suitable members. That said, the core individuals are well accomplished. Commander, Imogen Vice Commander, Camilla Magic Unit Captain, Mew Scout Unit Captain, Abigail Medical Unit Captain. Scarlet, they were members of the C-Rank Party, Valkyrie, affiliated with the Royal Capital. While Abigail and Scarlet come from commoner backgrounds, Imogen is the daughter of Viscount Comrie, Camilla is the third daughter of a baron family, and Mew is the daughter of Marquis Westwing, a great noble from the West. There aren't any kingdom nobles who can openly express dissatisfaction. Moreover, the name Valkyrie is known to many, including citizens of the royal capital and throughout the kingdom, due to their activities during the Resistance and the Liberation War, making it perfectly aligned with the image of the Knight Order's revival. Right now, half of the conversations in the royal capital revolve around them. Unlike traditional Knight Orders, the Valkyrie Knight Order had established its own magic unit, scout unit, and medical unit, aiming to enable independent operations on their own. For that purpose, Mew, Abigail, and Scarlet were included. From the perspective of the Royal Knight Order, the birth of a rival Knight Order. However, there was no backlash from the members of the Royal Knight Order. Especially for Danton, who became the Knight Commander, he has known the strength of Valkyrie since the time of the delegation to Twilight Land, and he wholeheartedly supported the creation of a Knight Order centered around them. During the period of national reconstruction, that's typically how things are. There's no time to drag others down. Rather, they seek ways to improve themselves. There's plenty of pie to go around. There's no need to belittle others to gain a peace. This trend was particularly strong in the royal capital, of course, but throughout the kingdom as well. We finally made it this far, Scout Abigail declared while imitating Imogen. Imogen was surprised. Mew and Camilla shook their heads slightly as they somewhat understood the reason. And as usual, Scarlet was smiling gently. This was the command center of the Valkyrie Knight Order, newly established in a corner of the royal castle. Abigail? Imogen asked, not quite understanding. She understood that Abigail was imitating her, but what had they come this far for? We secured a spot right next to the admired King Abel. Camilla shook her head again. However, this time, Mew did not shake her head. Instead, she spoke. To become the second queen, there are various procedures like becoming the king's mistress. Mistress? Is that really a procedure? Mew explained, causing Imogen to blush, while Camilla muttered with a third shake of her head. Is it really impossible to become the first queen? Abigail asked while looking at Mew. Yeah, the candidates for the first queen are just too strong. Well, she is a saint, Mew replied, and Camilla agreed. No, it's not about becoming the first or second queen, it's just admiration. Imogen's words did not reach anyone's ears. Amidst all this, Scarlet, the medical unit captain and priest, was sipping coffee with her usual gentle smile. There was always a calm atmosphere surrounding her. Because of that, Imogen would sometimes hug her for comfort. Scarlet, no one is listening to me, and then she grumbled. Imogen only admires the king, right? Just being close to him is enough to make her happy, Scarlet said with a benevolent smile. Exactly, that's it, just that is enough, as expected of Scarlet. Imogen rejoiced, feeling understood. Watching those two, Mew muttered. By the way, Scarlet, Camilla continued muttering. Didn't you say you were a favorite of King Abel's friend? Abigail added on. You mentioned that you liked the first Duke, Ryo-sensei. Admiration and romantic feelings seem similar, but they are slightly different. This time it was a story about the Knight Order. The next short story I will post is about Ryo, and the one after that as well, the Alchemy Workshop and the Forest of the West. I will post both before the end of the year, so please wait a little longer. Is Kenneth there? A man dressed in a robe, resembling a mage, shouted something at the entrance of the Royal Alchemy Workshop. After several calls, a response finally came from deep inside. Yes, just wait a moment. However, the person who came out was not Kenneth. It was a scene I had seen somewhere before. That feeling of déjà vu, the Royal Alchemy Workshop had escaped the royal capital before its fall and relocated its functions to the city of Run. After the liberation war of the Natore Kingdom concluded, just the other day, all of its functions finally returned to the royal capital. As if he had been eagerly waiting for this moment, the robe-clad mage had come to visit. Last time, the man had reached this entrance unnoticed by the guards. This time, the one who appeared at the entrance was Radin, a subordinate of Baron Kenneth Hayward. Ryo-san. It's been a while, but I didn't receive any notice from the guards. As Radin said this, a guard rushed from the gate, saying something in haste. Your Grace, please wait. This time, Ryo had properly shown the guard the identification plate of Duke Rondo to gain entry. However, after retrieving the plate, he had simply used his water jet thruster to come to the entrance. It was only natural for the guard to follow behind him. Ryo was led to the same analysis room as before, one of the largest rooms in the Alchemy Workshop. There as before were Baron Kenneth Hayward, the head of the workshop, and the captured artificial golem of the Alliance. The golem is gone. Ryo's eyes widened as he looked around. Golem is gone, he muttered repeatedly, as if in a trance. Kenneth looked extremely embarrassed. Ryo's wandering gaze continued until Radin came in with 2 cups of coffee. At that point, Ryo finally accepted the reality. He knelt on the ground, both hands and knees pressed down, bowing his head in despair. I'm sorry, Ryo-san. When we withdrew from the royal capital, we melted it down. By the instructions of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was probably to prevent it from falling into the Empire's hands. So it was Prince Kane's? The Royal Alchemy Workshop had escaped the royal capital before its fall and fled to the southern city of Run, all by the orders of the then Crown Prince, Kane. On his deathbed, Kane had anticipated the defeat of the royal army and the fall of the royal capital, giving those instructions. Thanks to this, Kenneth and the kingdom's alchemical materials were prevented from falling into the Empire's hands. Ryo held a high opinion of Crown Prince Kane even during his lifetime. If it was the Crown Prince's instructions, then there's nothing we can do. After all, it did prevent it from reaching the Empire. Ryo nodded vigorously as he said this and stood up. He was revived, however a sudden doubt arose in his mind. But was it really easy to melt? Even on the battlefield, the golem had been penetrated by Vedra and had been surrounded by many duchy forces, causing it to become inactive. But it should not have melted from fire attribute magic or anything like that. When he saw it in the analysis room, It did not seem like it could melt easily either. Kenneth smiled slightly and returned the question with a question. Do you know about fusion magic, Ryo-san? Fusion magic. Ryo tilted his head but had a faint recollection of it. I think I heard of it when I had a discussion about magic with Alalian before. Something about fusion magic with alchemy was announced or something? Yes, that's it. Kenneth beamed as Ryo recalled the information from his dim memory. Actually, I announced it a year ago, Kenneth said shyly. Seriously, Ryo was astonished, and it was only natural. Alalian had once said, it might change the future of magic in the Central Nations. Of course, Kenneth Hayward was a genius in alchemy, a person Ryo had unilaterally regarded as his alchemy master, but it seemed he was an even greater genius than imagined. That said, neither Alalian nor Ryo fully understood the details of fusion magic. In the first place, alchemy itself aims to manifest magical phenomena by using alchemy tools. And then fusion magic using such alchemy? Well, the application range is quite broad and the theory is extensive, but I suppose the easiest form of fusion magic is being able to stack spells. Oh, Ryo exclaimed in admiration at Kenneth's explanation. That was a very easy-to-understand explanation. By stacking fire attribute magic, you can raise the temperature reached. I see. In that case, it would also be possible to melt that golem. Things were finally becoming clear. However, Ryo was shocked by Kenneth's next words. But it seems unrelated to you, Ryo-san. Ryo was suddenly cast aside. Because I've seen your magic before, Ryo-san, you can stack spells normally, can't you? Ah, that's right. For Ryo, stacking spells was something he could do normally. The fusion magic Kenneth mentioned was groundbreaking in the context of chanting spells commonly practiced in the Central Nations. Feeling as if his head had been struck hard, Ryo's gaze fell upon a tablet placed on the desk. It was the one Kenneth had been operating when Ryo entered the room. It somewhat resembled the stone tablet that Michael had when he reincarnated in that white room. Kenneth, is that tablet an alchemy tool? Unsure of how to express it, Ryo compromised by calling it a tablet. Yes. This is just an operation board. The actual body is placed in the next room. A wireless connection, perhaps? Well, considering that the residual magical power detector used in the Great Tsunami investigation transmitted information from inside the dungeon to the tent above ground, it didn't seem that difficult. Long live magic! Before returning to the royal capital, I set up a way to exchange information between several cities in the south and the royal capital. Even until now, the adventurers' guilds in the larger cities were able to interact with the royal capital. It seems there was a communication network created a long time ago. It is said that during that time, the Lord's Manor and the royal castle were also connected, but due to repeated wars, noble rebellions, and public riots, it no longer exists now. So it's like a revival of those networks. While introducing new technology, it seemed some sort of network had been connected. That communication network made a long time ago, could it have been established by the restorer of the kingdom, King Richard? You figured it out well. King Richard was even said to be the greatest in alchemy, so it had not been possible to restore that technology until now. What I did this time was not a restoration of the technology, but a connection using new technology. It seemed Kenneth had done something incredible. It was a level of talk that Ryo still could not imagine. Truly, the pinnacle of alchemy was far beyond reach. I must work hard. While explaining, Kenneth activated the operation board and displayed something for Ryo to see. This is the Connected Cities, Run, Acre, Kairati, Ha. Kona Village is also here. Yes, it has become famous in recent years as a coffee production area. I received a request to definitely connect Kona Village from the royal castle. With a smile that was somewhere between a smile and a wry grin, Kenneth laughed. Good job, Royal Castle. Ryo praised them internally. Then Ryo had a sudden inspiration. I might be able to bring back a souvenir from the Forest of the West. Of course, he was not intending to take the communication network connection or the operation board with him. But from Kona Village in Kairati, he could obtain, finally, Ryo was able to visit the alchemy workshop. In the next SS, Ryo will finally visit the Forest of the West. It will be posted on Friday, December 25th, at noon, so please wait a little longer, added on December 15th. At noon today, information about Volume 1 of the book has been revealed. It's written in the afterword, so please be sure to read until the end. Additionally, I will write more information about the illustrator and the purchase bonus short story in the activity report. You can tap either the top of the page where it says author, Chuku, or the bottom of the page for the author's My Page to read the activity report. Both links will take you to the same page, several days after the liberation war of the Natore Kingdom. In the western part of the kingdom, a carriage stopped at the entrance of the Forest of the West. A man in a robe got out. As the man stepped down, a large load that had been placed on the roof of the carriage was lowered, and the carriage departed for Marquis Hope's territory. The robed man dragged the large package into the forest. However, to those living in Marquis Hope's territory and others, it was a reckless sight. Because this was the Forest of the West, a forest where the elves were recognized for their autonomy, and the elves, who had fought fiercely against the Empire, were still on edge. Swish, an arrow struck the ground nearby, warning the robed man as he advanced. "If you take another step, I will shoot your heart next. Turn back and return the way you came." A voice echoed a warning through the forest. However, the robed man continued on without slowing his pace, seemingly oblivious to the voice. "This guy?" the elf who shot the arrow muttered in anger. Another elf echoed his sentiment. Before long, around 10 elves had surrounded the man. "This is your final warning. If you don't leave immediately, I will kill you." The same voice that had warned him earlier cautioned the robed man again, but the robed man did not stop. Rather, if one looked closely at his expression, they would notice. He was faintly smiling. Perhaps this was the development he had hoped for. Since being reincarnated as Phi, he had not encountered the typical tropes of reincarnation in another world, always just barely avoiding the standard scenarios. But now finally, here it was. "Stop it, you fool!" A voice resonated, pressing down on the surroundings. That voice struck the elves hiding in the forest surrounding the robed man. "Oh, Lady Granny?" one elf asked in a panic. Emerging from the shadows was the great elder of the Forest of the West, commonly known as Lady Granny. "That man is a messenger of King Abel." "Eh?" The elves were left speechless by Lady Granny's words. They were perhaps still young, inexperienced elves. Unlike Lady Granny, they couldn't see the overflowing fairy factor emanating from the robed man. "Ah, Lady Granny, it's been a while. This is a small token, but it's a gift. Lord Ryo, it's been a long time." Thus, the robed man, Ryo, visited the Forest of the West. Lady Granny and Ryo walked side by side at the front. Behind them, a dozen elves followed, their expressions uncertain. "I apologize, Lord Ryo. They mean no harm. However, since being attacked by the Empire, they have become quite sensitive." "Don't worry about it. The Imperial army has been sent back home, so things will gradually return to peace." Ryo could also respond appropriately to the situation when necessary. Lady Granny glanced at the gift Ryo was dragging along. "Lord Ryo, is that really all right? It would be easier to have our people carry it." "It's fine. I'm just freezing the ground as I pull it along, so I'm not tired at all." "As expected. Just as Sira said, your magic skills are quite impressive." Lady Granny nodded in admiration at Ryo's response. "By the way, where is Sira?" She's waiting in the village. I thought if they knew these individuals aimed arrows at Lord Ryo, it would become quite terrible, so I came alone." At Lady Granny's words, the elves following them trembled. It seemed Sira was indeed properly feared even in the Forest of the West. "Sira, as expected," Ryo nodded. Respect and fear are emotions of a similar nature. They could be said to be a hair's breadth apart. However, fear can easily transform into terror, and fear and terror are also just a hair's breadth apart. Considering that, respect and terror might only differ by a couple of hairs. Will the fear of Sira turn into respect? Or will it transform into terror? No one knows. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the elves' village deep within the Forest of the West. Seeing Ryo and Lady Granny at the front, one elf who had been waiting at the edge of the village shouted as the group approached. "Ryo!" Then she dove into Ryo's chest at sonic speed. "Hey, Sira!" Ryo managed to catch Sira somehow. It was probably the result of his daily training. "I'm glad you came as promised," Sira said cheerfully. Her smile was dazzling. "Yeah, I came as promised." Ryo couldn't help but smile in return. Ryo loved Sira's smile. Sira suddenly looked at the group of elves with bows and arrows following behind Ryo and Lady Granny. And she said, "Thank you for protecting Ryo." "Why, yes." The voice of the captain of the guards who answered trembled slightly. Ryo was taken to a larger house in the center of the village. It was said to be Lady Granny's house, the Great Elder. Sira explained that it was larger because it was also a place where the leaders of the Forest of the West gathered. She looked very happy. "I live here too." "Oh, is that so? Lady Granny is my grandmother." Ryo's brain struggled to keep up with Sira's sudden revelation. It took him a good 10 seconds to comprehend. "I didn't know," Ryo murmured. Sira's parents had already passed away. Since she said that with a slightly sad expression, Ryo did not ask further. He thought it would be fine to let Sira talk about it when she wanted to. Ryo handed the letter from Abel to Lady Granny. Despite his appearance, Abel was the king. "This is a gift." As Ryo said that, he opened the large bag he had dragged from the carriage. Inside were coffee beans and rice and spices. "This aroma, curry spices." "Correct." Sira figured it out just by looking. Well, the spices were based on the aroma. Ryo obtained freshly roasted Kona coffee beans from Kona Village through the Royal Alchemy Workshop's communication network. He also acquired rice and spices used for curry from Kairati, as souvenirs for the Forest of the West. As expected of Ryo, this is a wonderful gift. Sira instinctively hugged him. Ryo felt shy. Lady Granny watched over them, but after a while an intruder appeared. "Excuse me?" About 10 young elves. The one at the front was someone Ryo remembered seeing. Indeed. "What's wrong, Locksley?" Lady Granny asked. Once in the Elf Autonomous Bureau of the Royal Capital, Locksley drew his sword at Ryo and was swiftly punished by Sira, who broke his hand. After that, he had grown to the point of assisting Commissioner Carson before the fall of the Royal Capital, thanks to Sira's guidance. Of course, Ryo didn't know his actual age. "I apologize, Lady Granny. These individuals insist on speaking with Lord Ryo," Locksley said, glancing at those who had followed him. Some of them seemed to be the same ones who had ambushed Ryo in the forest earlier. Sira tilted her head. Conversely, Lady Granny furrowed her brow. She might have an idea of their reason for visiting. "Lord Ryo is a messenger of King Abel." Lady Granny's voice was low. The newcomers stiffened slightly, yet they bravely spoke. "Of course we understand. We would like Lord Ryo to teach us some martial arts." In an instant, a sharp wind swept through the area. Sira's piercing gaze stabbed into the young men. "You guys!" Her voice was lower than Lady Granny's. The young men not only stiffened, but some even trembled. "Lady Sira, I too would like to receive some guidance from Lord Ryo." "Locksley, even you?" Locksley spoke up, and Sira glared at him. However, unlike the others, Locksley spoke confidently. "Absolutely. Is that okay?" Ryo's simple remark saved the tense atmosphere. "Ryo, since Sira trained you right, I'm interested in elven close combat. If there's a square, let's do it there." "Sorry, Ryo. It's fine. How much can we go all out? I don't intend to seriously injure anyone." "You can cut off an arm or two. Anyone who cannot gauge the opponent's strength will likely die somewhere down the line. They should experience pain at least once." Sira purposely said this in a loud voice, to ensure the young men preparing at a slight distance could hear. "No, only I can heal any lost limbs in the village right now," Lady Granny said, shaking her head softly. For the mock battle, both were using dulled blades. There was no way to sever an arm. The referee would be Lady Granny. "Well then, let's begin." Clang. In just one exchange, the elf youth's sword was knocked away and Ryo's sword was pointed at his throat. "I yield." "Next. You-o." Clang. "What?" Once again, in a single exchange, the elf youth's sword was knocked away and Ryo's sword was pointed at his throat. "I yield." "Next." All 10 elf youths had their swords knocked away in a single exchange. "Lastly, please." Locksley stepped forward. "All right, bring it on." Ryo was completely in teaching mode. After Sira left for the Forest of the West, Ryo became one of the instructors for the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. Basically, his role had been to defeat knights, and he was fully recalling that. Locksley was quite strong. Stronger than all 10 previous elf youths combined, but too weak. Ryo met Locksley's downward strike, stepping in a bit to deflect the sword and strike his exposed torso. Locksley knelt. Whether he held back his cry due to training or sheer stubbornness, it was unclear. By that time, many elves from the village had gathered around the square and turned into spectators. However, due to the overwhelming difference in strength, there was hardly any noise. Finally, Ryo noticed his surroundings. Did I go too far? Yet it was the youths who came asking for guidance, so it couldn't be helped. Then Ryo's eyes caught Sira, who was doing some warm-up exercises. Sira, Ryo, your body has warmed up by now, right? Plus, it's not good to hold back. I hardly get the chance to go all out myself." "Yeah, I had a feeling this would happen." The sword fight between Ryo and Sira unfolded. The sword fight that would astonish all elves in the Forest of the West took place in the square. Afterwards, it goes without saying that not a single elf doubted Ryo's abilities. 1. The release date for Mage of Water attribute, Volume 1 has been set for March 10, 2021. 2. The start date for the second part of Mage of Water attribute web version is April 1, 2021 at 9 p.m. Regarding 1. Thanks to all of you, we have managed to publish Volume 1. I truly appreciate it. On March 10, 2021, it will be published by Books. As of today, December 25, 2020, reservations have started at the TO Books online store. If you reserve early, the book will arrive in your hands on the release date March 10. The delivery company will bring it right to your hands on the release date. There are bonus SS too. For details, please check the activity report. Now, if you're thinking, I've read it on Naru, so I don't need to buy the book, well, hold on. Of course, for those thinking that the printed version comes with an appendix side story, we have prepared a side story, Mage of Fire attribute. The protagonist is the blazing flame Mage Oscar, and it tells his story from age 6 to 18 when he becomes Baron Ruska. A total of 40 episodes, 120,000 words. At the end of Volume 1 of Mage of Water Attribute, the 1st to 8th episodes, 24,000 words of Mage of Fire Attribute will be included. And in the end of the 2nd volume of Mage of Water Attribute, the 9th to 16th episodes, around 24,000 words of Mage of Fire Attribute will be included. So that's how it continues. For those who read the main story on Naru and thought, Oscar is too strong, why? Or I don't like Oscar because he's arrogant, you might want to read this side story. Of course, for those who love Oscar, I would obviously recommend it. This side story will not be published online. It is a side story for those who purchase the book version. Whether it's paper or electronic, whether you reserved or not, it will be included so you can purchase with confidence. If it doesn't sell to a certain extent, it will be canceled. As the author, I don't want that, so I included the side story to encourage purchases. In addition to this Oscar side story, I've also added other extras, such as Ryo and Abel's jerky making, over 5,000 words, which I pushed to include in the main text. Conversely, I think the early parts of Ryo's training have been compressed and made easier to read. Probably. As for the 1st volume, it is structured in 2 columns and is an impressive 230,000 words. Large volume, strange Japanese, it's about 400 pages. It even includes the battle scenes between Ryo and that person the bad, which have been bulked up. Initially, it was a single column with about 160,000 words, around 400 pages of a thick light novel, but various things happened and it increased, regarding to. The start date for the 2nd part of the web version has been set for April 1, 2021. The 1st part started on April 1, 2020, so exactly 1 year later. Just like the 1st part, I plan to post daily at 9 p.m. As long as my motivation and stamina hold out, I am currently revising the 2nd volume. From the 2nd volume onwards, new episodes that will continue to the final chapter will be added. Furthermore, characters that were supposed to appear in the 4th part of the web version will appear earlier than expected. I thought it would be more interesting to bring them out early and intertwine them. I want those who enjoyed it once on Naru to enjoy the book version as well. But don't worry, not everything will change drastically. To put it simply, if the web version is a steak sprinkled with salt, the book version is a steak with salt and pepper sprinkled on it. It remains a steak, the meat is still delicious. The salt is the same, but by adding pepper, the flavor changes and becomes more reliably delicious, right? That's the image I have in mind. As for the 1st volume, the official title is Mage of Water Attribute Part 1, Central Nations Arc 1. If I'm lucky, it seems like a title that can continue for a long time. I will do my best. Please look forward to Volume 1, Volume 2, and the 2nd part of the web version. Of course, I think I will occasionally post SS before the start of the 2nd part, so keep your bookmarks. The Water Attribute Mage has surpassed 50 million PV. This is all thanks to the readers who always support me. Thank you very much. To express my gratitude, I will post a short story. This time, it will be in 2 parts. The 1st part is being posted today, January 7 at 12 p.m. The 2nd part will be posted at 9 p.m. today. Please be sure to read it. I successfully delivered Abel's letter to Lady Granny in the Forest of the West. As soon as Ryo entered the king's office in the royal castle, he reported. The basics of communication in the workplace are Hurensu, which stands for report, contact, and consultation. Thank you for your hard work, Abel said, glancing at Ryo before immediately returning to his paperwork. As usual, the desk was piled high with documents. Usually, Ryo would say something like, "If you truly appreciate it, you should treat me to a cake," but today he held back. It's not like he always says such things. Ryo knows when to speak up. Today, with cake and coffee already prepared, he wouldn't demand anything. Hey, don't look so shocked. Abel, has the approval been given for the training plan regarding the royal capital city walls that I proposed? What's that? There was a request to conduct training using the defensive capabilities of the royal capital city walls with magic and swords, right? I remember you mentioned it before, about striking the walls with an icicle lance and then cutting them down with an ice sword when they came back. Yes, that. When I said I wanted to do that as training, I was told to submit it as a document. I think I did tell you that. I submitted it before I went to the Forest of the West, so it should have been approved by now, right? I don't recall it. Could it be that Abel signs documents without understanding their contents? I think we should be concerned about that. The approval seal shouldn't be applied so carelessly. No, of course, I read everything. Generally speaking, I remember whether I approved it or not. Your document hasn't reached my desk yet. What? It should have been 2 weeks since he submitted it, and it hasn't arrived? Ryo thought to himself that this was exactly what he believed was the primary reason for Japan's low productivity, now manifesting in the kingdom as well. Ryo shook his head repeatedly. Submitting documents, the root of all evil. Excuse me. The chief chamberlain entered. Your Majesty, here are the new approval documents. A mountain of paperwork. However, even upon seeing it, Abel's expression didn't change. He had been hardened, or perhaps he had lost his spirit. Either way, it could not be considered happiness. Ah, over there. When Abel pointed, the chief chamberlain placed the pile of documents and exited. Ryo quietly approached the mountain of papers. He was curious to see if his document was among them. It would be impossible to find it among such a mountain of papers. But a miracle happened. At the top of the pile lay Ryo's submitted document. Now it was only a matter of time. If Abel approved the document he was currently reviewing, next would be Ryo's paper. Abel approved the document he was looking at and placed it in the approved box. Then he picked up the top document from the unapproved pile and began reading it. It was Ryo's document. Ryo's face seemed to radiate excitement, as if a smile were written on it. However, Abel's face bore no expression whatsoever. Ryo, feeling a hint of anxiety, followed Abel's gaze and paid close attention to the movement of the pen in his right hand. His eyes followed to the very end of the document. Rejected, Abel's mutter reached Ryo's ears. What, Abel, what did you just say? I said it was rejected. Why? The royal capital city walls exist for the public good, to use them regularly for training. If you want to train, there are other methods available. This kind of proposal won't pass. Ryo was filled with despair, but then an idea struck him. He snatched the document from Abel's hands. Ignoring Abel's protests, he began to rewrite it. Then he handed over the completed document. A check for normal operation of the walls under load. To confirm if the walls operate normally by applying pressure with attack magic. Yes. If the walls don't function properly at a crucial moment, that would be a problem. I will conduct that inspection. It's insufficient. What? There's no necessity for Ryo to take charge of this. Why does it have to be him? The mechanism of the walls. Yes, I want to clarify the mechanism of the walls from an alchemy perspective. That's why I have to do it. Oh ho, so you intend to unravel the alchemy of the walls, something that neither Kenneth nor Frank de Verde could achieve? Quite grand, Abel said with a smirk. That won't be easy. That's why I'll have to do it dozens or even hundreds of times. It would be a problem if I were told to produce results quickly. Ryo provided a slight rebuttal. But can Ryo do it all alone? If necessary, I will have dragons from Duke Rondo's territory come too. Surely they have amazing magic and attacks that breathe fire like dragon flame. We can all attack together. No, don't do that. It's not about whether the attack power is sufficient, but whether you can do this alone in terms of understanding alchemy. I understand it better than you, Abel. Well, that's true, but fine, if you can let me know if you discover anything about the walls, I will allow it. Of course. After Ryo's response, Abel signed the document. To start with, we'll do a 3-round simultaneous fire of the icicle lance shower fan. Wait, that's the one, right? The weapon that destroyed Raymond's army during the Battle of Gold Hill. Yes, that's it. A few tens of thousands of ice lances. I think they will bounce off the walls and attack Ryo, right? That's likely. I will cut them all down. Training has no meaning without pressure applied. You just said training. Isn't it a check for operational load confirmation? Abel's mumbling went unheard by anyone. This is the second half. Today, January 7th at 12 o'clock, I posted the first half. Please read the first half first. I am Ashley Backland, the Eastgate commander of the Royal Capital's Defense Force. I had long been part of the western garrison of the Natore Kingdom, but after the War of Kingdom Liberation, I was transferred to the Royal Capital's Defense Force. As a member of an Earl's family, I was appointed as the Eastgate commander immediately after my transfer. In many cases, this would be a subject of envy and jealousy, but I seem to have been blessed with a good workplace and have been able to work without such issues over the past month. During my time in the Western Garrison, there were colleagues who would challenge me due to my relatively young age, but here, that is not the case at all. My subordinates listen to orders properly and are quite serious. Normally, the defense force of a city is comprised mostly of those who slack off, but perhaps being in the royal capital makes a difference. Well, for that reason, I have absolutely no complaints about this job or workplace. I have not faced any problems at all. Just one thing, sometimes a troublesome situation arises. The troublesome situation is related to Duke Rondo. His Grace Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara, the Duke's house was newly established after the war, and His Grace is the first Duke. He is a very close friend of His Majesty the King, and it is rumored that he was the one who used ultimate water attribute magic during the Battle of Gold Hill. It is said that it was an ultimate magic that covered the entire battlefield in ice, like something out of a legend. Such an amazing individual goes out beyond the castle gates wearing a mage's robe, without any attendants. even when he presents his guild card instead of a duke's plate. Sometimes those who have just joined the defense force pass him through without realizing who he is, just like I did previously. Then his grace runs a short distance away from the city gate and begins to unleash magic directed at the royal capital city walls. When I first saw that, I couldn't help but rush over to stop him. It's fine, the city walls will deflect the magic so they won't break. His grace said that, and it is indeed true, but he probably didn't understand that I was frozen in place, unable to say anything. He released ice spears. Indeed, they struck the walls and bounced back toward his grace. He cut them down with a sky-blue sword that I couldn't figure out where he had taken it from. I heard it was an ice sword after that. His grace continued to unleash multiple ice spears simultaneously, starting to knock them down with his ice sword. It seems to be training. He mentioned he was also checking if there were any abnormalities with the wall's functionality, but I'm sorry, but I find that hard to believe. No, this is disrespectful. How could the third daughter of an earl doubt the actions of the first duke? If this became public knowledge, it could even lead to the dissolution of my family. So sometimes his Grace Duke Rondo trains using the city walls. I reported this to my superior, but they shook their head a few times and said, "Please pretend you didn't see that." After that, the actions of his grace became something that the defense force ignored entirely. Honestly, I don't know if that is the correct response. Of course, if his grace's actions were to cause harm to the citizens of the kingdom, I would have admonished him with all my might as part of my duties, even if I were threatened with the dissolution of my family. However, that is not the case. No one is suffering, and in fact, sometimes his grace even assists. He cuts and transports stones and lumber used for the restoration of the royal capital. The workers he helps probably don't realize he is a duke, as the third daughter of an earl. I honestly find this situation hard to comprehend. Ryo-san, I'm sorry, but can you help again today? No, please don't worry about it, Master. The restoration of the royal capital is the wish of all the citizens. There are people repairing various facilities within the royal capital that were damaged during the Liberation War and during the previous Raymond rule, which left them in disrepair. They repair public facilities, and sometimes even the facilities of merchant associations and individuals. If only the public facilities are cleaned up while others remain broken, there have been discussions about whether that is acceptable for the appearance of the royal capital, which is the face of the kingdom. It seems that a considerable amount of money is provided by the kingdom's government, but currently, simply put, there are not enough people. Given that restoration and reconstruction efforts are underway not only in the royal capital, but across the entire kingdom, craftsmen such as blacksmiths, stonemasons, and carpenters are all in short supply. Among them, the royal capital is particularly short on stonemasons. On the day the royal capital fell, many of the stonemasons came here to extract stones. We had a little trouble with transportation, and it took until night. It was dangerous to work at night, so when I was resting in the extraction shed, that kind of thing happened. It was the master in front of me who had explained that to Ryo before. By the way, it seems the master is a blacksmith. Due to the current shortage of stonemasons in the royal capital, Ryo often helped with stone extraction, using abrasive jet. Once, after buying Run's house, Ryo remodeled it to add a bath. The bathtub itself is made of wood similar to hinoki, but the entire bathroom was built using extracted granite. He had helped with that extraction using abrasive jet. Thus, he knew that his water attribute magic would be very useful for extracting wood and stone. "Oh, your water attribute magic is amazing every time I see it, Ryo-san." "Ah, it's not that impressive." Ryo blushed at the master's praise. "When Ryo-san isn't around, I have no choice but to extract it myself, but I can't do it as well as a professional stonemason or your magic." "Master, you're a blacksmith, right? Can you also handle stone?" "Stone is outside my expertise. I specialize in blacksmithing and carpentry. Originally, making carriages was my job." The master said that and then ran off as he was called from a distance. The disciple who had been listening nearby added some information about the master. "The master's carriages are amazing. Even though they don't use alchemy or magic, they're renowned for having an incredibly good ride." "That's impressive," Ryo replied, imagining the guild carriage that uses alchemy to reduce vibrations. To make a carriage with such a good ride without alchemy, at that moment, Ryo recalled a conversation he had with Abel long ago. Indeed, while riding in a guild carriage, Abel had once said something, that carriages with a good ride were being produced without the use of alchemy. As for the name of the creator, it was a name he had definitely heard on Earth, a name famous for manufacturing firearms on Earth, Kalashnikov. "What? You know about that too, Ryo-san? That's the master's name?" "No way." The world seems small. After helping with stone extraction, Ryo returned to the king's office. "Abel, today the city walls operated normally. That's obvious, they've been operational since King Richard's time. That complacency can lead to mistakes. We must never neglect our preparations. Oh, right, well, thanks for the confirmation. Ah, it's nothing. Ryo felt shy at Abel's words. Conversations are quite difficult. Speaking of which, the master I was helping with stone extraction is actually Mr. Kalashnikov. Stone extraction? Ah, for the restoration of the royal capital. Yes, I recall that Kalashnikov, who is famous for carriage production, was in charge. I remember signing some documents. Abel, you could have told me if you knew. No, I just learned that you were helping with something like that for the first time now. Abel, now that you know, please pay me a salary too. That won't happen. Why not? Because Ryo is a noble. It's only natural for a noble of the kingdom to work hard for the citizens of the kingdom. Noblesse oblige, nobility imposes obligations, Ryo murmured and let out a deep, deep sigh. It seems that nobles are not always boastful and arrogant like they are in some light novel worlds. Fortunately, we are soon about to reach a total evaluation of 200,000 points. I thought it might be better to post after reaching that, but since it's finished, I went ahead and posted it. Also, I have an announcement. On March 10, 2021, Water Attribute Mage, Part 1 Central Nations Arc 1 will be released by Books. It will include Oscar side stories episodes 1-8 and additional content about Ryo and Abel making dried meat, as well as an increase in combat scenes that are not in the web version. That's a considerable amount of 230,000 words, equivalent to about 2 volumes and a third of a volume. Currently, reservations are being accepted at Books. Somehow, I wrote this SS to produce some content. The location is the Gecko Trading Company's Royal Capital temporary branch. It seems they remodeled a certain Earl's mansion that was dismantled during the War of Kingdom Liberation. Mr. Gecko, as expected, quite the skilled businessman. Ryo murmured this as he passed through the gate. He understood the layout of this kind of building and the position of the courtyard. When he went around to the courtyard, as expected, mock battles were taking place. The mock battles were using the ice wall and icicle lance. Everyone had already become adept at using it as if they were breathing. Honestly, when people engage seriously and earnestly, they can acquire skills astonishingly quickly. Of course, the younger they are, the more pronounced this effect appears, but the trend does not change with age. The more earnestly and straightforwardly one engages, the faster they learn. Perhaps it's because they don't have a mental block. Or maybe it's something more neuroscientific, like the characteristics of the hippocampus or amygdala. Or otten nerves. While not having a clear reason, Ryo recognizes that such phenomena exist as a fact. While thinking about such seemingly complicated matters, Ryo watched the mock battles between mages of the water attribute unfold before him, nodding along. "Oh, Ryo-sensei," one of the children participating in the mock battle noticed him. "It's true. Sensei, I've learned to shoot 16 icicle lances. I can now create an ice wall level 5. ... It seems that when they engage seriously and earnestly, they can acquire skills much faster than they imagined. Everyone, that's amazing." As Ryo praised them, he looked at each magic user in turn. "All right, everyone, it's about time to wrap up the break." "Yes." Responding positively to Mr. Gecko's words, Ryo's disciples returned to their respective positions. "Hello, Mr. Gecko. Ryo-san, I apologize, Your Grace Duke Rondo, thank you for coming." "No, please continue to call me Ryo as before." "Is that so? Then, Ryo-san?" "It's still a bit unusual to be called Duke Rondo by someone he has known for a long time. I wonder if I'll ever get used to it." "It's quite doubtful. Actually, we're about to have a tasting of a new cake. Would you like to join us, Ryo-san?" "Absolutely." Of course, Ryo had informed them in advance that he would be visiting today. That's why he was able to enter the courtyard so easily, which means incorporating him into the tasting of this new cake was part of businessman Gecko's calculations. As expected, Gecko is quite the skilled merchant. At the table they headed to, there was already someone seated. "Oh, Corn, long time no see. Hey, Ryo, sorry, Your Grace Duke Rondo. No, please just call me Ryo as before." Ryo had just gone through a similar exchange moments ago. He was beginning to find it bothersome to correct each time. Corn was a former C-rank adventurer from the Duchy of Inberry. When the Duchy of Inberry fell, he had flowed into the kingdom along with Gecko. Although he is technically part of the Gecko Merchant Association, "I'm thinking of checking out the northern part of the kingdom," Corn said after taking a bite of a fruit cake with figs. Ryo took a bite as well. The sweetness of the whipped cream and the slightly sour taste of the figs created a wonderful balance, enhancing each other. "That's nice." Ryo's comment of nice could refer to either Corn's future actions or the fig cake. Ryo watched Corn's actions intently as he spoke. "You certainly give off the vibe of an adventurer, but your table manners and demeanor are very refined." Yes, Corn had stubble and was dressed rather informally. "Yeah." Actually, I was properly trained in this sort of thing back in the day. I never felt ashamed in front of the nobility. I truly appreciate it. I see. As Korn spoke with a distant look in his eyes, Ryo nodded in agreement. It appears that being judged based on such education is a constant across all worlds. It's exceedingly rare to be evaluated solely on one's ability. Knowing this is not a disadvantage. If you're not being properly evaluated despite your skills, it's often due to a lower assessment of your general knowledge and common sense. While it may seem unfair within one's own organization, if there's a possibility of interacting with the outside, it's natural for a leader to resist putting someone without general knowledge forth as a representative of their organization. It's a sad story. I see. Ryo has some similarities with him. Huh, did you say something? No, it's nothing. Korn was recalling an old friend from long ago. However, he felt that mentioning it might somehow lead to something unpleasant happening, and thus he held his tongue. The sharpness of intuition is one of the traits that make for an excellent adventurer. Just as the three, Korn, Ryo, and Gecko, finished eating the fig cake, a figure resembling a butler entered and whispered to Gecko, "Please allow him in." The person who entered was His Majesty the King. "Sorry, Gecko, for the sudden visit. I heard the thing we discussed was ready," King Abel spoke as he entered the room. Seeing this, Korn immediately stood up and bowed. It seems the proper way to bow when there are chairs and a table is not to kneel. Of course, Ryo remained seated. You're Korn the adventurer, right? Long time no see. That aside, why is Ryo here? Abel, the fig cake is already sold out. Trying to eat cake for free is an abuse of power. That's not true. I just stopped by because I heard the Valkyrie Knight Order's night badge has been completed. Ryo pointed out the king's abuse of power, and Abel clarified the misunderstanding. The Valkyrie Knight Order is being established around Mew and her party, Valkyrie. Abel is quite busy with work, isn't he? Why, yeah, Your Majesty, preparations are ready in that room over there. Gecko said this and guided Abel out. Of course, Ryo did not follow, while he was a bit curious about the night badge of the Valkyrie Knight Order. Here is the second prototype, burnt pudding. What? That's why Ryo didn't follow them. The second creation was presented. Moreover, it wasn't just any pudding, but burnt pudding. Ryo realized he hadn't eaten pudding since coming to Phi. I have come to understand that there are still many things I haven't tried, Ryo commented sadly, yet his expression was cheerful and his tone was upbeat. Ryo is quite a complicated person, isn't he? Korn, who began eating the burnt pudding next to him, muttered this. By the way, the burnt pudding was surprisingly delicious, needless to say. In fact, this adventurer Korn appears occasionally until the latter part of the water attribute Mage. No, to be precise, he has risen to appear. Sometimes, there are characters who end up being more active than originally planned while writing. Perhaps he is one of them. No, the main one is still Hugh McGrath, I suppose. Well, since Korn will appear many times in the future, I featured him in this SS to ensure he is not forgotten. And of course, Ryo's disciples too. Prince Willie, that's a secret. In fact, even the editorial staff are unaware of it, and only the author knows this secret. Heh. Here is a list of characters, mainly for the author's reference. Some characters may not be included. Please use this when rereading Part 1 or when reading Part 2 starting in April. It might be updated or revised. Or it might not. Main characters Ryo Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara, a water attribute magician. The main protagonist of the story. A C-rank adventurer from the Natore Kingdom city of Run, serious and kind as he claims. His hobby is alchemy. He trains in swordsmanship so that he won't lag behind in close combat as well. He takes the Dullahan Water Fairy King, residing in the wetlands of the Forest of Rondo, as his sword master without permission. His favorite possessions are the sword Murakumo, named by Ryo, exclusive for water attribute magicians, and his robe. He graduated with a major in Western history, a reincarnator. Abel King Abel, a swordsman. A supporting character of the story. The king of the Natore Kingdom, Abel I, a former A-rank adventurer, leader of the A-rank party, Red Sword. He properly counters Ryo's jokes, a good guy. Trained in the Hume style of swordsmanship in the royal capital. A genius swordsman. Wields a magic sword passed down through his family. Not only is he skilled with the sword, but he has also been trained in administrative skills since childhood, making him competent as a king. He is immensely popular in the kingdom. Nils, a swordsman, leader of the D-rank party, Room 10. A D-rank adventurer, 20 years old. He looks mischievous and playful, but he has a strong sense of responsibility towards his companions. He takes safety margins seriously and avoids reckless charges. He is in love with Nina, the guild receptionist of Run, Ito, a priest, a member of the D-rank party, Room 10. A D-rank adventurer, 19 years old. Delicate-looking, sometimes gives off an impression of coming from a well-off background, calm and gentle, typical of a priest, lacks close combat ability, aspires to be like Rhea. Ammon A. Swordsman, a member of the D-rank party, Room 10, a D-rank adventurer, 16 years old, still small for a swordsman, gradually beginning to show talent in swordsmanship, the most sensible person in Room 10, Sierra an elf. The heroine of the story, a wind attribute magician and swordsman, the only member of the B-rank party, Wind. 200 years old, her sword technique is extraordinary. When she wears her original wind magic, wind attire, she is almost unmatched in close combat, surpasses even Ryo. Currently, she ranks second in close combat ability among all characters introduced so far according to the author's notes. As an elf, she possesses considerable skill in elven-style alchemy. She became famous for her contributions during the defense of the Forest of the West. She likes Ryo, a priest, a member of the A-rank party, Red Sword, a B-rank adventurer, 23 years old, a former saint, a high-ranking priest capable of using absolute defense, absolute sanctuary. Gentle-natured like a priest, but when it comes to Abel, feelings of jealousy emerge. In close combat, she actually possesses considerable skill in staff technique. Warren, a shield user, a member of the A-rank party, Red Sword, a B-rank adventurer, 26 years old, the legitimate son of Baron Halom, known by the title Unyielding, said to be the best shield user in the kingdom. A giant over 2 meters tall with a cute and gentle face. Quiet, likes Lin, a wind attribute magician, a member of the A-rank party, Red Sword, a B-rank adventurer, 19 years old, the second daughter of Count Shuck, a disciple of Elalian Baraha, said to be the best magician in the kingdom. A small girl around 150 centimeters tall, has twin tails and talks a lot, likes Warren. Hugh McGrath, a former swordsman, a former A-rank adventurer, the master of the Run Adventurers Guild, mid-30s, also known as Master McGrath or Hero McGrath, a hero from the Great War between the Kingdom and the Alliance that took place 10 years ago. A strong-looking giant, possesses the holy sword Galahad. Despite appearances, he is also very intelligent. Even now, his sword skills are remarkable. The Kingdom Kenneth Baron Kenneth Hayward, a genius alchemist, the chief researcher at the Royal Alchemy Workshop in the royal capital, a man who was raised to nobility due to his abilities and accomplishments in alchemy, 21 years old, a member of the drinking group, Second Son Association led by Abel, a really nice guy. He looks up to his former colleague Frank de Verde as a mentor. Despite his young age, he is already recognized as an alchemist representing the Central Nations by powerful figures. Ryo has taken him as his alchemy master without permission. Phelps A. Heinlein, a spear warrior, the leader of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer, 24 years old, the heir to the Heinlein Marquis house. An extremely handsome man, a genius spear warrior and smart. Like his father, Marquis Heinlein, he excels in both martial and literary pursuits. Shino, a fire and earth attribute magician, dual attribute. The vice leader of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer. Quiet, proficient with all weapons, also a needle user, extremely intelligent, devoted to Phelps because he saved her life. Blair, a dual wielder, a member of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer. Wyatt, a earth attribute magician, a member of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer. Gideon, a priest, a member of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer. Lorenzo, a scout, a member of the B-rank party, White Brigade, a B-rank adventurer. Marquis Alexis Heinlein, former commander of the Royal Knight Order, known as the Demon, a top-notch spear warrior, knight, lord, and strategist, possesses the best intelligence network in the Central Nations. Among all characters introduced so far, he is the most perfect in every sense. Ra, a swordsman, leader of the C-rank party, Switchback from Run, a C-rank adventurer, looks up to Abel as an older brother. Physically strong and straightforward, there are some silly parts about him, but the scout Sue covers for him. He is certainly easygoing and well-liked by many. Sue, a scout, a member of the C-rank party, Switchback from Run, a C-rank adventurer, sharp-eyed and skilled at orchestrating people, acts as a support for Ra, Stafford IV, the former king of the Natore Kingdom, Abel's father. Known as a wise king, but he was drugged by the Empire's schemes for many years, currently recuperating in the suburbs. Crown Prince Cain Caindush, deceased, the former Crown Prince of the Natore Kingdom, Abel's older brother. Had a frail constitution since childhood, but his intellect was outstanding. Anyone who knew him had no doubt that he would become a great ruler in the future. He held Abel, his younger brother, in high regard. After realizing his own impending death, he assigned a vast number of homework assignments to prepare Abel as a good king. Died before the fall of the royal capital. Foreseeing the fall of the capital, he used the Crown Prince's decree to help evacuate places like the Elf Autonomous Bureau and the Alchemy Workshop from the Empire's grasp. Fuka, former finance minister. head of the Fuka family, has many younger brothers, a politician who could drink both clean and dirty. By cooperating with his family in the War of Kingdom Liberation, his younger brothers were able to remain near the kingdom's core. Fuka himself has retired, Landenvia a former magician, former B-rank adventurer, master of the Acre Adventurers Guild, known as the Conscience of Kairati. He is a sensible person. Hugh McGrath trusts him the most among his guildmaster peers. Bandesh a swordsman, leader of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer, achieved the remarkable feat of subjugating a wyvern with 9 other members alongside Room 10. Ash a fire attribute magician, a member of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer, the eldest daughter of 3 siblings. Nash a wind attribute magician, a member of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer. The second daughter of 3 siblings, Cash an earth attribute magician, a member of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer. The youngest daughter of 3 siblings, Goriki a shield user, a member of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer. Known for his immense strength, he once threw Ammon to the wyvern during the subjugation. Quiet, Terence, a priest, a member of the C-rank party, Raka from Acre, a C-rank adventurer, a former acquaintance of Ito when they were at the Central Temple in the royal capital. He talks quite a bit for a priest. Arthur Velasquez, a fire attribute magician, an advisor to the Royal Magic Guild, in his 70s, still one of the top 10 magicians in the kingdom, once a very famous and powerful adventurer. He has been to the Western nations. Grateful to Ryo for saving him in the Dungeon of Run. A friend of Ilalian Baraha. Ilalian Baraha, a wind attribute magician, the chief magician of the Royal Magic Guild, in his 70s. Regarded as the best magician in the kingdom. His superfast chanting is unmatched by others. He secludes himself in the Kingdom Magic Research Institute located in the royal capital, also known as Ilalian Mansion, where he devotes himself to magical research. A magic nerd, likes Ryo's magic, a friend of Arthur. Christopher Bratt, the chief professor at the Royal Magical University. He leads the research team for the Dungeon of Run, the man closest to becoming the next principal. In reality, he is a schemer on par with the Marquis Heinlein. During the War of Kingdom Liberation, he never revealed himself, planning from behind the scenes to coordinate the resistance movement. In the latter stages, he executed the plan for the liberation of the Eastern Kingdom and successfully connected various powerful individuals for the recovery. What he truly desires is to conduct research without interference from anyone, so after the War of Kingdom Liberation, he is engaged in an enjoyable research life. He has known Prince Willie, who was skipping grades at the Magical University since before the liberation. Finley Forsyth, the Grandmaster of the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, an Earl, in his 50s, a famous former A-rank adventurer during his active years. When the royal capital fell, he chose to remain rather than escape to take responsibility. However, he used the guild carriage to help his beloved daughter Elsie escape to Run, his first and last case of mixing public and private affairs. Though he has been through a lot, he holds Hugh McGrath in high esteem. Natalie Schwarzkopf, a water attribute magician, a member of the Royal Magic Guild. 16 years old, capable of casting magic without incantation. Through events in the Dungeon of Run, she has become acquainted with Abel and Ryo. When the royal capital was occupied, the head of the Schwarzkopf family and others were involved and died. As a result, Natalie led her family to escape the royal capital. In the final stages of the Liberation War, she led her family in the Eastern Recovery Operation, achieved results, and established her position as the new head of the Schwarzkopf family. Shauken, a swordsman, a C-rank adventurer, played a role in coordinating the adventurers from the Twilight Land Delegation and the resistance movement during the Royal Capital Liberation War. His coordination skills are highly regarded from various quarters. Lady Granny an elf, the great elder of the Forest of the West, representative of the Forest of the West, appears as a woman in her mid-30s, over 2,000 years old. 2,000 years ago, she saw the robe of the Fairy King that Ryo is wearing. Loxley an elf, younger than Sira, one of the vice-captains of the defense team of the Forest of the West, once attempted to draw his sword against Ryo at the Autonomous Bureau, but had his hand broken by Sira. Since then, he has feared Sira and considers her his master. Now, he is one of the elves who highly regards Ryo, possesses much higher skill than the elven average in both archery and swordsmanship. DeLong a swordsman, leader of the D-rank party, Coffee Maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer. The Coffee Maker is known for completing many escort requests and is regarded as an excellent party. The party name is said to have been derived from DeLong's grandfather, a renowned adventurer who bore the same name. He partnered with Room 10 for their first escort mission to Witnash. Laslino, a scout, a member of the D-rank party, coffee maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer, a scout who supports the reputation of the escort party. Gan, a dual wielder, a member of the D-rank party, coffee maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer. John, a priest, a member of the D-rank party, coffee maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer. Faston, a magician, a member of the D-rank party, coffee maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer. Gosh, a spear warrior, a member of the D-rank party, coffee maker from Run, a D-rank adventurer. Imogen, a swordsman, leader of the C-rank party, Valkyrie in the royal capital. A C-rank adventurer, daughter of Viscount Comrie, 21 years old, served as an escort for the Twilight Land delegation and played a part in the resistance movement within the royal capital during the Liberation War. After the war, the Knight Order directly under the Queen was established as the Valkyrie Knight Order, and she became its first captain. She admires Abel, but only as a fan. Simultaneously, she has feelings of admiration for Rhea as a fellow woman. By the way, the 5 members of the party Valkyrie were formed as roommates in the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild dormitory. A close friend of Mew. Mew, a fire attribute magician, a member of the C-rank party Valkyrie in the Royal Capital, a C-rank adventurer, the second daughter of the Marquis of Westwing. Her mother is the daughter of the former Grand Duke of Twilight Land, Cyrus. 20 years old, a close friend of Imogen, Abigail. A scout, a member of the C-rank party Valkyrie in the Royal Capital, a C-rank adventurer, has a blunt manner of speaking but pretends to be fond of men, comes from a commoner background. Camilla, a spear warrior, a member of the C-rank party Valkyrie in the Royal Capital, a C-rank adventurer, the third daughter of a baron. Due to her family's lack of wealth, she had no choice but to make a living as an adventurer. A tall beauty standing at 180 centimeters. Scarlet, a priest, a member of the C-rank party Valkyrie in the Royal Capital, a C-rank adventurer, a gentle personality, fond of cute things. Comes from a commoner background. Zach Cooler, a knight, a member of the Royal Knight Order, a squad leader, a member of the drinking group Second Son Association led by Abel. Currently has an unrequited love for Syrah, regarding Ryo as a rival without justification. Recently working hard to improve his sword skills, has an average appearance. Scotty is his best friend. Scotty Kabak, a knight, a member of the Royal Knight Order, a squad leader, a member of the drinking group Second Son Association led by Abel. He watches his best friend Zach burn with unrequited love with a sigh. Recently he's been working hard on his sword skills alongside Zach. He is considered quite handsome, which has earned him fans within the royal castle. His demeanor is also much more refined compared to Zach. Danton recently appointed as the commander of the Royal Knight Order, trained by then Knight Commander Alexis Heinlein in his youth. Initially intended to be a mob character in the author's mind, he unexpectedly rose to become the commander of the Royal Knight Order. Naturally, he possesses combat strength and command capabilities that far surpass the average. Kalashnikov, a blacksmith and carpenter, a well-known craftsman for making carriages, originally renowned as a weapons blacksmith. He plays a central role in the restoration project of the royal capital after the Liberation War. He is acquainted with Ryo, although he is unaware that Ryo is Duke Rondo. Hector, a swordsman, leader of the C-rank party Morning Star in the royal capital, a C-rank adventurer, currently active under Marquis Heinlein, attempted to capture Abel but faced a counterattack. He holds a mix of fear and gratitude towards Elalian for having helped him. Oriana, a scout, a member of the C-rank party Morning Star in the royal capital, a C-rank adventurer, currently active under Marquis Heinlein. Izio, a scout, a member of the C-rank party Morning Star in the royal capital, a C-rank adventurer, currently active under Marquis Heinlein. Kenji, a wind attribute magician, a member of the C-rank party Morning Star in the royal capital, a C-rank adventurer, currently active under Marquis Heinlein. Tarlo, a priest, a member of the C-rank party Morning Star in the royal capital, a C-rank adventurer, currently active under Marquis Heinlein. Ignis Hagrid, a negotiator for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom, the second son of the prominent noble House of Hope in the West. He was the lead negotiator for the Twilight Land delegation. When Abel declared himself king, he persuaded his family, the House of Hope, to be the first to declare support for Abel. Very friendly. Goro Ganda, the daimyo of Kona village, directly governed by the royal family. 45 years old, extremely capable, occasionally sends Ryo Kona coffee beans. Rasharda Viscount Rasharda Devo, a legacy officer at the Central Sanctuary, a colleague of Goro, 45 years old. Neville Black, the commander of the Knight Order of the Barony of Run. Alfonso Spinazzola, the grandson of the Baron of Run, 19 years old. Both parents have passed away, making him the next lord. Once had his shoulder crushed and sword thrust into him by Sira. Since then, he has turned over a new leaf, aspiring to become a serious lord. Baron Carmelo Spinazzola has long white hair and strong eyes. Due to poor legs, he gives instructions from bed. A prominent noble representing the South alongside Marquis Heinlein. Schmidt Hausen, a former B-rank adventurer, currently runs a cleaning business in the city of Run. He also handles cleaning for the Adventurers Guild dormitory. Gecko, a former wealthy merchant from the Duchy of Inberry, fled to the kingdom when the duchy fell, resumed his trading business based in the city of Run. An exceedingly competent merchant, he has a disciple who is a water attribute magician under Ryo. After the War of Kingdom Liberation, he opened a temporary branch in the royal capital, Korn, a swordsman. Born in the current alliance, a former C-rank adventurer from the Duchy of Inberry, fled to the kingdom when the duchy collapsed, worked as a bodyguard under Merchant Gecko, but recently decided to head north to the kingdom. He is expected to make occasional appearances in the story. The Empire Oscar Baron Oscar Lusk, a fire attribute magician, vice captain of the Imperial Mage Brigade, a former adventurer, 24 years old. Known as the Blazing Flame Mage. With white hair and a brown complexion, he stands at 190 centimeters tall. Ryo's destined rival? No, enemy, Fiona's master in magic and sword. The protagonist of the spin-off, Fire Attribute Magician. He cares deeply for Fiona. Fiona Rubine born Amissa, a dual fire and light attribute magician, the captain of the Imperial Mage Brigade. The 14th child of the current emperor, Rupert VI, and the youngest daughter, 18 years old. Rupert dotes on Fiona. Her beloved sword is the treasure sword Raven fire and wind attributes. She admires Oscar. Marie, a wind attribute magician, Fiona's aide and maid. A senior member of the Imperial Mage Brigade, genuinely wishes for Fiona's happiness. Jurgen Bartle. An earth attribute magician, Oscar's aide. A senior member of the Imperial Mage Brigade, trained in swordsmanship from a young age at home and possesses master-level skills. Rupert VI, a fire attribute magician. The emperor of the Debuhi Empire, in his 50s, has purged many influential nobles within the empire, established the absolute power of the emperor. However, he wishes to retire from the throne as soon as possible. He dislikes paperwork, though he has high processing ability. Enjoys the battlefield. Count Hans Kirchhoff, the regent of the Debuhi Empire, in his 30s, Rupert's right-hand man. Once a poor second son of a noble family, he has risen to the rank of count through ability and achievement. Under Rupert, he keeps an eye on all fields within the empire. Extremely capable. Prince Conrad Stein, born Amissa, an earth attribute magician. The third prince of the Debuhi Empire, the 13th child, 21 years old, is on good terms with his younger sister Fiona. Lord Hashford Asher Morgan Hashford, the top alchemist in the empire, the highest advisor of the Imperial Alchemy Association. In his 70s, the alliance including the Duchy of Inberry, Lord Aubrey Hubble Coleman, the regent and dictator of the Handalu Federation. The de facto ruler of the alliance, in his 40s, known as a famed general, loves the battlefield, lumber aide to Lord Aubrey, his right-hand man, one of the few loyal subordinates capable of speaking frankly to him about political issues. Completely incompetent in sword and magic, Loris Baggio, the lord of the Duchy of Inberry, a duke, fled to the empire with his wife and 2 daughters when his country was occupied by the alliance. Giuseppe Salary, the head of the intelligence department of the Duchy of Inberry, missing after the fall of the duchy. Nigel Madden, the commander of the defense team in the capital city of Aberdeen, was supposed to share the same fate as the capital, but it didn't go well. Persuaded by Lord Aubrey, he ended up serving the alliance. Meredith, deputy commander of the defense team in the capital city of Aberdeen, delivered wind magic stones to the Duke of Inberry for the second Greenstorm. Later became the defense captain of Fionn. During the defense of Fionn, he commanded the shooting in Greenstorm. Left the military after the fall of the Duchy of Inberry. Chloe, part of the intelligence department of the Duchy of Inberry, a cute woman with short brown hair and big, lively eyes. In her early 20s, carries 2 well-maintained daggers at her waist. Led the southern army of the kingdom to Fionn, fled to the kingdom after the fall of the Duchy of Inberry. Others, Leonor Ulaka Arbakirk, a demon, can use both sword and magic. A beautiful woman standing at 175 centimeters tall, has an interest in Ryo as a target to kill, still weak as she has just awakened, but she grows stronger as time passes. Prince Willie, a water attribute magician, the 8th prince of the small Jew kingdom in the eastern part of the Central Nations. Came to the royal capital for studies to strengthen relations with the Natore kingdom. He recognizes it as a hostage. has a straightforward and gentle personality, looks up to Ryo as a teacher, was kidnapped by an assassination cult and nearly died, apparently wanted the blood of the royal family of the Jew Kingdom. During the War of Kingdom Liberation, he cooperated with the resistance movement behind the scenes and was praised by King Abel after the war. A letter of gratitude from King Abel was sent to his homeland, and unbeknownst to Prince Willie, his reputation skyrocketed. He is now finally enjoying the school arc. Rodrigo, a butler, has served Willie since he was little, devotes everything to Willie. A really nice guy. Naturally accompanied Willie during his studies in the Natore Kingdom. Lord Ancestor, a vampire, the founder of Twilight Land, holds no official position, secludes himself in a mansion resembling a library reading books. That is his current happiness, has lived for over 10,000 years. The creator of the blood donation system in Twilight Land, feared by all other vampires, the strongest, a reincarnator, a man who built a country for ramen. Agnes Duke Alba Agnes, a vampire, one of the supreme powers in Twilight Land. Known as the Duchess, the representative water attribute magician of the land, also a top-class vampire in swordsmanship, a seductive beauty, dislikes being interrupted, loves ramen, in love with Lord Ancestor. Lord Griffin, a vampire, one of the top swordsmen among vampires, ranks in the top 3 for swordsmanship in Twilight Land, was defeated by Ryo in a sword fight within a magic nullification space. Cyrus, the former Grand Duke of Twilight Land, Mew's maternal grandfather, currently has retired to Karnak, near the kingdom's border, after passing his title to his son Norton. This is a commemorative entry for the 1-month mark before the release date of Water Attribute Magician, Part 1. Central Nations Arc 1, March 10, 2021. The bonus short story featuring Ryo, Abel, and Kenneth will be posted exactly at midnight on March 10, the release date of Volume 1. This time, I wrote this short story on a whim this morning. As some of you might already know, the release date for Volume 2 of the Water Attribute Mage has been announced by the publisher to books as June 19. The information was disclosed at noon today. I thought it would be good to write it in an activity report, but since I came up with this short story, I managed to write it in between my main work, and then posted it. On that day, the crepe shop in the royal capital was crowded. Yes, the crepe shop that occasionally appears, with diamonds mixed into their banana and whipped cream. Of course, the phrase mixed with diamonds regarding crepes was just one of Ryo's typical whimsical coinages. Ryo was, as usual, standing in line. After this, he would be going to the royal castle to meet His Majesty the King. Should he choose the crepe or Abel, there was no need to think about it. It's definitely the crepe. Oh, right, I should bring a crepe as a souvenir for Abel too. That way I won't get scolded. It was a bribe. If he were to use tax money for a bribe, he would surely get in trouble, but if it came from Ryo's pocket money, it shouldn't be a problem. As Ryo began to line up, he pondered such things, and after a while a particularly extravagant and huge carriage pulled up in front of the crepe shop. Naturally, it attracted attention. Ryo looked as well. The emblem painted on the door seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it. The door opened, and a pair of men and women stepped out. An astonishingly beautiful young man and an incredibly alluring young woman. It was Lord Ancestor and Duke Alba Agnes. Agnes was looking very happy, holding hands with Lord Ancestor. Seeing the affectionate sight made Ryo feel a bit happy too. The two noticed Ryo. Huh, Ryo? Oh, Lord Ryo, it's been a while, hasn't it? Both Lord Ancestor and Agnes greeted him with bright smiles. Ah, yes, it has been a while. What brings you two to the royal capital? Even Ryo sometimes asked conventional questions. Well, it's just a stroll. A stroll. Even Ryo found it hard to comprehend the scale of Lord Ancestor. It seems that a stroll can extend to a capital city of another country. I asked Lord Ancestor to accompany me for a courtesy visit to your Majesty Abel. Agnes answered happily. It seemed she was very pleased to be traveling with Lord Ancestor. We are heading to the royal castle afterward, but won't you join us, Ryo? Yes, I will also be heading to the royal castle, but then you can ride in the carriage with us. Is that all right? Ryo glanced at Agnes, wondering if it was appropriate to interrupt their time together. Of course, Agnes nodded happily. Since Lord Ryo knows about our relationship, there's no need to hide it anymore. It seemed that way. They were being affectionate in public, but what did hiding it mean? Then let's treat Ryo to a crepe as well. Lord Ancestor said this and approached the crepe shop owner to place an order. 3 crepes, please. Without much waiting, 3 crepes were ready, and Lord Ancestor returned with them. Meanwhile, what about the people who had been standing in line? They said nothing. They stood completely still, mouths agape. Here you go. Ah, thank you. Ryo received a crepe from Lord Ancestor. Lord Ancestor. The people in line aren't moving. Have they perhaps been charmed or something? No, I haven't done anything, and it seems Agnes hasn't either. Both Lord Ancestor and Agnes were smiling, taking a bite of the crepe. "It's delicious. Yeah, as expected, the taste is great," Agnes exclaimed in delight, and Lord Ancestor praised it. "Indeed, the world is peaceful." Ryo decided not to worry about anything. And so the three of them boarded the carriage. Inside Duke Alba's carriage, Lord Ancestor, actually I've always had a question." "What is it?" Lord Ancestor asked cheerfully in response to Ryo's question. Next to him, Agnes was leaning on Lord Ancestor's shoulder. "According to my earthly knowledge, I feel like vampires need to drink human blood to survive. How does that work in Twilight Land?" "Oh, that problem is simple. In our land, there is a blood donation system." "Blood donation? I see, so humans can provide blood and receive juice or something in return." Ryo nodded vigorously. "Humans provide blood and receive juice as compensation." "Amazing," Lord Ancestor added while laughing. "Right, it was similar in Japan. In places like America, people used to get money for donating blood, right? It's somewhat similar in our land. Since money might cause problems, they receive food or sweets instead. I started the system, but I leave the operation to the government, so I'm not aware of the current details." "I see. The collected blood is delivered to each vampire household in a set amount. It's like a water server system. When it runs low, it's replenished. Plus, blood stored in that server can be kept for several years, and actually it becomes tastier than blood drunk directly from humans." "What?" "It uses alchemy. I named it the Bloody Server." "What a ridiculously cool name." Ryo couldn't help but interject at Lord Ancestor's cheerful explanation. Originally, Ryo was supposed to be the one to make jokes. But perhaps Lord Ancestor was more natural than Ryo. Lord Ancestor provided even more shocking information. "But you know, in reality, vampires can live without drinking human blood just fine." "Eh? How should I put it? It's like this. People want to eat cake, right? But you can live without eating cake, can't you? It's that kind of feeling. Human blood is like a sweet treat. I can really see that." Ryo nodded repeatedly. It was a very understandable analogy. "By the way, I heard Duke Alba will be courtesy visiting Abel, but what about you, Lord Ancestor?" "Yeah, I'm just the appendix." "Appendix? Right. I don't hold a public office in the land." "That was another question. The de facto ruler of Twilight Land is you, Lord Ancestor, right? Why don't you hold a public office?" Lord Ancestor answered with the biggest smile he'd shown so far. "Well, isn't it cooler to rule a country from the shadows?" "That's true, I totally understand." "Right, I thought Ryo would get it." Romance varies from person to person. Now, regardless, Ryo made a mistake. At this point, he still hadn't realized it. Yes, he forgot to acquire a bribe for Abel. As mentioned in the activity report on March 4. For the past 10 days, the publisher to books has been promoting the water attribute Mage on their Twitter every day, featuring glimpses of the book's illustrations and teasers of the bonus short story. I'm so grateful. If you want to look back, you might find it by searching for number water attribute Mage also. At noon today, the release date of Volume 2 was announced again on To Books Twitter. It's June 19, 2021. Following To Books on Twitter might help you catch such good information. After all, I don't use social media. I leave it up to the publisher. The release date for Volume 1 is, as already reported, March 10, but it seems that some early bookstores will have it available starting today. That's why the announcement of Volume 2's release date is happening today. If Volume 1 and Volume 2 sell well, they might publish Volume 3 and beyond. Perhaps. Go Volume 1 and Volume 2. Now, while I suddenly posted this short story as initially planned, I will also post another short story at midnight on March 10. It's the one featuring Ryo, Abel, and Kenneth that I mentioned in a previous activity report. Please look forward to it. Today, March 10, 2021, the first volume of Water Attribute Magician. Water Attribute Magician. Part 1 Central Nations Arc I is finally being released. Clap, 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 that's applause. This is all thanks to you, the readers who have always supported me. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your continued support. This is the corridor in front of the Royal King's office. Is His Majesty not here yet? Is it really all right to enter? Yes, His Majesty's instructions were to let Baron Hayward in when he arrives. His Majesty will return shortly. This was a conversation between Kenneth Hayward, the genius alchemist and head of the Royal Alchemy Workshop, and the Chief Chamberlain. After that conversation, Baron Kenneth Hayward was shown into the King's office. However, the office was not empty. There was someone inside. Of course, it was not King Abel. Lying lazily on the sofa and reading a book on alchemy was the Water Attribute Magician. "Huh, Kenneth. Ah, Ryo-san, I see. That's why His Majesty said to go in ahead." Kenneth understood. The other person understood too, but seemed to have some complaints. "I think it's a bit rude not to be in the room to greet a guest. Abel might be getting too full of himself now that he's king." "No, why would that be?" As soon as he entered, Abel complained to the Water Attribute Magician. Your Majesty? Kenneth saw Abel enter and immediately knelt down in a show of respect. Even though they were old acquaintances, he maintained proper decorum. That's fine, Kenneth. It's just the three of us, so you can treat me as Abel as usual unless there's someone else around, Abel said. Of course, the lazy water attribute magician and first Duke of the Kingdom had not shown any respect. I'll also properly treat you as Abel in front of others, you know. Is that so? What's with that look, Abel? The kind that says, really, can Ryo do it properly? I mean, I'm not saying anything. That's a lie. I want to kneel and show respect too, you know. But as the first Duke, a representative of the nobility, and ultimately a representative of the citizens of the kingdom, I must prevent your Majesty from getting too carried away. It's also somewhat my job to keep you grounded. Governance is a complicated matter. Ah, yeah, that does sound tough, Abel nodded, losing the will to argue against Ryo's speech. Kenneth, meanwhile, listened with a smile as the two engaged in their playful banter, or rather, the back-and-forth exchange between the king and the first Duke. By the way, Kenneth, I heard you have a report regarding long-distance communication. Yes, Abel, son. I've compiled it into a document. It's a thesis on the possibility of long-distance communication utilizing resonance phenomena from magic stone segmentation, Kenneth said, placing a fairly thick document on the coffee table. Along with it, 2 magic stones. Abel began reading the first few pages of the document. These were likely the overview pages. Ryo, being interested in the topic, circled around behind Abel to peek at the document. Abel, aren't you reading a bit too fast? Is that so? Isn't this about the normal speed? While not quite speed reading, Abel was making considerable progress through the pages. He must have been trained, due to the daily paperwork. People grow stronger when they are trained. However, this often stirs feelings of sympathy in those around them, especially when the person themselves does not realize that their growth was due to such tragic circumstances. Ryo, why are you looking at me with such pity? And no, it's nothing. Abel gave Ryo a suspicious look, and Ryo hurriedly diverted his gaze to cover it up. It's generally not a good thing to look at a pitiful person with pity. I see, this is impressive. While it's one-to-one, it allows for communication over quite a distance. However, both parties must expend a significant amount of magical power and be magicians. Yes, that point makes it challenging to generalize. Please understand that it is merely technically possible. In places like within the royal capital, even average magicians could use it. But still, after about 20 seconds of communication, half of their magical power will be depleted. Going forward, I think we'll work on magic power reduction and extending the communication distance. Kenneth nodded at Abel's confirmation and continued explaining the outlook for the future. However, the very act of magic stone segmentation itself is, as I was told previously by an elder Elalian, quite difficult. Yes, that aspect hasn't changed. Due to the nature of magic stones, not everyone can do it. So even for this long-distance communication, it cannot simply be spread to everyone. Well, that's a relief. Abel felt a bit relieved by Kenneth's explanation. If long-distance communication were to become commonplace, it would likely radically change society. Even if it were to happen, as a ruler, rapid changes could be problematic. This doesn't mean that Abel is lazy or that the kingdom's government is neglecting its duties. In any era, under any government, drastic changes in society are undesirable, because the government is, in most cases, the largest organization in that country. And the larger an organization is, the slower its movements become, and the longer it takes to start moving. However, because it is large, when it begins to move, its driving force is incredibly strong. Acceleration may be slow, but its power is great. That is the essence of government. If a ruler tries to force drastic changes without understanding this, significant distortions will arise. Distortions inevitably lead to catastrophe. It's a matter of whether it breaks or reverts. To prevent that from happening, a powerful force, one akin to violence, must suppress it. Generally in history, this is what we call oppression or massacre. Is it possible to avoid that? Of course, there are historical examples where it has been avoided. How? It invariably requires a special individual, a charismatic and extremely competent leader. Such a person is the only one who can succeed. Of course, this doesn't mean that the distortion disappears entirely. It just ceases to appear outwardly, but there are no other successful paths. Is magic stone segmentation really that difficult? Ryo asked the most puzzling question. It is difficult. A magic stone inside a monster's body will shatter and disperse if pierced with a sword right. That can defeat the monster, but the magic stone cannot be recovered. Essentially, magic stones disappear once broken. Abel answered Ryo's question instead of Kenneth. Kenneth nodded from the opposite sofa. Only an alchemist of Kenneth's caliber could pull it off, right? When Abel said this, Kenneth smiled bashfully. Of course, Kenneth, unlike some swordsman king, you can do such things. Some water attribute magician and first duke wouldn't be able to either. Naturally. I'm just a growing person, so it's fine. For some reason, Ryo said this proudly. Hope for the future is something that is precious to everyone. The larger the magic stone, the harder it is to segment right. Of course, I don't always succeed, but larger stones tend to have a lower success rate. However, it seems that larger ones create stronger resonance phenomena and increase the possible communication distance. Of course, the required magical power for those holding the magic stones also increases. After listening to Kenneth's explanation, Ryo thought for a moment before asking, "Is there a particular type of magic stone that is better? I've tested wind, earth, and fire, but wind is the best. The power consumption remains the same, but the distance increases by 50%. Also, when both parties are holding magic stones, it seems that having magicians of the same attribute results in considerably less magical power consumption." "I see." After Kenneth finished his report and left the king's office, Ryo sat on the sofa deep in thought. Abel didn't ask anything. This was because words, likely spilling unconsciously from Ryo, gave away what he was thinking somehow. With wind magic stones, there are plenty of wyverns in the mountains leading to the forest of Rondo. The problem is, who should hold one? It has to be a magician, and they shouldn't have too little magical power. And if I were to hold one, the other must also be a water attribute magician. It seems like it should be Prince Willie. Abel silently prayed for the safety of Prince Willie, who seemed likely to become a test subject. Now, the first volume is released today, and the second volume will be released on June 19, 2021. As mentioned earlier, starting from the second volume, characters not seen in the web version will appear. There will be episodes whose connections are unclear. I think I added quite a bit, tens of thousands of words. The second volume is also just shy of 230,000 words, almost the same volume as the first. In printed form, that's over 2 volumes. What a bargain. Additionally, the sequel to the side story, Fire Attribute Magician, included in the first volume, episodes 9 to 16, 24,000 words will be included. It's Oscar's revenge story, but there's a slight chance of redemption. Maybe, especially for those reading the web version, I really hope you'll read it. Now, regarding the web version of Part 2 that will be published on Narrow. As I have mentioned multiple times, it will be posted on April 1, 2021 at 21 o'clock. That's confirmed, so please look forward to it. This current SS will be the last between Part 1 and Part 2. In other words, the next time we meet will be at 21 o'clock on April 1. Until then, please enjoy rereading the book version or Part 1. Recently, I've been adding subtitles to the web version of Part 1 to make it easier to review. Until now, most of the titles were just numbers like 28. I apologize. It must have been hard to understand where various episodes were located. There are various things, but I hope to see you at 21 o'clock on April 1. Please look forward to it. The opening of Part 2, Western Nations Arc, April. In the Duke Rondo's territory, the rice planting has finished and a peaceful rural landscape spreads out. The rice field covers about 5 tan, that's 5,000 square meters. In terms of tsubo, it's 1,500 tsubo, about 1/10 the size of Tokyo Dome. Well, it's certainly not that large, but considering the rice needed for a person's yearly consumption, plus what to distribute to neighbors and gifts for close friends, it's enough rice to yield plenty. Phew, it looks like it's going to be hot today. Ryo, the Duke of Rondo, starts his work early in the morning. Every morning he checks the rice fields, pulling out weeds. When growing rice without using herbicides, it's an unavoidable task. If this were Earth, he would have to go into the fields to pull them out by hand or push a weeding cart. A considerable amount of hard labor. In the Duke Rondo's territory, of course, a golem with an automatic weed removal function has been completed. But Ryo deliberately chooses to do it himself. That said, it's a hassle to go into the rice fields each time. He extends his right thumb and index finger, forming a gun shape. Then he aims at the base of the grass peeking out from the water and shoots. Bang, the mud at the base bursts, and the grass floats up to the water's surface. Since there's a slight current in the rice field, if left alone, it will flow away into the stream by itself. Once, a large version of the mantis shrimp knocked Ryo out with something like plasma. Or was it cavitation? Anyway, it was that. The name of the magic Ryo assigned to it is Bang. After all, it seems Ryo lacks a sense for naming. Around the rice fields, several pillars stand tall. Known in the kingdom as exorcism pillars, these are designed to ward off monsters and are placed along major roads. While they don't match the performance of the barrier installed by Michael at Ryo's home, they have been sufficiently effective so far, and no monsters have entered the rice fields or farmland. Of course, Ryo knows that for the super-large and super-powerful neighbors, even Michael's barrier is ineffective. He must never anger them. In the mornings, he inspects the rice fields and spends the rest of the morning practicing magic while running through the forest of Rondo, and in the afternoons, he reads alchemy-related books that he borrowed. I mean, acquired from various libraries. Such a peaceful life was disrupted one evening. For the first time, the alchemy tools that had never been activated before came to life. The communication tablet, which Ryo casually calls it, is an alchemy tool that looks like a stone tablet stored on a shelf in the living room. It's something that delivers text information, like a fax, or an email, one-to-one. Moreover, it's one-way. Furthermore, it runs out of energy after a single use. However, the effective range is several thousand kilometers. From Ryo's house in the forest of Rondo to the royal capital, it's over 2,000 kilometers in a straight line, but it reaches without any issues. Something unusual is moving. Since communication occurred for the first time, Ryo was surprised and picked up the tablet to read it. Come to the castle in formal attire as quickly as possible. I understand about going to the castle, but formal attire, it only foretells a troublesome situation. That night, Ryo prepared but of course did not head to the royal capital. First, there was someone he needed to inform. Ryo went to the northern marsh. There he met the headless knight, a Dullahan, who is actually his swordmaster, the Water Fairy King. The two unsheathed their swords without exchanging words and began their sword fight. 2 hours later, the mock battle ended with Ryo's 2 wins and 3 losses. He couldn't manage to win. With every bit of strength Ryo gained, the Dullahan also grew stronger. Just where is the limit? Master, I'm sorry. It seems I will be away from the forest for a while starting tonight. Ryo said this and bowed deeply. This has happened several times before. Of course, the headless Dullahan didn't say anything. As usual, it just emanated a slightly lonely aura. At least that's how Ryo felt. Normally, after their sword fight ends, the Dullahan would turn on its heel and leave, but today was different. Something appeared in both of its hands. Then it thrust its hands toward Ryo. Ryo accepted it. This is shoes, boots. They were not extravagant. At first glance, they looked like ordinary boots, but upon closer inspection, they had some kind of design. They could be called lace-up boots. Looking at them, Ryo suddenly glanced down at his own shoes. They were quite worn out. It's typical of Ryo, who pays no mind to his attire. Because of this, Ryo took off his shoes and tried on the lace-up boots. As expected, they fit perfectly. He jumped and bounced around, and they were incredibly easy to move in. Wow, they fit perfectly. Thank you, master, Ryo said happily and bowed deeply again. Seeing this, the Dullahan turned on its heel and left. Returning home, Ryo thought for a moment. It's been a while since the master gave me something, since that robe. Back then, I couldn't return here for a while. Perhaps this means I won't be able to return for a while this time as well. It was unclear whether the Fairy King had precognitive abilities or future sight. However, it was certain that these non-humans possessed sharper senses than humans. If they say something is different, it would be wise to think something different will happen. In the end, if everything proceeds as normal, that would be fine too. Ryo headed to the backyard. There were 2 golems about the size of a person. Yes, Ryo finally succeeded in creating golems. For now, at least, it was a success in golem manufacturing. However, he was completely unsatisfied with their performance. Their functions included planting rice, weeding, harvesting, drying, and thrashing. They were specialized paddy field management golems. Moreover, they couldn't talk. They couldn't self-learn like artificial intelligence. They were truly still only machines. They were far from Ryo's ideals. That said, there was no problem in leaving the management of the rice fields to them during Ryo's absence. Ryo activated them, took a bath to wash off his sweat, and prepared some meat. Wearing easy-to-move clothes, he equipped Murakumo and his sheath, Michael's custom knife, and slung a bag over his shoulder, draping his usual robe over himself and putting on the boots he just received. Then he stepped outside and chanted. Ice create Conqueror's flute, a small flute generated in his right hand. He brought it to his mouth and blew, though it's beyond human hearing it was sounding. After waiting for a moment, something descended before him. It was the Sky Ruler, the Griffin. Without saying a word, Ryo took salt and peppered meat in his right hand and threw it to the Griffin. The Griffin deftly caught the flying meat with its beak, glanced at it, and then opened its beak to let it slide down into its mouth. Then it looked at Ryo. Grigory, I'd like you to take me to the royal capital. As a reward, the usual 2 pieces of meat. How does that sound? After a moment's thought, the Griffin lowered its body to make it easier for Ryo to climb and moved its head to indicate get on. Oh, thank you. Ryo had not truly tamed the Griffin. In the first place, no one could do such a thing. He was merely asking for the Griffin's cooperation as a fellow human and as a provider of meat. So far, he had never been turned down, but it would be understandable if he were. After all, Griffins do not allow anyone to ride them. The fact that Ryo had grown to this point was the result of persistent negotiation. Thanks to that, Ryo had acquired unparalleled mobility from the Forest of Rondo. Ryo mounted Grigri. Once Grigri confirmed this, it flapped its wings once and soared into the sky. After climbing rapidly, it entered level flight. It soon surpassed the speed of sound. When flying faster than the speed of sound, it would surely become hot due to adiabatic compression, right? You're correct. It's like when spaceships returning from space get extremely hot. Gases heat up when compressed. However, neither Grigri nor Ryo ever felt hot. Since Grigri is a griffin, perhaps it was using wind attribute magic to do something. There seems to be much more about magic usage that humans cannot understand within Phi. That said, aside from that, when Ryo rides Grigri and flies at supersonic speeds, there is one thing he assists with. That is, suppressing the generation of sonic booms. For example, when aircraft fly at supersonic speeds, the shockwaves produced from various parts of the aircraft can integrate over long distances in the atmosphere, causing a sudden rise in pressure on the ground, leading to damage. That is what is known as a sonic boom. However, by the 21st century, research to reduce the strength of these sonic booms was already underway in various countries on Earth, and experimental aircraft were being developed, such as JAXA's S-3CM and NASA's X-59. What they all have in common is terribly long noses and delta wings. Thus, Ryo negotiated with Grigri to allow him to create a long invisible nose made of ice in front of Grigri when flying at supersonic speeds. At first, Grigri was reluctant, but when it was actually attached, it seemed to improve flight ease, and now it has become a favorite piece of equipment. By the way, it seems that delta wings are not needed for a griffin's wings. Thus, the ground was liberated from the threat of sonic booms, without the inhabitants on the ground knowing. From the Forest of Rondo to the royal capital, it's just over 2,000 kilometers. Even for a griffin, it would take an hour and a half. Maintaining an ice-long cone for an hour and a half, while on the back of a griffin, is something that even Ryo feels a bit fatigued from. When Ryo arrives at the royal capital on Grigri, he naturally doesn't enter the capital itself. If he did, it would cause a panic throughout the city. Essentially, Ryo felt that he should never show the griffin to people, or that people shouldn't see it. And it seems Grigri understands this as well. As they approached above the royal capital, Ryo hand-fed Grigri its reward meat. Then he jumped off of Grigri's back. Grigri flipped around and returned to the Forest of Rondo, while Ryo engaged in skydiving without a parachute. It's fine, he wouldn't be smashed to the ground. Water jet thruster, he shot a water jet out from his front to decelerate, and as the ground approached, he released water jets from various parts of his body to control his posture, landing completely without damage. After hundreds of experiences, he has completely mastered the technique of parachute-free skydiving. Royal Capital, Duke Rondo's residence, 3 a.m. Located close to the royal castle, it was Duke Rondo's residence in the royal capital. But in fact, Ryo had hardly used it. When it was granted by the king, he stayed for a few days but hadn't used it much since. He was often in the royal capital, visiting the alchemy workshop and the royal castle, unofficially. In particular, the king's office has a hidden passage that Ryo frequently used. You know, boys like that kind of thing, right? As a result, he had technically never formally entered the castle. Of course, he had the keys to the duke's residence, so Ryo unlocked the door and entered. Management of the mansion and garden was entrusted to contractors, making both inside and out very clean. Remembering that he hadn't slept at all that night, Ryo went to the second-floor bedroom and crawled into bed. There's nothing good about sleep deprivation. The next morning at 7 a.m., the front door of Duke Rondo's residence opened, and a boy entered. He looked to be about 16 years old. "Excuse me," he greeted quietly at the door, very polite. Even though no one was watching, he was behaving properly. Such a single action could pave the way for his future. "Please come in." When the voice came from inside, the boy literally jumped. He hadn't expected anyone to be there. The boy had been cleaning this mansion for a year. He came to clean once a week, but he had never seen anyone. Yet this morning, a voice had responded. The boy was frozen for a moment, but gathered his courage and decided to step further inside. The commercial association to which the boy belonged handled not only cleaning services, but general management tasks as well. He understood that there were no valuables in this mansion, only a few dozen pieces of clothing, but the sofas and beds were top-notch. Rumor had it that they were delivered on the king's direct orders, and if something were to happen to them due to robbery or theft, it would be a serious matter. Though it was hard to believe that any such criminals would respond. "Please come in." The boy opened the door leading to the living room. "Excuse me." Inside the living room sat a young man, who looked to be about the same age as him, with black hair, drinking coffee. He looked very relaxed, perhaps just out of the bath. "Ah, hello, you're the cleaning person for this house, right?" the black-haired young man asked in a polite tone. It was a question, but he asked it with the certainty of knowing the answer. Yes, I'm Bob from Schmidt-Hausen Management Association's Royal Capital Branch. I'm in charge of cleaning this Duke Rondo's residence. Ah, I see. It's very clean, so I understand that you do a careful job. Thank you as always. Saying this, the black-haired young man bowed his head. Ah, no. From the contents of his words, the black-haired young man seemed to be someone related to Duke Rondo. However, Bob hadn't heard anything from the association about someone like this coming. Why on earth? I'm in a bit of a hurry and needed to use the mansion. I came in last night, or rather early this morning, and used the bed and bath. Saying this, the black-haired young man showed a golden key. To Bob, it looked like the official key to this Duke's residence. And I have a request for you, Bob. Today, cleaning isn't necessary, and instead I would like you to do another job. Bob also understood that, as a cleaning staff for a noble's mansion, nobles and those around them sometimes made unreasonable demands. The policy of the association was to firmly reject requests that would undermine a person's dignity, but anything else was acceptable. Well, depending on the content, it could be against the association's regulations. Oh, it's okay, it's not a hard job. Saying this, the black-haired young man smiled. Despite being the same gender and likely a bit older, his smile appeared quite charming to Bob. I just need you to deliver this letter right away. With that, the black-haired young man handed Bob an envelope containing a letter. Bob took it and looked at the addressee and sender. Tita the King, from Duke Rondo. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara. With that, Ryo stood up and bowed. Bob's mind returned to normal exactly 1 minute later from the shock of surprise. Is this real? How would I know? I haven't entered the castle once since I ascended to the title 3 years ago. Of course, you must have been confirmed by the plate as the real thing to be granted this audience. Besides, the Queen must know your face as well. Well, both were adventurers from Run after all. Still, it's too sudden. For the first Duke who hasn't shown his face for 3 years to come to the castle for an audience. Indeed, the rumors are true. SHH, lower your voice. In the audience chamber, various conversations occurred among the courtiers as they awaited their first audience with Duke Rondo. All preparations had already been made. All that remained was for Duke Rondo to enter the audience chamber. Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara. When the herald called out, the doors to the audience chamber opened. A young man with black hair, dressed in the Duke's formal attire, entered, his cloak billowing behind him. His pace was neither too fast nor too slow. As he walked, he remembered the training he received from King Abel 3 years ago. Though no one could know that, as Ryo approached the throne, murmurs arose. He's young. That one surpasses even the blazing flame mage. In some circles, he is referred to as Silver Duke or Icefall. As Ryo neared the throne, he noticed something strange. Are there 2 thrones side by side? Normally, there should be only 1 throne, that's obvious, but there were 2, and the person sitting on one of them was quite small. It doesn't seem like Abel has shrunk. Ryo recognized the person seated on the other throne. Queen Rhea, the principal consort of King Abel and the priestess Rhea who wielded the red sword. In that case, the small person on the other throne must be the first Prince Noah. He shouldn't be even 3 years old yet he sits there without fussing. Arriving at the base of the steps, Ryo knelt on one knee and performed a salute. Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara, I have come to the castle by your summons. Duke, raise your face. A woman's voice echoed. It was Rhea's voice. However, there was no emotion in that voice, and from Rhea's perspective, Ryo saw her expression devoid of any emotion as well. Duke, it is a great honor for you to come from afar. Your words are too kind. This part followed the usual template, but still he harbored a question. Where has Abel gone? Thank you for your patience. The Water Attribute Mage, Part 2 of the Western Nations arc has begun. There was a gap of about 3 years between Part 1 and Part 2 in the story. Someday, I plan to write about what happened in that time in SS or side stories. In this work, the 3-year gap between each part will be the longest between Part 1 and Part 2. There won't be even a second between Part 2 and Part 3. The moment it ends is the beginning of the next. Well, 3 years have passed, but many parts remain unchanged. Abel is still in his 20s, and Ryo is eternally 19. I can't say that the initial plan was for a 20-year gap between Part 1 and Part 2. When I started writing, Ryo and Abel's compatibility was better than I imagined, so it shrank to 5 years and ultimately became 3. Well, Abel hasn't appeared yet. In any case, I will continue to post, so please look forward to it. See you again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Chapter text, The Detached Quarters of the Royal Castle. After the audience, Ryo was summoned by Queen Rhea. Ryo, what I'm about to tell you must not be spoken of, Rhea declared, and Ryo nodded silently in response. Then they moved to the adjacent room. There was a large bed. Abel, King Abel I lay there. Ryo felt his strength suddenly seep away. His chest was rising and falling slightly. He was alive. Yes, he was alive, but his face, even Ryo, lacking specialized medical knowledge, could recognize it as the face of a seriously ill person. His cheeks were sunken, his skin was lacking elasticity, and his lips were cracked. He was severely weakened. It felt like death was near. Abel! The second call was truly feeble. At that moment, Abel opened his eyes. Ryo, you suit it well. Abel praised Ryo, who was dressed in the formal attire of a duke, in a broken voice. That voice was truly painful to hear. Abel! Ryo's third call was very small, weak, and sorrowful. I'm sorry, it seems I can't. Go on, please, take care of Noah. And the kingdom? He had summoned Ryo to entrust him with the prince and the kingdom. The first prince, Noah, was still young. Queen Ryo would likely assist as regent, but with Ryo, the first duke and foremost nobleman, supporting him, their position would become even stronger. To entrust that responsibility, Abel had called Ryo. It's been 6 months since we last met, and yet this. Ryo's voice remained weak. Naturally, in such a situation, it would be impossible to sound strong. However, that was quick. I only requested your presence yesterday. I happened to be in the forest of Rondo. I arrived quickly. Abel vaguely understood how far the forest of Rondo was. He had walked back to the kingdom with Ryo before. To think he could arrive so quickly from such a far place? Well, that's good. Of course, Ryo hadn't mentioned anything about Guy to Abel. He had intended to tell him eventually, but in this situation that eventually might never come. However, a nagging thought crossed his mind. In this world of Phi, there exists a thing called magic. If it were light attribute magic, a significant recovery could be expected. For injuries, there's heal. For poison or illness, there's cure. Ryo glanced back at Rhea. Rhea must have understood why Ryo was looking at her. She shook her head slightly. The cure of Rhea, who was even called a saint, doesn't work. In the 3 years since, Ryo's alchemy had progressed significantly. Studying alchemy also meant studying magic itself. This is because alchemy can be seen as a method to manifest magical phenomena using alchemy tools. For that, deep knowledge of magic is required. Among them, healing-type magic like heal and cure had been extensively researched. Ryo thought it would be handy to create alchemy tools capable of performing these recovery spells. However, through his research, he also realized that replicating light attribute magic through alchemy was quite difficult. Well, that's a topic for another time. Through that research, he understood that cure promotes recovery from poison and disease by enhancing the human immune system. The enhancement from light attribute magic is incredibly violent. Ryo still finds it hard to accept why something like the near-instant recovery from heal and cure is possible. That said, cure significantly strengthens the function of white blood cells and their subtypes, lymphocytes. Specifically, those called natural killer cells and T cells. In other words, if cure doesn't work, it means the body doesn't recognize what is causing the disease as something to attack and eliminate. Ryo turned back once more to ask, Rhea, what's the diagnosis of Abel's illness? I don't know. I had people who are well-versed in cure at the Central Sanctuary take a look, but they say it's an incurable disease from ancient times. Rhea's voice answering was also weak. Has she already accepted Abel's death? There were no tears. Ryo, I'm sorry, but Abel spoke such things, but Ryo shook his head repeatedly. Cure isn't effective. The white blood cells and lymphocytes aren't attacking. The body is losing weight rapidly. Such diseases existed on Earth as well. Ryo himself knew of the most famous fatal disease in Japan. Cancer. But why does one lose so much weight when they have cancer? There are several reasons. First, cancer cells are quite energy-hungry. As a result, they break down fat for energy, and they also split the proteins that make up muscles into amino acids, using these for nourishment to grow. They drain not just fat but muscle from the body, and more than what can be replenished through normal meals. This is called cancer cachexia. Its onset is not fully understood, but Ryo nodded once and spoke to Abel. Abel, let me examine your body. Ryo placed his hand on Abel's shoulder. Then he closed his eyes. He focused all his senses on examining Abel's body. 60% of the human body is water, and Ryo is a water attribute mage. Therefore, the human body is essentially Ryo's home ground. Of course, it's not easy to approach the body of a complete stranger, someone he has never examined with magic before, but Abel was not one of them. Abel's body had been exposed to Ryo's magic many times before. Thus, excluding Ryo himself, it could be said to be the body he knows best. Is this foreign substance? Cancer cells. Back on Earth, Ryo had seen actual cancer cells on TV and videos. And above all, he had memories of when his grandfather underwent surgery for colon cancer and was shown the cancer-invaded colon that was removed. Is the largest one? In the stomach. The one that formed on the inner wall has reached the muscle of the stomach wall. Does that mean there's a possibility of metastasis? Cancer cells can enter lymphatic vessels or blood vessels in the stomach wall and metastasize to other organs. It must be examined carefully. No, the cancer cells have penetrated the stomach wall and reached outside. Peritoneal metastasis. The ones that are all over this peritoneum, are they spilled cancer cells? Before he knew it, large beads of sweat were forming on Ryo's forehead. It was the first time he had examined the interior of a body so seriously. Large ones in the lungs and liver too. No cancer in the brain. That alone is a relief. The primary lesion is in the stomach. Peritoneal metastasis and lymphatic metastasis. Metastasis to the lungs and liver. Some small cancer cells seem to be quite widespread. The question now is what to do next. Basically, there are two approaches to cancer. To cut it out or not. To leave something like cancer cachexia, which continually harms the body, inside is a reckless thing to do, but if the patient lacks the physical strength to endure surgery, it cannot be helped. Alternatively, if it is located in a place where surgical intervention is technically impossible, like deep in the brain, in such cases, radiation or chemotherapy may be the only option. Recently on Earth, a type of treatment called immune checkpoint inhibitors, which won the Nobel Prize, has been developed. However, in terms of immediacy, it seems that surgery is still the way to go. If the conditions for a difficult surgery are met, would the choice be solely to excise it? Of course, Ryo has never performed cancer surgery on Earth. He has never been a doctor. His knowledge is amateurish. At most, he did some research when his grandfather had cancer. To have someone like him attempt to remove cancer cells could be considered foolish, to say the least. But this is a world of magic. And Ryo is a water attribute mage. The human body, being 60% water, is effectively a home game for Ryo. He had doubts. After all, Ryo had only been away from Abel for a mere 6 months. The Abel in Ryo's memory was very healthy. In other words, in just 6 months, he had ended up in such a state. Can stomach cancer cause such a severe condition in just 6 months? Well, it's true that the rate of cancer progression and the condition of the body can vary significantly from person to person. There may be some other underlying factors. Nonetheless, he understood the current situation and what needed to be done moving forward. Abel, Ryo, I understand the cause. Ryo opened his eyes and decided to announce his conclusion. Ryo looked at Ryo, her eyes weak yet filled with longing. What was she seeking? Surely it was the words to help Abel. Then he should respond. Can you entrust Abel's body to me? Ryo nodded without hesitation. However, Abel's reaction was, Ryo, I'm fine now. He had accepted death. That's not acceptable. I won't allow it. For the first time since entering the room, Ryo raised his voice in anger. Abel still has things to do. Are you going to leave Noah without a father? Will you abandon Ryo? What about the citizens? Those who have made you their king? No, I won't accept such a thing. But, Abel, it's true that the situation is difficult. What I'm about to do may be something no one has ever tried. Therefore, I can't guarantee success. But think of it this way. If I'm going to die anyway, I'll leave it to Ryo. What kind of persuasion is that? With a weak voice, Abel chuckled bitterly. Then he closed his eyes for a moment. 20 seconds later, he opened his eyes and looked firmly at Ryo. I understand. Ryo, I'm counting on you. Yes, I'll take care of Abel's life. In the adjacent room where Abel lay, Ryo faced Ryo and began to explain. In simple terms, there are bad things in Abel's body that cure cannot heal. I will cut them out and expel them from the body. I've grasped the locations and numbers. I've also thought of a method. However, before performing it on Abel's body, I want to test something. The anesthetic I requested earlier. Yes, it just arrived. Saying that, Ryo handed a vial to Ryo, the general anesthetic. Since he was able to procure it at the inn where he stayed during Shafi's surgery, he thought it was quite common, but it seems they are indeed stored in the royal castle. All right, I'll use this for Abel's surgery. Before that, I'd like to try a technique on myself. Hey, don't worry, it's just a quick test. I'll make an incision in my stomach. I'll confirm the technique, and Ryo will cast heal from the outside. This will confirm whether the opening will close. A hole inside your stomach? Ryo tilted her head. Naturally, surgical procedures as such probably do not exist in the kingdom. If that's the case, she likely wouldn't know what's going on inside the body, or so he thought. Ryo is referring to the stomach where food is digested, right? Ryo understood. Did you learn that at the sanctuary? No. From dissecting monsters? I see. Certainly, if one was a former adventurer, they would have experience in dissecting monsters. Ryo himself hadn't done much beyond extracting magic stones, so he had simply forgotten. However, he had dissected boars and rabbits quite a bit in the forest of Rondo, and he mostly consumed only the meat. He wasn't very good at handling offal. To remove the cancer, Ryo would use his specialty, water jet. In Japan, the development of medical water jets had already been underway since the 1980s. Thinking about that, it's not an entirely unique technique. Examination. Ryo named the magic that probes into the body. It was simply because it seemed convenient after examining his own body with examination multiple times. All right, here we go. He used the water within his body like a water jet to make an incision in his stomach. Gah! A sharp pain shot through him, naturally, as he hadn't used any anesthetic. It was the severe version of the stomach ache sensation that middle management people experience daily. "Rhea, please!" Breathless, Ryo called out, and Rhea placed her hand on Ryo's stomach and began chanting. "O Mother Goddess, I entrust you to your great healing hands, heal." Examination, simultaneously with Rhea's heal, Ryo cast examination on himself. This was to check the improvement in real time through heal. Then he noticed the hole in his stomach was quickly closing up. "All right, it seems heal will work. I did have a potion I carry around, but it seems that won't be necessary." Saying that, Ryo nodded vigorously. "Ryo, yeah, let's perform Abel's surgery." In front of Abel, who was completely asleep from the general anesthesia, Ryo solemnly announced, "We will now perform resection of the stomach, lungs, liver, peritoneum, and lymph nodes." No one said anything. Ryo was focused, ready not to miss Ryo's likely upcoming command of heal, while Abel, who would usually be the one to interject, was asleep. Ryo felt a bit down. He renewed his resolve that he absolutely must revive Abel and began the surgery. Examination, he carefully examined from head to toe. There was no need to rush, so he proceeded carefully over and over. "Okay," nodding once, Ryo brought his right hand to Abel's abdomen. "The stomach has a 5-layer structure: mucosa, muscularis mucosa, submucosa, muscularis externa, and serosa. All of these are collectively referred to as the stomach wall. Cancer cells had invaded the stomach wall all the way outside. This stomach cancer was quite spread out over a large area, the scattered ones. The lungs and liver would also need to be resected due to their considerable size. The other cancer cells scattered throughout the body were not large, but were numerous. Ryo's surgical technique would first excise those scattered cancer cells. If this were on Earth, it would be almost impossible. They had spread too widely, the numbers were too great, and some were simply too small. But this is water attribute magic. Ryo, who can manipulate water on a molecular level, can even find cancer cells as small as nanometers. Using the water in the body like a water jet, he peeled away the cancer cells. The parts where cancer had invaded would be cut along with the invaded area. Blood vessels and lymphatic vessels were treated by coating them with an ice membrane to prevent them from leaking into the body. This will later be healed by Rhea's heal. The same applies to the lungs and liver. With Rhea, a former saint, present for recovery, it's safe to be bold in the excision. The cancer cells that were peeled away and excised were collected near the stomach cancer. At the same time, Ryo peeled away as many identifiable cancer cells as possible. Carefully, meticulously. After over an hour, he finally peeled away all the cancer cells. Even Ryo began to feel a little fatigue. Such precise control consumes quite a bit of concentration and magical power. But it's not over yet. This is the crucial part. Yes, removing the primary lesion, the main source of the stomach cancer. He performed examination once more to accurately identify the invaded areas. While he could not see with his eyes, differences in elasticity compared to healthy areas and sonar reflections would make it definitive. "Here we go," Ryo murmured softly as he swiftly cut around the stomach cancer, creating an opening that penetrated from the mucosa to the serosa. He dropped the excised primary lesion into the stomach. Controlling the stomach acid and blood, he brought the previously collected lungs, liver, and smaller cancer cells through the opened hole into the stomach. Now, all the cancer cells in the body were inside the stomach. "Rhea, heal across the entire body." "Understood. O Mother Goddess, I entrust you to your great healing hands, heal." At Ryo's signal, Rhea cast heal on all of Abel's body, not just once but twice. And finally, a third time for good measure. Ryo confirmed through examination that all areas where the hole in the stomach, the lungs, liver, and previously invaded parts had been excised were being healed. It was finally the end. "Now I will expel it." Generating water in the stomach, he captured all the cancer cells in the water and gradually moved them up through the esophagus. Finally, he extracted the mass of cancerous cells from Abel's opened mouth. Ice coffin, he encased the extracted cancer cells in ice. Everything was finished. Ryo took several deep breaths. Then he announced, "Rhea, the surgery was a success." "Ah!" Upon hearing Ryo's words, Rhea broke down in tears. Seeing Rhea like that and the quietly sleeping Abel, Ryo murmured, "Magic is truly amazing. Long live fantasy. Dedicated to my father who passed away from cancer. If only there had been magic on Earth." Abel has returned to the front lines. Things will begin to move from the next chapter. How wonderful. The day after the surgery. How are you feeling? Ryo entered Abel's bedroom and asked. Then he adjusted his glasses with a quick motion. He was embodying the stereotype of a doctor wearing glasses. Ryo noticed that many of his childhood friends and classmates had gone to medical school, but out of those, only 4 wore glasses. Well, such things are based on image. Yes, image is important. Ah, Ryo. I can't believe how good I feel. I haven't been in this condition for months, or even longer. Unlike yesterday, Abel's complexion was looking good. It seemed he was eating properly as well. Long live magic. The troublesome thing about cancer is that while cancer cells are voracious, they also diminish the host's appetite. Moreover, on Earth, it was often the case that patients lost their appetite during the treatment process. Treating a disease is extremely difficult. From now on, let's make sure you eat well, take your time, and slowly recover your strength. That was something reasonable for Ryo to say. He felt as if he were the attending physician. By the way, Abel, since you became king, you've been buried in paperwork, right? The expression is a bit harsh, but yes, that's true. Ryo felt like he always saw Abel signing documents. I don't think you could even sign your name in bed just a while ago, but during that time... When Ryo asked, Abel subtly shifted his gaze to the side. He was avoiding eye contact. When pointed out with something inconvenient, people tend to act like that. Noah is still young, and I've never seen Rhea buried in paperwork. Well, you see, I've had Marquis Heinlein take over. 3 years ago, after the liberation of the kingdom, Marquis Alexis Heinlein was appointed to the position of Chancellor by Abel. Even though Abel had upgraded his knowledge of what was needed to be a king through a makeshift royal training workbook from the former Crown Prince Cain, he had suddenly gone from being an adventurer to a king. Realistically, it was not feasible for him to steer the country alone. Therefore, he requested Marquis Heinlein, a great noble from the southern region and a leading figure in the kingdom's liberation, to take on the role of Chancellor. It seemed that Marquis Heinlein was quite reluctant at first. Upon hearing the words buried in paperwork, one could easily understand his hesitation. Hang in there, Marquis Heinlein, Ryo said sympathetically towards his circumstance. Actually, it's a role that you, as the first noble, could take on. I refuse, Ryo asserted without hesitation. That was quick. Abel was surprised by his speed. I only accepted it because the titles of First Duke and First Noble are honorary positions. I think Ryo's knowledge could be quite useful. I refuse. That was the second rejection. Then Ryo ran out of the room. In the art of escape, retreating is the best option. The royal capital has many cafes. Among them, Ryo frequently visited Café de Chocolat Royal Capital Branch. It was the main store of the cafe located in the city of Run. The difference from other stores was the high quality of the cakes, especially the Mont Blanc and strawberry shortcake were his favorites. Of course, he was in his usual robe, so from any angle he looked like an adventurer mage. Because of that, none of the staff knew he was a duke. However, since he visited frequently alone, most of the staff recognized him as a regular customer. It was a secret that he had celebrated his post-surgery success by eating cake here alone. For some reason, Ryo was called cute behind the scenes and not cool, which might be the reason why he is so distinctly Ryo, of course. He himself was unaware of that. Today, on his way escaping from the royal castle, he stopped by the royal castle library to borrow a book on alchemy before coming to this cafe. After ordering his favorite Mont Blanc and Kona coffee set, he took a bite. This rich yet not overly sweet, indescribable texture. He muttered words that made it seem like he understood. His truly delicious-looking eating posture seemed to be popular, even among the pâtissiers. It reportedly motivated them to do better next time. Human sensitivity is a complicated thing. After finishing the cake, he opened the borrowed book and read while drinking coffee. A characteristic of Café de Chocolat Royal Capital Branch was that the coffee was served in a decanter. This meant he could drink about 3 cups of coffee, which was one of Ryo's favorite points. Indeed, escaping from Abel's magic grip with a coffee set is a wonderful way to refresh myself, he muttered, though no one could hear him. Just as Ryo finished pouring the last of the coffee from the decanter into his cup, the commotion began. Hey, don't joke around, a voice echoed from a larger table 2 spaces away. What do you mean there's no Mont Blanc? Ah, Mont Blanc is delicious. I understand the urge to shout if you came all this way only to find it sold out. Having had Mont Blanc earlier, Ryo nodded knowingly in agreement. He thought that while it was annoying and disruptive to others, he could understand the feelings of the 3 young adventurers. He felt a bit of sympathy. Sympathy is free. However, the next words they uttered, I'm a C-rank adventurer, plus I'm going to inherit a noble title in the future. I could do anything at a place like this. Ryo nearly spat out the coffee he had in his mouth. Why would someone say such a thing just because there was no Mont Blanc? Would saying that resolve any issues? After all, it was incredibly uncool. This commotion must have reached the back. A calm-looking man in his 50s, likely the manager, came out to address the situation. However, things did not go in the direction the young adventurers wanted. Naturally, since Mont Blanc was sold out and no longer available. One of the adventurers sympathized with the angry one, but the other remained silent. The silent one said nothing, and his expression and the way he looked around were calm. From his attire, he seemed to be a priest. As the two non-priest adventurers began to shout, the other customers started to frown at the ruckus. "What's up? Do you have a problem with us?" Naturally, the troublemakers spoke to the normal customers who were looking at them with suspicion. At that point, it was extremely troublesome for the cafe. "Dear customers, you are causing a disturbance to other customers." "Shut up!" the young adventurer shouted and took a step toward the shop owner. "Slip." He suddenly almost slipped and fell, but the priest caught him. "Oh," Ryo whispered in admiration. The priest's reflexes were quite impressive. The image of a priest in Ryo's mind was Ito from Room 10, who certainly could not be described as having good reflexes. Of course, that doesn't diminish Ito's worth in any way, but still, he couldn't be described as having good athleticism. However, that priest reacted. "A young C-rank is not just for show," Ryo murmured and nodded slightly. Of course, it was Ryo who generated the ice path below their feet to trip them. "Damn it, I'm done, let's go." With that, the trio of young C-rank adventurers left the cafe. It goes without saying that both customers and staff felt relieved. However, Ryo felt somewhat uneasy. He could see the three of them walking outside. Ice path, two of them fell spectacularly. The one who avoided falling was the aforementioned priest. That priest really does have good reflexes. But it didn't end there. The priest not only avoided falling, but also looked around. It seemed he did not think the tripping was merely a coincidence. Of course, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Ryo had something on his mind. "I am a C-rank adventurer, and in the future I will inherit a duke title," he had said. Ryo was the first duke of the Natore kingdom, although it was just a formality, an honorary position, merely decorative. When he thought about it, he realized he did not know how many duke houses existed in the kingdom. Considering that, the fact that he was threatened by someone like Mont Blanc for the sake of his own interests made him think that he should do something about it while he was still young if he genuinely intended to inherit a dukedom in the future. He thought this way. Yes, this was part of his duty. It was not mere curiosity. Probably. First, he decided to confirm some information about the nobility itself. From the top, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, some countries have a Grand Duke above the Duke, but the current kingdom does not. There are also countries with baronets below the Baron, but they may only be for one generation or not treated as true nobles. As for knights, it seems there isn't anything like knight titles. In the current kingdom, they have become a kind of profession rather than being part of the nobility. When you think about it, being a duke could be said to be one of the highest positions in the kingdom, excluding royalty. Somehow, he felt that asking Abel wouldn't yield any helpful information, and it would be inappropriate to ask someone who had just undergone surgery, so he decided to inquire with someone else. However, that someone else was buried in paperwork due to the schemes of influential people. The Chancellor, the number 2 of this country. There was only one person higher than him. The person who is addressed with a respectful term starting with Koku and ending with O, known as Your Majesty, had buried him in documents. Ryo, prepared to be kicked out, visited the Chancellor's room. "Your Excellency the Chancellor, Duke Rondo has arrived." The guard in front of the door announced Ryo's visit. "Let him in." A calm and collected voice came from inside. When Ryo entered the room, the owner was relaxed on the sofa. What? It was supposed to be a pile of documents. Looking towards the desk, he saw a tall mountain of papers on the processed side, while there were none on the unprocessed side. Duke Rondo, please." Saying this, Marquis Heinlein offered to yield the seat of honor on the sofa. No, please stay as you are," Ryo said, quickly taking a seat at the lower position. "I just finished a few approvals," Marquis Heinlein said, smiling cheerfully. How impressive. He perfectly withstood the paperwork assault from that King Abel. Ryo was astonished. He knew how powerful and formidable Abel's assault could be from witnessing it firsthand. Maybe coming to ask this person was indeed the right choice. It was a moment of conviction. "Marquis Heinlein, I apologize for bothering you during your busy time." No, don't mind it. This is a trivial gift." While saying this, Ryo presented a small box he had brought. Marquis Heinlein received it and promptly opened it to check the contents. "Oh, this is it. The rumored strawberry shortcake from Café de Chocolat. How delightful. I shall enjoy it later," he said with a happy expression. It seemed many people at the core of the Natore kingdom had a fondness for sweets. "So, is there something you would like to confirm today?" As expected from the Marquis, you understand well. After Kona coffee was served in front of Ryo, the Marquis initiated the conversation, and Ryo responded. Actually, I wanted to ask you something specifically, Marquis. Marquis Heinlein widened his eyes slightly and nodded. Currently, within the kingdom, I am searching for someone of adult age who will inherit a dukedom in the future. That's quite an unusual question. Marquis Heinlein thought of the rare occurrence of Ryo visiting, especially with a gift, and had assumed it was for another reason. But he was completely taken aback. I thought it was definitely about that matter. Could it be that your Majesty has yet to inform Duke Rondo? While pondering this, he began to formulate an answer to Ryo's question. First, there are 5 Duke houses in the kingdom. The Rondo house is one, but among the remaining 4, the Shullsbury house has its authority suspended by the royal family. The Shullsbury Duke, during the Liberation War, was based in the Eastern Wingston. Ryo spoke while relying on his memory. That's right. During the Eastern Civil War, the nobles who inherited titles one after another passed away, and at that time, the 9-year-old Lord Irwin was the only one left. Everyone in the direct line except for Lord Irwin perished. Could it be that Lord Irwin also? No, Lord Irwin is alive. However, he is still 12, or 13 soon, if I remember correctly. His guardian, Count Adolfo, and others who supported the Duke's family have mostly passed away. Therefore, until Lord Irwin comes of age, the authority of the Duke House is suspended, and the royal family is managing it. I believe he is the closest to the conditions mentioned by Duke Rondo, but, 12 years old seems a bit young. The Mont Blanc boy looked far more like a high school student in Japan. Closer to a university student, 12 years old was indeed too young. That leaves 3 houses. After a moment of consideration, Marquis Heinlein nodded slightly and continued. One person fits the bill. I believe they are 19. Oh, Lord Face of the Silverdale Duke House, I have heard that their swordsmanship is quite remarkable. Oh, Ryo was a bit excited, convinced he had landed on the right answer. It was worth the splurge to bring the strawberry shortcake. I would love detailed information about that person. As Ryo said this, Marquis Heinlein's eyes widened even more. He was surprised by Ryo's enthusiasm. Then he began to say something that was somewhat unclear to Ryo. I thought Duke Rondo's first choice would be Lady Sira from the Forest of the West. Well, of course, as the first Duke, it's entirely possible to have a second or third wife if his economic power allows. However, Lord Face is from a Duke house, while Lady Sira is the representative of the Forest of the West. It is a difficult choice whom to designate as the first wife. Ryo tilted his head. Lord Face has no siblings, so it is almost certain he will inherit the Silverdale Duke House. In that case, he would be the head of the Duke House. It would be practically difficult to take the head of a Duke House as a second wife. Conversely, Lady Sira is now the representative of elves in the kingdom. Her contributions to the recent defense of the Forest of the West against the Empire have been sung by bards and spread throughout the Central Nations. It would be unrealistic to take such a person as a second wife. Ryo finally realized that Marquis Heinlein was misunderstanding something significantly, and he also realized that the answer he had grasped was incorrect. Marquis Heinlein, just to confirm that Lord Face from the Silverdale Duke House, is that person possibly a woman? Yes, she is quite beautiful. I see, Ryo hung his head. That Mont Blanc boy was undoubtedly a man. Noticing Ryo's demeanor, Marquis Heinlein also realized he had misunderstood something. Could it be that you were looking for a marriage partner or had fallen for a beautiful woman or something like that? Yes, the person I am searching for is male. Not even a romance between 2 men. Yes, I'm looking for a bit of a troublesome young boy. Marquis Heinlein also hung his head. Then he continued speaking. Are there no other heirs of the Duke houses in the kingdom of that age? Yes, I understand. However, how about the possibility of a Duke house from another country? That was a careless oversight. The Natore kingdom is a great power. It would not be an exaggeration to say it gathers talent from across the Central Nations. There are cases like Prince Willie who came to study from the Jew kingdom. However, in such cases, it would be a matter that even Marquis Heinlein might not be able to answer. If it's the current head, I am aware of foreign nobles in the country, but regarding the next successor, I'm afraid I do not have that information. The current head is known. Ryo was amazed, murmuring at the high level of counterintelligence implied in Marquis Heinlein's words. Well, I understand. I apologize for the trouble, Marquis Heinlein. Is it okay already? Yes, well, I was just a little curious. Saying this, Ryo stood up from the sofa. However, Duke Rondo, there is something you should be informed about. What? This time it was Marquis Heinlein who said this. Actually, your Majesty said he would convey it to the Duke, but it seems it has yet to be communicated. Ryo visited the room where King Abel was recuperating, located away from the royal castle. Hey, Ryo, I'm feeling exceptionally well, thank you. Abel. What's with the scary face? Interrupting Abel's expression of gratitude, Ryo called out to him. Abel looked at him suspiciously. Abel, is there something you're hiding from me? What are you talking about out of the blue? As Ryo pressed him with a pointed question, Abel averted his gaze. See, you looked away, now just tell me clearly. Well, there are too many things to choose from, I don't even know what you're referring to. What? Ryo dropped to his knees and placed his hands on the floor, assuming a pose of despair. A crack between the king of the Natore kingdom and the first duke. There's no need to say things that stir up a national crisis. Ryo spoke as if reading a headline from a newspaper, and Abel chided him with a wry smile. By the way, there are no newspapers or the like in the Central Nations. So really, what are you referring to? I could just tell you everything, you know? If I learned everything, Ryo would be buried in paperwork. But that could be interesting too. I'm sorry, but if that happens, Duke Rondo's territory will secede from the kingdom. Yeah, let's avoid that. The negotiations between the king and the first duke were like a spark flying, a fierce exchange. Marquis Heinlein said one reason he called me was for the people coming from the Empire in a month. Oh, that? Abel nodded several times, albeit faintly. Yeah, I didn't think Ryo would come right away. I thought it would take about a month if you were in the forest of Rondo, so I informed you early. Actually, a delegation from the Empire is coming in a month. It's not just any delegation. The official envoy is Duchess Rubine, the sister of the current emperor. That's quite a big deal. Ryo nodded along, sensing the atmosphere. Yeah, when it comes to such a big figure, the kingdom must send someone suitable to welcome them. It has to be the king or someone of equivalent status. Oh, so they are sending a delegation to gauge the severity of King Abel's illness. That's right, or perhaps to confirm whether I might already be dead. Abel said this with a wry smile. In fact, until a few days ago, he had resigned himself to the possibility of dying before the Empire's delegation arrived. Marquis Heinlein will actually handle the negotiations, but if Ryo could be there. I thought it would give a good impression as long as the Chancellor and the First Duke were present, even if I couldn't show myself. But ultimately, it will be confirmed that Abel's illness is serious, won't it? That's a fact. It will be revealed soon anyway, so there's no helping it. Abel was not at all skilled in the art of negotiation as a king. Yet despite that, the result of considering the nation's survival was Ryo's visit to the castle. Once it was mentioned, Ryo naturally agreed to cooperate. Understood. I will also attend that negotiation with the delegation. Ryo nodded vigorously and Abel smiled widely. The two exchanged a firm handshake. Now the plan for a month later was set, but what to do until then? There were plenty of things to be done, discovering delicious restaurants, reading books related to alchemy. Among many other things, there was a lot for Ryo to accomplish. Is it going to be just eating or alchemy? I don't want to hear that from a king who's been sleeping for so long. Well, I was sick. At that moment, while the king and the first duke were having such a conversation in the detached castle, a knock sounded, and the chamberlain in attendance entered with a mountain of documents. Your Majesty, is it truly all right? You should rest a little longer. No, it's fine, just leave it here. Abel, what on earth is going on here? The chamberlain asked. Abel replied, and Ryo questioned his actions. Well, I thought I'd do a bit of work. That's definitely not allowed. I told you to rest for a month. As the attending physician, Ryo was imposing absolute rest on the patient. Well, right now, Ryo just said, I don't want to hear that from a king who's been sleeping for so long. That's one thing, but this is another. As the attending physician, I cannot allow this. Attendants, please take that directly to Marquis Heinlein. Tell them it was Duke Rondo who said so. Why, yes, understood. With that, the attendants bearing the documents exited the room. Abel sighed, reaching out. He was completely a workaholic. While a king who doesn't work is troublesome, Ryo also thought a king who feels uneasy without being surrounded by paperwork wasn't very healthy. Hey, Ryo, what is it? More money? Didn't you say that 3 years ago? You remembered that well. It's inevitable to reuse material. Yeah, you called it material back then too. Material king, sleeping king. Sleeping Abel? Yeah, I can tell I'm being mocked. Abel was reading some book brought from the Royal Castle Library, while Ryo read a book on alchemy that was in the restricted library, continuing their conversation. I'm bored. You're reading a book, aren't you? Well, I am, but still, I really should be working on paperwork. Hearing this, Ryo let out a deep sigh and was about to argue. However, just then they were informed of a visitor. Your Majesty, the Grand Master from the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild has arrived. Let him in. The person who entered was Hugh McGrath, a muscular man with a tough demeanor. Hello, King Abel. I heard from the Marquis that I would be able to meet you. Wait, Ryo? Oh, my apologies, even Duke Rondo is here. Hugh, who seemed to be using polite language that didn't quite fit his appearance, spoke somewhat casually. Hugh, son, it's been a while. I'm a C-rank adventurer now, so please call me Ryo as usual. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. While they were having this conversation, coffee was served to Hugh as well. Abel's bed had a built-in table, but beside Ryo and Hugh's beds, an ice-made makeshift table had been created. The coffee was placed there. So, the Grand Master didn't come all this way just to pay a visit, did he? After taking a sip of his coffee and pausing for a breath, Abel began. Well, not exactly. The expansion work at the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild has finally finished, and various facilities have started operating. The second training ground, the second dormitory, and an affiliated school. Affiliated school? Ryo murmured that, tilting his head slightly, and thought to himself, could this be the start of the school arc? It's an expanded version of Run's Dungeon Seminar. It's a school to hold a 3-month beginner course for newly minted F-rank adventurers. We'll hire retired adventurers as instructors, so it will also serve as a re-employment opportunity for them. Would that mean someone like me? Ryo, you're already a C-rank adventurer, right? Besides, special cases like you won't be hired as instructors either. But the school arc? As he murmured that, Ryo hung his head in disappointment. Seeing this, Abel whispered, "You were planning something bad again, weren't you?" Ryo, whose hopes for the school arc had been dashed, found solace in the new cake, the improved mille-feuille at Café de Chocolat, which lifted his spirits. "I won't be defeated by the persecution from you and Hugh-sun." For some reason, he stepped out of Café de Chocolat, spreading defamation towards His Majesty the King and the Grand Master, and headed back to the Royal Castle. However, back at the Royal Castle Library, as Ryo was searching for a new alchemy book to read, he was called from behind. "Duke Rondo?" "Yes." "Ah, Chief Librarian, hello." Ryo greeted him cheerfully. The middle-aged Chief Librarian Gasparnini was in charge of the Royal Castle Library. He was someone Ryo always relied on, who answered questions accurately and recommended good books. However, Chief Librarian Gasparnini was sweating profusely. At a glance, it was clear that something was not right. What seems to be the problem?" I would like to ask without angering you, but it seems your grace still hasn't returned the book Alchemy. Its Future and Outlook Alchemy in Everyday Life, borrowed 2 years ago. Actually, yesterday, Viscount Kenneth Hayward came by, hoping to borrow that book. No, of course, there is no due date, but the Viscount wanted to confirm some content that should be in there due to his position, so he just stopped by to take a look. This time, cold sweat began to fall from Ryo's back. He certainly remembered borrowing it. He certainly remembered reading it. But he certainly did not remember returning it. Viscount Kenneth Hayward was the person Ryo imagined as his alchemy master and a genius alchemist representing not only the Natore Kingdom, but the Central Nations as well. Though still young at 25, he stood at the pinnacle of alchemy in the Central Nations, and he was a rare talent expected to have an even brighter future. He wouldn't get angry at all, so he would probably just smile wryly about this matter. Nonetheless, Ryo still held some responsibility for having kept it so long. Moreover, the chief librarian conveyed this with a look that suggested he was prepared for anything, appearing visibly cornered. It was understandable. Despite his position as the first Duke, Ryo was still someone to whom it was perhaps unprecedented to ask to return a book. That was the reason Ryo was drenched in cold sweat. "Chief Librarian, I'm sorry. I do feel like I've kept it too long. I'll look for it and return it. Oh, should I just deliver it directly to Kenneth?" "No," the Viscount also said. "If it's Ryo-san, it's fine. I'll ask again next time, so it should be fine if you return it when you have the chance." Ha. Ryo's cold sweat increased further with the chief librarian's kind words. He felt ashamed for causing trouble for such a good person. "I have to return it right away," he firmly vowed deep in his heart. After leaving the royal castle, Ryo hurried back to Duke Rondo's residence. The Duke Rondo's residence in the royal capital was close to the royal castle, as it was prepared by Abel. It was in one of the most upscale areas of the royal capital, lined with the manors of dukes and marquises, of course. Ryo only heard stories about this and had no idea who his neighbors were. Since Abel's surgery, Ryo had mostly been stationed at the royal castle, so he had only used Duke Rondo's residence a handful of times. Naturally, there was no way a borrowed book would be there. As he stepped through the door, Ryo remembered that. He got down on both hands and knees in a pose of despair, just before that thought crossed his mind. Run's house. He had borrowed the book to read on the carriage ride to Run. He remembered that, and he also recalled that he hadn't brought it back when he returned from Run's house. Run, it's far away. In the end, he sank to the floor of the mansion in a pose of despair. Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, Grand Master's office. "Make it happen. I understand that, but it's impossible if it's impossible," Ryo pleaded. Hugh refused with a grimace. "Damn. Even being called the first Duke, I can't even borrow a single carriage in this reality," Ryo lamented, hanging his head. "No, don't say it in a way that causes misunderstandings. Even if I wanted to lend one, All the guild carriages are out. Ryo had chosen to use a guild carriage as his means to hurry back to the city of Run. With a regular carriage, it takes 7 days one way from the royal capital to Run. However, with a guild carriage, which allows for quick stops to change horses at each town, it can reach Run from the royal capital in just 2 days. Ryo remembered traveling with Abel from Run to the royal capital using that guild carriage. Of course, regular adventurers cannot use the guild carriage. It's only available for those who have received special permission from the guild master to use it for urgent, special requests requiring swift travel. But this was the first Duke. He tried to exploit his status and power, or rather asked Hugh McGrath, the Grand Master, to let him use one somehow, but the result was a rejection. Indeed, the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild is the center of the kingdom, with over 20 guild carriages. It's true that the Grand Master's authority allows for quite a bit of flexibility. The previous Grand Master, Finley Forsyth, even used one to help his daughter escape. During the fall of the royal capital, the then Grand Master, Finley Forsyth, privately used a guild carriage to escape his daughter from the royal capital to Run. Even though it was an emergency, private use was not impossible. Moreover, in practical terms, in a kingdom where the royal family and nobles hold power, requests from nobles to the Adventurers Guild are quite diverse, and they have become accustomed to responding flexibly. From that perspective, it was actually common for requests from someone like Ryo, the first Duke, to be met. However, since all the carriages are out, even if I wanted to lend one, I can't. Damn, Hugh said this with a grimace, and Ryo bit his lip in frustration. At that moment, Hugh casually looked out the window, and once he understood the situation, he ran to the window, opened it with vigor, and shouted toward the courtyard. "Stop Carriage 3. This is a Grand Master's order." Quick decision and quick action. That took 2 seconds. So rapid was the turn of events that even Ryo, who was in the same room, couldn't keep up. Looking out the window, he saw someone who seemed to be a guild staff member running toward the carriage departure area from the courtyard. It seemed they moved immediately upon hearing Hugh's shout. Seeing that, Ryo thought, this must happen often. "Ryo, you're in luck. While I can't lend you a carriage, I can let you ride along on the guild carriage to Run." With that, Hugh grinned. That smile, even Ryo, who was used to it, found honestly frightening. The two arrived at the carriage departure area, and Hugh opened the door of carriage 3. A voice came from inside. "Grand Master, why did you have us stop? We should be in a hurry." "Oh, sorry about that. Just let this one ride along to Run." Saying this, Hugh stepped aside, and Ryo poked his head through the carriage door. "Excuse me, may I ride along to the city of Run?" Just as he said that, Ryo tilted his head in confusion. In response, the 3 people inside the carriage also tilted their heads in unison. Then the leader, a swordsman, cautiously spoke up. "Could it be Ryo?" Ryo also cautiously responded. "Could it be Nils Edo?" Eamon, the 3 inside the carriage, were members of the party Room 10. "It's been how many years? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? I think it's been about a year and a half." Nils, Edo, and Ammon were all surprised and celebrated their reunion. "Wow, I never thought I would run into you here." As he said this, Ryo was grinding coffee beans at the ice mill. Indeed, when reuniting, there's nothing better than celebrating with coffee. It's amazing, isn't it? 3 members from a roommate party have now become an established B-rank party. When Ryo said this with admiration, all 3 blushed and looked embarrassed. Yes, Room 10 now consists of 3 B-rank adventurers, making them a B-rank party. B-rank parties even get dispatched to the royal capital, huh? For me, that's really lucky. "That's not correct, Ryo," the leader Nils said gravely. "We've moved our base to the royal capital and have become a party affiliated with it." "What?" That was unexpected for Ryo. Of course, each adventurer can freely decide where to place their base, and there are parties that frequently move their bases. However, changing affiliations that span countries can be complicated, but within the same country, it seems it's quite common. "But why move to the royal capital?" Ryo naturally asked the question. "Of course, it's because we are close to King Abel. Princess Rhea is a true angel. Well, that's how it is." At this point, it was unnecessary to say who said which line. Nils has always respected Abel. For Edo, Rhea is an angel, and Ammon, though the youngest at 19, somehow holds a watching-over position over the 2. "Oh, I see." Ryo understood, seeing Ammon's wry smile and the unusual excitement from the other 2. This was Room 10, where time had seemingly stood still for the 3 of them. "So you're heading to Run for a quest?" "Yeah, that's right. It's an urgent request, and we need more hands, so we came all the way from the royal capital." Nils answered, puffing out his chest a little in pride. "I wonder if Nils can handle such a request." "Hey, Ryo, I'm not the same as before." "Well, it's true that this request is quite challenging," Nils retorted against Ryo's comment. "This time it's support for a wyvern subjugation. And there are 2 of them." Edo explained the details of the request, and Ammon added with a shocking tidbit. 2 wyverns to subjugate. Incredible, right? So that means this time Ammon will be flying twice in the sky. No, I really hope that doesn't happen, Ryo chimed in, and Ammon scratched his cheek with a wry smile. Previously, the members of Room 10 had ended up subjugating a wyvern by collaborating with a party called Raka, achieving the remarkable feat of subjugating a wyvern by sending Ammon into the sky. To have a wyvern subjugated by just 9 people has become a tale often recounted among adventurers even now. This time, 2 wyverns appeared near a village about a day's journey south of the city of Run, and currently, the adventurers in the southern region are not enough, so we are heading from the royal capital. Only C-rank and above adventurers are called for wyvern subjugations. Even when combining Run, Acre, and Karate, it seems there are currently very few, and besides, it seems Karate doesn't have a single C-rank adventurer. Ito thoroughly explained, and Nils pointed out Karate's unchanged situation. Karate, the curry was delicious back then. Ryo thought about that as he nodded in agreement. So C-rank adventurers and above from the southern region are being mobilized for the hunt of 2 wyverns. It's not normal. Of course, something was bound to happen. The guild carriage exchanged horses in each town, and the 4 of them spent the night in the carriage, arriving in the city of Run the next afternoon. All right, we'll move on from here. We'll return the guild carriage, and then the Run Adventurers Guild will prepare the carriage from here on out. Well, the others have already entered the local village. Nils, Ito, and Ammon were all energized despite having been swayed in the carriage for an entire day. As expected of B-rank adventurers, Ryo felt genuine admiration. By the way, Ryo remained a C-rank adventurer. Over the past 3 years, he had only completed a handful of requests, so it wasn't surprising. What about you, Ryo? Nils asked as he got off the carriage. I'm going to grab some books at home and then eat at the Feast Pavilion for the first time in a while, and I'll head back to the royal capital right after. I probably won't be able to borrow the guild carriage, so I'll have to take a regular public carriage. Well, unlike the royal capital, there are only 3 guild carriages available here. Nils nodded slightly and agreed with Ryo's thoughts. All right, first we need to report our arrival to the guild master and discuss borrowing a carriage. We'll head to the guild now. Take care, Ryo. Let's meet again in the royal capital. The curry at the Feast Pavilion is delicious. I'm envious. Nils said something serious like a leader. Ito promised to meet again in the royal capital, and Ammon, who loved spicy food, praised the curry at the Feast Pavilion before they left. Without even stopping by the Run Adventurers Guild, Ryo headed straight to the Feast Pavilion at the East Gate. The next morning, in the lecture room of the Run Adventurers Guild, D-rank adventurers belonging to Run had gathered. And so, since we're currently out on a wyvern subjugation, there are no C-rank or above adventurers in the city of Run. You here are the strongest forces supporting the city. Standing in front was the guild master, Ra. Indeed, he was the former leader of the party Switchback, which was once affiliated with the city of Run. Switchback had ultimately become a B-rank party and disbanded. Having served in positions such as Submaster, he was now the guild master of the largest adventurers' guild in the frontier. For many active adventurers, being a B-rank adventurer was indeed a figure to aspire to. The gazes of the D-rank adventurers in the lecture room were fervent as they looked at Ra. His imposing physique reminded them of Hugh McGrath, the previous guild master and now the Grand Master in the royal capital. Ra, that was a good speech. The one who praised Ra after he returned to the guild master's office was the submaster, Sue. Sue was the scout from the party Switchback. Why, yeah. It was thanks to Sue's support that the Run Adventurers Guild operated smoothly and Ra's work didn't fall apart. Many guild staff members thought so, and Ra himself believed it as well. Because of that, even more than when they were a party, he still felt he couldn't surpass Sue. However, no one knew what Sue thought about it. Later that day at 3 p.m., the bell in Run Square rang, signaling 3 o'clock throughout the city. Hearing it, Ra murmured, "It should be about time for the wyvern subjugation to start. Don't worry, the southern adventurers are tough. Besides, Room 10 also came all the way here." In response to Ra's murmur, Sue nodded vigorously. In reality, there were no magic class members in Room 10, but the rest of the gathered party had a considerable number of magic users. As a standard tactic for wyvern subjugations, it's better to have more magic users. By that standard, they should have a good lineup. On this day, the issue wasn't with the wyvern subjugation group, but rather the city of Run itself. "Guild Master, this is bad." A guild staff member burst into the office, nearly tumbling as he entered. "A great tsunami has occurred." Great tsunami. A massive outbreak of monsters that occurs in the dungeon located in the center of the city of Run every few years. Of course, since it's a periodic occurrence, a defense wall has been constructed around the dungeon entrance to make it easier to respond when monsters emerge during a great tsunami. It had been 3 years since the last great tsunami. It's not an impossible interval. Already? Ra couldn't help but murmur. The Great Tsunami is said to occur every few years. There are indeed records in the past that document occurrences within 3 years of the last Great Tsunami. However, since the last tsunami had occurred a decade after the one before it, it felt too soon by comparison. While he was contemplating that, further news arrived. The commander of the military night order, Neville Black, who was near the dungeon, has taken command and succeeded in containing the situation within the defense walls. They are setting up for defense. All right, I'm going too. Signal the remaining adventurers. Ra's voice trailed off. After all C-rank and above adventurers had been dispatched for the Wyvern subjugation, leaving only D-rank or below in the city. However, he had no choice but to say it. Gather the remaining adventurers. All of you, assemble at the dungeon defense wall. Bring all the arrows and weapons to the wall. By the time Ra issued that command, the Submaster Sue was no longer in the office. She had already headed to the dungeon defense wall to assist in establishing the defense and taking command. Then further news came in. This time the outbreak is ogres. Wah. What did you say? The monsters that emerge during a great tsunami come from a single type. The last time it was goblins, but the sheer numbers made it quite a challenge. However, goblins, each one isn't strong, but now it's ogres, each one is vicious. With a massive body of 2.5 meters, arrows won't penetrate easily. Just being grazed by their clubs can render a person unable to fight, and yet only D-rank adventurers or below remained. The only usable force is the Night Order. Ra's face grew ashen as he left the office. It's finally getting serious. In the next chapter, when Ra, with a face the color of earth, was about to leave the guild, he spotted a mage entering the guild. Perhaps it was the providence of the gods or the arrangement of the heavens. "Oh, Ra-san, long time no see." It was Ryo, a C-rank water attribute magician who had come to have a meal at the guild cafeteria before heading to the royal capital. "Ryo, what are you doing here?" The words that escaped Ra's mouth were purely a question, but I absolutely wasn't thinking of going around Run City to eat, then having lunch at the guild cafeteria, followed by dinner at the feast pavilion, and staying one more night before taking the carriage back tomorrow or anything like that. Ryo answered, somehow flustered. Yeah, that's not what I meant. No, that doesn't matter. Ryo, we have an emergency request and a designated request. Yes, I can't believe there's going to be a great tsunami at this timing. Even Ryo was surprised. He had heard in discussions with Room 10 that all C-rank and above adventurers were out, but at this timing a great tsunami. And this time it was an ogre. Ryo and Ra arrived at the wall and looked inside. This is spectacular, Ryo was excited. During the last great tsunami, he had been in the library and hadn't seen it. This time, for the first time in his life, he witnessed thousands of monsters writhing. Although it felt a bit eerie, it was undeniably magnificent. This might be tough, Ra muttered beside him. The wall had already begun long-range attacks with arrows. First, they aimed to reduce the numbers with arrows as much as possible. They would use magic too, but since magical power was more limited than arrows, the primary attack would be arrows. However, the ogre's skin is too tough, the arrows won't penetrate. A guild staff member shouted out this report. Ra, it seems that even the Night Order's arrows aren't getting through. Sue, the submaster who had arrived first and was in command, reported that it was difficult for the Night Order as well. Then she noticed. Oh, Ryo, Susan, hello. I'm definitely not trying to eat the daily special at the Run Adventurers Guild cafeteria just because I came to run. Yeah. I think I understand why Ryo was found. With that, Sue let out a dry laugh. Ryo thought for a moment. It should be fine to use somewhat flashy magic. After all, since Run was like family, including the Night Order where he served as a swordsmanship instructor, and now he was the first Duke, there was no need to worry about attracting attention from strange nobles. Thinking this, and with nothing particularly said, Ryo decided to propose it himself. Ra-san, should we use magic to reduce those ogres? Can you do it? Yes. I have just the right spell for water attribute magic. Please do it. At that moment, Ra's feelings were like grasping at straws. He had heard stories about Ryo's high combat ability, both in magic and swordsmanship, for a long time. That's why he had brought him along, thinking he could shine in close combat after softening them up with arrows. But if the arrows wouldn't penetrate? Just when he was feeling despair, Ryo's suggestion was like a lifeline. However, he suddenly remembered what Ryo had done during the Liberation War. Floating magic circle, as Ryo chanted, 16 magic circles floated into view around him. The adventurer's hands, which had been loosing arrows, stopped. And the knights, who were also shooting arrows at the opposite wall, halted as well. Icicle lance shower fan. In that instant, tens of thousands of ice spears were launched from Ryo and the magic circles. From above, countless ice spears could be seen spreading out in a fan shape with Ryo as the focal point. They reflected the sunlight sparkling beautifully and pierced through the ogres. Not just a single volley, but 2, 3, and even 4 times. The arena beneath the wall was filled with countless icicles, leaving no place to step. It was a world of silver, not with snow, but filled with ice. Silver Duke, Icefall, who murmured that? In a world where everything had come to a standstill, both beneath and above the wall, there was no movement, no words spoken other than whispers. But, Ra-sun, something is moving. The one who broke the silence was the water attribute magician who had brought the silence. Pointing, there was a single ogre, larger than the others, still alive. It was an unbelievable sight that over 5,000 ogres had lost their lives to just one spell, but it was equally unbelievable that this particular ogre was unaffected by the spell. What is that? Ra didn't know. That is the Ogre King, Su knew. Release! When Ryo murmured, all the ice spears that had pierced the ogres vanished. In the arena, only the fallen ogres and the single surviving Ogre King remained. It seems the ogres nearby shielded the king with their bodies. Ryo's murmur was louder than he had thought, surprising both Ra and Su. I didn't know the ogres had such a tendency. Ra nodded, agreeing with Su's murmur. Now what do we do about that remaining king? Ryo asked Ra, who was in command of the situation. It looks like I have no choice but to go. Ra said that and began to stretch and warm up. Are you going to be okay? Su looked very worried. Ryo understood that feeling. He was also very concerned. After all, Ra was the guild master of Run City and a swordsman. I'm a former B-rank adventurer, right? Leave it to me, Ra said with a smile, confidently. Meanwhile, the Ogre King standing in the center of the arena did not budge, watching them all the while. In response, Ra returned the king's gaze. After a tense stare-down, Ra descended from the wall and headed for the arena. The king followed his figure with his eyes, but continued looking up at the wall just as before. Perhaps he was watching himself launch the ice spears, Ryo thought, but decided not to dwell on it. He had unconsciously decided that his work was done. Hey, king, I'm your opponent, Ra shouted as he faced the king. Only then did the king finally look at Ra. Ra was a giant swordsman nearly 2 meters tall. However, the Ogre King was nearly 3 meters tall. With a massive club grounded before him, he exuded an imposing presence. After a moment of both parties sizing each other up, Ra struck first, and the sword fight began. Clang, 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 the sound of heavy objects colliding echoed through the wall. Ra's sword. It was more apt to call it a thick plate of iron, or perhaps an iron mass. A clash between such a sword and the ogre's club. Ogres were monsters renowned for their strength among many monsters. Hence, they swung their clubs with incredible power. It was nearly impossible to withstand a direct hit. However, this is impressive. Even Ryo was amazed. Ra was countering the ogre's club with his sword. In terms of power, he wasn't backing down at all. Ra seemed to possess power on par with the abomination. That said, Ra's only trait is his power. Su sighed and murmured. Power was equal speed, also equal in technique. Did both possess it? The conclusion seemed far off. 2 hours later, clang, 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 nothing had changed. Su, noticing, created an ice chair beside her and sat down while watching the sword fight. In her hand was something. Sometimes she brought it to her mouth. It seemed she was eating. Ryo, that is. Oh, I'm sorry, I only bought one. It's a crepe. Ryo thought he should have bought another one. Perhaps he should have given it to Su, the power holder here, as a bribe. It was a blunder. Oh, it's fine. Take your time eating. Su decided not to pay attention to the scene. Ryo had somehow slipped away to the town's crepe shop and bought one, and now he was watching while eating. In times like these, there's a wonderful saying common to all worlds. It goes, if you worry, you've already lost. Another 2 hours later, clang, 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 ... It was still ongoing. Though it continued, the tide was beginning to shift. Su, glancing again at Ryo, who was sitting on his ice chair while watching the sword fight, noted that he had constructed an ice table and was taking things from it. He occasionally brought it to his mouth. It seemed he was eating. Ryo, that is... Oh, Su-san, would you like some? It's margarita pizza, it's delicious. Oh, I'll take a slice. Saying that, Su took an eighth of a slice and ate it. Ah, it's delicious. The words slipped out involuntarily. Having watched for hours without food or drink, it was natural to be hungry. Seeing Su's expression and hearing her words, Ryo silently celebrated in his heart. He had redeemed his blunder. The moment Ryo finished the last slice of margarita, the king's club was knocked away. Without a word, Ra beheaded the king, finally bringing the sword fight to an end. It also marked the conclusion of the Great Tsunami. After enjoying the all-you-can-eat at the guild cafeteria following the Great Tsunami, Ryo headed to the royal capital the next morning in a guild carriage. It seems that the precious permission to use the Run Adventurers Guild's guild carriage was granted due to the evaluation of their efforts during the Great Tsunami. Feeling happy that his hard work had paid off, Ryo continued to sleep in the now reserved guild carriage. He had been eating until dawn the night before. By the afternoon of the next day, he safely arrived at the royal capital and immediately went to the royal castle library to return the book he had borrowed for a long time, titled Alchemy. Its future and prospects, alchemy in all aspects of life. At that time, the head librarian, Gasparlini, was noticeably emotional, almost in tears, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude, which left a strong impression on Ryo. He firmly vowed to himself, he must return what he has borrowed. If he didn't, it would make good people like the head librarian cry, and at the royal castle's annex. King Abel I was not in bed. He was swinging a sword in the courtyard of the annex. Abel, you shouldn't overexert yourself since you're recovering from illness. Oh, Ryo, it's been a while. What have you been up to? I was saving the world from destruction. Oh, Ryo was saying something that made no sense again. Abel thought this but chose not to press the issue. He assumed Ryo had been engrossed in alchemy books or delicious food, something along those lines. Ryo was a pitiful man. After finishing his sword practice, Abel returned to his office, where Chancellor Marquis Heinlein had come with a report. It seems there was a great tsunami in the city of Run 2 days ago for the first time in 3 years. As he spoke, the Marquis noticed Ryo was present in the room. A great tsunami, how nostalgic. What was the type and scale this time? By the way, I remember the adventurers in the city of Run are mostly C rank. Were they all right? Well, since you're reporting now, I suppose there were no issues. Returning his focus to the present, the Marquis answered Abel's rapid-fire questions. Ah, yes, this time it was ogres, 5,000 of them. The only B-rank party from Run was Coffee Maker led by DeLong. To make matters worse, they were also dispatched for wyvern subjugation. Speaking of which, I remember hearing that report. 2 wyverns, right? That means there are hardly any C-rank and above adventurers left. As he continued, Abel's expression grew increasingly serious. He understood the difficulty of wyvern subjugation. He had experienced it many times during his adventurer days, and he had also experienced the great tsunami. Moreover, this time it was ogres. Arrows would bounce off their skin. It must be tough for the Run Night Order too, right? There must have been significant casualties, no? No, actually, Marquis Heinlein glanced briefly at Ryo. Ryo, simultaneously responding, was lounging on the sofa reading a newly borrowed alchemy book. He seemed oblivious to the report. The damage was 0. The event occurred at 3 in the afternoon, and the Ogre King was defeated by 7 that same evening. 0 casualties. The current guild master is raw, right, with Sue's high support abilities. Not too shabby. Or is it because the Run Night Order is well trained? Either way, good job. But wait, Ogre's skin doesn't allow arrows to pass, right? So how is it that there's 0 damage? When Abel said this, the Marquis looked over at Ryo, who was still occupying the sofa, and replied, Yes, actually, other than the Ogre King, they were dealt with using magic. I see, magic, huh? Magic, 5,000 ogres, huh? Ah, yes, Marquis Heinlein, just to confirm who was the one using that magic. While Abel posed the question, his gaze was already directed at the water attribute mage lounging on the sofa. Yes, as your majesty guessed, it was Duke Rondo. You? Yes, Abel shouted, and Ryo reacted, realizing his name had been called, and for some reason he noticed he was at the center of the discussion. Were you absent for the past 5 days because you were in the city of Run? Yes. But it's not like I went to take the book I borrowed from the Royal Castle Library to my home in Run or anything like that. Yeah, I understood why you were in Run during that time. Well done. Abel said this with a slightly tired expression. Abel, are you really complimenting me? What do you mean? If you really think so, then words alone aren't enough to show your gratitude. What else would be good besides words? Of course, I want a monthly cake privilege. All right, I permit it. Yay, Abel nodded tiredly as Ryo repeatedly celebrated with a fist pump. And Chancellor Marquis Heinlein, who couldn't follow what was happening. Huh, cake, what kind of privilege is that? Today, too, the core of the kingdom remained peaceful. The cover for Water Attribute Mage. Part 1 Central Nations Arc II has been revealed. The release date is June 19, 2021, Saturday. As mentioned before, the second volume is also packed with about 230,000 words. The side story, Fire Attribute Mage, continues from the first volume. What will happen to Oscar? Is there hope? Stay tuned. Of course, the third volume, if it comes out, will continue the story. Additionally, the main story has been significantly expanded. For instance, in the web version, detailed descriptions of the Port Festival only cover the 1st to 3rd days, but the book edition includes the 4th and 5th days. In fact, the characters that appear there will play an important role in the future of Part 1, resulting in the final chapter changing. This is confidential information. Please forget you heard it. Don't worry, the main plot won't change. In the final chapter, the kingdom destroys the Empire and the Union, unifying the Central Nations. In Part 2, Emperor Rupert VI leads the remnants of the Empire, while Lord Aubrey leads the remnants of the Union, challenging the tyrannical King Abel I and the oppressive Duke Ryo. Rest assured, such changes will not occur. The author wishes to provide a new and enjoyable story for everyone who has read Water Attribute Mage on Narrow. As reported, the first volume has been reprinted as of March 18. Soon, the second edition will be available. The first edition, which is currently available in bookstores, is the beginning of the grand fantasy which is expected to be Water Attribute Mage. This precious first edition will not be available again, right? There are no hidden paths that the author doesn't know about, right? If you see it, I recommend buying it on impulse. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Yes, rather than an afterword, this was more like a promotion. Well then, see you tomorrow in the next chapter. The delegation from the Empire, led by Duchess Rubine Fiona, will arrive at the guest house tomorrow morning. Following that, negotiations will begin immediately. There's no audience with the Emperor or anything first, huh? That's correct. This procedure was decided a month ago when the negotiations were confirmed. At that time, to be honest, His Majesty's health wasn't very good, Marquis Heinlein explained while nodding. That's true. In response, Abel nodded as well and replied, "Thanks to Ryo, oh, it's not that much." Abel expressed his gratitude honestly, and Ryo blushed. In the royal castle's annex, Abel, Marquis Heinlein, and Ryo were having a meeting about the delegation coming from the Empire. If the king, who is said to be seriously ill, appears to be full of energy, the people from the Empire will surely be surprised, Ryo said, grinning as he imagined that scene. The negotiations will take place in the conference room of the Interaction Hall, which is between the royal castle and the guest house where they will be staying. Please be aware that there will be no magic barriers set up in the conference room. For some reason, Marquis Heinlein felt the need to explain that. Abel, are you planning to hit the delegation with magic cannon fire or something? The Duchess is the Emperor's sister, right? Isn't that dangerous? That's not me. I'm talking about Ryo, Abel retorted. Ryo tilted his head in confusion. I wouldn't suddenly attack someone I've never met before, no matter how much they're from the Empire. What? Heinlein and Abel exchanged glances. Your Majesty, how much have you explained to Duke Rondo? Ryo still doesn't know about Duchess Rubine? I know that much. As I said earlier, she's the Emperor's sister. Since Emperor Rupert VI is in his mid-50s. Ryo recalled Emperor Rupert, who he had met on the battlefield. Despite being in his 50s, he had the body of steel without an ounce of fat. Oh, so that's not even the main issue. First off, Emperor Rupert abdicated 2 years ago, and Prince Helmut, the former crown prince, ascended as Helmut VIII. Seriously, Ryo had no idea. Apparently, it had been quite a significant topic at the time. At that time, the other princes and princesses also lost their noble status and opened duke houses. Duchess Rubine is one of them. Her first name is Fiona. Wait, could it be that princess? Yes, the previous 11th princess, the commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade, who you tried to freeze. Her name back then was Fiona Rubine Bornemissa. She will be coming as the official envoy. I had no idea. Ryo slightly frowned and scratched his cheek. That means your husband probably doesn't know either, Marquis Heinlein said in a somewhat smaller voice. Husband? Her husband? Yes, her husband is Count Ruska, the deputy envoy. Could it be that guy? Yes, the blazing flame mage, Count Oscar Lusk. At the moment of Heinlein's explanation, Ryo's expression twisted drastically. He then turned to Abel. Abel, you knew and kept it a secret. He's coming, and no, I was planning to say it eventually. Abel averted his gaze and made excuses. Planning to say it eventually means you were fully intending to keep it hidden when you decided to make me handle the reception of the delegation. Even though Abel and Ryo had exchanged a firm handshake at that time, Ryo felt despair. All right, let's change my monthly cake privilege to weekly. Abel, I will follow you for life. Leave those two from the Empire to me. Ryo was back in high spirits. Deliciousness governs people. Deliciousness is justice. Deliciousness is supreme. People live for deliciousness and die for deliciousness. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the delegation from Duchess Rubine of the Empire, the negotiators will be Marquis Heinlein and Duke Rondo, the first Duke of the Kingdom. Duchess Rubine Fiona muttered for what felt like the umpteenth time. Fiona, are you still worried about that? The voice that asked this belonged to her husband, Count Ruska, known as the Blazing Flame Mage, Oscar. Yes, Duke Rondo is a new Duke family established after the previous Duke of Flitwick was abolished, yet its head is of the first Duke status in the kingdom. Despite this, he holds no position within the royal castle, and even the location of that Duke estate is actually uncertain. Moreover, no one has seen him in the last 3 years. Even the Empire's intelligence department concluded that Duke Rondo might not actually exist, and that the royal family merely established this Duke house in name to exert pressure on other nobles. The royal family has retained half of the formerly abolished Duke of Flitwick's territory, which supports that conclusion. And now he will appear at the negotiating table as a representative of King Abel. Well, it would be a lie to say I'm not concerned about that, but once we sit at the negotiating table, I suppose we'll know. Yes, that's certainly true, but... With that, the two took a sip of the coffee that Marie had brewed for them. What I'm more concerned about is King Abel's health. For the first Duke, who hasn't appeared thus far, to have to make an appearance means there's something serious going on. That's true. According to the information gathered by the Intelligence Department, it could possibly be a fatal illness. However, the Intelligence Department hasn't been able to place anyone within the royal castle. Chancellor? Regarding counterintelligence, Chancellor Marquis Heinlein is much more skilled than the Empire. Well, that's precisely why we're going to confront them directly. Although the way they refer to each other has changed. A surprisingly sweet time doesn't flow between the two, Marie, who was listening nearby, thought. And she let out a big sigh in her heart. Marie was an aide to the commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade, but she was also a maid for Fiona. Thus, when Fiona established the House of Rubine, she became the head maid. Of course, she was accompanying the delegation this time as an aide and maid to the envoy. As someone who dedicates everything to Fiona, Marie hoped for her happiness, but she also understood that the concept of happiness varies from person to person. It's quite difficult. Meeting room of the Cultural Exchange Hall. The delegation from the Empire was guided in and took their seats. Soon after, a member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Natore Kingdom began to explain. As previously communicated, Duke Rondo and Marquis Heinlein will be arriving shortly as representatives from the kingdom. Please wait a moment. As he said this, and attempted to return to a seat in the corner of the room, Fiona asked a question. I believe there was a prior request from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Empire regarding an audience with His Majesty the King after the negotiations. Is it still difficult? Why, yes. We are doing our best, but we haven't received a favorable response from the royal castle. I apologize. The official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs answered, his voice cracking. He might be weak to unexpected questions. Or perhaps he was flustered by Fiona's beauty. It really is quite bad, isn't it? Oscar's whisper was so quiet that only Fiona sitting next to him could hear. Upon hearing this, Fiona nodded. A minute after the explanation, the door to the meeting room opened, and the herald announced the arrival of Duke Rondo and Marquis Heinlein. The first to enter was Marquis Alexis Heinlein, who held the position of Chancellor of the Kingdom and was also known as a great noble from the southern region. He is a figure who truly supports the backbone of the kingdom. He was a former commander of the Royal Knight Order who made a name for himself during the Great War when the kingdom clashed with the Alliance, earning the title of Oni or Demon. Additionally, he is known for his insights in intelligence matters, which has made surrounding nations wary of him. A man without any gaps in martial strategy, wisdom, political maneuvering, and intrigue. This is indeed a troublesome man, Oscar thought as he watched Marquis Heinlein enter. Perhaps because of this, he was a bit slow to look at Duke Rondo, who entered next. However, Fiona, who had been paying attention to Duke Rondo since their arrival in the royal capital, quickly shifted her gaze. And Oscar could tell she held her breath. Sensing this, Oscar also turned his gaze to Duke Rondo, and his eyes widened. "Why are you here?" The words slipped out involuntarily. Fortunately, they were uttered at the very edge of the audible range, so only Fiona sitting next to him would have heard. Yet even Fiona whispered, "Could it be?" Oscar struggled to control his emotions. Nevertheless, the surprise was so unforeseen that he was barely holding it together. Hello, it's been a while, since the War of Kingdom Liberation, right? I remember you because you cut off half of my body." If someone said something so ridiculous, of course, one would get angry. If it had been earlier. However, taking a deep, heavy breath, Oscar barely managed to prevent his emotions from spiraling out of control. Seeing this, Ryo was honestly a bit impressed. It wasn't that he intended to provoke Oscar and mess up the negotiations. He merely wanted to tease someone irritating in front of him. It was also a check on how strong his mental state was. However, that irritating person managed to control his emotions with just a deep breath. That was remarkable. Ryo disliked Oscar, but he certainly did not underestimate him. If he did, there wouldn't be any feelings of like or dislike. And after noticing Oscar's deep breath, he understood he was growing and raised his evaluation of him. Of course, his dislike remained unchanged. Ryo and Marquis Heinlein took their seats and the negotiations began. That said, it seemed the Empire's envoy had something to say. "I was surprised to learn that you are the first Duke, Duke Rondo." "Is that so? It's simply because the military power of the House of Rondo is the largest in the kingdom. Please don't mind it. More importantly, you two have gotten married. Congratulations." "Thank you." Ryo casually explained and then smiled brightly to congratulate them, and Fiona also smiled back to receive the congratulations. Hearing this with a blank expression was Marquis Heinlein, who thought to himself, "It seems Duke Rondo is capable of political maneuvering." Basically, diplomatic negotiations between countries involve bureaucratic alignment beforehand, and by the time politicians and nobles come out, it is merely for confirmation or treaty conclusion. In other words, the discussions about the matters to be deliberated have already been completed at the administrative level before gathering in this meeting room. Therefore, it is unusual for new topics to arise that the other party is unaware of or to have proposals presented here. Unusual, I have an additional proposal to the matters previously communicated. When Fiona said this, the officials from the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs handed materials to the kingdom's side. "A delegation to be dispatched?" Marquis Heinlein muttered. Upon hearing this, Fiona replied, "The Empire plans to dispatch a delegation to the Western nations soon. If possible, we hope to send this delegation not only from the Empire, but also alongside the Central nations. We would like to propose that the kingdom cooperate in this dispatch of the delegation." This surprised not only Ryo, but also Marquis Heinlein. They had not grasped any information about such movements from the Empire. Why to the Western nations? And why now? Marquis Heinlein was completely at a loss, not understanding this at all. There was far too little information to make a judgment. In such cases, gathering information would be necessary. "So this proposal includes the alliance as well, since you mentioned with the Central nations?" "Yes. We plan to make a similar proposal to the alliance at nearly the same time." "And what is the scale of this delegation? What number does the Empire intend to dispatch?" "Excluding guards, about 100 from the Empire. 100 from the administrative officials alone. This would constitute quite a large scale. If the kingdom and the alliance also dispatched a delegation of the same size, that would mean 300 just from administrative officials. Moreover, the destination this time is the Western nations. The journey would be long, with many difficult places. Thinking about this, the scale of the guards would also need to be considerable. Including guards, would it be around 1,000 in total? How would they manage the food supply for that many? And what about transportation? That said, the current status is still in the proposal stage. Should the kingdom and the alliance be positively considering it, I suppose we will have to align on various matters. As Ryo listened to this discussion, his heart was restless. This was, needless to say, because he was interested in the Western nations. His biggest interest, of course, was the Golem Legion. He had heard before that there were nations in the Western nations that possessed such things. He definitely wanted to see it. However, in truth, Ryo had no idea what the so-called Western nations were like. It is not something to brag about, but he was completely unaware. I'll ask Abel later. The first Duke treating His Majesty the King like a handyman. Where on earth did the order of the country go? 2 days passed. Negotiations between the Empire and the Kingdom were conducted. Besides the delegation to the Western nations, there were many issues to discuss. Bordering nations seemed to have problems arise almost daily. And on the evening of the final day, all scheduled events concluded. The faces of the foreign affairs and economic officials from both nations showed signs of deep fatigue. Naturally, they had been under extreme tension not only during these 2 days, but for the entire month leading up to this point. The culmination of that month of tension was condensed into these 2 days, so they couldn't let their guard down. In comparison, the top 4 leaders of both nations felt relatively relaxed. Essentially, they sat with serious expressions and simply spoke the necessary words at the required times, especially since this matter was composed mainly of such exchanges. From the kingdom's perspective, Duke Rondo, who was not accustomed to such back-and-forth exchanges, might have been appointed as the chief negotiator. Or perhaps not. No one knew. In any case, the schedule was somehow completed. "Thank you for your hard work over the past 2 days. By the way, there are guests who are eager to meet with the representatives from the Empire. They wish to greet you all, so I will call them in." Ryo said this with a composed expression. "Guests?" Fiona asked suspiciously. Oscar simply frowned and said nothing. "Now then, please," Ryo exaggeratedly announced as the door opened, and a man entered confidently. The moment Ryo said please, everyone from the kingdom's side stood up. Yes, the one who entered was King Abel I of the Natore Kingdom. He showed no signs of illness at all, appearing even younger than when they had met on the battlefield, yet with newfound dignity and gravitas. After a brief pause, Fiona, Oscar, and all the representatives from the Empire stood up as well. "To the delegates from the Empire, welcome to our kingdom. I apologize for the delay in greeting you, as we have had various circumstances here." This was a lie. It was simply a suggestion from the first Duke, who was a water attribute magician, to surprise everyone at the end. and the aim had been completely achieved. Fiona and Oscar managed to hide their surprise, but the other members of the Empire's delegation could not do the same. The information that King Abel is gravely ill had been considered common knowledge among the higher-ups in the Empire. So when that person appeared vigorously and lively, it was only natural to be surprised. The negotiations concluded with the kingdom's overwhelming victory, albeit not in a practical sense, but rather as a psychological triumph. Finally, the Western nations have made their entrance. Cuckoo, did you see that foolish face of the fire attribute mage? Our total victory. Upon returning to Abel's office, the water attribute magician laughed wickedly with a sinister grin. He was in high spirits. He didn't change his expression much. As he tried to argue His Majesty the King was subjected to the stern gaze of the First Duke, I could see his surprise was barely concealed. That's right. Abel adjusted his opinion, and Ryo nodded repeatedly. The Marquis Heinlein, who was listening beside them, remained silent. Perhaps these two had resigned themselves to such things. That said, there was an urgent issue that required alignment of consciousness, so I took the initiative to bring it up. The dispatch of a delegation to the Western nations. We have no choice but to consider this. Indeed, I was surprised when I heard that proposal, but my question is, why now and why such an action? The doubts that Abel harbored were the same as those the Marquis Heinlein had when he first heard the conversation. The timing of the proposal was far too sudden. Is it really that difficult to go to the Western nations? Ryo, having no knowledge of the Western nations, decided to ask plainly. Asking is a moment of shame, not asking is a lifetime of shame. It is difficult. First, there are no roads established between here and the central nations. There are no regular exchanges nor direct trade. Scattered among them are several small nations, and traveling through them. The security is not good, and there are places where no country exists at all. In short, respectable merchant caravans do not traverse this route. Whether seen from the central nations or the Western nations, regular exchanges are physically difficult. Abel answered Ryo's question. At his response, Ryo's eyes widened. Abel gave a proper answer. Hey, I'm still the king, you know. I know at least that much. Abel scolded Ryo for his harsh words. However, a sudden question popped into Ryo's mind. By the way, Hero Roman and the others came from the Western nations, right? And also, I heard that Arthur Velasquez from the Magical Association had gone to the Western nations when he was younger. Yes, but after all, they are all top-tier adventurers, aren't they? Even Arthur was already a B-rank adventurer at that time. If they are such powerful individuals, it's not impossible for them to reach there. However, in a situation like this, where we have many non-combatants and those unaccustomed to rough circumstances to protect. What do you think, Heinlein? Indeed, quite a considerable difficulty would arise. Marquis Heinlein replied while nodding several times and continued. Between us and the far eastern edge of the Western nations, Kyushu Duchy, we would have to go through at least 4 small nations. They are referred to as the corridor nations in some parts. The overall journey takes a month one way, which is already quite challenging, but there are the Forest of Jet Black, Ranchi Gorge, and the Funsun Mountain Range. All of them are difficult locations. Ryo was genuinely impressed by Heinlein's explanation. As expected of your excellency the Chancellor, you know more than His Majesty the King. Hey, First Duke over there, I can hear you. The relationship between the number 1 and number 2 of the country is usually not good, but in this kingdom, there seemed to be no concern about that. If we decide to send a delegation, the scale of it and who will lead it will become an issue. Count Heinlein stated. Abel, Count Heinlein, and Ryo were seated on a sofa in the midst of their discussion. In front of the three there was Kona coffee placed. The Empire's stance is troublesome. Saying that, Abel took a sip of his coffee. The Empire's? Ryo tilted his head in confusion, not quite understanding. The choice of leader for the delegation by the Empire will change who we might send as the leader. For example, if a negotiator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is assigned as the leader, then it's fine for us to send someone from our foreign ministry as well. However, for instance, if the Duchess Rubine, who is the current Emperor's sister, were to be sent as the leader, then we must send royalty or a high-ranking noble. That sounds troublesome, Abel grimaced as he explained, and Ryo, thinking that such unseen aspects of international relations were hard to understand and bothersome, muttered as if it were someone else's problem. The First Duke is undoubtedly a high-ranking noble, but, moreover, besides the Empire and our kingdom, there are other parties to consider. As Count Heinlein spoke, Abel responded. The Federation, right? Capital Jakely of the Handalu Federation, Regent's office. What a troublesome situation, Regent Lord Aubrey sighed heavily and spoke. The Federation also received an invitation from the Empire's delegation for a joint delegation to the Western nations. After sending off the Empire's envoy, Lord Aubrey was contemplating in the office sofa. In front of him sat his aide, Lumber, looking over several documents as he spoke. "Your Excellency, even if you say that, I understand. The Empire will take the lead, and our kingdom will likely send a delegation as well. We cannot send out a proposal that is clearly inferior compared to both nations. I think it's absurd, but if we adopt a policy that humiliates our country's dignity, some of the populace will become enraged. In order to govern smoothly, it's best to have our nation recognized by the citizens as a great power that is respected by neighboring countries. If we were to send a poorly prepared delegation to the Western nations, we would face repercussions for decades to come." Regent Lord Aubrey said with a wry smile. That said, now who should we send as the person in charge? He was struggling with that decision in his mind. Of course, the Federation government had not yet decided anything. After all, it was just an hour ago that they heard from the Empire's envoy. It seemed that the bureaucrats from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were hastily starting their discussions. Though it was still in such early stages, Lord Aubrey was the regent. While it was natural to think through some proposals that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would likely present, he thought it was reasonable to come up with ideas independently as well. If there's a good plan that results from this, that's great. Even better if the proposals from both sides align. To come here without a plan until something is presented would be something no fool could pull off while being a regent. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of anyone other than that old-timer. At Lord Aubrey's muttering, Lumber frowned and replied, "I wonder if he would accept. Your Excellency, he is wary of you." "Well, that's true." Lord Aubrey chuckled and accepted Lumber's opinion. 2 years ago, he finally stepped down, and now he's living in seclusion. Where was that again? In the northern town of Frost. It has good quality iron ore. It's a city that has grown quite a bit in the last 5 years, a beautiful place with scenic views. "I see. Then I'll go visit. I'll take the Imperial guards with me. I can't afford to be attacked." With a serious yet half-joking expression, Lord Aubrey said that and left the room. What remained were a multitude of undecided documents on his desk and Lumber left behind. He won't be back for 3 days. What will happen to the documents?" In the office, Lumber's murmur went unheard by anyone. A day later, the northern town of Frost spreads across both banks of a large river. The west bank is the urban area, while the east bank has the mansions of wealthy merchants and nobles. In front of one particularly large mansion on the east bank, a splendid carriage and more than 30 mounted knights arrived. Naturally, the gatekeepers were suspicious. The carriage bore the emblem of the Federation. Moreover, the mounted guard exuded a presence that could not be ignored by anyone who saw it. It was clear even to the gatekeepers that the person riding in the carriage was not an ordinary individual. The commander leading the cavalry dismounted and approached the gatekeeper to inquire, "Is this the residence of His Majesty King Robert Perlo of the Kingdom of Capitone?" "Indeed, that is correct. I must ask for your identity as per protocol." The gatekeeper responded firmly. After all, they were the gatekeepers of a residence where the former king lived in seclusion. "This is the carriage of Regent Lord Aubrey Hubble Coleman of the Handalu Federation. Please arrange for us to visit." "Regent, Lord Aubrey. I understand. Please wait a moment." Saying this, the elder of the 2 gatekeepers hurried inside the mansion. The remaining one stood rigidly, with a tense expression, unable to move. "Is the Regent of the Federation that bored?" When Lord Aubrey was shown into the room and was waiting in front of the served coffee, an elderly man entered the door and suddenly uttered those words. His white hair was cut short, he had no beard, and he sat with a straight back. However, he was undoubtedly an old man, appearing to be over 70 years old. Yet his gaze was powerful, and many would tremble if they were met with it directly. Even after retiring from active duty, he still possessed that aura. That said, the person he was addressing was Lord Aubrey. "I am grateful to have continued in this position for 13 years, so I have become somewhat accustomed to it," he replied, taking a sip of his coffee. "Do you not think I have poisoned that coffee?" "I do not. If you were to eliminate me, who would take charge of the Federation? Your Majesty understands that best." Lord Aubrey possessed enough presence to say such a thing. "Humph. I believe it was correct to choose you as regent, but it is also true that you are rather troublesome." With that, the elderly man seated himself directly across from Lord Aubrey, King Robert Perlo of the Kingdom of Capitone, one of the 10 main countries forming the Handalu Federation. The core of the Handalu Federation is the 10 countries. Each country sends representatives to form the Council of 10, which serves as the highest decision-making body of the Federation. That is how it was originally. 13 years ago, the Federation suffered a great defeat to the kingdom, in what is known as the Great War. Afterwards, the Council of 10 elected Lord Aubrey as the regent as well as the dictator during wartime to rebuild the Federation. At that point, the balance of power was clearly stronger in the Council of Ten than it was for the newly appointed Regent Aubrey. After all, they possessed the appointment rights for the Regent and Dictator. Until now, numerous regents had been elected to manage the Federation, but there was always the Council of Ten above them. However, after Lord Aubrey became Regent, the balance of power changed. By the time 10 years had passed, Regent Aubrey had completely surpassed the Council of Ten in strength. A significant reason for this was that 9 of the 10 members of the Council had changed. The representatives constituting the Council of Ten were typically kings, grand dukes, or dukes of their respective nations, in other words, the lords of their realms. They could be considered the highest authorities in each country. However, after Lord Aubrey assumed the office of Regent, they consecutively faced unfortunate circumstances. Some lost their lives to illness, others were attacked by bandits and became lost, while others were involved in coup-like incidents and met their end. Naturally, if such events occurred too conveniently and timely, it would lead one to suspect that someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Even without being a conspiracy theorist, it would be understandable. And in this case, the one most likely pulling the strings was Regent Aubrey. He possessed the power, ability, and motive to do so. The 9 who were replaced, each became the new highest authority in their respective nations, and they were satisfied with their positions. They recognized that the highest authority in the Federation rested with Lord Aubrey, for the sake of their own self-preservation. If they were to desire the highest authority in the Federation and end up killed like their predecessor, they would lose everything. Thus, Lord Aubrey was able to wield formidable ability in the Federation without any restraint from anyone. The 9 who were replaced, yet there was only one man who maintained his seat in the Council of Ten without replacement. That was the former King Robert Perlo of the Kingdom of Capitone, sitting right before Lord Aubrey. Of course, this was not because Lord Aubrey trusted Robert Perlo so much that he did not want to replace him. It was simply that Robert Perlo was exceptionally competent, eliminating all obstacles to maintain his position. 2 years ago, King Robert Perlo passed the throne of the Kingdom of Capitone and the seat in the Council of Ten to the Crown Prince, finally retiring into seclusion. So what brings you all the way from Jaclia? I must forge a sword shortly. Speak briefly. You surprise me, Your Majesty, that you are forging swords. Of course, it was a lie. Lord Aubrey knew that King Robert Perlo had a hobby of blacksmithing. That was why he had chosen this frost, where good quality iron ore could be mined, as his place of seclusion. Humph, don't lie. This frost has produced good iron ore since it was a pioneering village, and it seems there were excellent blacksmiths at the time who occasionally supplied remarkable swords. I too have sought swords under a pseudonym. But then the village was attacked by a horde of wolfmen and was annihilated. Now it has become such a large town. With that, Robert Perlo gazed out the window. He had grown fond of the view of the town across the river. In fact, a delegation from the Empire arrived yesterday. Lord Aubrey began to convey the story about dispatching a delegation to the Western nations. And I would like to ask Your Majesty to take on the role of leader of the Federation. At 75 years old, you want that old man to travel to the Western nations? Truly. The Regent of the Federation is a demon, Robert Perlo said, grimacing. However, Lord Aubrey knew that he was not genuinely reluctant. That was precisely why he had come to request him to take on the responsibility. Your Majesty has expressed admiration for the Western nations in the past. You remember such old tales well. Lord Aubrey remembered the conversations they had before he was appointed regent, in which King Robert Perlo had spoken. There was no way Lord Aubrey, who boasted an excellent memory, would forget. However, why me? There are younger and more suitable individuals. As far as I know, even as someone who is stepping back, you are the only competent person in the Federation who can stand against anyone sent by the Empire or the Kingdom. I doubt the Federation is really short on talent. Nonetheless, Robert Perlo brought his hand to his chin and pondered deeply. Then he murmured, "Whoever they send, huh?" Afterward, a full minute passed in silence. "Very well, I will go, though I will have various demands." "Thank you very much." Robert Perlo accepted, and Lord Aubrey bowed his head. However, for instance, if the Empire were to assign a high official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the leader, then we will also need to send someone not from Your Majesty, but from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After all that hype, what a letdown. Lord Aubrey's words caused Robert Perlo to shake his head repeatedly. Frost, those who have purchased the first volume of the book know very well. It's the place that appeared in the side story, Fire Attribute Mage. From the second part onwards, there will be parts linking to the book version like this, so for those who bought the book, I hope you can enjoy searching for those connections. I think it would be interesting to read in such a manner. Of course, even without reading the book version, you should still be able to enjoy it just as before. I don't think I've violated any guidelines. Since we are simultaneously publishing the book version and serializing on Narrow, it would be great if we could manifest a new type of excitement or enjoyment by linking those two. That's what I think. Well, I don't know if I can pull it off successfully. I recovered the foreshadowing from the first part, 168, where in these 10 years all but one have been replaced. At long last. The one who survived, His Majesty King Robert Perlo, makes his appearance. Additionally, I have also recovered the foreshadowing from the extra Interlude the Daily Life of Old Mages. Someday, in the distant future, if I write a side story of the Great War, this kind of fate may also be described. Along with the fate between Hugh McGrath and Lord Aubrey. The Western nations, Ryo would definitely want to go. First and foremost, that's for sure. In the Royal Castle Palace, in the King's office. King Abel I had finally moved out of the detached palace and returned to his original office. There he was in consultation with Chancellor Marquis Heinlein. A golem army? No, even I would want to see that. Your Majesty cannot go. Indeed, that is after all the case. With a slightly lonely expression, Abel let out a small sigh. He was originally an adventurer. Wanting to see things he's never seen before is a natural feeling. However, he is currently the king. Moreover, he had somehow managed to survive thanks to Ryo, so he couldn't act recklessly. If this were a normal delegation, it would be fine for the leader to be the first Duke Ryo, but considering the Empire and the Alliance, it might be too much of a burden for Ryo. His abilities seem fine, but then again, his negotiating experience? Abel frowned, and Chancellor Marquis Heinlein also frowned. This is something we can't overlook. Now then, what about the leader? Abel's expression darkened even more. Abel had no siblings. His only brother, the late Crown Prince Cain, had died of illness. He had no sisters either. Furthermore, his father, former King Stafford, also had no siblings. The late younger brother Raymond had committed suicide after a rebellion. Raymond had no children. In addition to that, Stafford had neither brothers nor sisters. Looking at it this way, the current royal family of the Natore kingdom is quite small. A lack of blood or perhaps a dilution. There are no direct descendants. Your Majesty, you should have many children. Why, yes? Marquis Heinlein said this with a serious face, and Abel nodded. If necessary, marrying a concubine is also. No, I should probably avoid that or Rhea will hit me. Abel imagined Rhea hitting him with her staff technique and shook his head multiple times. While the two were discussing this, misfortune descended upon them. Your Majesty, C-rank adventurer Harold wishes to have an audience with you along with his party. What? Abel questioned with a frown. Even more than Abel, Chancellor Marquis Heinlein frowned. It was rare for him to frown so much. Ryo had seen the group completely by chance. He was planning to sneak out of the royal castle to eat a cake set at Café de Chocolat when he saw the group walking. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have paid any attention at all. Perhaps he wouldn't have even noticed them, especially with his vision filled with cake. However, at this moment, perhaps because the keyword Café de Chocolat had popped into his mind, he immediately remembered who the group was. That's the Mont Blanc kid and the capable priest, plus one more. Indeed, it was the three-man party that had previously caused a ruckus at Café de Chocolat, shouting, "Forgive me, Mont Blanc." Those three were now walking inside the royal castle. It's quite rare for a mere C-rank adventurer to be walking within the royal castle. Of course, Ryo was also a mere C-rank adventurer, but he was simultaneously the first duke, so it was fine. This feels like a sign of an incident. Muttering a line akin to that of a mystery novel's protagonist, Ryo decided to follow the three. Led by a guard, the group entered the audience chamber. Ryo followed them at a slight distance. That sight was reflected in the eyes of those working in the royal castle, but no one spoke to them. When one of the guards tried to call out, another stopped him and explained. The guard who received the explanation was surprised and looked at Ryo from a distance. Such scenes repeated within the royal castle. In his casual robe, he certainly did not appear to be the first duke. Still, he had occasionally wandered around the royal castle, so many of those working there recognized him. Nobles may not know him, but the guards do. That is Duke Rondo. Of course, there were guards at the door leading to the audience chamber, but they did not stop Ryo either. Consciously maintaining their expressions, they continued to look straight ahead. Amidst that, Ryo quietly, at least in his mind, quietly entered. In the audience chamber for royal audiences, there were usually many courtiers present. But this time, only 3 nobles were at the bottom of the stairs. Other than them, there were only the 3 who had entered. At the top of the stairs, King Abel was seated on the throne, with Queen Rhea standing just behind him. Confirming that, Ryo stealthily moved. The one with the most information among the 3 courtiers was Chancellor Marquis Heinlein, who was closest to the throne. But going to such a prominent location made him hesitate. The other courtier among the nobles was a cunning-looking man who perfectly matched Ryo's image of a bad noble. It felt like he had never met such a fittingly villainous noble before, and in a way, it was impressive, but he had no intention of moving next to him. As a result, he moved beside the remaining one. "What is it, Ryo? No, why do you have that face as if you were discovered over there?" It was Hugh McGrath, the Grand Master of the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild. As expected of a former rank adventurer, he immediately reacted to Ryo's sneaky movement. Amidst this, the audience began, "Your Majesty, may you be in good spirits." "Enough. Herald, state the reason for your audience." Abel cut off C-rank adventurer Herald, also known as the Mont Blanc Kid, who was kneeling at the bottom of the stairs and giving a speech, telling him to state his business. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Abel really seems to dislike this audience. Ryo thought about that while continuing to watch. "There is only one thing, I wish to be made a duke," Herald's astonishing words. However, among those present, Ryo was the only one surprised. Abel made a scowl deeper than ever. Marquis Heinlein did not move an inch. The cunning noble smiled slyly, and Hugh shook his head slightly. It seemed that Ryo was the only one not understanding the situation. And Ryo muttered with regret, "Is it really that easy to get a dukedom just by saying you want it?" "No, it can't be that simple," Hugh said in a low voice, sighing. "That C-rank adventurer Herald is the son of the late Crown Prince." "The late Crown Prince? Abel's older brother, Crown Prince Kane? What, you know Crown Prince Sama?" Of course, Ryo didn't know Crown Prince Kane directly. However, he had seen the makeshift royal training course assignments created by Kane for Abel. Those were truly wonderful problem sets. By looking at the problems, one could imagine the level of the creator. It could be inferred that someone who created such excellent problem sets like Crown Prince Kane was quite an impressive individual. He was a truly remarkable Crown Prince, wasn't he? Well, yes. That Crown Prince's legacy is Herald, and if it were in another era, he would have been sitting on the throne. It's quite complicated. Even if it's complicated, I see no sign of excellence in him. Ryo looked at Herald and bluntly declared, "Even if he just recently became C-rank, being 18 and at C-rank means he's quite competent for an adventurer, right? If it were Crown Prince Kane, he would have reached B-rank by 18. No, that wouldn't be possible." Hugh properly refuted Ryo's baseless opinion. He was a serious man. Amidst that, the conversation called an audience continued. "I believe I stated that the dukedom would be granted when you had sufficient ability." "I have reached C-rank." "I believe I have sufficient ability," Herald retorted against King Abel's words. Abel, perhaps because Herald was his nephew and the child of his beloved deceased brother, shook his head slightly without reprimanding Herald's disrespectful behavior. Seeing that, Herald continued, "Uncle, no, your majesty, you previously stated that if I could defeat you in a duel, you would grant me the dukedom without question." Abel did not respond to that. "If that is the case, then please stand against me here now." "What?" This way of speaking had clearly annoyed Abel, and his voice dropped slightly. "Do you think I would win against you now that I have fallen ill?" Abel narrowed his eyes and glanced at the cunning-looking noble before glaring back at Herald. "And no, that's not what I meant. I just want to demonstrate my power," Herald said, his face turning bright red as he retorted. Perhaps someone had whispered this into him. The cunning noble nearby. Abel glared at Herald for a moment. Herald faced Abel's gaze head-on, the conflict between uncle and nephew. We also had that during the War of Kingdom Liberation. Such intra-family disputes are tragic. Ryo compared the glaring faces of Abel and Herald, recalling the conflict between Uncle Raymond and Nephew Abel during the War of Kingdom Liberation. "This is a scene where I, the first Duke, should step in. Making such a kid a Duke would disturb the order of the kingdom." With that conclusion in mind, Ryo stepped out from the line of courtiers and knelt at the bottom of the stairs. C-rank adventurer Ryo has a matter to present to His Majesty the King. Ryo's sudden appearance surprised Herald and the remaining party members. It seemed another person, the cunning noble, was also surprised and began to shout, "Hey, you lowly one, what are you?" Before he could finish, he found himself unable to say anything. As ice had formed over his mouth, it wouldn't come off. Seeing that, Herald and the other party member were astonished. They had no idea what was happening. However, the priest's eyes seemed to glimmer with realization. Did he notice? As expected, a capable priest. Previously outside Café de Chocolat, he had laid down ice paths to trip the three of them. Of course, this priest did not fall. In fact, he had recognized that he was attacked from somewhere. At that time, he might have even realized he was slipped on ice. That realization connected with the current icy silence. "C-rank adventurer Ryo, I grant you permission." "Speak," Abel said solemnly. "Your Majesty, this man named Herald was furious because the Mont Blanc was sold out at a famous café, and he hurled insults at the manager and surrounding customers. Moreover, he shamelessly declared himself to be a C-rank adventurer who would one day become a duke. He is a child, no, a mentally immature person." What? Harold could not continue speaking, his lips trembling from Ryo's accusation. Or rather, slander. The surrounding nobles were left agape in shock. Thus, Ryo continued, to appoint such a person who should be considered a disgrace as a citizen of the kingdom, as a duke would be a cruel act of compounding shame. Shut up, you! At this point, Harold's face turned bright red as he yelled. And at the same time, he drew his sword. Ryo smiled at the sight. Harold, do you understand the meaning of drawing your sword? Of course, how else could one respond to such an insult other than to draw swords? I see. So this is a formal duel. With that, Ryo stood up. The contrast in their ability to withstand provocation between Oscar and Harold. Your Majesty the King, please forgive me for defiling your presence with blood. Ryo faced Abel and respectfully bowed his head as he spoke. Why, yes. If it's a duel, I suppose it can't be helped. Abel seemed unable to keep up with the rapid and abnormal developments, or perhaps he had simply given up and was ready for whatever would happen next. Probably the latter. Now, Lord Harold, are you truly ready for this? Enough with the questions. Draw your sword, Ryo confirmed, and Harold shouted back. At this moment, Hugh McGrath had retreated to the wall of the audience chamber to watch the unfolding situation. Marquis Heinlein ordered the guards to silence a sly nobleman, and they moved to the opposite wall. In the center of the audience chamber, only Ryo and his 3 companions remained. Ice Wall Layer 10 package? As Ryo chanted, ice walls rose around the 4 corners and the ceiling. However, only the priest was surprised by this, the other party member of Harold. Likely the dual wielder was so enraged that he seemed unable to comprehend the change in circumstances. Isn't this supposed to be a duel with swords, Ryo? Only Princess Rhea, standing nearby, heard Abel's murmur. She shook her head slightly. Well, it's fine with 3 of you on that side. It would end too quickly with just Lord Harold alone. What did you say? Harold easily took the bait from Ryo's provocation. The dual wielder was completely bloodthirsty. Only the priest remained calm, holding his staff steady. This priest is clearly in a different class. I'm very interested, but... Yes, Ryo was interested, but that wasn't why he provoked Harold. Not at all. Probably. It wasn't the reason. I'm sorry. That was a lie. Ryo got Harold involved because he wanted to see the priest's abilities. The duel between C-rank adventurer Ryo and Harold, along with his party members, will now commence. Are both sides ready? Abel confirmed. Yes, please go ahead. Both Ryo and Harold acknowledged. Then let the battle begin. The instant it started, a thick ice spear with a rounded tip pierced into the abdomens of Harold and the dual wielder. Before the 2 could fall writhing in agony, Ryo, wielding an ice sword, smiled and slashed at Priest Zeke. Priest Zeke was not caught off guard. He understood that Ryo had brought up the incident at Café de Chocolat to deliberately indicate that he was the one who had tripped him at that time. And this ice wall. This alone made it clear that he was no ordinary opponent. What an incredible mage. However, if he could bring it to close combat, there might be a chance. Or rather, he had to force it into that kind of development. With that thought, Zeke readied his staff. But in an instant, ice sprouted. Harold and Gowan are incapacitated. What the hell is that? At that moment, the mage appeared right in front of him. And he was wielding an ice sword? That can't be allowed. In an instant, Zeke made the judgment to not receive the ice sword with his staff and instead dodged it with body movement. Furthermore, the sword that should have swung down immediately attacked from a diagonal angle, which he dodged again with weight shifting and a slight retreat. But that's it. It's impossible. That was as far as he could go. The sword struck him in the torso. He wasn't cut, but he lost consciousness right then. Ryo was surprised. The priest had even avoided a fake swallow dive. This priest has clearly been trained since he was little. And with proper swordsmanship, not with a staff. It feels a bit different from the Hume style of Abel's group. I'm intrigued. With that, he returned Murakumo's blade and performed a technique known as blunt strike to knock out the dual wielder. He then struck the back of the dual wielder's head, who was just recovering from his agony, with a blunt strike to knock him out again. His interest was only in the capable priest. That was very much in line with Ryo's character. That said, he still had to settle things properly with Harold, the Mont Blanc brat who was the cause of the duel. That was the custom of dueling. Ryo stood in front of Harold and said, "Well then, Mont. Lord Harold, all of your companions have been taken down. What will you do now? If you say, 'I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I will never again demean or oppress the people even after becoming a duke,' I will forgive you." "Don't be ridiculous." Harold said that, standing up and glaring at Ryo with his sword drawn. "I'll give you credit for your spirit, however that alone won't win you the duel." "You!" Harold shouted as he charged in with his sword raised, but that was. If Ryo were the opponent, he wouldn't land a hit even if he tried 1,000,000 times. Ryo purposefully received that sword with Murakumo, entangled it, and deflected it. Then he delivered a crosswise strike with Murakumo to Harold's left shoulder, of course, in a blunt manner. At the same time as the sound, the cracking of Harold's shoulder bone echoed. Ryo thrust the broken left shoulder with Murakumo, and then with a water jet thruster propelled him straight into the back wall. The back wall collided violently with his ice wall. Harold fainted from the shock. Confirming that, Ryo removed Murakumo. In fact, he thought that piercing him might be a bit much, so he had turned off the blade, which meant Harold only suffered a broken shoulder. Harold's body fell heavily to the floor. Ice wall release. When Ryo released the ice wall, the priest was hurriedly called in and the healing began for the three of them. To crush a shoulder and pin a sword. I didn't pierce him, but I heard that Lord Alfonso once had a sword thrust into him. Abel murmured, and Ryo added a supplementary explanation, doing so in an extremely third-person manner. It goes without saying that the one who pierced was a certain elf female swordsman. Alfonso Spinazzola had succeeded the Baron of Run 2 years ago. He is currently 22 years old. And then, what will Ryo do with Harold and the others? What do you mean by what will I do? They were still in the audience chamber. Ryo stood at the foot of the stairs without even kneeling. To Ryo, a man nearby seemed eager to complain. Magagagogo? Oh, I apologize, Ryo said and peeled away the ice covering the sly nobleman's mouth. You. How dare you cover the mouth of Count de Tama? So you were the same as the Mont Blanc brat, coffin of ice. The sly Count de Tama was encased in ice. Now it's quiet. Oh yeah, that's ruthless. Ryo looked at the ice coffin, satisfied with the result, and nodded, saying that. Though it was the usual case, Abel thought for a moment to say something, but he refrained and spoke the usual words instead. So what shall we do about it? We will do nothing. No, that's too much. If Crown Prince Cain were here, I believe he would give a stern reprimand. No, elder brother wouldn't scold anyone. Oh, so he would assign a mountain of homework and make them understand on their own. That's deep, indeed. I received a mountain of homework. Ryo admired the profound thought of Cain, while Abel remembered the mountain of homework he had been assigned by Cain and became quiet. Violence isn't good, but someone needs to give a solid reprimand at least once. Oh, but while the Mont Blanc brat doesn't matter, that priest is amazing. He is truly a talent beyond measure. That's Zeke. He originally hails from the Empire. Unusually, he is a priest from the central temple in the Imperial capital. He moved to the central sanctuary of the royal capital with his mother when he was 18 and became an adventurer 2 years ago. His skills are highly praised by Ito. It was Hugh, the Grand Master, who added a supplementary explanation to Ryo's comments. I see. Well, his abilities as a priest should be impressive, but he also wields a considerable sword, doesn't he? Just as I thought. I realized that when I saw his staff technique. His movements show that he has been thoroughly trained in the basics since childhood. Such things can't be hidden even if one tries. Hugh nodded repeatedly as he spoke. Watching the two of them, Abel sighed deeply. It was a sigh regarding Harold. Eventually, Harold would become a duke. He was a precious nephew of the current king. The direct royal bloodline of the Natore kingdom was already few in number. Considering what might happen in the future, there was no room to overlook such a valuable boy. However, he also wondered if it was appropriate to make such a lawless individual a high-ranking noble, especially someone connected to the royal family. If what Ryo accused before the duel was true, he would indeed be a person with far too many issues. What should be done? Abel murmured that and once again let out a deep, deep sigh. For the sake of future developments, Harold needed to lose the duel to Ryo, and it had to be thoroughly done. Though he considered breaking the shoulder with a crosswise strike or having Abel stop the duel altogether. What a shame. Such was the fate of Harold, who became a victim of the author's whims. The next day, Ryo visited the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild. He wanted to learn more about the capable priest Zeke he had heard about yesterday. Of course, since the guild wouldn't provide personal information, he planned to ask Ito from Room 10, who seemed to know Zeke. But he didn't even know where Ito lived. Naturally, he didn't know Nils's address or Ammon's address either, so he thought if he came to the guild, he might meet someone who could help him. Hey, what are you doing? Ryo, acting suspiciously, caught attention. He was a stranger that nobody in the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild had seen before, so it was only natural that he seemed dubious. It was understandable for a hot-headed adventurer to say such a thing. Ryo certainly didn't look strong. In such a situation, there was one person who was overjoyed. Of course, it was Ryo himself. Yes, finally. He might experience the classic development of a reincarnation in another world story, a clash at the guild. At last, he had arrived here. Finally, how long had he been waiting for this moment? It was no wonder a smile appeared on Ryo's face. And when the suspicious adventurer spoke with a mocking expression, it was only natural that the hot-headed adventurer would become furious. What the hell is so funny? With that, he raised his fist. Oi, what are you doing? A sharp voice filled with pressure pierced the surroundings. Grandmaster, the owner of the voice was Hugh McGrath. The adventurer who raised his fist began to sweat profusely, stammering as he tried to explain himself. This guy is acting suspiciously and mocking me. His words made no sense, but it was understandable. Hugh's pressure was overwhelming. Hugh then shifted his gaze to Ryo, who had a look of disappointment. "Ryo, please don't tease him." "Eh?" both Ryo and the adventurer exclaimed in unison. Both were asking why, but their intentions seemed to be vastly different. "Listen, that's Ryo, a C-rank adventurer from Run. Although he's C-rank, that's just a rank deception." "Eh?" Ryo was left speechless. The Grandmaster himself had just called it rank deception. "Don't lay a hand on him. You've heard of Run's water attribute magician, right? If you don't want this guild to collapse, literally, then don't make a move." A person of such stature saying this made the surrounding gazes feel painful to Ryo. "No, I wouldn't do something like that. More importantly, why are you here? This is your first time, isn't it?" Hugh said, leading Ryo further inside. The remaining adventurers began to murmur among themselves. "I've heard of him, Run's water attribute magician Ryo. That's the one who became a rumor back in the day," he froze an A-rank adventurer. "That was just a rumor, wasn't it? It must be true if the Grandmaster says so, right? His title is Duke Silver, or perhaps Icefall." When Ryo was shown into the Grandmaster's office, there were 3 people waiting. They were undeniably B-rank adventurers, Nils and Ammon. "Ito, actually I have a question for you." As soon as Ryo spotted Priest Ito, he immediately began asking. "It's about the priest Zeke who came from the Empire." "Zeke, how do you know about him, Ryo?" In response to Ito's question, Ryo recounted what had happened at Café de Chocolat and in the audience chamber. In summary, he omitted the duel scene from the audience chamber. Both Nils and Ammon, as well as Ito, were surprised. But in the end, Ryo felt a bit dissatisfied with their acceptance of his story with just, "Well, it's Ryo." Ryo was a man who could read the room. First, information gathering was a priority. "Zeke is my age, he's 21 this year. I've been his senior for about half a year. As you know, he came from the Empire, but unusually, he's from the Imperial capital's sanctuary." "Unusual?" "Yes, it's extremely rare. The Empire has a national policy for a national healing mage training school. There, one can learn healing magic like heal and cure, so very few enter the sanctuary. Originally, the number of people who can use healing magic, meaning light attribute magic, is already less compared to wind, fire, earth, and water. But since they often go to the training school, even fewer enter the Imperial capital's sanctuary." This was the first time Ryo learned about the priesthood situation in the Empire. "That said, I left the central sanctuary to become an adventurer, so we were together for about half a year. Zeke not only has high abilities as a priest, but he also seems to have knowledge of martial arts and receive staff technique training alongside monks. Monks, those who dedicate their lives to the goddess of light and continuously fight. They wield blessed staffs and expose themselves on the front lines as frontline fighters. Ryo recalled fighting alongside them during the royal capital turmoil, defending the underground tombs. "I see," Ryo nodded a few times, reconciling it with several memories. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the guild entrance. "What's going on? Is another one like Ryo coming?" Hugh looked at the guild entrance with a skeptical gaze. Ryo, who had suffered from defamation, hung his head. He remembered the near-successful classic development that had failed. "It was so close this time," he lamented. However, this time the commotion at the entrance felt different. It quickly fell silent. Then the receptionist came over with a visitor. "Grandmaster, His Majesty the King has arrived." "The King? Ah, His Majesty the King, Abel." "The King." As the receptionist announced the arrival, Hugh understood. There stood King Abel the First, the current king of the Natore Kingdom, who was also a former A-rank adventurer. "Grandmaster, sorry for the sudden intrusion. Nils, Ito, Ammon, it's been a while." "Your Majesty," as Nils shouted, the 3 of them knelt down in respect. "It's rare for the king to come to the guild." "It's indeed unusual," Hugh said, kneeling as well in a somewhat perfunctory manner. "Here you are slacking off again, Abel," Ryo said, shaking his head in a dismissive manner as if to express exasperation. Of course he wasn't going to bow. "Why is Ryo here?" In response to Ryo, Abel asked. It was very rare for Abel to come to the guild, and it was also uncommon for Ryo to be in the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild. Typically, he would be lounging on the sofa in Abel's room or eating cake at Café de Chocolat. That was the impression. But, of course, I'm an active C-rank adventurer, so it's only natural that I'm here. "How can you say something that nobody would believe so boldly?" Abel shook his head slightly as he spoke. "Why wouldn't they believe me?" "That's mainly due to your usual behavior." As Ryo's desperate mutterings mingled with Nils's confident comments, the atmosphere shifted. "Grandmaster, this is still unofficial, but..." As coffee arrived, Abel began to explain. In the end, Ryo and the 3 from Room 10 remained in the room, listening to Abel's conversation. However, they were warned that this information was confidential and not to be leaked outside this room. I'm thinking of having the Grandmaster be the head of the delegation for the kingdom. Seriously." When Abel said that, Hugh muttered quietly. After pondering for a moment, Hugh glanced at Ryo before speaking. "Isn't it better to make the first Duke over there the leader? That way it'll have more prestige." Unfortunately, Ryo doesn't have much experience negotiating with royalty or high-ranking nobles. As Abel explained, Ryo nodded vigorously, well aware that he lacked such experiences and didn't particularly enjoy them. "I don't like it either, but the Grandmaster should be fine. Hugh should be fine." In response to Hugh's lamentations, Abel and Ryo irresponsibly assured him, "I'm about to have a child." Frederica, right. "Don't worry, the royal family will take responsibility for supporting your wife. Regarding the Grandmaster being away from the guild for an extended period, we've taken that into account too. Don't worry. I'll arrange for a perfect substitute." Abel systematically countered each of Hugh's complaints. After some back and forth, Hugh finally gave in. "All right, I'll be the head of the delegation." "That's great, as expected of the Grandmaster. With this we'll be all right no matter who comes from the Empire or the Alliance," Abel said, filled with joy. Ryo, who had been listening beside him, shared in the joy. The three from room 10 didn't quite understand, but they were drinking coffee. However, whether they imagined that the conversation would soon turn to them. "So, I've kept Nils and the others here because you'll likely be going together." Of course, if it's your command, Abel, no, your majesty, I will go to the ends of the earth," Nils answered fervently. Ito and Ammon shared a wry smile, but they fundamentally believed they wouldn't decline. "That's right, hearing those words puts me at ease. You'll be going to the Western nations." The three were left speechless at Abel's words. They had said to the ends of the earth, but they really were about to go to the western edge. Afterward, they heard about the delegation, its scale, and that it wouldn't just be the kingdom but also many adventurers and knight orders joining, which calmed the three from room 10. After all, it was different to be heading to the western nations with hundreds of people rather than just a small party. "By the way, your majesty." Once it seemed the discussion was nearly at an end, Hugh interjected. "Yes, what about the first Duke and C-rank adventurer here?" Hugh's gaze was directed at Ryo, who was sipping his second cup of coffee and was already thinking about what kind of golems he might encounter in the West. With those words and looks, Ryo realized for the first time that his involvement had yet to be formally decided. Well, of course I'm going too, right? I am going, aren't I? You mentioned something about prestige just a moment ago, right? It's pointless to try and stop me." Ryo is a precious asset for the country, so having that asset leave the country is a bit. I'm going, regardless. No matter what Abel says, I'm going." Ryo stood up, half in tears, shouting at Abel. "But, I understand. From this moment, Duke Rondo's territory will secede from the Natore kingdom, and I will go to the western nations. If the kingdom tries to forcibly stop me, I'll meet them with all the military power of the duchy." "Hey, stop it, you fool," Abel said, a bit flustered as Ryo tried to declare independence while wiping his tears. He understood that stopping Ryo was futile. He was merely teasing him a bit. It wouldn't be good if Ryo actually declared independence. "All right, I'll let Ryo join the delegation. It's better to have him in as a C-rank adventurer for protection rather than as the first Duke. Yea, as expected of Abel, this way the monsters in the forest of Rondo won't attack the kingdom." "Yes, let's make sure that doesn't happen." Imagining griffins, wyverns, or even behemoths attacking the kingdom, Abel shook his head slightly. Of course, he didn't think Ryo could control those monsters. But still, the thought that Ryo might somehow manage to do something with meat was also a fact. In the northwest of the Empire, the city of Gilsbach. Currently, the retired former Emperor Rupert VI resided here. At 55 years old, he had finally freed himself from decades of a document-filled life and was living a life of comfort and ease. However, Rupert sat with deep wrinkles on his forehead, desperately trying to solve the difficult problem in front of him with a very serious expression. Occasionally, a groaning sound would escape his lips, precisely because it was a challenging question. On the sofa opposite him sat Count Hans Kirchhoff, Rupert's right-hand man, calmly sipping his coffee. "I see it," Rupert exclaimed quietly, moving his hand. In response, Hans also moved his hand. After a total of a dozen moves, the two of them played. "Phew, I somehow managed to force a draw. Well done, I thought you would be overrun as is. What a shame." They were playing chess. In this match, the two had engaged in several hundred games, with Rupert managing to bring the overwhelming disadvantage to a draw. After finishing the heated battle, Rupert sipped his coffee with a satisfied expression. "By the way, Helmut is surprisingly small-minded, to drive you out of the Imperial castle without being able to utilize hands. After all, I left the castle precisely to leave hands behind. It couldn't be helped. Lord Helmut has his own aides, however, because of that, I can engage with your majesty like this. I will praise Helmut for that aspect alone." With that, Rupert laughed heartily. Currently, the Emperor of the Empire was Helmut VIII, Rupert's eldest son. Rupert had no intention of practicing regency. He had abdicated the throne and entrusted all governance of the empire to Helmut, becoming a retired noble. As part of his daily routine, he battled chess with hands, practiced swordplay, and occasionally played with magic. In between, he trained his body, becoming far healthier than when he was on the throne, and his physique had tightened even more than during his time as emperor. Speaking of which, it seems Helmut intends to send Conrad as a representative for the delegation. Yes, it appears so. Lord Conrad has opened his ducal house and seems to finally be getting on track, but I see. Conrad was Rupert's third son and the biological brother of Helmut VIII. Since Helmut ascended to the throne, he had descended to nobility with his other siblings and opened his ducal house. The impetus for the delegation to the Western nations was the invitation sent from the Western Church, right? Yes. It seems a famous party from the Western nations has delivered it. It will be the first change in Pope in decades, and this time it will be the 100th generation. They wish for a large-scale delegation to be sent to coincide with the inauguration ceremony. How suspicious! When Rupert said this, Hans smiled wryly. Then he asked, Your Majesty suspects there's something behind this matter. Of course, there must be multiple layers of ulterior motives behind something like this. Has the scale and escort been decided yet? Yes. 100 clerks, around 20 from the Imperial Knight Order, and about 200 from the Imperial Army. I see. Helmut is providing a hefty escort, which suggests he thinks there might be something along the way or upon arrival. Listening to the conversation, Rupert nodded several times in agreement. However, sending Conrad, could it be a conspiracy? He's overthinking it. That small murmur was just audible enough for even Hans to hear. After a moment of silence pondering, Rupert said, All right, I will be the representative of the Empire. Hans, having likely anticipated this, shook his head slightly with a wry smile. Despite some back and forth, Rupert managed to get Emperor Helmut to approve his appointment as the head of the delegation. Helmut's grim expression at that moment was quite significant, but Rupert chose to ignore it. Then an announcement was made throughout the Empire and the Central Nations. The Empire will send a delegation to the Western nations. The representative will be the former Emperor Rupert VI. Surely not His Majesty Rupert? In the king's office, Abel muttered. On the sofa before him sat Chancellor Count Heinlein and the Grand Master Hugh McGrath, who would represent the kingdom's delegation. By the way, Ryo sat quietly in a corner of the room, reading a book related to alchemy. It was his usual spot when the sofa was occupied. According to prior information, it was decided that Duke Conrad of Elba, brother of Emperor Helmut, would be the representative. Even Count Heinlein let out a small sigh. He, who had an intelligence network unparalleled in the Central Nations, had missed this piece of information. Count Heinlein, by the way, who do you think will be the representative of the alliance? With a grim face, Hugh sought confirmation. There has been no official announcement yet, but it is 8 or 9 out of 10 likely to be His Majesty King Robert Perlo of Capitone. Ugh! The man who Lord Aubrey couldn't kill? Robert Perlo is sometimes referred to as the man Lord Aubrey couldn't kill, being the only man among the members of the Council of 10 to remain alive. Of course, his high abilities are well known throughout the Central Nations. Well, whoever comes will be a challenge. That's not something Your Majesty should say, Abel said carelessly, while Hugh argued back with a more serious face than before. The former emperor and the former king, one is just a Grand Master. The ranks are too different, aren't they? Hugh shook his head repeatedly as he said this. It will be fine. The kingdom delegation has a secret weapon, the first Duke, hidden within. When the time comes, he will be our greatest asset. Are you planning to wage war along the way? At Abel's words, Hugh shook his head even more. It seemed the road ahead would be a difficult one. In the midst of the excitement surrounding the Central Nations delegation to the Western nations, a certain C-rank party found themselves in danger in the Eastern Kingdom. A swordsman was barely conscious but unable to move, while a dual-wielder struggled to carry him and escape the peril. And to help those two, a priest was clearing their path with his staff. He swung the staff, struck, and thrust. Due to the weapon's characteristics, he could even perform area attacks, and Priest Zeke was scattering monsters away. That said, being in the forest meant that he had to limit his swings somewhat. In any case, they had to escape quickly. Gawain, we're almost out of the forest. Hold on until then. Yeah, I still have plenty of stamina left. Gawain followed behind Zeke while carrying Harold on his back. Though he claimed to be fine, Zeke could tell that Gawain's fatigue was peaking. This was because Zeke himself was also on the brink of exhaustion. All right, we've made it out. Huh, Gawain said happily, but his words suddenly cut off. The reason was clear. Ahead of them, just outside the forest, there was a gathering of monsters. Ogres, bipedal monsters with the head of a pig, they stood just under 2 meters tall. In many cases, they wield weapons, swords, or crudely made clubs, among others. They are more intelligent than goblins but sturdier than them as well. In terms of strength, they fall somewhere in between the two, but their intelligence makes them a troublesome opponent in group battles. There were roughly 50 of these ogres. "Why are there so many here?" Gawain muttered, and Zeke shared the same question in his mind. Moreover, it was as if they had anticipated the 3 of them arriving, as they were armed and waiting. However, now was not the time to ponder that. There must be a way to escape somehow. Zeke stood with his staff ready in front of the 2, scanning the area for an escape route. But there was none. Do we have no choice but to defeat these guys? There was no other option. 50 ogres while protecting Harold and Gawain. Despair was all he felt. If he were alone, he could probably break through the ogres and escape. Or perhaps he might manage to get Gawain out, but carrying an immobile Harold made it impossible. And there was no choice in Zeke's mind to leave Harold behind. That was not just for him. "Zeke, leave Harold to me. I won't let them touch him." With that, Gawain laid Harold down on the ground and drew his twin swords, standing guard ahead. Neither Zeke nor Gawain had any intention of abandoning Harold. "Understood. I'll leave him to you." With those words, Zeke kicked off the ground and charged into the crowd of ogres. "Thrust like a spear, sweep like a naginata, wield a takai, and even the staff shall not falter." An ancient poem that represents the staff possessing the characteristics of a spear, naginata, and takai all at once in Japan. And there was another. "Do not injure, control the person and admonish. The teaching resides beyond the staff." Indeed, originally, a staff was meant to subdue without harming the opponent, or at least, it was supposed to be. However, in Phi, and for the priests who wield the staff, it was not like that. This was because the staff had been blessed with a holy blessing. While it acted as a normal staff against humans, it was not the same against monsters. It dealt damage many times over compared to what it would against humans. Depending on where it struck, one could even take down an ogre in a single blow. Of course, when facing undead, the damage would be doubled. As Zeke dove into the group of ogres, he swung his staff. Even if he couldn't defeat them outright, he could render them incapable of fighting. Even so, he aimed to weaken their combat power. And he thrust, thrust, thrust. His form was like that of a demon god. "Zeke, you're amazing as always," Gawain, the dual wielder, muttered in awe. Gawain had devoted all his loyalty to Harold. This was because his life had been saved by him. However, he placed complete trust in Zeke as well. Harold trusted Zeke too. During this trip to the east, Zeke had opposed it. Normally, Harold would heed Zeke's straight talk, but this time he stubbornly refused, and the result was this. In any case, Zeke was incredible, not only regarding light attribute magic as a priest, but also in judgment, action, and combat prowess. It was the first time he had witnessed such a display of staff technique since they formed their party, but it was not unexpected at all. Because he believed in Zeke deep down in his heart. That was why several ogres, avoiding Zeke, charged toward Gawain and Harold. "I won't let you through." Without allowing even a single blow, he slashed with his twin swords. Gawain was also a C-rank adventurer. He had sufficiently proven that his combat power was worthy of a C rank. However, it was still tough for 2 of them to defeat 50 ogres. As he continued his movement like a demon god, part of Zeke's mind was calmly observing the battle situation. "I can't defeat them all," but he could not stop. Even though he had reduced their numbers, it was already impossible to escape now. The point of no return, the timing to turn back had already passed. "At least I have to protect Harold and Gawain," he thought, but Gawain was also sustaining significant injuries while fighting. With Zeke unable to heal while in combat, he had continued to protect Harold while still wounded. "Ugh!" An ogre's club struck Zeke's leg, causing him to involuntarily cry out and kneel. "Damn it." But at that moment, several attack spells and arrows struck the ogres from behind. Simultaneously, a command echoed in the surroundings. "Knight order, charge!" A group of knights suddenly attacked the ogres from behind. This must have been unexpected even for the ogres. In confusion, they lost their organized movements. They began to flee, and the knights slashed at them from behind. Then, just a minute after the knight order appeared, all the ogres lay prostrate on the ground. "Are you all right?" The commander walked over to Zeke, who was barely holding himself up with his staff. The emblem shining on his chest was Silverdale Knight Order. "Silverdale is near the royal capital, the Central Duke, right? Why are you all the way out here in the east?" Zeke recognized the Knight Order, and Gawain expressed his doubts upon hearing that. But first, gratitude was in order. "Thank you for your assistance. We were ambushed by a group of ogres while trying to escape from a trap with unclear details. We are grateful." "No, I'm glad we made it in time. Priest's son is also quite injured, and so is the dual wielder. If you'd like, we can have our priest heal you." "Please do," Zeke said and bowed his head. Immediately, a priest from the Knight Order came and began healing Zeke and Gawain. Then he checked on Harold. "What in the world?" The priest couldn't help but exclaim. He had never seen such a condition before. It looked as if blue flames were erupting around Harold's heart area like a phantom, and even when he placed his hand over it, it wasn't hot, so it wasn't real fire. But what could it possibly be, and why was he in that state? The priests accompanying the Night Order didn't understand either. It seems we can't do anything about your comrade's condition around here. I gathered from the emblem, but we are the Silverdale Night Order. Currently, we are here in the East for an expedition training. We are staying in Wingston, the largest city in the East, but right now, there are no high-ranking priests present. Yes, I'm aware of that. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but you are Miss Face of the Silverdale Ducal House, aren't you? Indeed, I am Face. Miss Face nodded in response to Zeke's question. This comrade of mine is Harold, the nephew of His Majesty the King. Harold, the late Crown Prince Sindish's leftover. Miss Face appeared surprised by that. I see. We must act quickly. It would be best to have him examined at the central sanctuary in the royal capital. The Silverdale Ducal House will prepare a carriage. If we hurry from Wingston, we can reach the royal capital in 2 days. Thank you very much. In unison, Zeke and Gowan expressed their gratitude. Good, all personnel retreat. The royal capital's central temple, which is usually a place of peace and tranquility, was filled with noise that day. It all began when a priest and a dual wielder arrived, dragging along a weary companion. Is that Zeke? It's been a while. Please call the high priest immediately. Oh, all right, I understand. Many priests remembered Zeke, who had once trained in this central temple. Given that Zeke, who was always composed, was this flustered and calling for the high priest, it was easy to imagine that the situation was quite serious. After bringing Harold inside, the high priest Gabriel appeared almost immediately. Without much of a greeting, he focused on the area around Harold's heart. Could it be a spirit curse? At Gabriel's murmuring, Zeke felt puzzled. He had never heard the term spirit curse during his time at the temple. He had no recollection of learning about spirit curses even during the Empire's reign. In other words, it was not a common phenomenon in the Central Nations. I will perform exorcism. Prepare immediately. Also, please call Princess Rhea and Rasharda. Princess Rhea? Yes, Zeke, she's here at the Central Temple right now. With that, Gabriel nodded firmly. Zeke also knew that Princess Rhea was the saint. Exorcism is a magic that is different from the usual. The more high-ranking priests there are, the better. This exorcism will be performed with both the high priest and the saint present. This is the best environment one could hope for in the Central Nations. Don't worry, Zeke. The Central Temple will heal any person with all its might. Rest assured. With those words, High Priest Gabriel smiled. That smile was one Zeke had seen many times during his time at the Central Temple, and it always brought him comfort. And once again, yes, thank you, High Priest. Harold was laid down in the Chamber of Serenity, which is located in the northernmost part of the Central Temple. It was a massive circular room with a radius of 50 meters, called the Oval Room, with stairs leading to an underground tomb at its center. Harold was laid down in a place near the altar beside the stairs of the Chamber of Serenity, where sacred powers from past saints, and high priests flow from the underground tomb, making healing in this room said to be the most effective. Keeping an eye on Harold laid, there was the legacy officer Viscount Rasharda Debo. Rasharda was not only renowned in the kingdom, but also known as one of the best legacy officers in the Central Nations, having been granted the exception to hold a noble title while being recognized as a priest. High Priest Gabriel approached Rasharda to speak. Rasharda, do you know what kind of spirit curse this is? I'm sorry, Gabriel. This is a spirit curse I am unfamiliar with, Rasharda answered while shaking her head apologetically. No, there's no need to apologize. In the first place, spirit curses are not common in the Central Nations. Of course, they exist at the level of folk legends, but to be honest, a spirit curse of a dimension different from that of humans is. High Priest Gabriel said this, and Rasharda nodded in agreement. High Priest, the preparations for Dispel Curse are complete. The saint dressed in priestly attire, Princess Rhea, informed Gabriel. Gabriel nodded once and began to walk. Surrounding Harold, 10 high-ranking priests, including Gabriel and Rhea, formed a circle. After calming their breathing, Gabriel began to chant. O great goddess, I humbly beseech thee. Our friend, trapped by a different principle from ours, and your child, trapped by a different principle from you, grant us the mercy to return them to the principles of this world. Our friend bearing wounds different from ours, and your child bearing wounds different from you, we humbly request thee to release them from their shackles. Dispel curse. When High Priest Gabriel finished the chant, light emanated from the 10 surrounding him and gathered together. That light slowly enveloped Harold. The soft, warm light was, but then it burst suddenly. What? The exorcism failed? The failure of an exorcism involving the High Priest and the Saint. That meant that no one could break this spirit curse at present. Afterward, many priests began to search through past records at the Central Temple Library for clues about Harold's spirit curse. The Central Temple will exert all its healing power against any person. High Priest Gabriel's words were shared and held with pride by all priests in the temple. This was something they demonstrated through their actions. The report that Harold had fallen under some spirit curse, one that even the Central Temple couldn't break, naturally reached King Abel soon after. When he heard the report, Abel was literally at a loss for words. He couldn't find the words to say. It was true that Harold was a troublesome person, from the sudden audience he had requested to various other issues he created. He couldn't be said to be deeply thoughtful. Though he was in a position to eventually become a duke and protect the kingdom and the royal family, he still had a long way to go. Still, it was a fact that he was the late brother's memento. In another world, he might have been the one sitting on this throne instead of Abel. It would be a lie to say he felt no guilt. Caught in a mix of various emotions, he couldn't find the words to express. In the end, the only words he uttered were, "I understand." Just that. That day, Ryo was approached, likely by coincidence. He was at the Royal Castle Library as usual. Of course, he wasn't searching for materials related to Harold's spirit curse. He had simply come to find a book to read at Café de Chocolat. Because of that, he had already planned in his mind to order a cake set at Café de Chocolat after finding a book. I heard they have a new seasonal cake set, so maybe that would be good. He was unsure if anyone heard his mumbling, but Ryo was spoken to. "Excuse me for bothering you, Your Grace." "Huh, oh, Chief Librarian, hello." Chief Librarian Gasparnini was a good person. Because of that, Ryo greeted him cheerfully. However, he suddenly remembered. Could it be that he had forgotten to return a book again? Is it possible I have another overdue book? The cold sweat running down his back was probably not just his imagination. However, the response he received was reassuring. "No, Your Grace, it's all right. There are no long overdue books." "Oh, thank goodness." Ryo said that from the bottom of his heart. But aside from that, he couldn't think of a reason for Chief Librarian Gasparnini to approach him. Ryo tilted his head and asked, "Then, is there another issue?" "Yes, I wanted to confirm. I've heard that there are rumors about Lord Harold's mysterious illness circulating within the royal castle." "Harold. I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with the relationships within the royal castle." Ryo genuinely couldn't remember. If he had been reminded that Harold was that Mont Blanc kid, or part of the capable priest Zeke's party, he might have recalled. He is a C-rank adventurer and a relative of His Majesty the King. "Oh, Mont. No, excuse me. Lord Harold, yes, it seems he is looking for something. Chief Librarian, do you know anything about it?" Ryo wasn't particularly interested in Harold's matter, but Ryo had been at the Central Temple the whole time. And although Abel wasn't saying anything, he seemed concerned, so it wasn't that he was unwilling to help. "Yes, actually, Lord Harold visited this library about half a month ago, read a book, and then partially transcribed it. This is it." "Abel, I need to talk to you," Ryo said up to that point when he realized there was someone ahead of him. It was a familiar face. "Oh, Legacy Officer Rasharda, long time no see. Ryo-san, I apologize, Your Grace, it has been a while. No, please just call me Ryo as before." Just as he was about to say that, Ryo remembered the reason he had come. "Abel, this is Chief Librarian Gasparnini from the Royal Castle Library. It seems he has information regarding Harold's matter." Of course, I know Lord Gasparnini. He's been the librarian since I was a child. I've relied on him quite a bit." "That is too kind of you to say." When Abel said this, Chief Librarian Gasparnini bowed deeply in gratitude. "So what is this matter regarding Harold?" "Yes. About half a month ago, Lord Harold read this book at the Royal Castle Library and partially transcribed it, saying that Chief Librarian Gasparnini presented a book titled Those Who Seek Power, From Angels to Demons. The author of this book is?" Rasharda reacted. "Yes, Count Goose." Chief Librarian Gasparnini seemed to understand what Rasharda was thinking. He nodded in response. "The works of Count Goose are, how should I put it, a mix of gems and stones." "That is exactly right. There are some dubious items among them. This book cannot be said to be very credible. However, Lord Harold transcribed this page." With that, Chief Librarian Gasparnini opened the relevant page and pointed to it. "I see, to obtain the power of a demon." Rasharda read that and murmured. Abel looked in from the side. "This is Spirit Curse of Explosion, so this is the Spirit Curse of Explosion." Rasharda's eyes widened and she placed her hand on her forehead, pondering something. "Are you saying that Harold sought that power and ended up falling under this Spirit Curse of Explosion?" Abel frowned and murmured. "Your Majesty, I believe that is correct. There are several legends regarding Spirit Curse of Explosion. It's rare in the Central Nations, but it's well known in the Western nations. I had never seen it myself, and although I had heard the term Spirit Curse of Explosion, I wasn't aware of what condition one would be in after being trapped by it, as no legends remained. However, considering the situation, Lord Harold's spirit curse is likely the spirit curse of explosion. Harold, that fool, there's no way to gain power through an easy method. Abel's words were filled with bitterness. However, there were other things to confirm now. So, what is this spirit curse? This book does not elaborate on the content of the spirit curse of explosion. Yes, it is impossible to break it with magic. As for the condition, in 3 days the spirit curse will settle, and he will be able to move like before. The spirit curse does not control movements or emotions. However, as the name Spirit Curse of Explosion suggests, eventually his body will burst. Burst? Abel couldn't continue speaking in response to Rasharta's explanation. Ryo felt the same way. It's like carrying a time bomb inside your body. This is painful. Ryo, who did not particularly want Harold to face misfortune, felt ordinary pity for him. Eventually he will burst, but when will that be? I'm not sure. All I know is that the legend says it won't burst for a year. In response to Abel's question, Rasharta shook her head. And so, what is the method for the exorcism? The most important question, Abel asked Rasharta. Rasharta's answer was something no one had imagined. 1 drop of the Demon King's blood on his forehead. Silence, no one spoke, not a single word. It was different from mere quietness. For a full minute, no one opened their mouths. After a while, Ryo decided to break the silence. He raised his right hand to speak. Rasharta-san, I have a question. Ryo-san, go ahead. Is the Demon King's blood literally the blood of the Demon King? Like, is it some sort of metaphor, or perhaps the name of a wine? Ryo asked, hinting at the implication similar to the blood of Christ. Yes, it is literally and unmistakably the blood of the Demon King. Unbelievable? Ryo was genuinely astonished by Rasharta's answer. It felt like something out of a role-playing game. It had a very fantasy-like vibe. Rasharta thought it necessary to provide further explanation and began to explain. As I mentioned earlier, this spirit curse of explosion is extremely rare in the Central Nations, to the point that almost no traditions regarding it remain. It is likely related to the sealed demon of the East this time. Ryo and the others had encountered the demon of the South before. That time, it was a commotion involving demon insects. However, this spirit curse is well known in the Western nations. Apparently, there are humans who frequently fall victim to this curse. Thus, it is said that the Western Church keeps the Demon King's blood in storage. What? Everyone present was rendered speechless by Rasharta's explanation. Indeed, Demon Kings are born regularly. In order to defeat those Demon Kings, heroes are also born at regular intervals. A few years back, an announcement was made by the Western Church stating that hero Roman had defeated a Demon King. If blood was collected at the time of that defeat, it would indeed be possible to store it. It seems we should discuss this with everyone after Harold regains consciousness, Abel said, and both Rasharta and Ryo nodded. 5 days later, Royal Castle Special Conference Room, various stakeholders had gathered there. King Abel I, Queen Rhea, Chancellor Marquis Alexis Heinlein, High Priest Gabriel of the Central Sanctuary, Legacy Officer Viscount Rasharta Debo, Grandmaster Hugh McGrath of the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, C-Rank Adventurer Ryo, B-Rank Adventurers Nils, Ito, and Ammon, party name Room 10, and C-Rank Adventurers Harold, Zeke, and Gowan, party name Room 11. The latter group of 6 adventurers was exceedingly tense. Isn't it a bit out of place for us to be here? Only Ammon was able to voice such words. Nils was rigid due to the presence of Abel. Ito was rigid because Rhea was present. As for Harold and the others, they were rigid because Room 10 was there. Then, let's begin the meeting. The host was Chancellor Marquis Heinlein. Harold's current situation was briefly explained. This was a confirmation since it had been conveyed beforehand, including to Room 10. Harold appeared to have been quite shaken when he first heard about his situation, but after 2 days he had come to accept it. That's the situation. After Marquis Heinlein finished his explanation, a certain individual quietly raised his right hand to request to speak. Zeke Dono, go ahead, Marquis Heinlein designated him. Excuse me, I have a request for His Majesty the King and you, McGrath Sama. Please allow us, Room 11, to be included in the delegation to the Western nations. This was a request that had been anticipated. However, many thought that it would be Harold himself making the request, not Priest Zeke. Zeke, it's not okay, Harold. As long as there is hope, clinging to it is not something to be ashamed of. You intend to establish a ducal house, right? You can't just abandon that great aspiration here. You should face this spirit curse with all your might. Although Harold and Zeke were speaking in subdued voices, everyone present could still hear them. Room 10, Legacy Officer Rasharta, and High Priest Gabriel, the 5 of them did not show any particular change in expression, despite not knowing that Harold was the last remnant of Crown Prince Cain. A meeting attended by the king was being held within the royal castle. It was only natural that the central figure of the agenda was not an ordinary person. Anyone could guess that much. "Grandmaster, what do you think?" Abel asked Hugh McGrath. "Well, since these guys are C-rank adventurers, they have the right to accept requests for escorting outside the country, in terms of capability. To put it bluntly, their combat strength is not an issue." Hugh scratched his head and continued speaking. "While their combat strength is not a problem, I'm not good at sugarcoating words, so I'll say it plainly. Harold, your personality has too many issues. Considering the potential for you to go wild, to be honest, I have significant concerns about having you join the delegation as an escort." Hugh stared directly at Harold and said this. Harold initially glared back at Hugh but quickly averted his gaze. It seemed he was aware of it. "If the Grandmaster represents us, wouldn't he be able to keep him in check?" That was Abel speaking. From Abel's perspective, Harold was his nephew. Despite having troublesome aspects in his personality, he was the last remnant of his deceased brother and a person of precious blood related to the royal family. Given that the spirit curse of explosion would undoubtedly lead to death, and considering that the companions wanted to help him, he had no intention of opposing letting him take on the challenge. Abel might be an adventurer before he was a king. "Certainly, I am the representative, but I won't always be right beside him. When the opponent is Your Majesty Rupert or His Majesty Robert Perlow, I'll have to focus my nerves on dealing with them." Hugh shook his head as he spoke. "I'll take responsibility. I will take responsibility for Harold's actions. I will ensure he doesn't do anything concerning, so please." The one who said this was indeed Priest Zeke. He bowed his head as he said this. Along with him, party member Gowan also bowed his head. Harold looked at Zeke bowing his head with a mixture of regret and embarrassment, and then he also bowed his head. Hugh silently observed the three of them. Hugh understood that if things continued as they were, Harold's life would eventually come to an end, and he wanted to avoid that if possible. While it was true that Harold had personality issues, it wasn't as if he thought it was okay for him to die. He was, in a sense, his subordinate and also a companion as an adventurer. Nobody wants to see their companions die, right? While thinking such things, he shifted his gaze. What he focused on was the three members of Room 10 and Ryo. "Hey, Harold," Hugh called out. "Yes." Harold noticed that Hugh was calling someone else instead of him. Hugh was looking at the three of Room 10 and at the C-rank adventurer who had broken Harold's shoulder. "You respect Nils and the others, right?" "Yes, I respect them." Harold spoke the most forcefully he had so far. Upon hearing that, especially Nils turned red in the face. "Ah, so that's why their party name is Room 11. Ryo thought it was oddly convincing. Moreover, it seemed that among Room 10, he respected Nils the most. That passionate gaze was obvious even to Ryo. Nils and the others from Room 10 will also be included in this delegation. You Room 11 will end up fighting alongside Nils and the others, and if you act foolishly, you will be sullying the name of one of the parties representing the kingdom, which is Room 10. With those words, Harold's eyes widened. Of course, he had no intention of sullying Room 10's reputation, but he was surprised not by that, but by the fact that Hugh seemed to be speaking as if it was a given that they would accompany the delegation. "Got it. Your actions could tarnish the reputation of Room 10. Be sure to consider that in your actions." "Yes, understood," Harold nodded in response. Zeke and Gowan also looked at Hugh before turning to Harold. They too understood that they were likely to accompany the delegation. "That being said, Your Majesty, Harold and the others will be added to the escort adventurers for the delegation." "Understood. Grandmaster, I'm counting on you." "Yes. Or rather, it's more about—" Hugh said this, then looked at the water attribute mage who was sitting neatly beside Room 10, pretending to listen. "Oh, and Harold, C-rank adventurer Ryo will also be joining the delegation." Harold had suspected this, but hearing it reiterated, tension coursed through his expression. It was only natural, considering that this was the person who had done such things to him. "That's right, it was Ryo who broke your shoulder and stabbed you." Upon hearing Hugh's words, the three members of Room 10 revealed their surprise and turned to look at Ryo. Under the scrutiny of 6 pairs of eyes, Ryo, while saying that he hadn't stabbed him, let his gaze wander elsewhere and tried to whistle to deflect the attention, only to fail miserably. Thus, he decided to make an excuse. That was because that Harold challenged me to a duel. It was simply the result of a normal duel. It wasn't my fault, okay? Hey, Nils, what's with that disbelieving look?" "Well, I figured Ryo must have provoked him or something." He was right. "Well, what are you talking about?" Ryo was unable to hide his agitation. "Well, be that as it may, Harold, if you respect Nils and the others, you must have heard of the story of the 4th member of Room 10. "Yes, of course, I have heard that rumor. It was said that there was a mage as the 4th member of Room 10. I don't believe it, though. It is true, and that 4th member is Ryo." The impact of those words was immense. Harold involuntarily stood up and looked at Ryo. With eyes wide open, then he looked at Nils. Nils, being looked at, also understood what Harold was questioning. It's true, Ryo was originally our roommate and he has helped us complete numerous requests. Nils responded clearly. But then why is this man, Ryo, not a member of Room 10? That's because Ryo was too strong. The one who answered was Priest Ito, also from Room 10. That answer surprised not only Harold but also Priest Zeke. Could it be that this Ryo really is the fourth member of Room 10? Harold was visibly struggling to accept this fact. Well, anyway, listen to Ryo within the delegation. Ryo, take care of the members of Room 11 as well. Hugh looked back and forth between Harold and Ryo as he said this. Understood. So you mean to make them go through training similar to what Nils and the others experienced? Hey, stop it. Ryo nodded gravely and responded, while Nils hurriedly tried to stop him. Ito shook his head repeatedly, and Ammon wore a wry smile. On April 21st, I will post a short 276 interlude at noon. The main story 277 will be posted at the usual time of 9 p.m. On the day just a few days before the delegation's departure, Ryo accidentally encountered a group that had just finished an audience. Ryo! With a familiar voice, Sira launched herself at him at supersonic speed. In the past, this had resulted in unintentional punches or elbows landing on Ryo's stomach, but recently Ryo had become accustomed to it. He caught her without any issue and embraced her. Hey, Sira, what brings you to the royal castle? Ryo voiced his natural curiosity. Of course I came to see Ryo. That's a lie. Lady Granny. Both Sira and Ryo called out the name of the person who had made that punchline. Sira did so with the implication of why would you say that, while Ryo's tone reflected, I knew it. Ryo is going to the Western nations with the delegation, right? I brought a letter from the Forest of the West to entrust to the delegation. Ah, I see. Ryo nodded at Lady Granny's explanation. Although he knew nothing about the circumstances of the elves outside the Central Nations, he could somewhat sense that elves existed in the Western nations as well. Well, none of that really matters. None of that matters, but I came for that reason. Lady Granny shook her head slightly at Sira's words. Ryo, it's been a while since I visited the royal capital. I want to eat some delicious food, so guide me. Sira asked cheerfully, looking genuinely happy. Ryo loved Sira's smile. Of course, he had no objections. Sure, recently there have been many good places opening up. The hamburger quality was already high, the spaghetti is delicious, and the curry almost rivals runs. Spaghetti, not pasta? Yes, that is definitely spaghetti. As Sira and Ryo chatted, they walked down the hallway. Behind them were Lady Granny and the group from the Forest of the West, and she murmured to herself, could it be that Sira joined this group to deliver the letter on purpose? Within the royal capital, the Elf Autonomous Bureau. It was currently an unmatched building in its elegance, adorned with various mechanisms created through alchemy. Though it successfully defended itself until the end during the royal capital turmoil, it ultimately relied on Sira's solo efforts, leading to a strict order from Lady Granny to enhance its defenses. And it continued to be reinforced every day. As part of this, they purchased the noble mansions adjacent to the Autonomous Bureau that had been abandoned during the royal capital turmoil, and new training facilities were established, resulting in an even larger area than before. Welcome back, Lady Granny. Where's Sira? Yes, I met Ryo at the royal castle. Ah, I see. With just that brief explanation from Lady Granny, Commissioner Carson of the Autonomous Bureau understood and smiled wryly. Probably, it was a date of sorts around the royal capital. Ryo had been visiting the Forest of the West quite regularly from the Forest of Rondo. Although it seemed to be quite a distance, he never mentioned how he got there, but Lady Granny knew. Though she didn't understand the circumstances at all, he arrived riding a griffin. He had jumped down from the griffin's back. No elf had ever heard of someone riding on a griffin's back, but Lady Granny happened to see that scene through her telescope, making it unbelievable yet necessary to believe. However, Lady Granny had not spoken of this to anyone, not even to Sira. She understood that Ryo didn't want it to be spread around. For various reasons, all the elves in the kingdom knew about Ryo, and after witnessing his sword fights with Sira, they began to show him respect as well. It was clear that even if all the elves in the kingdom banded together, they would likely not be able to defeat Sira, yet he fought on equal terms with her. That was distinctly abnormal. For Commissioner Carson, Ryo also held the position of the first Duke of the kingdom. They would sometimes meet within the royal castle, and he also attended meetings with the king and the chancellor. There was no doubt that he recognized Ryo as one of the important figures within the kingdom. Having such a person on friendly terms with Sira, who had now become one of the most well-known figures among the kingdom's elves, was beneficial for him in terms of position. After all, Carson's role was to bridge the elves and the kingdom. So Carson, how is everything proceeding? Yes, the expansion work for the training facility will be completed next month. Regarding the defense systems, with the cooperation of Viscount Kenneth Hayward, it seems the Autonomous Bureau will be fortified so that it will never fall again, even if something like the royal capital turmoil were to occur. Good. I'm counting on you. Lady Granny appeared satisfied with that answer. Nodding her head vigorously, she walked toward the building. Carson murmured to himself, "The goal is the fortress within the royal capital. Is Kenneth there?" The scene I once saw is repeating itself at the entrance of the Royal Alchemy Workshop. Standing there is the water attribute Mage, dressed exactly as he was back then. However, there is one significant difference. "Your Grace Duke Rondo, I have been waiting for you." His status has changed dramatically, eliminating the need for any unlawful intrusions. Over these last 3 years, he has frequented the Royal Alchemy Workshop quite often. The guards and staff at the workshop know Ryo. Even in his adventurer mage attire, they recognize him as the first Duke, and also as a disciple in alchemy of the workshop's owner, Viscount Kenneth Hayward. Though this is something Ryo has been proclaiming on his own, Kenneth always smiles wryly upon hearing it. Nonetheless, on this day, Ryo had contacted Kenneth in advance, allowing for an unusually smooth entry. "Ah, Ryo-san, thank you for coming." Kenneth greeted Ryo with a warm smile as he entered the laboratory. "I heard you completed something interesting, so I came to see it." Ryo's expression was filled with excitement, even more than usual. It was something that Kenneth himself had deemed interesting. Naturally, this piqued his curiosity. "Yes, this is quite interesting, for now I have named it Echo of the Soul." "What is that?" There couldn't be a more fantastical name than this. To put it simply, it's a long-distance communication device. It suddenly became a very realistic term. Ahaha, Echo of the Soul and long-distance communication. It's not often you see such a juxtaposition of words. You were also given the long-distance communication tablet, right? It was named Communication Tablet, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's placed in the Forest of Rondo. That's the one from which he received the message to ascend the castle. This is an improved and smaller version of that. Depending on the user's magical power, it can be used repeatedly over considerable distances. "Oh, that's amazing," Kenneth explained, and Ryo expressed his surprise. Then Ryo recalled the story he had heard in Abel's office. "Earlier, Kenneth showed me a paper, right, about long-distance communication through magic stone segmentation. You remember well, that's precisely what this is based on." In fact, Ryo had received an item utilizing that technology from Kenneth afterward. But that's a story for another time. Kenneth brought out a tiny object that looked like a small earring. "This is it. So small, the blue magic stone embedded in it was likely less than a centimeter in diameter. The pure silver frame looked quite stylish. It was probably something to be worn on the ear. I'm not good at piercing my body." Ryo had never worn earrings in his life. "Don't worry, I thought you might say that, so this one is designed to clip onto your earlobe like an earring. Once set, it automatically adjusts to the perfect size, so it won't hurt at all." "Really? This is the world of magic. This is the world of alchemy. This is Kenneth Hayward, still. I've never seen a blue magic stone before." "Ah, blue magic stones are quite hard to obtain. Of course, they come from water-dwelling monsters, but when they are defeated, they sink to the ocean floor." "I see." Ryo nodded at Kenneth's explanation. "Speaking of which, the monsters he fought against while battling the bait ball also sank away. Since you're a water attribute mage, you have excellent compatibility with blue magic stones. In fact, this was prepared with you in mind. Seriously, this has one incredible function. There's also Rosalia, the dark attribute mage in Twilight Land, who helped me with this. That's where the name Echo of the Soul comes from." Kenneth began explaining with an even brighter smile, showcasing a ring embedded with a matching blue magic stone. "Royal Castle, King's Office. King Abel was buried in documents just like before. However, there were fewer papers than before." "Hey, Ryo, what is it, Abel?" As Abel signed documents, Ryo lay sprawled on the sofa, reading a book related to alchemy and answering casually. "You're set to leave for the Western nations tomorrow, but have you finished all your preparations?" "Of course. I've informed Sira, and I confirmed with the head librarian that I've returned everything except for this book I'm currently reading. All that's left is to eat curry or hamburger tonight at Gourmet Restaurant, and it'll be perfect." Oh. Abel was a bit curious about the menu at Gourmet Restaurant, but decided not to ask in detail. Now that he was feeling better, he thought it would be nice to visit there while Ryo was gone. However, the doctor's watchful eye could not be deceived. "Abel, just because I'm not here doesn't mean you should overexert yourself or wander around aimlessly. You're still recovering." "Of course not." Ryo stared at Abel, gesturing with his glasses. He resembled a prosecutor cornering a defendant rather than a doctor. Still, it seems that Ryo only values alchemy and meals as important things. How rude. The pinnacle of alchemy is a distant goal. There's no time to waste, and meals are the foundation of human activity. They shouldn't be neglected. If your Majesty the King has such a shallow understanding, the future of the kingdom looks grim. I'm sorry, Abel, pointed out by Ryo, inexplicably apologized. Ryo, looking smug at Abel's reaction, suddenly shouted, I forgot. What happened? Abel raised his head from the documents, curious. I didn't schedule a plan to eat cake at Café de Chocolat. Oh, that's serious. King Abel I, now relaxed, returned to signing documents once again. Yes, just another usual day. However, today wouldn't just end there. Ryo, it's rare for you. Have you ever worn earrings before? Abel, having glanced away from his documents, asked as he noticed the beautiful blue magic stone on Ryo's left ear. That's right. I forgot. You seem to have forgotten quite a lot, Ryo exclaimed about his forgetfulness, and Abel sighed as if it was to be expected. That's Kenneth's invention. It's a very convenient item, but it continuously consumes magical power while worn, so I ended up being the first to try it. Well, Ryo's magical power is endless. Even Abel, knowing many mages, recognized Ryo's magical power as extraordinary. He had never seen Ryo exhausted of magical power. Ryo then fixed his gaze on Abel. What's wrong? Abel, rarely being looked at that way by Ryo, asked. Abel, do you truly trust me from the bottom of your heart? What's with that all of a sudden? Abel was even more surprised by Ryo's question. If you wish, and if you truly trust me, I will take your soul with me to the Western nations. At the Royal Capital Adventurers Guild, in the Grand Master's office. I hear the Grand Master Proxy will be coming today while I'm away. Hugh McGrath appeared restless, but did not pause in his review of documents. In the first place, it was unusual that the person involved was not informed ahead of who would take over. However, King Abel had said, it's a perfect proxy, so he hadn't deemed it necessary to inform him until just before. That said, Hugh had an idea of who it might be. A knock echoed, and the receptionist announced a visitor. They have arrived, and entering the office was, Hugh, I'm here for the handover. Oh, it was you after all? The one who entered was Finley Forsyth, the former Grand Master. Surviving the fall of the royal capital 3 years ago, he had handed over the Grand Master position to Hugh and now led a leisurely life. Also, he was the father of Hugh's wife, Elsie. Well, if it's Lord Forsyth, then a handover isn't particularly necessary. I do plan to call Sub-Master Shaukin, though. Lord Forsyth. Eventually, Hugh will inherit that family name and count title. Shaukin as the Sub-Master, huh? Considering his solid and diligent work ethic, he might be a good candidate. He once served as the leader of the Guardian Adventurers for the Delegation to Twilight Land, and after the fall of the royal capital, he played a major role in the resistance movement as a prominent adventurer among the rebels. While lacking in flamboyance, his ability to unite people and reliably fulfill roles earned him high praise. I'll put him to work. At the former Grand Master's muttering, the current Grand Master sighed inwardly and prayed that Shaukin would remain safe until his return. The next day, the departure ceremony was grandly held. Naturally. It was the first time in history that the kingdom sent a delegation to the Western nations in cooperation with the Empire and other central nations. The delegations from each country would first gather and hold a meeting in the city of Gilsbach in the northwestern part of the Empire before heading to the Western nations. A total of 300 people, composed of 100 civil servants and 200 guards. What was particularly notable was that all 200 guards were composed entirely of adventurers. The kingdom is known as a nation of adventurers. That saying still holds true. For example, comparing it to the 200 guards of the Empire's delegation, which included no adventurers at all, highlights the difference clearly. Of course, a major reason for this is that many knight orders, including the Royal Knight Order, suffered significant losses from the recent royal capital turmoil and the Liberation War and are still in recovery. However, even though the kingdom has a relatively high number of adventurers, gathering 200 C-rank and above adventurers who can accept requests across borders is still quite stringent. Of course, in terms of numbers, it is possible, but doing so would cause the guilds all over the kingdom to scream. They still receive regular requests while the delegations are in the Western nations. If a large number of B-rank and C-rank adventurers leave, the underqualified individuals left behind will be forced to take on requests. And naturally, there will be situations where failure could cost lives. For this reason, this delegation exceptionally included some D-rank adventurers as well. Of course, the most numerous are the C-rank adventurers. B-rank adventurers are significantly fewer than D-rank adventurers. B-rank adventurers indeed hold the position of elite representatives of the kingdom. Ito Ammon aside, Nils is also among those elite B-rank adventurers. Hey Ryo, I can hear you. Ryo's muttering reached the ears of Nils, the leader of the B-rank party, room 10. Naturally. He was walking right next to Ryo. "Nils, it's just my soliloquy, so don't mind it. I don't care at all." "Hey," Nils slumped in response to Ryo's remarks. Ito chuckled softly while Ammon smiled wryly. A peaceful sight of room 10 spread out before them. 3 adventurers watched the 4 of them closely. The 3 from room 11, led by the future Duke Harold. Harold's expression was particularly complicated. His respected Nils from room 10 was chatting with the individual who had broken his shoulder. Of course, there was no shadow of doubt in his respect and admiration for Nils. The reason for his complicated expression mainly revolved around Ryo, the person who had broken his shoulder. It was impossible for him not to have any feelings toward such a person. However, the emotion currently in Harold's heart was not hatred. Of course, it was also not gratitude for the lesson learned, neither was it pure fear. It was a mix of all those emotions and indiscernible feeling, which is why his expression was so complex. And so, room 11 with Harold and Gowan, along with Ryo from room 10, were positioned at the rear of the Kingdom delegation. At the forefront of the delegation was the B-rank party, Coffee Maker, led by DeLong, while Ryo's B-rank party, room 10, brought up the rear. It was only natural that the elite were placed at both the front and the back. Furthermore, the room 11, which was in a sense under the care of room 10, was also appropriately positioned at the back. The one who decided these placements was none other than Hugh McGrath, the representative of the delegation and Grand Master. "I wonder how many inns can accommodate 300 delegates?" Ryo absent-mindedly asked. "Well, since we'll be traveling the main road to the Empire's borders, although not as much as the third road in the southern region, it's one of the kingdom's major highways. The towns we pass through are quite large, aren't they? We should have reserved a few inns in advance." Ito supplemented Nils's answer, "which means we probably won't need to camp out," Ryo cheerfully replied. Of course, as an adventurer, he was quite accustomed to camping, but still, it was preferable to sleep in an inn on a bed if possible. There shouldn't be any problems getting to the city of Brown Bear at the Empire's border. Apparently, the local military night orders will provide protection between towns. In response to Nils's words, Ryo turned back, "which means that during that time, the 3 from room 11 can train as much as they want." "No, please don't do that." Nils stopped Ryo's extreme suggestion. After all, one wouldn't become stronger through just a few days of training. If they were worn out before even starting the journey, it would become questionable whether the 3 of them could safely reach the Western nations. And Nils noticed. Harold and Gowan from room 11 were slightly trembling. "This is the second installment for today. I posted 276 Interlude at noon. In the text, there is a line that mentions. In fact, after that, Ryo received an item utilizing that technology from Kenneth. That story has yet to be written. It might be written somewhere someday as a plot for an extra chapter. Yes, like the extra chapter, the fire attribute Mage from the first part of the book. Keep it a secret, okay? Don't tell anyone. It's a secret known only to the author and everyone reading this." The only one who wasn't shaking, Priest Zeke, was talking with Priest Ito in room 10. "Ito-san, I'd like to ask you something." "Sure." Zeke glanced over at Ryo and continued speaking. "It's about Ryo-san. That's fine, but I don't think I'll have much to answer." Ito said this with a wry smile. "What exactly is Ryo-san? See, I told you it was a question I can't really answer." In response to Zeke's question, Ito gave an even more pained smile than before. "No matter how you ask, I can only describe him as he is. He's our roommate, a water attribute mage. Oh, that's right. He's been completely absorbed in alchemy. Apparently, he hasn't taken on many requests over the past 3 years, so he's still a C-rank adventurer. His sword technique was unbelievable for a mage." "Oh, Zeke has seen Ryo's sword skills?" "Yes, I was thoroughly overwhelmed." As Zeke said this, he looked down. "Oh, is that the one where Harold had his shoulder crushed? I've heard that Zeke's staff technique is quite impressive too, but Ryo, no, I can't even compare to him. Ito, I'm not impressed with you giving away information for free." Suddenly, Ryo interrupted their conversation. "Haha," Ito, caught off guard, scratched his temple with his index finger while offering a wry smile. "You should first charge for the information. If you charge, is it okay?" "Yes. Alternatively, you can exchange it for portable cakes, cream puffs, or something similar." Ryo turned to Zeke and said this firmly. "Sorry, I don't have any cream puffs." "Oh, that's too bad." When Zeke informed him that he didn't have any, Ryo responded with genuine disappointment from the bottom of his heart. It seemed he just really wanted to eat them, not out of malice. "See, this is who Ryo is." "Yeah, I think I understand a little bit," Ito said in a small voice, and Zeke replied similarly. "Ah," Ryo let out a small shout. Then the reason was revealed. "Abel's cake privilege. Once the delegation is in, it'll be gone." Ryo realized this just now. He finally remembered the echo of the soul that had stuck to his left ear. Is Abel alive? Is Abel alive? Is Abel alive? He's alive. No, can I really say he's alive? It's such a strange sensation. My body is in the office, my sight is in the office, and my basic life is as it has been, but it feels like I'm switching my consciousness. When I do that, the scenery reflected in the magic stone floods into my eyes, and I can have a conversation with Ryo. Moreover, during that time, I can still move my body in the office and take in the sight from there. I finally feel like I've gotten used to it. Abel said this while suppressing his joy. Originally, Abel was an adventurer. He enjoyed seeing unknown streets and unfamiliar worlds. That's amazing. Kenneth said that switching consciousness and sharing awareness like that might take weeks. As expected, Abel is exceptional. And no, it's not that great. Abel blushed at Ryo's honest praise. So I can see the scenery reflected in this echo of the soul, hear the sounds that come to me, and talk to the person wearing it, which is Ryo. Yes. However, there's definitely a feeling that magical power is always being used, so it seems not everyone can use it. What if Ryo runs out of magical power? Oh, that should be fine. The amount of magical power used seems to be quite small. Considering it small by Ryo's standards, I wonder. Abel sighed softly. He felt that if this echo of the soul could be used by others, it would become quite convenient. Abel was wearing a ring filled with the magic stone, and it apparently did not consume magical power. Only Ryo's side of the ear ornament consumed magical power. However, the biggest issue was not the amount of magical power used, but rather the fact that it interfered with one's soul. That's why it should only be used between truly trusted individuals, and it should not be used carelessly. Words from the developer, Kenneth. Abel's voice can only be heard by me. Therefore, seeking help from anyone else would be useless. Yeah, I don't get that. Wouldn't it be Ryo seeking help from me instead? I don't want to fall so low as to require a swordsman to do mental work. Well, I can't argue with that. For now, let's put the cake privilege on hold. Thus, Abel, while remaining in the royal capital, began to head partially towards the western nations. As long as his body was in the royal capital, he wouldn't be freed from his usual work. Having succeeded in lifting the cake privilege on Ryo, Abel was, of course, in the king's office. Since the connection of the echo of the soul had been temporarily cut, conversations on this side and Abel's thoughts wouldn't leak out to Ryo. In the meantime, Abel recalled something that had struck him from Ryo's earlier words. Was it called Gourmet Restaurant? The place Ryo chose for his last supper in the royal capital was indeed the Gourmet Restaurant. Abel was not exactly a glutton. However, he did enjoy eating delicious food. Therefore, he thought about sneaking out of the royal castle to eat at the Gourmet Restaurant. But, Your Majesty, I must humbly ask you to refrain from leaving the royal castle. Why? The Chancellor standing before him already knew everything. There was a message from Duke Rondo. His Majesty the King is expected to attempt to sneak out for a meal, so we must prevent that. Especially spicy foods like curry are not good for the stomach, so they are to be banned for the time being. Ryuo! Abel's shout faded into emptiness. It took Abel 30 seconds to recover. Well, the matter of eating out is fine, so what about the investigation we discussed? Yes, it concerns the demon to the east. It was understood that Harold's cause of being affected by the spirit curse of explosion was likely due to the demon sealed to the east, mentioned in legends. However, it was also true that there was no information beyond the legends regarding this eastern demon. That said, even the remnants of the legend indicate the severity of the demon sealed to the east. It is said that it turned 3 cities to ash in a single day. It is said that its army was not something humans could defeat. It is said that it engaged in a deadly battle with King Richard. All these statements are more akin to legends or fairy tales than mere folklore. There are many who say that various elements of time coherence can't be aligned, but in any case, it is both ferocious and powerful. Furthermore, it is said that there are not only the demon itself, but also generals following it, with thousands of soldiers accompanying them. If it were to be revived in modern times, the Eastern Kingdom and even the western part of the Handalu Federation could be devastated within a few days. This area was analyzed by the legacy officers centered around Rasharta. They were investigating near the location where Harold was believed to be cursed. According to the report from Viscount Rasharta Debo, while the location where Harold was cursed has been identified, it seems unlikely that another person will be cursed anew. I see. Abel was clearly relieved by the report from Marquis Heinlein. At the very least, it was found that it was unlikely for people to continuously fall under the spirit curse of explosion. So, what about the location where the demon is sealed? As for that, there has been no progress yet. In response to Abel's inquiry, Marquis Heinlein answered, To be honest, even if it were found, there's not much we could do about it. Yes, it was recognized that demons, such as those in legends, were not something humans could handle. They were akin to legendary creatures like dragons, griffins, or behemoths. No matter how one resisted, they were an opponent beyond reach. However, as king, one could not ignore the matter as it pertains to the governance of the country, as it was a reality that people had fallen victim to the spirit curse due to its influence. Speaking of which, the demon sealed to the south flew west, didn't it? Yes. Its whereabouts afterward remain unknown. I hope the seal on the eastern demon doesn't break. At Abel's murmur, Marquis Heinlein had no response. The West has its own issues, and the kingdom has its own matters. What will happen in Part 2? The kingdom delegation reached the Empire's border without any issues, and they crossed the border without any problems. There wasn't even a formal inspection. The reason for this soon became clear. The Imperial army has surrounded the entire delegation. That's a bit scary. If they suddenly attacked us, we wouldn't stand a chance. This is quite the VIP treatment. Ammon stated the facts. Ito expressed her honest feelings, Nils voiced his fears, and Ryo openly showed his delight. These four were just like that. In this state, they were escorted to the town of Gilsbach, the meeting place for all country delegations. Clearly, we're more like prisoners than protected. Ryo thought of retorting to Nils's words, but then he noticed the stiff expression of Priest Zeke walking behind him. Zeke, are you feeling tense? Huh, he probably didn't expect Ryo to speak to him. Priest Zeke flinched. Don't worry, if they attack, I'll take them all down. No, Ryo, stop. That doesn't sound like a joke. As Ryo tried to reassure Zeke, Nils interrupted him. Nils thinks it's okay if Zeke becomes a sacrifice. A senior who can't consider their juniors is no good, you know. No one said it was okay to become a sacrifice. If it were Abel, he'd definitely protect his juniors even at the risk of his own life. Long live King Abel? Nils reacted almost reflexively. Seeing that impromptu comedy, Zeke lightly bowed his head. I'm sorry, I don't have many good memories of the Imperial army. Zeke was an immigrant from the Empire, right? Ito supplemented Zeke's words. I understand, Ryo nodded knowingly. It's because of that country name, Debuhi. With a name like that, you're practically inviting bullying. A sparkly name would be better. Like, for example, the Grand Cross Shooting Star Python Magnum Galactica Empire would be preferable. I knew Ryo had no sense of naming. Ryo glared back at Nils, who had made the harsh declaration, showing a look of despair. Everyone around, including Zeke, burst out laughing. The inn they arrived at in the evening had an extremely large, or rather vast, garden in the backyard. While looking at the garden, Ammon appeared to want to say something. Nils and Ito noticed, but chose not to say anything. After a moment of hesitation, Ammon approached Ryo and said, Ryo-san, I have a request. Ammon? It was unusual for Ammon to ask Ryo for something. Moreover, his expression was quite serious. Could it be that he was going to report Nils for bullying him? Hey, Ryo, you just thought something weird, didn't you? And no, it's nothing. Come on, Ammon, if you have something to say, just say it. Ryo allowed Ammon to continue, trying to cover for Nils's sharp comment. Thank you. Actually, I'd like to have a mock battle. Ryo was left speechless by Ammon's request. And Nils and Ito nodded with expressions that said, I figured this would happen. The three in room 11 were more surprised than Ryo. Of course, in their minds, they were picturing Ryo's duel at the royal castle. Honestly, none of them wanted to experience that again. Ammon, what's going on? Did Nils tell you to go for it? I won't allow such bullying, so don't worry, okay? Should I freeze Nils in place? Hey, stop that! Nils yelled when he heard Ryo's ominous words. Ammon smiled wryly. No, Nils has nothing to do with this. I genuinely want Ryo-san to be my opponent in a mock battle. Is that okay? With that said, Ryo couldn't help but understand. Ammon genuinely wanted to have a mock battle with him. Of course, it was fine to have a mock battle. He often had them with Sira, however. It's fine to have a mock battle, but well, we don't have any safe weapons. This was not a training ground or exercise field. They certainly didn't have swords with dulled blades, and the adventurers accompanying them for the escort probably didn't bring anything like that either. Actually, I secretly brought my own weapon in the carriage, Ammon said with a wry smile. It seemed he had been eager for a mock battle since before they departed. Oh, is that so? Ryo was surprised by Ammon's preparedness. But if Ammon had his own, then there was no problem. It couldn't be helped. Okay then, I'll use a bladeless ice sword as my weapon. After all, Ryo was a water attribute mage. Apparently, Ito confirmed with the inn to see if they could have a mock battle in the garden. During that time, they said magic is a no-go. That was to be expected. As a result, the mock battle between Ryo and Ammon would be limited to sword fights only. I'm ready whenever. Then here I go, Ammon declared loudly and immediately closed the distance, thrusting. Double thrusts, triple thrusts, quadruple thrusts, quintuple thrusts. The thrusts didn't stop so fast. Ryo was honestly impressed. He had faced numerous swords wielded by non-humans before, but this was among the top-class speed of thrusts. The speed of consecutive thrusts was primarily due to the speed of the withdrawal. If both the thrusts and withdrawals are fast, it prevents the opponent from invading your range. Ammon's consecutive thrusts were indeed extremely fast. However, because of that, too fast, Ryo realized something. Due to the structure of the human body, whether it be a sword thrust or a punch, one could only gather strength at the moment of impact. A good example is a boxing jab. At the moment of initiation, the fist is held lightly. Naturally, you don't put strength into your entire arm, and then at the moment of impact, you tighten the fist. In other words, you apply force. If you don't, you can't achieve speed. The same goes when performing consecutive thrusts. In other words, at the moment when the arm and sword are fully extended during a thrust, there is strength applied, but at all other times. Ryo received one of Ammon's thrusts with the belly of his sword by extending his arm. That point was unexpected for Ammon and was a moment when power was not applied. Ammon's sword was pushed back significantly. At the same time Ryo received it with the belly of the sword, he took a large step forward with his right foot, simultaneously letting go of the hilt with his left hand, and made a wide horizontal slash with just his right hand. It was close to the position one would have when performing a sword-drawing technique. Ryo thought he had captured Ammon well, but he missed. Ammon, whose sword had been knocked backward, jumped backward on one leg. It was a completely unexpected rebound, and although the distance was not large, that small distance saved him from Ryo's horizontal slash. Ammon, astonished at having his deadly consecutive thrusts disrupted. Nils and Ito nodded as they observed the back-and-forth combat between the two. The three in Room 11 were left speechless at the unexpectedly high level, as were the adventurers who had gathered to watch the mock battle without them realizing it. And Ryo grinned defiantly. However, in Ryo's heart, Ammon, could he possibly be a sword genius? He was quite astonished. "Excuse me, dinner is ready." That voice had a powerful impact. Ammon, yes, Ryo-san? Ryo and Ammon nodded to each other and sheathed their swords. Thus the mock battle came to an abrupt end. In the end, they had only crossed swords once. But if dinner was ready, then it couldn't be helped. Yes, it couldn't be helped. The battle was too short. Today was just an appetizer. Tomorrow will be the main dish. Maybe. I wrote an activity report. Volume 1 of Water Attribute Mage was ranked 10th in the Amazon gift ranking, and the bonus short story for Volume 2. The day after Ryo and Ammon had their mock battle. The Kingdom delegation arrived at the next town, Blancha, in the early afternoon. The ideal situation was to enter the town in the late evening, stay overnight, and depart the next morning. However, it takes a full day to reach the next town from Blancha. In other words, it was just right to stay here for the night. As the Kingdom delegation attempted to enter the town of Blancha, the sun dimmed. "An eclipse," Ryo muttered while looking around. The three from Room 10 and the three from Room 11 looked up at the dimmed sun, maintaining their usual expressions. However, there was someone who noticed Ryo's suspicious behavior. It was Priest Zeke. "Ryo-san, is something wrong?" "Ah, no, it's nothing." The moment he said that, the scenery around them lost its color, and the world flipped upside down. "Could it be the sealed corridor?" Ryo murmured. At that moment he heard a voice. "Could it be? Is it true? Why, if it isn't Ryo?" A stunningly beautiful woman appeared, though she had horns and a thin black tail. Yes, it was a demon. "Leonor," Ryo only managed to say that, swallowing hard. "We meet here for the billionth time. I actually had some other business, but if I've ended up pulling in Ryo, it can't be helped." "Very well, it cannot be avoided. Let's fight." "No, why?" Demon Leonor suggested with a terrifying smile, and Ryo presented his doubts with a pained expression. "You are headed to the Western nations, am I right? Currently things are quite chaotic over there. There's no guarantee you'll return safely. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? The Western nations are chaotic? What's that? Do you want to know? I could tell you. You're just going to say that if I want to know, I have to fight, right? You know me well?" Leonor nodded with a beaming smile. Ryo understood that there was no path other than to fight. If that was the case, it would be better to at least extract some information. "All right, I understand. Let's fight. But after it's over, please tell me about the information concerning the Western nations." "Of course. As long as Ryo doesn't die?" Indeed, if he died, he wouldn't be able to hear the information. Thus, the third battle between the two began. Stone icicle flame armor. As Demon Leonor chanted, dozens of stone spears wrapped in flames appeared around her and were launched. Layered ice wall 10, a thick wall of ice surged from Ryo towards Leonor, increasing in thickness. And then they clashed. With a dazzling light, more than half of the ice wall disappeared with a single blow. "What the?" Ryo was rendered speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. "Coo, this is my counter to your thickening ice wall. Savor it well." Leonor wore a devilish grin and cast another spell. An addition. Wind Dust Chain. An invisible wind attribute attack magic was unleashed from Leonor. 20 from her right hand and 20 from her left. Each followed a semicircular trajectory, passing outside the ice wall, heading directly towards Ryo. In the midst of the clash between the ice wall and the flaming stone spears, if the invisible attacks were woven in, no one could evade them. However, Ryo was not among that no one. The moment he was pulled into this sealed corridor, he activated passive sonar, which was still operational. He was aware of the invisible attacks. Icicle Lance 64, he launched 32 ice spears from his left hand and 32 from his right, intercepting the 40 invisible rings of wind. Furthermore, the 24 ice spears that were not used for interception were aimed directly at Leonor in a counteroffensive. They reached their destination. However, there was no impact. The attack comes from a blind spot from above. Looking up, Ryo generated blades with Murakumo. Leonor, with a terrifying smile, brought her full weight down. Clang. Ryo barely managed to catch the downward strike with Murakumo, though the weight of the sword was terrifying. The wind magic increased not only the weight of the sword, but also Leonor's acceleration. Even while blocking, Ryo found himself kneeling. Leonor pressed her weight down further. While on one knee, Ryo supported the sword with both hands, desperately holding it before his forehead. Icicle Lance the moment Ryo chanted that in his mind, a massive ice spear was generated between him and Leonor, piercing directly through her abdomen. It was a super-speed spell generation that surpassed Leonor's predictions and reaction speed. Leonor, pierced, involuntarily let out a sound and instantly withdrew. By the time she finished retreating, the wound in her abdomen had already healed. That regeneration is cheating, Ryo grumbled. That generation speed must be unfair as well, Leonor laughed in the next moment. Leonor closed the distance in an instant and struck down again. Clang, the sword clash continued. Clang, clang, clang. A rare series of attacks from Leonor's sword. When one thought of Leonor's sword, it was typically about overwhelming speed and power, or delivering a single strike with an unexpected movement. Ryo had that image, but this was. A continuous assault is unusual. Cuckoo, I've been training to fight Ryo as well, just testing my strength. Tadek, reverse wind, crosswise, reverse crosswise, right slash, left slash, and then a thrust. Leonor unleashed the strikes as if testing her sword skills. Her expression was that of a smile, genuinely enjoying herself. Of course, if even one strike landed, the moment would likely mean Ryo's death. If brute force was combined with skill, it would become unmanageable. Ryo was experiencing that process firsthand. How terrifying. While saying that, Ryo is also smiling, isn't he? It's just a coincidence. The battle maniac cannot be saved. Ryo deflected Leonor's downward strike with his sword, immediately following up with a crosswise attack. Leonor evaded with a one-legged step that Ryo had never witnessed before and jumped back significantly. Then she spoke. This sealed corridor is short. The time is almost up. I shall show you my trump card. Leonor said that and boldly chanted. Multiple 7 the moment she chanted, Leonor multiplied into 7, a so-called clone. No way, Ryo stammered. Cuckoo, were you surprised? I'm using a continuous dimension generation phenomenon. Ryo, who can only manipulate water attributes, cannot do this. Leonor laughed proudly. However, foolish Leonor, you should be ashamed of your ignorance. Avatar, the sheath of Murakumo glimmered slightly, and Ryo's clones appeared, their number 7. What nonsense! Leonor couldn't help but shout. Nowadays, a water attribute magician can handle clones with ease. No, that can't be true. Ryo's quip, even at a time like this, was met with an accurate retort from Leonor. What a capable demon! 8 Leonors stood still, their expressions filled with frustration. 8 Ryos stood ready, alert. As about 20 seconds passed, Leonor shook her head. That's enough. The sealed corridor will soon break. Leonor said this as she dismissed the 7 clones. Ryo, still on guard. However, he dismissed his clones. Murakumo remained poised without relaxing. Still, Ryo is quite interesting. You always exceed my expectations. Leonor said that, chuckling. Thank you for that. It seemed Ryo had received a sort of compliment, so he responded. However, he needed to ask what he should. The time limit for the sealed corridor seemed to be approaching. So, you mentioned something about the Western nations? Yes, well, make sure to return safely. No, that's just a bit of advice. That was a rather vague statement. Everyone wants to return safely. The Western nations are quite troublesome right now. Honestly, if you end up in the worst part, I can't guarantee that even you, Ryo, will come out unscathed. Demon Leonor said, shaking her head slightly. Then could you tell me how to avoid that worst part? That's easy. Just don't go over there. Yeah, that's impossible. Ryo shook his head in denial, making a face that showed it was completely unacceptable at Leonor's outrageous suggestion. It can't be helped. Then make sure to keep this in mind. Sacrifice. Sacrifice? Ryo murmured, frowning at Leonor's vague advice. By the way, there are demons like me over there. They should be stronger than me when I first awakened, so be careful. Ryo heard those words from Leonor from a distance. "No, please elaborate on that part," Ryo shouted impulsively. And then the world returned to normal. Around Ryo were the original 6 people. Priest Zeke looked at Ryo with a puzzled expression. "Ah, Zeke, it's nothing." With Ryo's words, Zeke had an expression that suggested he was not quite satisfied. 5 days after the Kingdom delegation crossed the border, the delegation arrived at Gilsbach, the designated meeting point. They were guided to a rather large inn built on the outskirts. "It seems this inn was specially built for our delegation," Ryo heard Ito say as he was captivated by its size and the multiple adjoining guest buildings. "Curse you, Debuhi Empire. It truly lives up to being called an empire. Yeah, I have no idea what Ryo is talking about. No, I believe empire is synonymous with strength, and that's a staple in fantasy," Ito asserted. "What do you mean by staple?" Nils interjected, shaking his head at Ryo's heroic narrative. "I feel like Nils has been resembling Abel more lately." Long live King Abel? Correction, Nils was still very much Nils. Once they arrived, Ryo and the other guards could take a break. However, for the bureaucrats, mainly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the real work began after their arrival. Of course, the true main event would occur once they reached the Western nations. But before that, they had to pass through several small countries collectively referred to as the Corridor Nations. Naturally, various negotiations would occur there as well. The most troublesome aspect was that this delegation was a mix of multiple countries, not just one. First, adjustments with the other countries from the central nations that would accompany them had to be made. This included the leaders of the delegation as well. Among them, the leaders of the 3 major powers, Empire, Alliance, and Kingdom, were scheduled to gather first. "The leader of the Kingdom delegation, Lord Hugh McGrath, has arrived." "Show him in," Count Hans Kirchhoff, who was in charge of the details here, prompted as the guards announced Hugh's arrival. When Hugh entered the room, 2 other leaders were already present. The leader of the Imperial delegation, former Emperor Rupert. The leader of the Alliance delegation, former King Robert Perlo. When Hugh stepped in, the 2 were engaged in light-hearted banter. "Thanks to you, things have been quite difficult since the end of the Great War. Many workshops in the country were destroyed, and the production capacity has been in shambles. However, thanks to the Empire's support, the Alliance managed to avoid total collapse." "Well, the stability of the Alliance is synonymous with the stability of the entire Central Nations. Swift assistance is only natural for the Empire, which plays a crucial role in the Central Nations." Former King Robert Perlo expressed his gratitude for the Empire's prompt support after the Great War, and former Emperor Rupert acknowledged it as a matter of course. To be honest, Hugh was not particularly pleased with the direction of the conversation, because, by the way, the kingdom's King Abel is quite the extravagant man. He appointed you, Lord Hugh McGrath, as the head of the delegation sent jointly with our alliance. "The hero of the Great War, Lord McGrath," former King Robert Perlo said with a smile. His eyes were not smiling at all, as expected. Hugh internally ground his teeth in frustration. He understood that this point would be a topic of discussion. If it were just a personal jab, it would not matter much, but in such negotiations between countries where interests clash, all of these become negotiation cards. Both former King Robert Perlo and former Emperor Rupert were fully aware of this. "I met King Abel on the battlefield recently, and indeed, he is a remarkable man. He has risen to an A rank as an adventurer, after all. I hear he is referred to as the Adventurer King. He can certainly be considered one of the most powerful kings seen in recent years, leading the adventurer nation of the Natore Kingdom," former Emperor Rupert exaggeratedly praised. His eyes, too, were devoid of any humor. Hugh sighed deeply in his heart and walked over to the circular table where the 2 were seated. "Leader McGrath, please take a seat here." Count Hans Kirchhoff indicated Hugh's seat. "Excuse me," Hugh said as he took his seat and let out a deep breath. With that breath, he sought to stabilize his mind. Former Emperor Rupert and former King Robert Perlo likely understood the reason and effect of Hugh's deep breath. Rupert slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and Robert Perlo subtly moved his eyebrows. They noticed that Hugh had completely brushed off their words. The meeting had already begun. The first country after leaving the Empire territory is Adek-Bo. What an unusual name. "Just that feels like it's different from the Central Nations," Ito explained, with Ammon and Nils sharing their impressions. Meanwhile, Swordsman Harold and Dual Wielder Gowan from Room 11 nodded along. Priest Zeke was looking around curiously. Since it was rare to see such behavior from Zeke, Ito paused her explanation to ask, "Zeke, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's just, I haven't seen Ryo-san around." At that remark, Harold and Gowan flinched slightly, just a little. Ammon noticed this but chose to remain silent, chuckling softly to himself. He understood why. They were in the dining hall of the accommodation assigned to the Kingdom delegation. The massive space could accommodate all 300 members for meals simultaneously, and small meetings like the one Nils and the others were having were happening here and there. However, even with a glance around, the water attribute Mage was indeed nowhere to be seen. Ryo, he came in here once and then left right away, didn't he? He's probably up to no good, Ito said, with Nils concluding that based on his own biases. Not likely because they heard that comment, but I'm not giving you anything, Nils. The water attribute Mage appeared with both hands full of something. Ryo, what on earth do you have there? Oh, isn't that a crepe, Ryo, son? Correct, Ammon. There was a crepe shop right next to the accommodation. I tried a sample, and it has the same perfect platinum diamond blend as Whitnash. Though the meaning of the platinum diamond blend wouldn't resonate, it didn't matter. As long as it sounded impressive, that was good enough. After all, it was just a word Ryo had made up on a whim. And one by one, Ryo distributed the crepes. Of course, he made sure to give some to Ammon, Ito, and the 3 from room 11. He wouldn't do anything like being mean. All right, everyone has received theirs. Hey, Ryo, I didn't get one? A B-rank swordsman was shouting for some reason, because earlier you mentioned being up to no good. Ah, sorry. My bad, Ryo-san, I apologize. I'm ashamed of my ignorance. So please give me a crepe. The B-rank swordsman capitulated in front of the ultimate sweet crepe. Very well. With that, Ryo handed a crepe to Nils. As Nils received it, he beamed with a broad smile and took a bite. Delicious food is justice. Once everyone was satisfied with their crepes and coffee was served, Ito's interrupted explanation resumed. The first country in the Corridor Nations, Adekbo, is also known as the Forest Country. It's located within the vast forest famous for the world tree, known as the Forest of Jet Black, and there's a possibility of encountering tree monsters like Treants along the way. The Forest of Jet Black. What a cliché name, and it even has the world tree. Speaking of which, there was one in Germany, Schwarzwald, which translates to Black Forest. The person who named Schwarzwald must have been a bit of a fantasy enthusiast too. Ryo held a rude opinion about Germany's famous forest. And now we finally have Treants. When it comes to forest monsters, it's the walking tree spirits that are Treants, right? This is the essence of fantasy. I never saw any in the Forest of Rondo. I wonder why. Maybe even the monsters have their own ecosystems. Ryo was lost in such botanical thoughts. Of course, this showed on his face. Ryo-san is. Yeah, that's the usual for him. It seems he's thinking of something troublesome again. Ammon noticed, Ito pointed it out, and Nils concluded. Ryo wasn't thinking of anything particularly problematic, but perhaps it was just his usual behavior. Meanwhile, the 3 from room 11 displayed anxious expressions. Priest Zeke was no exception. Surely it was the words of their seniors from room 10 that caused such feelings. Ryo, that was the name of a pitiful man. While Ryo and the others were having a sweet meeting with crepes in hand at the dormitory cafeteria, a reluctant meeting continued in former Emperor Rupert's discussion room. Well, it was mainly reluctant for Hugh. So, the Empire is still not ready and cannot depart, to yield the lead of the delegation to another. Leader McGrath, you are absolutely correct. It is quite embarrassing, but since my abdication, the discipline of the Imperial government has loosened considerably. I am utterly ashamed. Former Emperor Rupert replied to Hugh's confirmation. While the content of the discussion felt shameful, it was clear by their demeanor and expressions that they were not feeling that way at all. It was truly fitting to say shameless. Well, if you're not ready, then there's nothing we can do. It has been a long time since Your Majesty, former Emperor Rupert, abdicated, so there must be some confusion. I understand. Former King Robert Perlow nodded repeatedly, giving off an air of understanding. He also touched upon his own delegation. My delegation has no issues, but my health is rather poor. If the Empire cannot manage, I would like to volunteer for the Alliance to take the lead. But alas, age takes its toll. Your Majesty, please do not overexert yourself. Former King Robert Perlow pretended to cough while describing his health issues, and former Emperor Rupert nodded in agreement with a knowing look. These old men. The order was supposed to be the Empire, then the Alliance, followed by the smaller countries, and finally the Kingdom. Are they really trying to change it now? Naturally, the leading country faces the greatest challenges. That's why the Empire was willing to take it on, right? And now the Alliance can't manage it either, so they want the Kingdom to take the lead. They're conspiring in silence. This is why I dislike old men. Ah, I see, well then. I'll take the lead and establish a favorable agreement for the Kingdom before you all arrive. Damn it! While Hugh shouted curses and insults in his heart, he maintained a perfectly calm exterior. And with a single statement, he said, "Understood, then the Kingdom shall take the lead of the delegation." Finally, Part 2, Chapter 1, Prologue, has come to an end. From tomorrow's 282, we will begin Part 2, Chapter 2, to the Western Nations. At last, we are leaving the Central Nations. From today, Part 2, Chapter 2, to the Western Nations begins. Finally, we have left the Central Nations. At the front of the delegation from the Central Nations is the Kingdom Delegation led by Hugh McGrath. However, the Kingdom Delegation has come to a stop on the way to the Corridor Nation's city of Atekbo. They are not resting off the road, but have halted right on the road itself. It's a peaceful sight. Ryo creates an ice chair and table, takes a sip of freshly brewed coffee, and lets out a sigh of relief as he mutters this. Why, yeah. While drinking the coffee made by Ryo, Nils, the leader of Room 10, agrees, albeit with a somewhat ambiguous expression. Well, it's definitely an experience we don't get often. Priest Ito from Room 10 smiles as he agrees while sipping his coffee made by Ryo. Isn't it magnificent? Swordsman Ammon from Room 10 looks around happily while drinking his coffee made by Ryo. By the way, the Swordsman Herald from Room 11, Priest Zeke, and Dual Wielder Gowan are all silently drinking their coffee. Currently, a group of tree monsters, the Treints, is moving from right to left in front of and behind the Kingdom Delegation. Treints are tree monsters. It seems that many of them are of the type with coniferous trees as their legs. However, upon closer inspection, there are also some that appear to have their legs grown from broadleaf trees. Even though they are all called Treints, there seems to be various types. For Ryo, who was born on Earth, it is a truly fantastical sight. After all, they have legs growing from trees and are walking and running. Some run in a little quick step, while others hop as they run. Just like the diversity of vegetation, there seems to be diversity among the Treints as well. For Ryo, it remains a fantastical sight. The road where these Treints are crossing is not particularly wide. That said, a road is still a road. This road runs through the forest of jet black. As a result, the monsters moving through the forest inevitably cross the road. This is ecologically unavoidable. Thus, this road does not have the exorcism pillars that are found on the roads of the Central Nations. Basically, the tree monsters known as Treints are said to have gentle natures and will not attack unless provoked. Still, if thousands of monsters are moving nearby, it would be hard for anyone to remain calm. At least, there might not be many people who could actually call it a peaceful sight. Those big ones have a certain dignity about them, but the small ones are quite cute. Oh, do you think so too, Ryo-san? I wish all monsters were like this. Ammon nods as he responds to Ryo's words. No, I can't help but want to reach for my sword. Come on, Nils, relax a bit. The younger Treints won't attack us. Nils expresses his honest opinion, and Ito gently reassures him with a wry smile. But this time it's Treints, but there could be a pack of wolfmen crossing as well, right? It was Priest Zeke who voiced such concerns. Yeah, apparently that can happen. Encountering them can easily lead to a party wipeout. Ito responds to the concern. It was only natural for the other two members of Room 11 to shiver a little upon hearing this. Even Nils, the B-rank swordsman and their senior, imagined that scene and shivered. However, the water attribute Mage, exuding confidence, opened his mouth. It'll be fine. He seems to have some confidence. He continued speaking. When that happens, we'll leave Nils behind and everyone else will run away. Why me? While your big body is being eaten will buy some time. Is being eaten a given? Of course, it was a joke. Of course, it's just a joke, right? Yeah. It's just a joke, probably. While Room 10 and Room 11 were having such a conversation at the back of the Kingdom Delegation, the leader Hugh McGrath was wearing a serious expression at the front. In his hands, he held a simple map-like document. It's unavoidable, but this is going to take quite a bit of time. It seems we won't make it to the originally planned campsite. Yes, we will likely camp at the secondary planned location. In response to Hugh's words was DeLong, the leader of the B-rank party Coffee Makers, which serves as the escort at the front. The Coffee Makers are a B-rank party that is quite experienced. Among them, their experience in handling escort requests could be said to be among the top in the kingdom. It was no coincidence that Ryo's first escort request, along with Room 10, was for a round-trip escort request to Whitnash together with the Coffee Makers. Therefore, for this kingdom delegation, the Coffee Makers took the lead in the escort, and their leader DeLong also acted as Hugh's advisor. The secondary planned campsite will be by the riverbed, right? Yes, it's along the road. Currently, there seems to be no concern about flooding, but we need to be careful about. The possibility of a drinking spot exists. Whether they are animals or monsters, most living things need water to survive. For that reason, riverbeds serve as drinking spots and are likely to attract them, especially since this forest of jet black is not as frequented by humans compared to forests in the Central Nations. There aren't none, but it is considerably low. As a result, the monsters in the forest are not accustomed to humans, monsters and humans. It could be said that the likelihood of conflict occurring, whether we like it or not, is quite high. It would be good if we could make a solid fence. Hugh murmured that much when he suddenly thought of something. Can we do it? Hugh-son, I went ahead and created an ice wall. A wall of ice to surround the entire delegation. At Hugh's request, Ryo constructed an ice wall surrounding the entire delegation to ensure that the delegation wouldn't be attacked if monsters appeared. Why, yeah, Hugh had asked Ryo impulsively, but upon hearing, I can do it, and then seeing it actually constructed, he became speechless. An ice wall with a radius of 100 meters, approximately 628 meters around. It was not the scale that a single mage could create. Hugh had seen several large constructions made with magic on the battlefield, including during the last Great War. He even recalled that constructing a mud wall of this scale would require more than 20 Earth attribute mages. Ryo, truly incredible, Hugh whispered in his heart. That's quite big. It has a roof too, so we can sleep soundly now. Maybe we won't even need a lookout. Hugh was surprised that Nils, Ammon, and Ito's impressions were so ordinary in front of something so extraordinary. He found himself muttering, "Are they already tainted by Ryo?" And then he thought, perhaps it was a mistake to assign the supervision of Room 11 to the members of Room 10. On the third day since the Kingdom delegation began to advance along the forest of jet black roadway, they had traveled approximately to the midpoint towards the small country, Adek Bo, despite the lack of signposts making it imprecise. Thanks to having had sufficient rest on the nights of the first and second days, the members of the delegation were in high spirits. Both nights had been protected by a massive wall of ice, which must have contributed to their well-being. Seeing this, the former rank adventurer, Grand Master of the Adventurers Guild, and the leader of this delegation quietly muttered, "The concept of camping out has changed entirely. It is certainly a joy to be able to sleep soundly at night. Is being a water attribute magician really that impressive? No, it's just that Ryo is not normal." The swordsman Herald from Room 11 murmured, and Priest Ito from Room 10 denied it with a wry smile. Perhaps it was because Priest Zeke from Room 11 often spoke with Ito. Both Herald, the swordsman from Room 11, and Gowan, the dual wielder, seemed to find it easy to talk to Ito. To think of that as the standard for a water attribute magician is mistaken. But Ryo's apprentices were also making ice walls. Ito sought to correct Herald's perception, but swordsman Nils recalled a scene he had once witnessed. It was the sight he saw in the garden of the Gecko Merchant Association. Ryo-san's apprentices, they must be powerful adventurers. No, they're merchants. Herald was left speechless at the truth revealed by Ito. Merchants stronger than adventurers. It might be a tale from some RPG world. However, the peaceful movement of the delegation was abruptly interrupted by urgent news from the scout. Naturally, the delegation had sent out scouts to probe ahead for any potential issues. At the center of this was Laslino, the scout of the B-rank party coffee makers. Surrounding him, scouts from each party took turns going back and forth. Grand Master, the roadway ahead has been washed away due to the river's rising water. Rising water? Washed away? What is that? The map provided by the Empire doesn't show any river crossing the roadway. I think something must have happened to change the river's flow. The flooded river extends 300 meters to the opposite shore. Damn it. This is why I hate being at the front. We have no choice but to search for a spot to cross upstream. If we go through the forest, we'll encounter monsters as well. The scout unit will rest. Let's send adventurers who can fight. Based on Laslino's report, Hugh decided to search for a place to detour around the broken roadway. The delegation took a short break. As Ryo served coffee to the scout unit and returned to his previous spot, he noticed that none of the three from Room 10 or Room 11 were present. Hey! It was quite unlikely for all six to have vanished. Just then, he happened to run into the members of the C-rank party Heavenly Mountain. Since Heavenly Mountain was walking in formation in front of Room 10, Ryo recognized their faces. Where are my kids?" Ryo asked, as if inquiring about lost children. "Oh, Ryo, Nils and the others went to look for a detour route on the Grand Master's orders." "A detour route? Ryo tilted his head in confusion. Realizing it was futile to ponder, he went to directly ask Hugh. "Hugh-son, did you send Nils and the others for a detour route?" "Yeah, Ryo, that's right. I sent them to check for a place to cross upstream. I feel like I could just make an ice bridge." "Oh!" In that moment, Hugh realized his blunder. That's right. The man who could build such a massive ice wall was right here. He should have considered that he could also create an ice bridge. But the words that came out were, "Ryo, you should have said something sooner. It's not my fault." It seems that unreasonable words from superiors exist in any world. Even for a capable superior like Hugh, it seems unavoidable that such words might slip out. For now, Ryo decided to search for the six who had gone to look for the detour route using his passive sonar. Distance 400 meters, moving smoothly however, just as he confirmed that, the movements of the six suddenly stopped. Then the reactions of 5 of them completely ceased. It was as if they had fainted and collapsed on the spot. "Hugh-son, I'm going to check on the 6. Without waiting for Hugh's reply, Ryo dashed off. Running 400 meters was anaerobic. He would have to run for about a minute without catching his breath. Of course, while running, Ryo continued to gather information. Active sonar. Using the information transmitted through the water vapor in the air, he deduced movement and changes with his passive sonar. Thus, he was not able to read information effectively about objects that had existed there and remained still before the sonar activation. In contrast, active sonar, while sharing the same principle of using airborne water vapor, emitted stimuli from Ryo to read information reflected back from the target, making it effective even against stationary objects. The 5 were collapsed on the ground. Only one, Priest Zeke, was barely standing. There was a foreign substance floating in the air around them. "This is paralytic poison." Ryo felt a sense of déjà vu from a past event. "I've had an experience where I searched with sonar before. When paralytic poison, but the source is unknown." It was then that he finally recalled. "It was when I delivered Abel from the forest of Rondo." At that moment, Ryo arrived at the location of the 6. As confirmed by the sonar, Zeke was barely standing with the support of his staff, while the other 5 had completely collapsed to the ground. All 5 were conscious but were afflicted by the paralytic poison. "Downpour." First, he used the downpour to knock out the paralytic poison wafting in the air. Then he focused his gaze inward. There it is. At first glance, it seemed there was nothing there, but he could see the space wavering ever so slightly. "Ice Coffin 5. And perhaps due to the change in the refractive index from being encased in ice, 5 plant monsters resembling a Rafflesia appeared, frozen in place. Confirming that there were no Rafflesia imposters around, Ryo gave a small nod and looked towards Zeke. Priest Zeke seemed to be standing strong against the paralytic poison. "That's amazing, Zeke." Ryo unintentionally muttered that as he took out a homemade antidote potion from his usual bag. Without a word, Zeke accepted it and with slow movements drank the potion by himself. After confirming that, Ryo began to administer the antidote potion to the 5 individuals who had collapsed on the ground, one by one. Even though they had collapsed, the situation was quite chaotic. The ones with the mildest symptoms were Ammon and Harold. Ryo felt he sort of understood Ammon. He didn't have a reason, but he just felt that way. Harold, being a direct descendant of the royal family, seemed to have been trained to develop a strong resistance to poison, though it was uncertain whether such seemingly inhumane practices even existed. Still, it seemed plausible. Since ancient times, one of the things that the privileged class has feared the most is poison. Next, with the mildest symptoms were Nils, Gowan, and Ito. These 3 seemed unable to move even a single finger. Fearsome, that paralytic poison. After giving them the antidote potion, it took just 5 minutes for everyone to fully recover to their usual selves. However, their complexions were poor. Was my antidote potion bad?" Ryo felt concerned about their pale faces. Since it was a potion to neutralize poison, he hoped they would tolerate the bad taste. "No, Ryo. You saved us." Nils was the first to speak up. Even so, it was still somewhat difficult to understand him. It seemed that recovering from the paralytic poison took some time before they could speak properly. While their bodies could move quite quickly, the muscles around their mouths might require more delicate control. "However, what was that? My entire body suddenly went numb." "Yeah, that was surprising. Even for paralysis, to have my whole body go numb that instant." "That was because of the plant Ryo froze, right?" Nils recalled with a bitter expression. Ito traced back his painful memories, and Ammon gazed at the frozen Rafflesia imposter with a refreshing expression devoid of any suffering. "Thank you, Ryo. I'm grateful. We're glad you came." Harold, Gowan, and Zeke from Room 11 properly expressed their thanks to Ryo. This area seemed to have made a solid impression. Perhaps Nils had said something. Words from someone you admire have an overwhelming impact. Nils approached the frozen Rafflesia imposter with a sense of trepidation, while Ammon approached with an excited feeling of seeing something for the first time. "There weren't any of these guys just now, right?" "Perhaps they just weren't visible," Nils speculated. Nils and Ammon exchanged opinions. "I encountered this creature during a journey with Abel, and I think it has the ability to reflect like a mirror, blending into the surrounding scenery," Ryo explained casually. "I've never heard of a plant-type monster that can become invisible," Ammon remarked. "It might not exist in the Central Nations," Nils suggested. "Oh, but Ryo and Mr. Abel have seen it before." Nils and Ito shared their thoughts, and Ammon questioned the information Ryo had just mentioned. When Abel and I encountered it, it was on the other side of the Mountain of Demons. Whether we can call it the Central Nations is debatable," Ryo clarified. His words were met with astonished gazes from the other 6. "The other side of the Mountain of Demons? You survived from such a place?" Still, your Majesty Abel is incredible. It sounds like there must be some tremendous monsters on the other side of the mountain of demons. Ito murmured while Nils respected the person he admired even more, and Ammon spoke as if he was stepping onto the path of a battle junkie. Of course, the three from room 11 remained silent. All three were trembling just a bit. But this, too, was a well-kept secret. It wasn't that the three from room 11 were weaker or inferior in spirit compared to the others. It was rather that the three from room 10 were unusual, especially when it came to Ryo. All of this was somewhat unavoidable. Everything would be resolved with time, hopefully. Still, to think that just a slight detour from the highway leads to such a terrifying monster. The forest of jet black is truly fearsome. Ryo nodded as he expressed his thoughts with a smug look. Do these plant-type monsters not move at all? Ammon murmured while looking at the feet of the frozen Rafflesia impostor. Ah, indeed, it's not stabbed into the ground, Nils responded, gazing at the feet of the Rafflesia impostor. I've heard that there are quite a few plant-type monsters that can move slowly, so this might be one of those, Ito added, nodding a few times. The treant looked cute from its appearance, but these ones, Ryo said while tapping on the coffin of ice. Yeah, I think judging whether they're cute or not is kind of strange, Nils muttered so softly that Ryo couldn't hear him. If this monster didn't exhale the paralytic poison, I might feel that it looks somewhat cute, Ammon said while tilting his head. Ammon's sensibility might be a bit unique. Well, these creatures have come quite close to the highway. Something unsettling might be happening deeper in the forest, Ryo speculated. Ryo, even though you're saying something serious, your face is all smiles, Nils pointed out. That's ridiculous. Ryo feigned seriousness. Nils called out his facade, and Ryo was taken aback. I'm trying to lighten the tense atmosphere by intentionally providing laughter. It's impressive how you can say something so unbelievable so confidently. Nils ignored Ryo's resistance. Recently I sometimes see Nils as Abel. Long live your Majesty Abel. Admiration can lead a person to grow, perhaps. The conversation between the two was a common sight in room 10. Ito and Ammon shared a wry smile. The three from room 11 had stopped trembling, but their complexions had worsened. Perhaps it was all Ryo's fault. Instead of lightening the mood, he had made their faces pale. Laughter is indeed a tricky thing. Ryo effortlessly created a 300-meter-long ice bridge, allowing the kingdom delegation to cross safely. Okay, Ryo, make sure to erase the bridge completely. Hugh said this after confirming that everyone had crossed. Is that all right? There are still delegations from other countries coming after us. Well, I don't know, do I? Perhaps he still harbored resentment for being forced to take the lead due to the schemes of the former emperor and former king. Well, with the power of the Empire and the Alliance, they could certainly create a bridge using Earth mages, but maybe he wanted to make them struggle a little. By some time, and in the meantime, we'll establish a trade agreement that favors the kingdom more than the Empire and the Alliance. It was definitely not a personal grudge from Hugh or a reflection of his small-mindedness. It was a decision made for the sake of the country. Those old geezers, the former emperor and former king, are underestimating us. They should suffer a little. Probably, it was for the sake of the country. Even after crossing the ice bridge, the delegation continued to move. Those in room 10, along with those in room 11, which they were responsible for, were maintaining the rear guard of the delegation just like before the crossing. However, among them, the two priests, Ito and Zeke, were walking while looking around, holding something in their hands. Naturally, Ryo found the sight curious. Ito, Zeke, what do you have in your hands? It seemed he was more intrigued by what they were holding than their fidgeting. What they held appeared to be a booklet bound with thread, containing dozens of sheets of paper. This is a summary of the places the delegation will be visiting. The kingdom has a tradition of creating these kinds of documents and distributing a portion to each party when sending out a large delegation over long distances. They said it's a tradition dating back to the time of the ancient King Richard, come to think of it. It seems to be called travel itinerary, Ito and Zeke answered while showing the booklet. Travel itinerary. What an unfantastical term. There was a faint scent of a reincarnator. Or rather, Ryo had decided long ago that King Richard was definitely a reincarnator, and that premonition had turned into conviction. It felt like a school trip booklet. So, with that travel itinerary in hand, what were you looking around for? Well, according to this, we should be able to see the World Tree soon. It's supposed to be a gigantic tree that pierces the heavens, so I thought it would be obvious to spot it, but I can't see it. Indeed, there are many trees lining the sides of the road, but it's strange that we can't see the World Tree, Ryo said, and Ito and Zeke responded that they found it odd not to see the World Tree. By the way, the other four swordsmen seemed to have no interest in the World Tree at all. Seeing the contrast between Ito and Zeke and the other four, Ryo began to deeply contemplate the reason for the existence of intellectual curiosity. As Ryo looked around, he saw quite a few adventurers holding booklets and looking around. They were probably trying to spot the world tree as well. However, it seemed they couldn't find anything resembling it. Could it have withered away? Ryo muttered. Generally, when people refer to the world tree on Earth, they mean Yggdrasil from Norse mythology. In Wagner's The Ring of the Nibelung in the fourth part, Twilight of the Gods, Act 1, Scene 3, the god Odin makes a spear from the branches of the world tree, which ultimately causes Yggdrasil to wither. A world tree that withers due to the acts of gods. What a symbolic scene that is. Humans are foolish, but so are the gods. Ryo shook his head slightly and continued speaking to the side. Nils too. Yeah, Ryo, choose your next words carefully. Nils, walking next to Ryo and having heard the part about humans being foolish, said while placing a hand on his sword. Nils too has become similar to Abel. Long live King Abel. Even without the sword unsheathing speed of Abel, Ryo understood that he was at a disadvantage at this distance. Nils was a B-rank swordsman. He had to be careful. That was the scene unfolding at the back of the delegation. Meanwhile, at the front, Hugh McGrath, the leader, who usually rode in the lead carriage, was visiting the second carriage. In the second carriage was the chief negotiator, who was in charge of over 100 bureaucrats. Ignis, is the report about the Lord of Atekbo reliable? Ah, yes, leader. It's almost 100% certain. It matches not only with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Intelligence Division, but also with information from Count Heinlein. I see. Ignis Hagrit, the chief negotiator. He was the second son of the great noble house of Marquis Hope in the West, and a senior official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had served as a negotiator in the delegation to Twilight Land and successfully persuaded his father, Marquis Hope, to clarify their allegiance to King Abel early in the Liberation War, thereby enhancing the prestige of the House of Marquis Hope in the kingdom more than ever before. He appeared to always be smiling, making him easy to talk to, but he was also incredibly quick-witted. The Lord of Atekbo, Duke Zilaransu, is said to be someone who embodies the principle of my way or the highway, so negotiations will likely be difficult. It might be challenging to establish a treaty favorable to the kingdom before the Empire and the Alliance catch up. Right, Hugh frowned at Ignis's calm observation. He had suspected that would be the case when he read the report, but hearing it again from the person responsible for negotiations made him feel even more disheartened. All right, at least we'll occupy all accommodations in the kingdom. Let the people of the Empire and the Alliance camp outside the city. At those words from Hugh, even Ignis couldn't help but smile wryly. Ikebo is both the name of a nation and the name of a city. In other words, it can be said that this city is the entirety of the nation, making it a city-state. Ikebo is surrounded by high castle walls and has managed to prevent monsters from invading the city despite their attacks. As it was a diplomatic delegation, the kingdom delegation entered Ikebo without undergoing special inspections. The city of Ikebo has a reasonably large river flowing through its center, dividing the city into east and west. On the west bank lies the noble district centered around the Lord of the Realm's mansion, while the east bank consists of the urban area. All accommodations are located in the East Bank district. However, there are, of course, no enormous lodging facilities like those that existed when the kingdom delegation stayed in the Empire. It seems there are some interactions with the outer regions of the Empire, but from the perspective of the central nations, it appears quite small. Even the largest inn can only accommodate about 40 people. As a result, the kingdom delegation had to split up and stay in a total of 13 different inns. Initially, it was planned for 4 inns each for the kingdom, the Empire, and the Alliance, while the remaining 2 inns would host the delegations of smaller nations. However, at the request of the kingdom delegation leader, Hugh McGrath, the kingdom decided to occupy 13 out of the 14 inns. Is the mindset too small? That is not the case. This is for the benefit of the kingdom. It must be, hopefully. I hope so. The official in charge of coordination is Chief Negotiator Ignis, while the leader of the B-rank party, Coffee Maker, DeLong, is responsible for the Guardian Adventurers. Room 10 is also a B-rank party, but Coffee Maker, being the more senior B-rank party, has been one of the parties that has handled the most Guardian requests among Kingdom adventurers, so it has been arranged this way. Of course, Nils and the others from Room 10 did not object, since their first Guardian request was to escort Whitnash alongside Coffee Maker. The 2 parties have developed a good relationship. Certainly, during the journey to the Western nations, unlike the stay in the Empire's Gilsbach, the guardianship job does not end once they enter the city. Anything could happen even in the city. While they might be able to relax after arriving in the Western nations, the guardianship request is always active during the journey. This applies even while staying at the inns. The escort for the moonlit invitation mansion will be entrusted to Room 10. Yes, De Long son, leave it to us. No, as I've said before, we're both B-rank, so just call me by my name. Although Nils has a mischievous, boyish vibe, he is the type to respect his seniors. We will proceed with the escort at Spring Sun as planned, so if anything comes up, please come to us. Understood. Since Spring Sun is the largest in an Ike Bow, it was where Leader Hugh and Chief Negotiator Ignis would be staying. In a sense, it serves as the most crucial base for the Vigilant Guardianship mission. By willingly taking on the most troublesome location, De Long's professionalism is evident. Perhaps this is proof that the teachings of Abel, who had led the adventurers of the city of Run with his actions and presence until 3 years ago, continue to live on. Ike Bow, the audience chamber. There, the audience of the kingdom delegation from Natore was taking place with Duke Zilaransu, the lord of Ike Bow. So, what will the kingdom offer this nation in return for hosting this delegation? Duke Zilaransu's abrupt question left leader Hugh McGrath speechless. It was surprising to encounter such a demand right away during the initial audience, but using the term offer was also difficult to comprehend. While he did not want to emphasize the difference in national power, couldn't there be a better way to phrase it? When Hugh raised his face to say something, Chief Negotiator Ignis swiftly opened his mouth first. Your Majesty, we hope to clarify this matter during the negotiations starting tomorrow. I believe it would be more beneficial for both parties to obtain what your country desires rather than for the kingdom to unilaterally offer something. That is indeed one way to think about it. Then I shall look forward to tomorrow's negotiations. With that, Duke Zilaransu exited, and the audience concluded. As expected of Ignis, managing to finish the audience without committing anything. I was about to lose my temper. Ha, leader, if you don't speak, you won't be subjected to any rude comments. I am, after all, a negotiator in my own right. However, from that audience, it seems he is more self-important, or rather arrogant than I imagined. It seems this will take some time. Time is unavoidable. I've already given up. I'll leave the rest to you. Honestly, Hugh was starting to think he wanted to move on quickly before any trouble occurred. However, due to the arrangements of the Central Nations, it has been decided that the latter party, the Empire and the Alliance, would await in Ike Bow for the former parties to catch up, so he could not proceed on his own. I just heard that it seems the World Tree disappeared about 2 months ago. They said the World Tree has passed away. The priests Ito and Zeke, who had apparently gathered information about the World Tree in the city, reported this to Ryo. Passed away? Ryo tilted his head in question. Yeah, it vanished overnight. Ito nodded and answered. It seems the trunk of the World Tree is located over 10 kilometers away in the forest. They dispatched adventurers and soldiers to check what happened, but not a single one has returned. Zeke said, frowning, something dreadful may be happening. Ryo pointed out the possibility of a serious situation with a dramatic flair, for the second time. However, while the members of Room 11 were somewhat skeptical, the long-time companions from Room 10 were definitely not deceived. Ryo-san, you seem to be saying this seriously. Yeah, it's the usual thing, right? That's a face that's thinking of something troublesome, Ammon, Ito, and Nils remarked as they looked at Ryo's face. Why did you figure it out? Ryo was shocked at being pointed out. It seemed he intended to appear serious and solemn. Perhaps Ryo finds it difficult to act seriously. You are amazing for listening to chapters 211 to 310 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.